Sun-in, full of thoughts about various things, didn't get her compensation in the end. Su Jinyan's massage technique was very skillful. The swelling and pain on Sun-in's waist gradually lessened, and she unconsciously closed her eyes, sleeping peacefully. Fighting is also very tiring. Su Jinyan gently covered Sun-in with a quilt, watching her peaceful sleeping face, and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her on the cheek. Su Jinyan went to Su Qinglin's room and saw his father, shirtless, struggling to apply ointment to his back. He walked over and took the ointment to help his father. Seeing multiple bruises on his back, chest, and arms, Su Jinyan teasingly said, "It's hard to handle a few old men like this. Looks like you're really old." Su Qinglin, hearing this, was so angry he puffed out his cheeks and glared. "What are you saying, you little brat? Do you believe I can still go up the mountain to hunt wild boar?" He had been seriously ill before, almost dying. Now that he was recovered without any aftereffects, he felt he was back in action and didn't want to be laughed at, even if the person laughing was his son who had been raised by him since childhood. Yeah, hunting those newly born wild piglets. Su Jinyan continued to provoke him, suddenly increasing the pressure of his hand. "Ouch! You little brat, be gentler." Su Qinglin grimaced in pain, glaring fiercely at his unfilial son. "All these years I didn't hit you. Are you itching for a beating?" Su Jinyan applied more force, his face cold and tone even colder. "You should know pain, but you don't seem to care about your health. And you've also dragged in into this." Just as Su Qinglin was about to argue with his son, he suddenly looked like a deflated balloon, his face awkward, and his voice lowered significantly. "This time it's my fault. I shouldn't have let in and get involved." Ultimately, it was a disagreement among their siblings. Even if they fought fiercely, they shouldn't involve, and unfortunately, those people were not very strong, so Anin didn't suffer serious harm. Otherwise, if something bad happened, how could he explain to his son and his in-laws? Su Qinglin felt more and more scared as he thought about it. He shamelessly tried to flatter his son. "Dad promises there won't be a next time. Later, I'll tie up the Su third family and vent my anger for Anin, especially that woman Ma Dahua, who first tried to smear Anin, then sneakily kicked her. She was the one who deserved the worst punishment. Remember what you said." No more such words. Su Jin, young and carefree, glanced at his father and relaxed his grip a little, just right, not too tight. Su Qinglin wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling anxious. He really wanted to slap his rebellious son and give himself a few more. He was supposed to be the father, but in front of this rebellious son, he felt more like a grandson. During the fight at the graveyard, his daughter-in-law had been quite happy, her big eyes shining brightly. Don't think he hadn't seen that. Su Qinglin felt both frustrated and wronged inside. He coldly snorted at Su Jin and turned his face away, refusing to speak to him. Su Jin's eyes showed a hint of helplessness. He slowed his tone and said, "Dad, I'm worried about you. I don't want to see you get hurt." Su Qinglin didn't turn around and snorted even louder, acting like a stubborn old child. Seeing his awkward old father, Su Jin couldn't help but smile. He continued to coax him gently. "Fighting with 4 against 2 fists is tough. If something happens to you, it would be so sad if Anen's children never get to see their grandpa." Hearing this, Su Qinglin finally couldn't hold back. He turned and cursed, "My son is fine. Don't curse my grandson." His rebellious son could ignore him, but his grandson couldn't be without his grandfather's love. Su Jin smiled and said, "As long as you stop showing off, I won't say these things anymore." Su Qinglin glared at him and muttered softly, "Got it." Then he hurriedly urged his son. "Anna suffered a lot. Tonight, cook a chicken to help her recover. First, go to the kitchen and get something to eat." Neither I nor Anan have had lunch. Su Jin nodded but didn't move right away. He only got up after massaging all the bruises on his father's body, then went to the kitchen to work. Sheng and slept very deeply. She only woke up when she was hungry and her stomach was growling loudly at dusk. When she yawned and came out, she saw her younger sister-in-law and brother-in-law talking with her father-in-law in the yard. Sheng An went over to greet them. Seeing her just waking up, Su Tsuelian frowned. "Your body is still too weak. You need to eat meat every meal to recover. Young wives are usually full of energy, working nonstop all day without feeling tired. But Enon looks so fragile. I'm eating more now. I've gained over 10 kg in these 3 months. Fearing her sister-in-law would keep nagging, Sheng quickly shared her progress. You can't become fat overnight. Take it slow. Su Tsuelian nodded reluctantly and warned her again. Jin Yen just finished her exams. If she becomes a scholar, it will take at least 3 more years to take the imperial exam. There's no need to spend a lot of money now. Don't be stingy with yourself. Sheng agreed repeatedly. After chatting with the elders, she went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Seeing the clay pot used for making soup on the stove and smelling the faint aroma of chicken, her eyes lit up. She lifted the lid and found the chicken soup was ready. Happy, Sheng took a bowl and chopsticks, filled her bowl, and started eating happily. She was thinking about whether to have steamed rice or fried pancakes for dinner. It's been a while since she last made pancakes, so she decided to make pancakes. With chicken soup and a couple of vegetables, she could have a simple meal. She decided on her dinner plans, while the 3 people in the yard chatted nearby, their voices flowing into her ears. When she heard about the long-standing family feud between her father-in-law's 6 siblings, she pricked up her ears to listen carefully. Second brother, today's chaos made me realize I can't keep pretending everything is fine with our siblings. In the yard, Su Tsuelian's eyes were moist. Her voice choked with deep grievance. I've tried to be good to them all these years, but whenever we have disagreements, they don't hesitate to attack me. What's the point of keeping such brothers and sisters? Not only are they useless, but they also make her suffer endlessly. Before our parents passed away, they favored Big Brother, Fourth Brother, and Big Sister. Big Brother and Third Brother secretly bullied you. Big Sister also picked on me. When I told our parents, they scolded me and told me to be more tolerant of Big Sister. As she spoke, tears streamed down Su Tsuelian's face. Other families have the older ones taking care of the younger ones, but in our family, everyone has to give in to everyone else. We get nothing good, and we suffer all the losses. Zhang the butcher silently patted his wife's shoulder. Memories of how her parents-in-law had brainwashed them when they were alive came to mind. He felt more compassion for his wife. Back then, to build a house for Fourth Brother and get married, my parents tried to marry me off to a much older man, to be a stepmother to 5 or 6 children. If the children's father hadn't agreed to marry me, I might have fallen into a trap long ago. Su Tsuelian's eyes filled with tears, and her long-held resentment burst out. When the old couple saw that Zhang's family was well off, they demanded 20 taels of silver. Luckily, my parents-in-law didn't argue, or I wouldn't be here now. The Su couple received a generous bride price but only gave Su Tsuelian a worn quilt and 2 torn clothes as dowry. The villagers looked down on them and whispered behind their backs, calling the Su couple heartless. But Zhang's parents-in-law were kind and didn't look down on Su Tsuelian. They truly treated her like a daughter. Later, Zhang's parents-in-law both became bedridden. Su Tsuelian cared for them diligently for 4 years, and they peacefully passed away without suffering much. There was genuine mutual love between Zhang's parents-in-law and Su Tsuelian. However, her filial piety and patience didn't earn her biological parents' care. The Su couple kept trying to brainwash her, urging her to support her brothers and nephews and not forget her roots. Fortunately, with her own children, Su Tsuelian realized what true parental love was and stopped blindly helping her family. Seeing her sister crying so hard, Su Chunglin sighed deeply. If you don't want to keep it up, don't push yourself. Your second brother's family is also your family. You still have your own family, second brother, sob. Su Tsuelian cried uncontrollably, but her brother's words relaxed her tense mind. From now on, I only recognize you as my brother. I won't care about those people in Zijiaba anymore. She realized too late. When her brother had a falling out with the people in Zijiaba, she should have cut ties with them like him. Thinking about the money she had spent over the years, at least 20 taels, and how it was gone like a dog chasing a meat bun, she wished she could slap herself. All right, you're about to be a grandmother. If you keep crying, the children next door will laugh at you. Su Chunlin brought a clean face cloth to his sister. Seeing her brother-in-law wipe her tears, his tone relaxed a bit. That fight this morning was worth it. From now on, just focus on your own life. When the time comes, you'll be happy to hold your grandchild. Soo Suelian chuckled through her tears. Relying on them to give me a grandchild. I'd rather hope to hold my nephew. After saying that, she looked toward the kitchen and deliberately raised her voice. Jin Yen and Anin are both good-looking. Their children will surely be as cute as little angels. I can't wait to hold them. Suddenly, Sheng'en, who was happily munching on chicken feet, choked and started coughing violently, turning red in the face and tears coming out. Soo Suelian, who was feeling sad, burst into loud laughter. You, child, you've been married to Jin Yen for a few months, and you're still scared by what your little sister-in-law said? Sheng'en patted her back hard, struggling to stop coughing, and said weakly, Little sister-in-law, your nephew has a thick skin. You should talk to him about this. Is it normal not to get pregnant after 3 months of marriage? She had endured a lot every night. Pressuring her like this would only add stress. What if she couldn't hold it in? Her body was still recovering, and her period hadn't come again. She really couldn't rush into having a baby. At least before she turned 18, she had no plans to have children. All this talk about pregnancy was so frustrating. When Su Jin Yen returned from Jiang Fuzi's house, Su Suelian and her husband had already left. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he sensed that Sheng'en's mood was off. What's wrong? He asked worriedly, his gaze falling on her waist. Does it hurt again? Sit down and rest. I'll cook, he said, reaching for the spatula and skillfully flipping the partially cooked pancakes in the pan. Sheng'en sat heavily on a stool, adding 2 more sticks of firewood to the stove. After a moment of silence, when the man looked at her for the 6th time, she asked softly, Do you want children? Su Jin Yen's brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Someone asked if you're pregnant. Seeing that he guessed the reason immediately, Sheng'en hummed softly. Little sister-in-law is eager to hold her nephew. She keeps saying I should take good care of myself and have a few kids while I'm young. She said she can help take care of them. When she heard those words, Sheng'en almost lost her composure and asked Su Suelian directly, Having so many children, is it to make the fights more lively? Sheng'en has no strong feelings about children. She neither likes nor dislikes them. She feels she has already given birth to 2 children. However, the family planning measures here are very backward. Whether it's taking abortion pills or strong medicine after, both are very harmful to health. If one goes wrong, it could be life-threatening. So, she simply cannot control how many children she has. Women of this era can only keep having children until they are no longer able. Some wealthy women, to avoid the pain of childbirth, often take the initiative to let their husbands take concubines, sharing the burden of bearing children. Sheng'en couldn't help but sigh and looked at Su Jinyan with more resentment. It's still better to be a man. Su Jinyan felt nervous under her gaze and hurriedly promised, Anin, it's your choice whether to have children or not. I will listen to you. Sheng'en was suspicious. Really? Su Jinyan answered cautiously. I never lie to you. Sheng'en, feeling annoyed, scratched her head. You say that easily. What if I can't hold back? Su Jinyan hesitated. Are he and Anin discussing the same thing? Forget it, forget it. Overthinking just causes trouble. Whatever happens, happens. Sheng'en didn't want to continue this topic. She glared at Su Jinyan and pointed at the golden brown pancakes in the pot. I'm hungry. Serve some out for me to eat. Whenever she's upset, she can't keep her mouth shut and always wants to eat something. Su Jinyan didn't dare say much. He quickly served the pancakes and handed them to Sheng'en. Be careful, it's hot. Sheng'en took the plate, feeling annoyed, and said, I'm not a 3-year-old. I don't need you to tell me. Su Jinyan was speechless. Today, Anin's temper was especially bad. He needed to be careful and coax her gently these days. Sheng'en's temper had indeed become much worse. After taking a bath and lying on the bed, she felt more irritable. A feeling of frustration and anger was swirling in her chest, and she really wanted to do something to vent. She suddenly sat up and paced around the room. Finding nothing suitable, She grabbed Su Jinyan's pillow and started hitting it hard with all her strength. When Su Jinyan returned to the room, he saw his wife venting her anger by smashing his pillow. At this moment, he had no doubt that his wife was more inclined to smash his head. Su Jinyan quickly walked over, caught the pillow that was thrown, and casually threw it aside while hugging the person tightly. "Anan, what's wrong?" Anan's mood was clearly unusual. She hadn't acted like this even when her grandmother hurt her foot before. Hearing Su Jinyan's question, Sheng suddenly froze. "No, what am I doing? Why am I suddenly hitting out with a pillow? Could this be a sign of mental illness?" Sheng was startled by her own guess and dryly explained, "Maybe I just got a little confused." "You're not scared, right?" Su Jinyan shook his head, worry clear in his eyes. "I'm not scared. I'm just worried about you." Sheng rubbed her face.
"Ai fine."
"I even ate 3 pancakes and drank 2 bowls of chicken soup tonight." She then touched her stomach. "Probably ate too much and have indigestion, which affected my mood." Su Jinyan reluctantly accepted this somewhat unlikely explanation and patted his wife's head. "Do you want to go out for a walk?" Sheng refused immediately. "It's too dark outside. I'm afraid of stepping on snakes." The weather was getting cooler each day. Snakes were rushing around looking for food and storing fat to increase their chances of surviving hibernation. A few days ago, a snake had entered a family's yard, and the owner accidentally stepped on it while going to bed and got bitten. Fortunately, the snake's venom wasn't strong, and after a couple of days, the bite didn't cause any more trouble. Su Jinyan didn't insist. He went to the study, brought back a travel journal, and read it to Sheng and was very interested in the journal, especially because Su Jinyan spoke clearly and his voice was very pleasant. She gradually became absorbed in listening. The restless feeling in her chest, like anxiety, seemed to be soothed by his calming voice. By the end, Sheng's eyelids started to droop. Sleepily, she looked at Su Jinyan. "Tomorrow, I want to listen again." Su Jinyan put down the book and kissed her forehead. "As long as you want to listen, I'll read to you." Sheng felt satisfied and closed her eyes peacefully to sleep. Half asleep, Sheng faintly felt stomach pain. It wasn't the kind of pain from eating something bad, so she didn't pay much attention and fell into a deep, sweet sleep again. Until the next morning, Sheng was awakened by the sounds of someone getting up nearby. She opened her eyes instinctively. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong. After a moment of confusion, Sheng quickly got up. Just as she was about to lift the blanket to check her guess, she accidentally caught a glimpse of a bright red mark on Su Jinyan's leg. Embarrassment, the awkward feeling of toeing the ground. Su Jinyan's attention was on Sheng, and he didn't notice the issue with his pants. Just as he was about to speak, Sheng blushed and quickly covered his mouth, saying, "Hurry up and change your pants." Su Jinyan only realized what she meant after a moment. He looked at her pants and saw a coin-sized bloodstain. His body tensed up as he pulled Sheng closer to check, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" He was sure he wasn't hurt, so the injury must be Sheng's. Since she was just sleeping, she couldn't be hurt. Su Jinyan thought it was from the fight at the cemetery yesterday. Sheng had hidden her injury and didn't let him see the bleeding spot. "It's not an injury, it's... Sheng felt a bit shy to speak. Seeing Su Jinyan anxiously trying to take off her clothes, she quickly held his hand and whispered, "It's my period." Su Jinyan's hand froze, and his face turned red visibly. He cleared his throat and awkwardly adjusted Sheng's clothes, asking, "Does it hurt?" "What should I do?" She had been in poor health before and worried about pregnancy from intimacy. She had explained some biological facts to Su Jinyan. Sheng touched her lower belly, her brows furrowing tightly. "It hurts here a bit. I can't touch cold water these days, and you need to do all the laundry and cooking." It was probably her first period in many months, and her lower belly hurt badly, like a stick was pounding inside. If Sheng hadn't been so strong, she would have been rolling around and crying out loud by now. Su Jinyan noticed her pale face and immediately told her to lie down again. "I'll do the chores." "You rest well." Sheng didn't dare to lie down. She lifted the blanket and took a look. Sure enough, There were 7 or 8 bloodstains of different sizes on the sheets, clearly caused by restless sleep. Sheng En's face turned even redder. She rudely ordered Su Jinyan, "Change all these. Soak them in cold water." Su Jinyan's face lost its redness. He efficiently changed all the sheets and blankets, including the dirty clothes Sheng En had taken off, and carried them out. When Sheng En finished tidying up and came to the yard, she saw Su Jinyan squatting in the corner, scrubbing the sheets. On the clothesline nearby, several wet cloths were hanging, but there were no bloodstains on the bedding. Sheng En saw this and felt even more fond of Su Jinyan. She sat on a stool next to him, watching him wash clothes. "Do you think washing these things is unlucky?" In this era, men see a woman's period as a terrible thing, believing that just looking at it can bring bad luck. Some women are so unlucky that their husbands send them to the storage room during their period, only letting them sleep in bed after it ends. Why would Enin think like that? Su Jinyan looked at his wife in surprise. Seeing she didn't seem to be pretending, he worried she might be influenced by such silly ideas. He even forgot to wash the sheets, and once said that women only have periods because they need to give birth. If periods are dirty things, then what about us, born from them? Are we the result of dirt? Sheng En's smile grew wider. She happily patted Su Jinyan's shoulder. "That's right. It's good that you have such awareness." Su Jinyan pursed his lips, showing no happiness. "Enin, don't compare me to those dull and shallow men. Enin is good in every way, but she doesn't trust him much and often tests him unintentionally." Sheng En was stunned. Seeing his serious face, she quickly hugged his arm and coaxed him. "You're right. You're the best man in the world. Those dull guys don't deserve to compare with you." This time, she wasn't testing him. She was just curious. Su Jinyan couldn't refuse his wife's sweet words. Though he felt helpless inside, he ended the topic. "You're also the best," and Sheng En teased. "Shouldn't you say I'm the best woman in the world? Mutual praise in business should be equal, but this guy really doesn't understand social manners." However, Su Jinyan didn't change his words. "You don't need to be the best woman in the world. As long as you're mine and you're the best, Sheng En." This overly sweet love talk, she accepted it happily. In the following days, Su Jinyan took care of Sheng En very carefully, even preparing warm mouthwash for her. Grandma Sheng watched this and was happy that her son-in-law was caring. But she also worried that her father-in-law might not like it, thinking her son-in-law was spoiling Sheng En too much. Unexpectedly, Su Qinglin didn't notice any of this. He only kept complaining that the eldest son-in-law's cooking was bad and told him to learn more from Sheng En. After Sheng En finished her monthly letter, she finally felt better. The renovation of Sheng Yuan was almost done, and it was time for inspection. Wow, this kitchen is really big and bright. They even built so many stoves. 10 people cooking together won't be crowded. There's a row of stoves here, big and small, all connected to chimneys. Look, this stove has an opening on the side, just like the one in a roast duck shop. The stone basins are well made. Dirty water can be poured in, and it drains away quickly through the pipes below. It's easier than using a bucket. Sheng En cared most about the kitchen renovation. As soon as she entered, she went straight to the kitchen. Hearing her grandparents' excited praise, she couldn't help but smile. The kitchen's location didn't change. It was still in the original spot. The workers followed Sheng En's plans and cut a door in the middle partition wall to connect to the neighboring room, doubling the kitchen size. Seeing that it matched the plans perfectly, even better than expected, she felt relieved after days of worry. The kitchen renovation was very important. Sheng En had visited often, worried that the final result might not be good enough. Now she could sleep peacefully at night. Grandma Sheng loved the big kitchen very much. She kept praising everything she saw, feeling happy cooking in such a nice space. Su Qinglin couldn't tell if it was good or bad. Seeing the elderly looking satisfied, he walked over with a smile and reminded them. The shop for selling wontons was also renovated. "Let's go see if it's okay. If not, they'll have to redo it." Grandpa and Grandma Sheng's eyes lit up. They urged Su Qinglin. "The yard is so big, we don't remember where that room is." "You lead the way," Su Qinglin quickly said. "It's in the northwest corner." and marked 2 rooms for us. All 3 of them were eager to see those 2 rooms. They forgot to greet Sheng-en and Su Jinyan and hurried off. After 3 months of careful rest, Grandma Sheng could walk again, and luckily, she didn't have lasting limb problems. Seeing the 3 elderly walking quickly, Sheng-en couldn't help but laugh and cry. She told Su Jinyan, who was treated the same, seeing how happy Grandpa and Grandma are, it's right to leave them 2 rooms for selling wontons. There was no third person present. Su Jinyan took his wife's hand and walked outside, saying, "And Anne's decision is definitely the right one." Sheng-en gently squeezed his hand and smiled, unable to hide her happiness. You just like to say sweet words to comfort people. If she weren't so determined, she might have been persuaded by him long ago. Sweet talk can be very effective. They walked together, looking around. The areas that had been changed looked perfect, just like the kitchen. No need for any rework. Opening in September, Shengyuan would be ready to welcome guests without any problem. Sheng-en felt relaxed inside. She and Su Jinyan went to the garden, climbed the new tall platform, and saw the entire Shengyuan clearly. Right in front of them was Ming Lake, sparkling and beautiful. They had sharp eyes and could see the green willows along the shore and the flying birds across the lake very clearly. Standing here and looking far away, it was easy to feel happier. They stayed on the platform for a while, then went to the small 2-story house where the family would live in the future. This house was in the northeast corner of Shengyuan. It had a small garden in front, and on the east side of the wall, there was a door. Going through a corridor from there led directly to the front gate. This way, the family's privacy was protected, but they could still come and go easily. The first floor of the house had 3 rooms. The middle was a living room, and on each side were the rooms of Sheng-en's parents and Su Qinglin. The beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs were all ready-made, so there was no need to hire a carpenter. The second floor was the same layout as the first. The left room was for the 2 of them to sleep, the right was a study, and the big room in the middle was empty for now. The house had a small kitchen, making it easy to cook and boil water without going far to the main kitchen in front. Sheng-en was very happy with this place. The only small problem was that it was a bit far from Su Jinyan's school. Walking back and forth took almost an hour. Thinking for a moment, Sheng-en asked, "Are ordinary horses expensive?" Su Jinyan nodded. "Very expensive. An ordinary horse costs no less than 40 taels. Sheng-en relaxed. "That's not too bad. I thought it would be hundreds or even thousands of taels." The reason was that Jiang Fuzi's red horse was so valuable that Sheng-en looked up to it. She thought even ordinary horses were very expensive. Su Jinyan explained, "The price difference between a fine horse and an ordinary one is huge. But horses like Red, with such high value, are rare. Most good horses cost around 1,000 taels. DIED does not produce horses. Whether for war or for common use, they have to buy horses at high prices from neighboring countries. However, these neighbors limit the number of horses they sell to DIED, only selling no more than 5,000 horses each year. This causes horse prices to stay high all the time." Sheng-en understood this right away. Horses are very important for strategy. Historically, these neighboring countries, which often face difficulties, do not want to see DIED become strong and powerful. That's why they set limits on horse sales. These neighbors are able to do this because their strength is similar to DIED's. If one day DIED becomes much stronger, then the neighbors will have to come to DIED to buy horses. Sheng-en didn't know much about horses. He shook hands with the 2 men and said, "If you're free tomorrow, let's go see the horse market." Seeing her interested in buying horses, Su Jinyan agreed without hesitation, "We'll go tomorrow morning." In the afternoon, they planned to visit Confucius's house to listen to his teachings. While talking about buying horses, Sheng-en's grandfather and others also arrived. They looked at the spacious, clean 2-story house, with tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets all in place. The 3 elders were very happy. Su Qinglin smiled and said, "Thanks to an inn, we can all live in a big house. Later, we'll pick a good day to move in." Sheng-en asked, "When we move in, will our small yard be empty?" Su Qinglin nodded, "Yes, it's empty. We've lived there for over 10 years and have feelings for it. We can go back to visit anytime. As they got older, they became more sentimental. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to sell the small yard. Sheng En had no objections.
Keep it.
Our grapes are delicious. I was thinking of picking them every year. Su Qinglin laughed loudly. That's easy. Just transplant them here. Sheng En quickly waved her hand. That grapevine is quite old. Let's not disturb it. If it doesn't adapt to the new soil, it might produce bad fruit, and then we won't be able to eat grapes from it anymore. Su Qinglin agreed that her reasoning made sense and gave up on transplanting the vine. After visiting the yard, the family didn't stay long and locked the door before leaving. The next day, Sheng En and Su Jinyan arrived early at the horse market. They found only about 4 or 5 horses, all very ordinary. Su Jinyan expected this and was not disappointed. Sheng En was still eager and asked the horse dealer, when will the next batch of horses arrive? If some are better, I can pay extra to buy them. The shopkeeper spread his hands and said, the next batch is the same. Even the slightly better horses can't reach my place. Sheng En was silent. She had thought the horses weren't growing well, but it turned out the shopkeeper wasn't good at managing, and only poor-quality horses were available. Feeling frustrated, Sheng En pulled Su Jinyan away, muttering as they walked, I never thought there would be a day I have money but can't spend it. Su Jinyan comforted her. There are no good horses in Qingzhou. Next time, I'll take you to Jinling to look around. Sheng En bought a horse for Su Jinyan to get around. She was about to suggest they go to Jinling tomorrow when she suddenly saw a teenage boy riding a small donkey nearby. Her eyes lit up instantly. Yes, if she couldn't get a top-quality horse, a fine donkey would do just as well. Without hesitation, Sheng En pulled the confused Su Jinyan and headed straight to the donkey shop. When they came out, she was holding Su Jinyan with her left hand and the small donkey with her right, smiling brightly. Su Jinyan looked at his wife and then at the small donkey, opening his mouth but saying nothing. Anan had bought it especially for him. How could he disappoint her? And the small donkey was so cute. If he disliked it, he would feel guilty, right? Su Jinyan comforted himself and softened his gaze at the small donkey. When they returned home, Shengyi was so fond of the small donkey that he kept touching it and carefully examined its teeth, praising, this donkey was a good buy. It's strong just by looking at it, Sheng En casually said, maybe it's stubborn. Among dozens of small donkeys, she had her eye on this one. Its looks were as striking as Su Jinyan's, standing out from the crowd. The Su family didn't have a donkey shed, and there was no place to build one now. After lunch, Su Jinyan, carrying a full lunchbox of pickled beans and pork dumplings, rode the small donkey to Mr. Zhang's house. The pickled beans and pork dumplings were the fee for boarding the small donkey. Su Jinyan returned quickly, his hair slightly messy, and his shoes a little dusty. Sheng En didn't notice these details and asked curiously, aren't you going to ask the master for advice? Why are you back so early? Su Jinyan looked calm and spoke softly. The master ate an extra dumpling and was too full, so he told me to come back. She joked that he fell off the donkey because he ate too much and was uncomfortable. Sheng Anxin believed it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master Jiang looks like a little kid. Even when he finds something he likes to eat, he still eats until he's full. Su Jinyan pinched her face. Anan's cooking skills are too good. Sheng En rolled her eyes at him. Just keep bragging. Su Jinyan kissed her lips. Everything I say to you comes from my heart. Hearing this, Sheng En drew a circle on his strong chest with her finger. Is the heart here or here? Su Jinyan grabbed her hand, his voice deep. Both. Sheng En chuckled softly, tiptoed, and kissed him back. A reward. A reward to make her happy. After a while of being affectionate, Sheng En was called away by Grandma Sheng. Su Jinyan got up, closed the door, took off his dusty shoes, and removed his socks to check his feet. Sure enough, he saw a purple bruise. It was stepped on by the little donkey. Who would have guessed that Sheng En was right? The little donkey is really stubborn. He was fine when he went out, but halfway, a sudden child scare made him upset. The child threw him off his back and, taking advantage of his distraction, stepped on his foot. If Su Jinyan hadn't been quick and eased his fall, he would have been hurt badly. He sighed, resigned, opened a drawer, and took out the leftover medicinal oil from last time Sheng and didn't use. Sheng and had no idea about the good deed. The little donkey did, and didn't notice the bruise on Su Jinyan's foot in the dim light at night. Sometimes she smelled faint medicinal oil and thought the bottle wasn't sealed properly. It wasn't until she needed to move things to Sheng Garden and asked the little donkey to help pull the cart that she saw the little donkey's messy fur and its listless appearance. "What's wrong? Is it sick?" Sheng approached and patted the little donkey's head. Seeing tears in its eyes and its pitiful call, she unconsciously eased her grip. From a hidden angle, Su Jinyan looked coldly at the little donkey and said softly, "It challenged Hong Hong and was taught a lesson." Hearing this, Sheng En's gentle hands suddenly turned into iron fists. She slapped the little donkey the head. "You little donkey, daring to challenge a 1,000-mile steed. You're asking for trouble. Hong Hong is worth 5,000 taels, and Sheng En bought the little donkey for only 12 taels. Whenever Hong Hong gets a small scrape, even a whole little donkey wouldn't be enough to compensate." Sheng En gets angrier the more he thinks about it and hits the little donkey a few more times. "Next time you cause trouble, don't blame me for turning you into donkey meat buns." The little donkey brays loudly, sounding as pitiful as possible. He had wanted to take advantage of Sheng and not paying attention to kick his heels up, but Su Jinyan's sharp gaze at the donkey made him freeze in fear. He trembled on all fours and lowered his head, too scared to look at Su Jinyan. Donkeys are ridden by people, but donkeys are often bullied by others. In the donkey's shed, the donkey was bitten on the tail by a fierce horse, and outside, it was beaten by a scary two-legged beast. "Oh, poor donkey, life is so hard." Sheng En couldn't hear the little donkey's thoughts. He wanted to teach it a lesson but didn't let it rest. Instead, he personally led it in front to pull the cart. The cart was loaded with things, and when they reached a hill, the little donkey struggled a lot. After a few trips, the little donkey became a little useless, lying on the ground pretending to be dead and refusing to get up. Fortunately, they finished hauling the big items, and the remaining small things could be moved another day. Sheng En was too lazy to bother with it anymore. The neighbors nearby saw the Su family moving things and thought something had happened to them. They came to check out of concern. The family didn't mention Sheng Yuan's situation. They only said Sheng En was opening a small restaurant nearby, and it was more convenient to rent a place there. The neighbors felt reluctant to see them go. The Su father and son were very kind, always willing to help neighbors with any problems, never refusing. In earlier years, theft was rampant in this area, but the Su father and son had dealt with the trouble harshly, and theft gradually disappeared. The neighbors never forgot this kindness. But as people aim higher, no matter how reluctant they are, they can only send their good wishes. By September, the leaves on the trees turned yellow little by little, and in just over 10 days, they withered and turned brown. When the autumn wind blew, the leaves fluttered down. Sheng En saw the fallen leaves covering the yard every morning. One day, while the family was having breakfast, suddenly they heard the sound of drums and gongs outside. Grandma Sheng asked curiously, "I haven't heard of anyone having a celebration recently." "It sounds so lively." Sheng En didn't think much at first, but after hearing Grandma's words, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at Su Jinyan with bright eyes. It's been more than half a month since the imperial exam. Could it be someone bringing good news? As soon as he finished speaking, the other three looked at Su Jinyan with calm expressions. Looking at the date, the results of the imperial exam are finally coming out. At this moment, the door was knocked loudly, and excited shouts came from next door. Jinyan, you passed. You became a scholar." Everyone at the dining table, except Su Jinyan, stood up quickly. "Hurry in and go open the door." Grandma Sheng was so excited she wanted to get up, but her legs were weak, and she couldn't move. She quickly pushed her granddaughter. Sheng En took a deep breath, stood up quickly, and ran outside. Su Qinglin followed closely, and Grandpa Sheng helped Grandma Sheng hurriedly go out. Only Su Jinyan remained calm. He slowly finished the last bite of porridge in his bowl, then stood up, tidied his clothes, and walked to the door. When he confirmed it was the right person, the two officials who came to deliver the good news smiled happily and bowed to him. Congratulations, Scholar Su, for ranking first in the Imperial exam. The crowd outside the door, packed tightly, looked at the messengers in shock, doubting if they heard correctly. First place. First place. Oh heavens, could the young man from the Su family be the reincarnation of a talented scholar star? Their ancestors had lived here for generations. It was passed down that only a few scholars had come from their family, but only Su Jinyan had ever ranked first. What a great talent! What a huge honor! Neighbors and villagers were overjoyed, excited as if their own children had passed the exam. Such a big celebration would bring face to the whole alley. When they went out, others would look at them with more respect. Of course, some people were jealous, but their envy was useless. It wouldn't bring good luck to curse, and their ancestors wouldn't be blessed with good fortune if they did. Instead of wasting time on jealousy, it was better to accept reality and cherish the moment. Su Jinyan ignored the noisy crowd. He stepped forward, took the congratulatory message from the officials, and said, "Thank you both. Please come inside for some water before you leave." The officials repeatedly waved their hands, very respectful. "Thank you for your kindness, Scholar Su. We still have to go back to the countryside, so we won't bother you further." Su Jinyan didn't insist. He nodded kindly. While they were talking, Su Qinglin turned around and went back inside. When he came out, he was holding 2 red envelopes. Su Qinglin was good at reading the situation. He smiled and handed the red envelopes to the officials. "Thank you for your trouble. Take this and buy some wine to celebrate." 2 officials smiled more sincerely, took the red envelope, and cheerfully left after exchanging good wishes. As they walked away, neighbors quickly gathered around, congratulating Su Jinyan. "Scholar, after years of hard study, your wish has come true." "Congratulations," Su Jinyan politely replied. "Thank you all." A few neighbors, holding their grandsons, hurriedly pushed forward and urged their children. "Quick, touch the scholar's clothes, soak up his scholarly aura. Maybe you'll become a scholar too someday." The children, confused and a little scared by the crowd, shrank back and dared not move. Seeing this, Su Jinyan gently bent down and reached out to hold the children's small hands. The neighbor's impression of Su Jinyan improved even more. "Look at him, such a good young man. Even after becoming a scholar, he remains gentle and humble, never arrogant or overbearing. Such character promises a bright future." The neighbors, overly enthusiastic, along with people from other places who heard the news, all crowded at the Su family's gate and refused to leave. Most of the morning passed in the noisy crowd. Only at lunchtime did they gradually disperse. Sheng'en finally let out a long breath, her head buzzing from the noise, as if 100 bees were inside her head. She massaged her forehead to ease the discomfort. Seeing that Su Jinyan remained calm and unaffected, fully embodying the phrase, "not pleased by worldly gains," Sheng'en's restless heart also calmed down. She smiled and gently poked his face. "Congratulations, scholar." Su Jinyan rubbed her head affectionately, his eyes full of tenderness. "My honor is also Anan's honor. Let's celebrate together." Sheng'en felt happy inside. If her family weren't around, she would have already thrown herself into his arms. At this moment, Su Qinglin also calmed down and asked for Su Jinyan's opinion. "Last time, you promised the clan leader that after passing the exam, you would return to the village to honor our ancestors. When do you plan to go back?" Su Jinyan's tone was a bit cold. "Not in a hurry. We'll talk after moving." Su Qinglin naturally didn't oppose and nodded. "Since we're moving to a new home, we should celebrate. Let's do it together with your success as a scholar. I'll only invite your little aunt's family." He then looked at Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng. "Uncle and aunt, if you want to invite anyone, be sure to let them know in advance." Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng quickly shook their heads. "At our age, our close relatives have already passed away. The younger generation is too distant. There's no need to invite them." Su Qinglin wasn't surprised. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law. "What about you two?" Sheng'en was only inviting one person. "Zhaodi is my best friend. I plan to invite her to the new house for a lively gathering, Su Jinyan added. Just the husband and 3 classmates. Su Qinglin understood. Fine, 2 tables are enough. We can save some money too. After deciding who to invite, Su Jinyan planned to visit Mr. Zhang's house and see how his 3 classmates did on their exams. Sheng En had nothing else to do, so she decided to go back to the village and invite Zhang Zhaodi to visit the new house on the 18th of this month. When they learned their granddaughter was returning to the village, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng also wanted to go see her, mainly to check if the house needed repairs. So, the 3 of them went back to Huai Tree Village. The villagers didn't know that Su Jinyan had passed the imperial exam. When they saw the grandparents and granddaughter suddenly return, they were curious and came to ask. In just 2 months, Grandma Sheng looked much healthier, dressed in new clothes, and seemed several years younger. The neighbors' older women were very envious. One of them held Grandma Sheng's hand and sighed, "You have a good granddaughter." Living to their age, having a filial child nearby made life worth it. Many old people become useless and are disliked by their children and grandchildren. When they are cold or hungry, no one cares, and they can only wait helplessly for death. I only have Anan as my granddaughter. My older sister has a big family. I dream of having that too, Grandma Sheng said. Grandma Sheng wasn't the type to show off. She didn't mention anything that might make others dislike her. Instead, she comforted her old friend and then sighed deeply. My husband and I don't want to be a burden to Anan, but we really can't help it. Sigh. Her sigh was partly real and partly fake. The neighbor woman felt a little uncomfortable and relaxed a bit. Life will get better and better. Meanwhile, Sheng En and Zhang Zhaodi were walking by the river. When they heard that her good friend's husband had passed the imperial exam and that they would move to the new house in a few days, Zhang Zhaodi showed no jealousy. She playfully hugged Sheng En's arm and said, "Miss Scholar's wife, you finally made it." Hearing her friend's teasing, Sheng En rolled her eyes. "Are you going too?" Zhang Zhaodi nodded quickly, like a chick pecking rice. "Of course I am. I have to go." With her good friends celebrating 2 happy events, how could she not go? Sheng En felt a bit tired and pulled Zhang Zhaodi to sit on a big rock by the river. Watching the flowing water and feeling the gentle breeze on her face, Sheng En naturally stretched out her arms and legs, lying relaxed on the stone as if her mind had also become empty. Zhang Zhaodi imitated her, spreading her limbs messily. If only I could stay like this carefree forever. I really miss the days when we played together. Although she had to do farm work and household chores all day, those moments of relaxation after being busy were especially precious and memorable. Now that you're married, I don't even have anyone in the village to talk to heart. Those gossiping women keep talking behind my back. As she spoke, her mood turned sour. Why do women make things difficult for other women? Instead of scolding the ones who make mistakes, they just mock me for being unwanted by the Lu family. Sheng En frowned. Did you send someone to confront them? Zhang Zhaodi raised her chin proudly. Do you think I'd just take it lying down? Of course, I went to confront them. She continued proudly. When the Lu family hesitated to cancel the engagement, I took a few of my brothers and caught Lu Yong in a sack. I told him clearly, if his family dared to refuse the cancellation, I would beat him every day until they agreed. Lu Yong was caught in the sack several times, each time with a swollen nose and bruised face. He was so scared of Zhang Zhaodi's fiery temper that he ran home crying, throwing tantrums, and even threatening to hang himself. Finally, the elders of the Lu family agreed to cancel the engagement. This chaos ruined the old friendship between the 2 families. Now, they don't talk to each other and pretend not to see each other when they meet on the road. Lu Yong happily married his beloved cousin, but Zhang Zhaodi, the victim, was caught up in rumors and gossip. The men her matchmakers introduced her to were either from poor families, had health issues, or were widowers with children, hardly any normal options. Zhang Zhaodi naturally refused, but the matchmakers kept pressuring her, using her past failed engagements to pressure her. Anyway, I've come to terms with it. My parents have too. If no good family wants to marry me, I'll stay at home as an old maid, take care of my younger brother's children, and eventually I'll have enough to eat. Zhang Zhaodi spoke so casually, but only she knew what she truly felt inside. Don't lose hope. It's not that bad yet. Sheng'an patted her friend's shoulder to comfort her. There are many reasonable people in this world. You're such a good girl. Someone will see your worth. Zhang Zhaodi waved her hand. Don't worry, I've truly come to terms with it. Luckily, I am the youngest girl in the family. My older sisters are already married, so the broken engagement didn't affect them. She was still lucky. At least her family cared for her and didn't think her broken engagement brought shame to the family. Forget about these sad things. You haven't been back for a while, and the villagers are quite lively. Zhang Zhaodi didn't want her good friends to worry about her. She quickly changed the subject and excitedly talked about the village gossip. Remember when Kong Dezhu went to the city to cause trouble for you and got his legs broken? He's been staying at home these past few months, unable to do any work. His family is quite lively every day. Kong Dezhu's leg was broken, and it took 100 days to recover. Peng Chunlan was reluctant to spend money on his treatment, so his recovery was slow. Recently, during the busy harvest season, Kong Dezhu had to walk with a crutch, but he accidentally fell and hurt himself again. Now he had to stay in bed, which made Peng Chunlan very angry. Zhang Zhaodi looked around and lowered her voice to continue. One time, Peng Chunlan and Lu Huaji's siblings were working in the field. My brother overheard them complaining that Kong Dezhu was a burden. Even after his leg healed, he wouldn't be able to work for many years. Lu Huaji suggested they kick him out. TSK, Kong Dezhu wasn't a good person, but he had loved her like a daughter for over 10 years. If Kong Dezhuang hadn't worked as a beast of burden for Lu's family for so long, could Peng Chunlan have supported her brother and sister alone? Lu Huaji was both foolish and mean. When Kong Dezhu could work and earn money, she called him Dad happily. Now, she called him a traitor. Calling him a white-eyed wolf was an insult to wolves. Sheng'an felt nothing inside. She had no sympathy for Kong Dezhu. Whatever happened to him is what he deserved, Zhang Zhaodi warned. If Peng Chunlan manages to kick him out of the family, he'll probably try to cling to you. Sheng'an smiled. As long as you don't tell anyone my new address, he can't find me. Besides, he has a son with Peng Chunlan. She won't be able to easily get rid of him. Zhang Zhaodi immediately pounded her chest to promise. Don't worry. I won't tell my family about your new home. Even when Su Tongsheng became Su Xiaocai, she never thought of spreading the news everywhere to avoid people coming to seek favors and disturb her peace. Sheng'an didn't stay long in the village. After saying goodbye to Zhang Zhaodi, she returned to the city with Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng. Su Jinyan was already at home. When she learned that Tan Jinlin and the others had successfully passed the provincial exam and earned the title of Xiaocai, and that their rankings were quite good, Sheng'an was happy for them. I told them about the housewarming banquet, and they all said they would come. Thinking of the bright, sparkling eyes she saw when she mentioned it, Su Jinyan shook her head helplessly. We need to prepare more food for that day. The teacher is also someone who can eat a lot. It was expected that those three would come. He was surprised that the teacher accepted the invitation, and even more surprised that the three of them called the teacher biased. Sheng'an confidently said, no problem. The big kitchen has several stoves. We can cook a few more dishes, and they definitely won't go hungry. She had been here for a few months, but hadn't had a real chance to show off her cooking skills. The day after tomorrow, she planned to prepare a meal that would impress everyone. Seeing her lively and spirited wife, Su Jinyan wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and whispered softly in her ear, Anan, do you remember what you promised me before going to Jinling? Sheng'an's eyes flashed with confusion. She thought carefully and finally remembered from a corner of her memory. Was it when you passed the Xiaocai exam? I promised to grant you a request? Su Jinyan felt happy and gently kissed her ear as a reward. Can you fulfill that promise now? Sheng'an felt her ears itch and instinctively turned her head. I can, but I have to say this first. You can't make unreasonable demands. Su Jinyan's lips curled up, and his eyes grew deep and mysterious. His voice became husky and low. How could I make things difficult for Nan? Perhaps because she was lowered by the sweet words of the past, Sheng'an easily believed his words. All right, just tell me. As soon as she finished speaking, the arms around her waist tightened, and she heard intimate whispers in her ear. "And I want to." Sheng An's pupils shrank, and a warm feeling spread across her cheeks, turning from pale white to pink and then bright red, like a cooked shrimp. She stiffened and turned her head away, meeting the man's alluring gaze. She couldn't help but shrink back, afraid that next moment she would be bitten fiercely like a wild beast. Su Jinyan stared at her intently, his eyes burning with almost fiery heat. "And don't you want to get closer to your husband? That night in the bridal chamber was your choice." Sheng An quickly covered the man's mouth. Even pretending to be fierce couldn't hide the blush on her face. "Some things can be done but not spoken about. Do you understand?" As a young maiden, she had boldly thrown herself at her husband on their wedding night. "Does that sound appropriate to say?" "Not understood before, but I understand now." Su Jin gently took Sheng An's hand, brought it to his lips, and kissed it. His eyes showed restraint and full emotion. "From now on, I will do everything for you. Don't be afraid to speak your mind." And Sheng An. The man was shameless, saying all kinds of bold words. That night, Sheng An's hand suffered a lot. The old calluses on her palm, which had taken a long time to form, became slightly thinner. September 18th, an auspicious day. Everything was suitable. Early in the morning, the Su family's yard was lively. Several people moved all the items they planned to take away onto the carriage. Su Chenglin just locked the yard gate when the neighbors' doors opened. "Old Su, it will be hard to meet again in the future. This is a little gift from us. Take it to your new home and enjoy." The neighbor on the left handed over a basket full of eggs, at least 30, clearly saved over a long time. "Uncle Su, over the years, you and Scholar Gong have helped my family a lot. I don't have many good things to give, but you must accept this rooster." The neighbor on the right handed over a small, tightly bound rooster, which looked like it hatched this spring. Such a young rooster has tender meat and little gamey smell. After these neighbors finished speaking, more people from all directions came forward, eager to give their gifts. "My family doesn't have much to offer. This jar of spring chives pickled well, perfect for porridge or as a side dish. This is dried mushroom and ginseng, sent by relatives from my hometown. It's great for soups and stir-fries. Old Su, you must accept it. These are my homemade dried preserved vegetables. They taste great with stewed meat or pancakes. They can last for half a year. Take them to your new home and enjoy slowly." Su Chenglin looked at the smiling faces, full of warmth and sadness. Having experienced many hardships and human emotions, he couldn't help but tear up at this moment. "Thank you. Thank you all. I accept your kindness. Please take back your gifts. When I have free time, I will come back often to see you." The neighbors did not move. They simply stuffed the items into the car. "Things sent out can't be taken back. If you don't take them, it means you look down on us." At this point, Su Chenglin couldn't refuse anymore. He quickly wiped his eyes and bowed deeply to everyone. "Thank you all for your care over the years." The neighbors smiled and waved their hands. "Your family has helped us a lot. If you had not found a better place, we wouldn't want you to leave." Accepting their kindness, the small car was filled to the brim. Even the handlebars were covered with things. Under everyone's waving and watching, the group slowly left in a donkey cart. Even from far away, their blurry figures could still be seen. Suddenly, a hurried shout came from behind. "Sister Sheng! Sister Sheng!" Sheng An instinctively looked back and saw Miao Yair running towards her from not far away. She hurried to meet her and saw Miao Yair carrying a small cloth bag. Breathless, Miao Yair reached Sheng An and shyly handed her the bulging cloth bag. "Sister Sheng, I don't have many good things to give you. These 2 pairs of shoes are handmade by me. If you don't mind, please accept them. I wish you happiness and peace in the future." Sheng An stared blankly at Miao Yair and then at the small cloth bag, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Bitterness, gratitude, and comfort. Sheng An carried the small cloth bag back. Before anyone could ask, she happily untied it and revealed the 2 pairs of shoes inside. "Sister Miao made these for me." The shoes were made of plain cotton fabric. 1 pair was embroidered with twin lotuses in lake blue, and the other with plum blossoms in red maple color. They were Sheng En's favorite colors. The three elders, unaware of Sheng En and Miao Yair's relationship, looked at the shoes with some confusion. Seeing the fine stitching, Grandma Sheng sighed. Miao Yair is a poor girl. Luckily, she has stood up now. The Sun family can't scold her anymore. It's a sign that her hardships are over. Knowing the story, Su Jinyan commented, she is grateful and knows how to thank others. Sheng En's mood was clearly better. She put away the shoes and retied the small cloth bag. I didn't expect her to give me this. Seeing her now living comfortably, I'm really happy for her. Ever since Miao Yair showed no mercy to the Sun family, who feared the weak and liked to bully, had softened. Not only does she dare not hit or mistreat Miao Yair, but she also gets up before dawn every day to grind beans and make tofu, then carries it to the market to sell. With 2 extra workers, Miao Yair can sell more tofu each day. Half of the money she earns is kept by her, and the other half is taken by Grandma Sun to cover the family's daily expenses. Sun Yoji loves gambling and can't save any money. Whenever he has a gambling urge, he asks Grandma Sun for money. Later, Miao Yair became fierce. She got up in the middle of the night to sharpen a knife, threatening to cut off Sun Yoji's hand. He was so scared he ran away, never daring to go to the gambling house again. A young wife who used to be scolded and beaten by her mother-in-law for wearing old clothes and having her period has now become the head of the household, managing the family finances and keeping her mother-in-law and husband obedient. How can Sheng En not be happy for Miao Yair? Su Jinyan, taking advantage of the early hour and the lack of people around, secretly held Sheng En's hand behind the donkey cart. She will remember you for the rest of her life. Sheng En shook her head. Whether she remembers or not doesn't matter. When I woke her up, I didn't have any intention of asking for anything in return. As women, they naturally sympathize with the suffering Miao Yair. Plus, Miao Yair helped her grandmother. She really doesn't want to see a good person become a victim of violence from her mother-in-law and husband. It proved she was right. She didn't help the wrong person. And is always so kind. Su Jinyan's gaze quietly fell on his wife's face. Watching her relaxed eyebrows and the smile at the corner of her mouth, his eyes also sparkled a little. There's no need to teach sister-in-law to kill and get away with it. Sheng En's beautiful mood suddenly froze. She glared at him irritably. I think it's you who can't speak without spitting out ivory. The previous compliment about her kindness was followed by calling her scheming and dark-hearted. Such a big turnaround was quite a shift. I don't have such dark thoughts. It's just you talking so openly that's too frightening. Sheng En looked at the gentle-looking man with suspicion. Usually, people wouldn't say such things. Tell me, have you ever imagined yourself as sister-in-law Miao, secretly killing the Sun family mother and son without the authorities finding out you're the murderer? Su Jinyan pinched his wife's face, a hint of helplessness on his handsome face. I've never thought about it. However, I discovered that Anan was planning to help Sister Miao, and I guess she might teach Sister Miao how to harm the Sun family mother and son. I was worried they wouldn't finish the job properly, so I came up with dozens of ways to kill them without anyone noticing. Sheng En didn't know that Su Jinyan only admitted to the first part of her question. She thought she was overthinking and quietly relaxed, thinking, it's good if there's no problem. We are people living under the sun, and being a bit brighter and more honest is better for a long life. Su Jinyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she held Sheng En's hand a little tighter. Anan is right. When they arrived at Sheng's courtyard, the sun was just beginning to show half its face, shining very brightly. They carried their things from the car into the small building one by one. Su Qinglin took the donkey cart to the stable, and the others started to organize their belongings. A few days ago, the family cleaned the small building thoroughly, inside and out. Once everything was in place, everyone sat in the main hall to rest. After sitting for a while, a loud voice came from the back door. Jinyan and we're here. They quickly got up and went to the back door. As soon as they opened it, they saw Su Chuilian's family arriving, carrying many bags and packages. We brought the pork bones you wanted. Last night, your little uncle specially ordered a sheep. It was just slaughtered, and we brought it all together. Su Chuelian smiled brightly as she entered, talking to the couple while looking around. Seeing the tall courtyard wall, the lush flowers, and the beautiful two-story small building in front of her, her face was full of surprise. This house and yard, all given by Mr. Ding for free? Oh my, and it only said Mr. Ding thanked her, not that he was so generous. Looking at how beautiful the small building is, how green the flowers and grass in the yard are, and how perfect the trees and ground look, nothing is out of place. It's clear they are expensive and costly. Mr. Ding is so generous. No, it's more like the Ding family is very rich. The four men, including Zhang the butcher and his son, also stared in amazement. They walked around, looking everywhere, never expecting they would step into such a wealthy place one day. How many pigs would they have to slaughter to afford this? The family of five kept marveling, completely unaware that this was only a corner of Sheng's courtyard. The large houses and gardens in the front yard also belonged to Shengen. When they stepped into the main hall and saw the spotless blue stone floor, they hesitated to step on it, afraid their dirt might stain it. Su Chunlin couldn't stand it anymore and glared at his sister, Su Tsuelian. Did you lose that fiery temper of yours on your own? Unable to hold back her excitement, Su Tsuelian immediately strutted in and sat down heavily in a chair. I'm just worried about messing up your house and being disliked, so I didn't come earlier. Su Chunlin was speechless and didn't bother to respond. Su Tsuelian couldn't sit still either. She quickly stood up and asked Sheng to show her around, especially upstairs. Sheng naturally agreed and led her up the stairs behind the main hall. The four members of Zhang the butcher's family also wanted to go up and see, but knowing that the upstairs was the residence of Sheng and Su Jinian, the young couple, they felt shy to ask. Looking at the layout, which was exactly the same as downstairs, Su Tsuelian praised as she looked around. The upstairs is spacious, with 3 big rooms. When you have children, you can divide the rooms so several kids can live here. Sheng'en, that little sister-in-law, you're exaggerating. Standing by the window, her view suddenly widened. Looking at the larger, more expansive yard in front, with more houses and bigger gardens, Su Tsuelian asked Sheng'en curiously, "Do you know who the neighbors are? Have you met them? Are they easy to get along with?" But seeing the empty yard with no servants in sight, she wondered if no one lived in such a big house. Sheng'en knew it was time to be honest. He pointed to a large area in front and gestured to Su Tsuelian. "That land over there is also mine. Later, I'll take my sister-in-law to see it." Su Tsuelian froze. She was stunned. She was shocked. She screamed, her voice breaking. "What?" Sheng'en rubbed his ears, which had just experienced a brief ringing, and saw that his sister-in-law's hands and feet were trembling uncontrollably. Worried she might get too excited, he quickly grabbed her arm and pinched it. "Calm down, little sister-in-law." Su Tsuelian let out a loud scream, struggling to break free from Sheng'en's grip, rubbing her arm hard. "Why are you squeezing so hard? You're about to kill me." Thinking today was the big day for the Su family and not wanting to say anything unlucky, she quickly spat 3 times and said, "Heaven and earth, the words I just said were all nonsense. Please, gods and Buddhas, ignore them." Hearing her sister-in-law's rambling, Sheng'en couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Then, Su Tsuelian grabbed him and asked about the house. Sheng'en did not hide anything. She explained that old Master Ding had gifted her a house, which she then transformed into a garden-style restaurant to host wealthy guests. She simply told the story. Su Tsuelian was stunned and couldn't believe such a big, beautiful house was being used as a restaurant by her niece-in-law. "What is this called again?" That's it, licking the sky." A beast like a leopard daring to lick a divine object from the heavens. How dare it? The wealthy people mentioned are actually this leopard. Su Tsuelian felt a sharp pain in her chest but kept a strange calm on her face. "Since it's your house, it's up to you how you want to do things." Her second brother and Jean Mien didn't interfere. As her sister-in-law's family, she had no right to speak. Even if the house isn't used for much, it's still there and she got it for free. Even if the restaurant doesn't do well, she wouldn't lose much. Su Tsuelian held her chest and comforted herself. finally suppressing her pain. Sheng En didn't know her sister-in-law's true feelings. Seeing her so open-minded, she couldn't help but praise her. Sister-in-law, you'll definitely be a good mother-in-law. The girl who marries into your family will be very lucky. Su Tzuelian placed her hands on her hips, looking proud. I have high standards for my daughter-in-law. She must be at least like me. Sheng En couldn't help but smile and praised her generously. Such a wonderful daughter-in-law as you are hard to find. Having someone half as good as you would be excellent. Su Tzuelian was so flattered she couldn't tell east from west, and she grinned so much her teeth showed. The two went downstairs. Sheng En looked at the shocked faces again. The four people from Zhang the butcher's family never expected that what they saw earlier was just a small corner. The entire yard covers 15 acres, with a large front area. Sheng En and Jin Yan took their family of 5 to tour the yard. They looked at every corner calmly and accepted the fact that their second brother's family, second uncle's family, and second uncle's family had become wealthy landowners. They didn't invite many guests, but preparing 2 tables of food was still not easy. Sheng En took a glass of water and went to the large kitchen at the front. Su Tzuelian didn't see herself as an outsider. She helped Sheng En and Grandma Sheng with the preparations. Jin Yan stayed in the small building because he was going to entertain Mr. Jiang and others who might come over at any time. Before Mr. Jiang and the others arrived, Zhang Zhaodi came to visit. The door was opened by Zhang Dakue. Seeing the fierce-looking, tall man in front of her, Zhang Zhaodi thought she had entered a den of tigers and wolves. She was so frightened that her hand trembled and her bag fell to the ground. She stammered, I think I came to the wrong place. After saying that, she turned around and ran away. In the big kitchen, water was boiling, steam was rising, and 3 women were busy working hard. At this moment, a head peeked in at the door, Su Tzuelian's youngest son, Zhang Xiaokue. Sister-in-law, your friend has arrived. Zhang Xiaokue called out to Sheng En and then moved aside to let the visitor in. Sheng En looked up and saw Zhang Zhaodi come in. Her eyes were a little red, and her face was also flushed. She was startled and quickly went over, asking, Zhaodi, why are you crying? Hearing this, Grandma Sheng and Su Tzuelian looked over. Zhang Zhaodi's expression was very unnatural, and her face turned even redder. It's nothing. Before she could finish, Zhang Xiaokue, holding back his laughter, explained, Sister-in-law, it's all my older brother's fault. He just opened the door for this sister and scared her. Thinking of something, Zhang Xiaokue couldn't help but smile and even poked fun at his own mother. Mom, you'd better talk to Big Brother. He already looks scary, and he's deliberately copying Dad's stern face. With him like that, he'll never marry a wife in this lifetime. After saying that, afraid of being hit on the head with a spoon by his mother, he turned around and ran away, leaving behind a series of uncontrollable laughs. Su Tzuelian didn't care that her youngest son was running far away. She looked at Zhang Zhaodi in surprise, unable to believe her eldest son had scared the girl to tears. Although Dakue no longer looked as beautiful as he did when he was young, he wasn't so ugly either. Zhang Zhaodi's face was so red it looked like it was bleeding. She resisted the urge to find a hole to hide in and pretended everything was fine, trying to save her dignity. It was just the wind and sand that made me squint. I wasn't scared to cry. Sheng En held back her laughter and nodded seriously. Yes. You even dared to go to the graveyard to pick mushrooms. How could you be scared to tears by a living person? Zhang Zhaodi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the redness on her face faded a little. That's right. I'm quite brave. While talking, she saw a pile of ingredients on the chopping board waiting to be prepared. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves. Anan, I'll cut the vegetables for you. You go ahead and do your thing. Grandma Sheng hurriedly said, guests are here, and it's not right to let them do chores. Sit down and rest. Zhang Zhaodi walked to the chopping board and smiled at Grandma Sheng. Anan and I grew up drinking the same milk, so we're like sisters. You don't need to treat me as a guest. This was not an exaggeration. When Sheng En was born and couldn't eat solid food, she indeed drank milk from Zhang Zhaodi's mother. Grandma Sheng was convinced and smiled as she handed Zhang Zhaodi a kitchen knife. All right, I won't see you as a guest. Su Tsuelian listened for a while. Seeing that Zhang Zhaodi was cheerful, generous, quick to work, and had no bad intentions, she immediately thought she was a hardworking and kind person. She quickly moved closer to Grandma Sheng. Afraid Zhang Zhaodi might hear, Su Tsuelian lowered her voice. Auntie, is this girl from your village? How old is she this year? Does she have a fiancé? Grandma Sheng guessed she was interested in Zhang Zhaodi. Thinking that Su Tsuelian was friendly, generous, and her family was well-behaved, Grandma Sheng thought the Zhang family was a good place for her. She looked at Zhang Zhaodi across from her and also lowered her voice. Zhaodi was raised by me. She's honest and straightforward. She's the same age as Unin, 16 now, and she doesn't have a fiancé. After thinking for a moment, she decided to clarify some things and mention Lu's family. Her family once arranged a marriage for her, but the young man wasn't good. He got involved with another girl, and recently, her elders decided to cancel the engagement. Su Tsuelian's eyes lit up. This cancelled marriage was a good thing for her. If it hadn't been called off, how could her clumsy son have a chance? In just one meeting, De Kuei scared the girl to tears, so she figured she wouldn't give her to De Kuei. Fortunately, she had 2 sons, and the girl was only a year older than them. It would be perfect to arrange one of her sons for her. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. She couldn't help but glance at Zhang Zhaodi several times. Grandma Sheng saw this and realized she didn't mind that Zhang Zhaodi had been married before. She wanted to remind her gently. This girl is very spoiled at home. If you want her to be your daughter-in-law, you need to be sincere. Su Tsuelian listened and felt a bit envious of Zhang Zhaodi. Auntie, don't worry. You know my character. I wouldn't do anything to hurt my daughter-in-law. She was lucky to have a kind mother-in-law herself, and she wasn't interested in being a mean or disliked mother-in-law. The water in the jar was finished. While Su Tsuelian carried her water bucket to fetch water in the yard, Sheng and quietly asked Zhang Zhaodi, now that no one else is around, tell me what really happened with my cousin De Kuei. She had interacted with De Kuei many times and didn't think he would intentionally scare anyone. But whether Zhang Zhaodi was truly frightened and cried was something she needed to clarify to feel at ease. In front of her own mother, Zhang Zhaodi felt shy to speak openly. Now, she didn't hide anything and, with a slightly red face, explained what had just happened. It was my first time coming to your new home, and I didn't know the area well. I was already a bit scared. When I saw the person opening the door looking fierce and tall, I thought he wasn't a good person. At this point, Zhang Zhaodi's face turned even redder, feeling she was very useless. I thought I had come to the wrong place, and was so scared I wanted to run away. But your cousin De Kuei grabbed me, and pulled me inside. I thought he was really a bad person, so I cried and screamed, hoping someone passing by would help me. That person's grip was too strong. She used all her strength to hold onto the door tightly, but still couldn't break free from that big hand. She was very frightened at the time, only crying and wailing, not understanding what the other person was saying. It wasn't until he shoved a bundle he dropped on the ground into her arms that she finally realized she had misunderstood. After explaining everything, Zhang Zhaodi's face was so red she couldn't see clearly. She nudged Sheng and with her elbow and said, "Later, you help me explain to your cousin De Kuei. Just say I was too timid, and it has nothing to do with his looks." Her reaction, as if the sky was falling, hurt her pride a little. Sheng and clenched her thigh, holding back her laughter, and didn't let herself laugh out loud. Cousin De Kuei isn't that petty. But I will explain it to him for you. Zhang Zhaodi nodded, as long as he's not angry. With one more person helping, the ingredients on the chopping board were quickly prepared. Things that needed boiling were boiled, those that needed stewing were put on the stove, and those to be steamed went into the steamer. Several stoves and burners were fired up at once, filling the big kitchen with smoke and a variety of smells. The remaining ingredients needed frying, stir-frying, and quick cooking, which was Sheng An's job alone. Grandma Sheng sat by the fire in front of the stove, tending the flames. Zhang Zhaodi sat nearby to rest, while Su Tsuelian kept chatting with her, looking for topics. Zhang Zhaodi didn't understand Su Tsuelian's thoughts. She only thought her good sister's husband's aunt was a talkative person who could chat about anything from north to south. She was not shy by nature and easily started chatting with Su Chuelian. To her surprise, they found they shared similar views on many things. In this way, Su Chuelian easily learned everything about Zhang Zhaodi's situation. An onlooker could see clearly that the younger sister-in-law was a bit too enthusiastic about her good friend. She quietly signaled her grandmother. Grandma Xing nodded at her granddaughter, with a slight smile in her eyes, showing she approved of this matter. Sheng'an understood what was happening. She looked at her clueless good friend and thought that the younger sister-in-law was overly eager. When Su Jin arrived, Su Chuelian was asking about Zhang Zhaodi's preferences. He slightly furrowed his brows, walked into the kitchen, nodded at Zhang Zhaodi, and then said to Sheng'an, who was stirring the pot, "The master and the others have arrived." Sheng'an asked, "How many did they bring?" "If there are many, I'll need to cook more rice." Su Jin shook his head. "Just the 4 of them. They came on horseback." Gong Fuzi and Tan Jinli knew Sheng Yuan had no servants, so they didn't bring any guards. They just rode their horses over together. Sheng An, being Su Jin's wife and the owner of Sheng Yuan, naturally went to greet them. She quickly served the dishes into bowls, explained things to Grandma Sheng and the others, then hurried back to the small building with Su Jin. Sheng'an entered through the back door, went upstairs to change out of her greasy clothes, put on a clean outfit, tidied her hair, and then went to the main hall with Su Jin. Tan Jinlin and the others were familiar faces, but the middle-aged man sitting at the main seat talking to Su Qinglin was someone Sheng and had never seen before. Clearly, he was Gong Fuzi. Gong Fuzi was about 40, with a pair of standard phoenix eyes. His gentle but sharp gaze, along with his long beard, added a scholarly charm. Young and famous, Gong Fuzi was once a well-known handsome man in Jinling. Sheng'an stepped forward politely and bowed to Gong Fuzi, saying, "Master, your visit is a great honor. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly." Gong Fuzi quickly raised his hand. "Jin's wife, no need for formalities." Then he took a small box from the tea table and handed it to Su Jin, saying, "This is a gift from me for your wife to meet her." Su Jin took the box without hesitation and bowed to Gong Fuzi. "Thank you, master, for your generous gift." Seeing him accept it, Sheng'an couldn't refuse further. She had to bow again and say, "Thank you, master." Master Zheng looked at her, stroked his beard, and smiled, saying, "Having a wife like that, Jin Nian is quite lucky." Sheng'an pretended to be shy, stepped back to Su Jinyan's side, and smiled without speaking. Tan Jinlin teased, "Master, you can't favor one student over another. When your students get married in the future, you should give them a welcome gift too." Fang Qingzhou and Yinhua quickly agreed, "Yes, we want one too." Master Jiang pointed at them and scolded with a smile, "All the good things I have, I end up giving away to you guys secretly or openly. Now you even dare to ask for them openly." Sheng'an watched this quietly, feeling surprised. She thought Master Jiang was a serious old scholar, but he was so casual with his students. Thinking about it, it made sense. Master Jiang's personality fit her stereotype of a foodie. Su Jinian noticed Sheng'an's thoughts and lowered his voice, saying, "Master is very easygoing in private, but during class, he always holds a ruler. If you can't answer a question or answer it wrong, you'll get a smack on the hand. Your palm will swell so much you can't hold chopsticks." Sheng'an felt a twinge of pain just listening. She unconsciously clenched her hands and asked eagerly, "How many times have you been hit?" Su Jinyan's expression stiffened, and he decisively refused to answer. Until they left the main hall, Sheng'an still couldn't find out how many times Su Jinyan had been hit. After working in the kitchen for over an hour, finally, with the last vegetable dish ready, Sheng'an let out a sigh of relief. She rubbed her sore, aching arms and looked at the dozens of colorful, fragrant, and delicious dishes on the cutting board. She felt very accomplished. The other 3 were already drooling with hunger, especially Su Chuelian and Zhang Zhaodi, who looked at Sheng'an with stars in their eyes. "Anan, you're so capable. How did you come up with those complicated dishes?" Su Chuelian pointed at some of the dishes. Even though she saw Sheng'an make them herself, She couldn't remember the cooking process at all. Cooking isn't hard. As long as you master the basics and try more, you can create new dishes yourself. Sheng'an couldn't explain clearly, so she mumbled a few words and then picked up her teacup to drink eagerly. After working so hard, she didn't even have time to take a few sips of water. Now she was tired, thirsty, and hungry. Su Tsuelian noticed Sheng'an's tiredness and quickly said, "Sit down and rest for a while. I'll go to the small building and call them over." After speaking, she hurried away. Sheng'an admired her energetic spirit. Her younger sister had been busy all morning, yet she still looked full of energy, as if she wasn't tired at all. Zhang Zhaodi stepped forward and massaged her good friend's aching arms. "You made all these dishes by yourself. You should rest well in the next few days." Sheng'an smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not too tired." Grandma Sheng looked worried. "There are over 20 dishes. How can you not be tired?" Thinking about how her granddaughter might be so busy every day after Sheng Yuan's opening, she felt uncomfortable inside. Sheng'an comforted her. "Grandma, I'm still young. If I endure some hardship now, it will be better later." Grandma Sheng listened and thought it made sense. "That's true. Your grandpa and I had a hard time before, but now we are enjoying life. When you reach my age, you will also enjoy the happiness of having grandchildren." Sheng'an was silent. Her son and daughter were not even in sight, yet Grandma suddenly jumped to talking about grandchildren. Isn't that a big leap? Zhang Zhaodi watched happily. And is so capable. When she gets older, she might even be giving her grandchildren money. Sheng'an looked at her speechlessly. "Don't just joke around. You haven't even sorted out your own marriage." She first wanted to find out Zhaodi's attitude towards De Kuei. Grandma Sheng also looked over. "Yes, tell us what kind of young man you like. Your younger sister knows many people. Maybe there's someone suitable." Zhaodi felt a bit excited. During their chat, she learned that the Zhang family was in the pork business. Almost all the customers at their stall were familiar faces from the family. Zhaodi didn't hesitate and openly shared her thoughts. "Just find someone from a good family who can get along well. It's best if the elders are easy to talk to and don't bother the bride." Sheng and Grandma Sheng looked at each other. Grandma Sheng quickly asked, "What about looks and personality?" Zhaodi was momentarily confused. After thinking, she said uncertainly, "Nothing like Lu Yong, that flirtatious guy. Someone who chases after flowers and butterflies isn't a good person." Feeling that wasn't enough, she added, "Gentle and honest. I don't want someone who fights over small things. Many couples in the village fought, but women couldn't win against men. In the end, only women got hurt. She definitely shouldn't find a man who hits his wife." After hearing this, Sheng'an thought her good friend might be interested in De Kuei's younger cousin. De Kuei looks fierce, but he's actually very calm inside. To be honest, he's a bit simple-minded and not very sensitive to many things. This kind of personality has both good and bad sides. The bad side is that if he makes his wife angry, he doesn't understand why she's upset, which can make her more annoyed. His good qualities are clear too. He's hardworking, full of energy, and very determined. He does whatever needs to be done without hesitation or passing it to others. He's willing to do most household chores that many men avoid. For example, when the four of them are killing a pig, they wear old clothes, and even his little sister-in-law doesn't want to wash the clothes. The three brothers take turns doing it. After killing the pig, they also clean up. Usually, the little sister-in-law only needs to take care of the family's 3 meals a day and helps out when they are busy. Zhaodi is a carefree person who doesn't like to fuss over small things or get stuck on details. She probably gets along well with De Kuei. But nothing is certain yet. Whether they will become a couple depends on if they like each other when they meet. From their first meeting this morning, it seems Zhaodi doesn't have much good feeling toward De Kuei. Fortunately, the little sister-in-law is clever and doesn't need to get involved right now. Otherwise, if things don't work out, she might feel awkward being caught in the middle. Meanwhile, Su Jinian and his son, along with Jiang Fuzi, arrived at the front yard. There is a lakeside house in the front yard, with beautiful scenery. It has been turned into a nice room, decorated with what was already there, perfect for entertaining guests. Tangenlin stood by the window looking outside and couldn't help but praise, "This house is really nice." His family is well off. After coming to Qingzhou to learn from Fuzi, his family bought him a house. Compared to this one, it feels a bit less charming. Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua also felt the same. They were curious about how this house came to be. Their family isn't as powerful as Tan's, but they are quite influential in Qingzhou City. They have bigger and more elegant houses, but those belong to the whole family, not just them. Old Su's family is ordinary. They lived in a simple small yard for over 10 years and couldn't suddenly afford this house. But everyone was curious, though no one dared to ask directly. Su Jinyan did not hide anything and proudly explained the origin of the house. The Ding family, you all know. My wife helped the Ding family a lot. This house was a gift from old Master Ding to my wife. What? A gift from old Master Ding? Tan Jinlin and the others were shocked, suspecting that this cunning guy was fooling them again. But besides this explanation, there seemed to be no other reason why the clever fox suddenly became rich overnight and owned such a big house. Tan Jinlin couldn't stay calm and asked, "What exactly did my sister-in-law do to help the Ding family?" The Ding family was very rich in Qingzhou City, but wealthy people are not fools. They wouldn't casually give away a house worth thousands of taels. Tan Jinlin was very curious. Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua also looked eager to know, waiting for Su Jinyan to reveal the answer. But Su Jinyan kept them guessing, slowly saying, "You'll find out in a while." Ding Tianci was still recovering. Before he fully got better, old Master Ding wouldn't make any public announcements, and he naturally wouldn't share private family matters. "Old Su, you're really not being fair." Tan Jinlin rolled his eyes at Su Jinyan, wishing he could open his head and find out the truth. Being kept in suspense like this. Could he even sleep tonight? As a form of revenge, Tan Jinlin started mocking. "Since Ding family gave it to your wife, what are you so proud of?" This sneaky fox was even proud of eating soft rice. Su Jinyan's expression grew more proud. "Nen is my wife. We share wealth and poverty. As for you, just a bachelor. Nobody cares about you." That, was very insulting, and Tan Jinlin's face instantly turned red with anger. "You fox, marrying my sister-in-law is your good luck. If she had met me first, you'd be the lonely bachelor nobody cares about." Su was too much. They were classmates. How could he say such things? Su Jinyan looked at Tan Jinlin from head to toe, making him sweat all over. After a moment, he said proudly and mockingly, "You're just a kid who hasn't even grown full hair. My wife wouldn't even look at you." Tan Jinlin. Su Jinyan didn't bother to continue arguing with his childish younger brother and called out to Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua, who were watching the scene, "Sit down first. I'll go serve the dishes." Tan Jinlin suppressed his anger and pointed at his back with wide eyes. "A sneaky fox serving us food? Wow. The sun must be rising from the west." Realizing he had spoken nonsense, he quickly patted his head and said, "My sister-in-law needs someone to help with chores. I should have brought a few servants to serve her." Fang Qingzhou smiled and said, "She's running a business, so she'll definitely need helpers. Don't worry about it." Tan Jinlin chuckled. "That's true. When they officially open for guests, I'll come to support them." He then urged his two senior brothers, "You guys are local big shots in Qingzhou City, with more connections than me. Remember to help spread the word for my sister-in-law." Fang Qingzhou looked at him and said, "You don't need to tell me. The most famous restaurant in Qingzhou City is Zui Xianlu, known as the former imperial chef's descendant. He used to visit often, and the food there was definitely better than other restaurants. But it was only a little better. Compared to his sister-in-law's cooking, it was barely passable. To put it simply, eating too much at Zui Xianlu would get boring, and you wouldn't want to go back for a while. But his sister-in-law's cooking was so good that it made people want to have more." During his stay in Jinling for over half a month, he kept thinking about it, only able to satisfy his craving with the fragrant marinated peanuts left by the late fox. Fang Qingzhou could foresee that once Xingyuan gained fame, they would have to queue up just to taste Sheng An's cooking. Only Yi Yanhua remained silent. Tan Jinlin couldn't help but nudge him. "What are you thinking about?" Yi Yanhua shook his head with a faint smile. "I've known Jin Yan for so long, and this is the first time he's shown such childishness in front of us. Just now, he was arguing with Jinlin, no different from a 3-year-old. Tangenlin and Feng Qingzhou exchanged glances, and both looked surprised. Having a wife must be terrifying. There were 2 dining tables, set in adjacent elegant rooms. Master Jiang and his disciples sat together, accompanied by Su Jinian and his son. Su Chuilian's family of 5, Zhang Zhaodi, and the 2 elders of the Sheng family sat at another table, with Sheng'an, the master of Xingyuan, as their host. Each table served 20 hot and cold dishes. When all the dishes were brought out, the combined aroma was overwhelming. Normally, such a mix of scents might cause boredom, but everyone in the room was completely drawn in by the delicious smell. Without waiting for Su Jinian to invite him, Tangenlin and the other 2 men, one on each side and one behind, helped Mr. Jiang to the table. Master, last time we 3 came to enjoy your wife's cooking, we forgot to bring you a dish, and you punished us by copying the scriptures 10 times. Please sit first this time, and no more excuses to punish us. The embarrassed Mr. Jiang. The punishment must be strict. Mr. Jiang was born into a noble family and has enjoyed wealth and luxury since childhood. Now, at his age, he has lost interest in many worldly things. Only his love for good food has never changed over the decades. Mr. Jiang considers himself to have tasted many delicacies, but he was unexpectedly amazed by a simple lotus root and pork dumpling. Since then, he has been obsessed with Sheng An's cooking skills, looking forward every day to what surprises his talented student will bring him. Over a month, Mr. Jiang has tasted crispy yet tender fried small fish with bones, flavorful but not greasy braised pork, and crunchy, refreshing pickled cucumbers that help digestion. Even the vegetables he disliked most, like green beans, made into sauce-filled dumplings with meat filling, left him with unforgettable memories and made him love the unique green taste of green beans. Of course, only if Sheng An made them himself. The Jiang family's cook worked hard for days to make sauce-filled dumplings with green beans and meat, but Mr. Jiang only wanted to feed them to pigs. Now, sitting at the main seat, Mr. Jiang looked at the ordinary ingredients in front of him, but they looked more tempting than any delicacy he had ever tasted. He rarely felt so eager. Not wanting to be laughed at by a few rebellious disciples, Mr. Jiang ignored their eager eyes and cleared his throat, then looked at Su Jinian. Today, your family has double happiness. I won't say much, only hope you stay humble and diligent. In 3 years, I hope you will be nominated for the top honors and not let me down. Su Jinian stood up respectfully and replied, yes. Looking at this student he believed in deeply, Mr. Jiang stroked his beard and smiled, clearly very pleased. Tangenlin was anxious and kept signaling to Su Jinian, urging him to pour wine for Mr. Jiang so they could start eating. Su Jinian pretended not to see and quietly sat down. Mr. Jiang glanced at Tangenlin, who looked eager and cleared his throat again, ready to say something to him. Suddenly, Tangenlin moved quickly, grabbing a piece of fish paste stuffed tofu from the plate and carefully feeding it into Jiang Fuzi's slightly open mouth. Master, this is my sister-in-law's special dish. You must eat it hot to enjoy its full flavor. Tangenlin had never tasted the fish paste stuffed tofu made by Jin Yan before. He only used it as an excuse to stop Jiang Fuzi from talking nonstop and to let everyone enjoy the meal. Everyone was surprised by Tangenlin's sudden action and froze in place. Feng Qingzhou and Yi Yinhua reacted first. They quickly followed Tangenlin's lead, grabbing their chopsticks and casually picking the nearest dish, sincerely offering it to Jiang Fuzi. Master, these 2 dishes are very delicious. They lose much of their flavor when cold, so you should try them now. Jiang Fuzi almost choked on the fish paste stuffed tofu. Seeing the other 2 disciples imitate him, as if afraid he might choke, he glared at them sharply, reminding them to stop. Su Chenglin watched in amazement, his face showing a touched expression. He didn't expect Jin Yan's 3 friends to be so filial to their master. Feeding him by hand during a meal was a deep bond that moved him deeply. As he was moved, he suddenly noticed that his own big son was just sitting there without doing anything. He quickly elbowed him and said, "Why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and serve master's food." Jiang Fuzi was startled and waved his beard at Su Chenglin. No need, no need. I am healthy and capable. I don't need them to serve me. Su Jinyan looked at the three still trying to feed him and said in a steady voice, if you don't sit down soon, these dishes will get cold. The three of them, no matter how clever, couldn't come up with a good idea to make Master stop eating. They chose the dumbest way. Tomorrow at school, being punished to copy the scriptures 10 times would be a light penalty. But Tan Jinlin and the others didn't care. Seeing Jiang Fuzi glare and sit down to pick up his chopsticks, they happily returned to their seats. Jiang Fuzi didn't want the three disciples to ruin the meal. He smiled and invited Su Qinglin to eat together. Without hesitation, he picked up a piece of fish paste stuffed tofu, his eyes full of love for the dish. The tofu was smooth and tender, the fish paste was fresh and flavorful. The two blended perfectly, with the tofu absorbing the fish's freshness without any fishy smell, creating a rich texture with the chewy fish paste. Master Jiang carefully savored the dishes, increasingly amazed by the chef's skill. He was very lucky to taste such delicious food while alive. Next, he tried the mountain delicacy fish head hot pot, the secret recipe roasted fragrant chicken and pan-fried lamb chops. Each dish gave him a wonderful taste experience, making him unsure which plate to pick from first. Master Jiang was like this, and Tan Jinlin and the others were even more impressed. They thought that when they went to Su's house that day, Sheng'an had shown off her cooking skills to the fullest. But today, after tasting this table of food, they realized that was just a small test. Tan Jinlin was happily eating, but also looked at Su Jinyan with envy. Old Su was very lucky to marry such an amazing woman. He wished he had met his wife earlier. Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yinhua shared the same thought, their eyes full of admiration for Su Jinyan. They believed they weren't greedy for food, but once they tasted the dishes made by their sister-in-law, they wished they could eat forever. The four master and apprentice here were like this, and the people in the next private room were even more excited. Su Chuilian was covered in sauce, unable to hide her hunger. And with your skills, you should have opened a restaurant long ago. Even the guests at Zue Xianlu would be overwhelmed. Zhang Tufu, usually quiet, couldn't help but praise. That's right. Annen's cooking is just as good as the chefs at Zue Xianlu. He hadn't been to Zue Xianlu himself, but he had heard others talk about it. They said the food there was only slightly better than other restaurants, not as amazing as some claimed. A good example was the Ding family. Old Master Ding once paid a lot to invite the head chef of Zue Xianlu to cook for young Master Ding, but what happened? Young Master Ding's health improved only after eating his sister-in-law's cooking. Otherwise, old Master Ding wouldn't have given her such a big house as a gift. Second sister-in-law, boo-hoo, your dishes are so delicious I want to cry. I wish I could be your younger brother and eat your cooking every day. Zhang Xiaokui ate happily, expressing his longing with genuine emotion, regretting he wasn't born as Sheng En's younger brother. Sheng'an couldn't help but smile. It's nothing. If you like it, come to my house anytime, and I'll cook for you every day. Zhang Xiaokui's eyes lit up. Really? In the next moment, he was gently tapped on the back of his head. Really what? Anan is your cousin-in-law, not your cook. Where do you get such a big face? Zhang Xiaokui patted his head sadly, turning his disappointment into hunger. He picked up a shiny piece of braised pork and took a big bite, puffing out his cheeks and chewing hard. This is so delicious. Sheng'an watched him with a bigger smile. She used her chopsticks to tear off a piece of her special grilled chicken leg and, passing it through Su Zuilian, placed it into Zhang Xiaokui's bowl. There's a grill here. If you want to eat, just tell me. I'll cook for you. Zhang Xiaokui was overwhelmed with gratitude. Ignoring his mother's eye rolls, he nodded quickly. Thank you, cousin-in-law. You're so kind to me. He felt that no future wife would treat him as well as his cousin-in-law did. Seeing his almost tearful little son, Su Zuilian couldn't bear to look. She instinctively glanced at Zhang Zhaodi across from her, wishing she could slap him dead. This useless thing, acting like a child in front of a girl. It's a miracle she even liked him. Su Zuilian sighed silently and looked at her second son beside her eldest. Two starving ghosts reincarnated. Don't get angry, don't get angry. It would be such a pity to get full-on anger. especially with so many delicious dishes on the table. Forget it, forget it. First, eat your fill. Even if her 3 sons were single, it wouldn't ruin her mood for eating. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng, being older, didn't have good teeth. Sheng An placed several easy-to-chew, digestible dishes in front of them, reminding Zhang Zhaodi to serve himself. Zhang Zhaodi was trying these delicious foods for the first time and also saw how amazing Sheng An's cooking was. While eating, he nodded in approval. And Xingyuan will definitely become very popular. Before, Zhang Zhaodi worried Sheng An wouldn't make enough money, but now he had no such worries. With such excellent cooking skills, Xingyuan's success was only a matter of time. This double celebration feast left everyone feeling very satisfied. In the end, Sheng An's table of 20 dishes was completely cleaned, with not even a drop of soup left. Su Jinyan's group, with fewer people, couldn't finish all the food, but only 4 or 5 plates had half left. It was still early, so everyone went for a walk by Ming Lake to help digestion. They found a boat available for rent by the lake, and Zhang Xiaokui wanted to rent one to go boating. Su Tsuelian, who controls the economy, was not pleased with her younger son. She waved her hand and called everyone. Let's go, everyone upstairs. Zhang Zhaodi was eager to try and looked instinctively at Sheng An. Sheng An smiled and nudged her. I'll go with you. Zhang Zhaodi nodded happily and got on the boat. This was her first time taking a boat to tour the lake. She was excited and full of anticipation. The boat was small and couldn't hold everyone, so Su Jinyan rented another one. For students and teacher Jiang also boarded that boat. Grandpa Sheng, Grandma Sheng, and Su Qinglin were not interested in the lake tour. Because they were old and worried about getting seasick, they sat in a pavilion by the lake waiting for everyone to return. The 2 boats slowly moved away from the dock, drifting gently on the rippling lake surface. While enjoying the scenery on both sides, Zhang Zhaodi carefully leaned forward at the front of the boat, stretching her hand into the cool water to feel the flow passing through her fingertips. Suddenly, a playful little fish swam away from her fingertips. Its tail lightly brushed her palm. Excited, Zhang Zhaodi shouted, "Anan, there's a fish. The fish here are not afraid of people. It just swam onto my hand." Her shout caught the attention of others, including Zhang Dakue, who stood steadily at the boat's entrance like a tower. The ripples swayed, and the sunlight shone brightly, reflecting on the young girl's bright and cheerful face. Her eyes sparkled more brightly than stars at night. Compared to her crying and scared face earlier in the morning, Zhang Dakue suddenly felt as if his heart was gently touched. A tingling sensation spread, as if something was taking root and beginning to grow. Her dark face unexpectedly turned red. Everyone had a great time, their faces full of happy smiles. Until they reached the shore, Zhang Zhaodi's face was still rosy. She hugged Sheng An's arm and thanked her. "Thanks to you today, I ate well, drank well, and had so much fun. I haven't been this happy in a long time." It was as if the village gossip and rumors didn't matter at that moment. Sheng An pinched her good friend's rosy cheek. "Come over when you have free time. I'll make you some delicious food." Zhang Zhaodi was friendly. "Sure. I have a lot of dried bamboo shoots and mountain mushrooms at home. Next time, I'll bring some for you." There was a girl in the Zhang family who married at the foot of the mountain. During the rainy season, she would pick a lot of mountain mushrooms and send some to Zhang's family. Sheng An didn't mind and said, "That's perfect. I'll make mountain mushroom chicken stew. It's very delicious." When Zhang Zhaodi heard this, she swallowed nervously. Although she wasn't hungry, the thought of the delicious lunch made her feel like she could eat a whole bowl. Back at Xingyuan, Master Jiang and his students rode away on horseback. Su Tsuelian's family was also preparing to leave, especially Zhang the butcher and his sons, who needed to go to the countryside to collect pigs, so they couldn't stay long. Zhang Xiaokui was reluctant to leave, watching Sheng An eagerly. "Second sister-in-law, next time I come over, don't mind if I join you for a meal," he said. Sheng An chuckled and handed him a tightly wrapped paper package. "Take this home to eat. If you get hungry later, just come by." Zhang Xiaokui's eyes lit up. He immediately took the paper package and sniffed it. "Wow, roasted chicken. The same fragrant chicken we had at lunch. Su Tsuelian couldn't sit still and scolded Sheng'en, "You're always eating and taking things. Do you have too much money to burn?" Sheng'en smiled warmly. "A chicken doesn't cost much. My sister-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. I also ate a lot of the pork you sent before." Su Tsuelian couldn't refuse and patted her son's head. "Hurry up and thank your sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaokui bowed deeply. "Thank you, sister. You're like my real sister." Su Tsuelian was both amused and annoyed. "You're a little rascal. Sister-in-law is just sister-in-law. Don't go around making things complicated." Zhang Xiaokui, holding the roasted chicken, grinned widely. "Calling her sister makes us closer." It was a bit too familiar, but everyone just looked at him with a mixture of amusement and helplessness. They didn't bother to correct his way of calling her, since it was just among family. Zhang Zhaodi also needed to go back, as a young girl walking alone in the dark was unsafe. Sheng and also handed her a paper package. "Take this home for uncle and aunt to try." Zhang Zhaodi hesitated but was persuaded by others and finally accepted it. They all saw them off and watched their figures disappear. Sheng unlocked the courtyard door and went inside. "Today, you've worked hard. Go upstairs and rest. I'll cook dinner." Su Jinian noticed Sheng and looked tired and took her hand to walk upstairs. Sheng and was indeed exhausted, but didn't feel sleepy yet. "Take a shower first and then sleep. Remember to boil some more water. I need to wash my hair too." She felt her hair had been soaked with smoke all morning in the big kitchen. "I'll go boil water now, while the sun is still out." Su Jin came behind Sheng'en, helping her massage her tired shoulders, neck, and arms all morning. Sheng'en closed her eyes comfortably, leaning lazily against the chair back. "Tomorrow I will go to the dentist and bring back the few people I selected earlier. If everything goes well, we will open on the 26th of this month." Su Jinyan had no objections. "You decide what to do. Just tell me if you need my help." Sheng'en nodded. "Help me write an invitation. I want to invite Old Master Ding and Young Master Ding to Sheng Garden for a meal, as a thank you for giving us this house." Of course, the gratitude was fake. She wanted them to know that Sheng Garden's opening was real. This house was something she earned through her own efforts, exchanging it with the Ding family. She didn't feel she owed the Ding family's ancestors anything. "Okay, I'll write it tonight, and have someone deliver it to the Ding family tomorrow." Meanwhile, Zhang Zhaodi and her family were walking part of the way together. The Zhang family father and son led the way, while she and Su Tsuelian stayed behind, talking. They were already familiar with each other and got along well, so their conversation had no generational gap. Su Tsuelian looked at Zhang Zhaodi more and more favorably, feeling she was the destined daughter-in-law for her. Seizing the moment, she subtly shared her worries. De Kuei is only a year younger than his cousin. Because of his marriage, your uncle Zhang and I haven't slept well at night. Zhang Zhaodi instinctively looked at the tower in front of her, and coincidentally, she made eye contact with the tower she was just about to look back at. She was startled and quickly looked away, her heart pounding. Oh dear, no matter how many times she saw it, she still found this big guy terrifying. Especially when he wasn't smiling, it was hard not to suspect he had blood on his hands. Well, a pig's life is still a life. Anyway, that fierce aura made her afraid just to look at him. Su Tsuelian didn't notice Zhang Zhaodi's unusual behavior and kept complaining, "This brat is so clueless. He doesn't know how to get along with girls. If I were his mother, I'd kick him into the water and give him a good wash." Zhang Zhaodi chuckled softly, realizing it was impolite, and quickly composed herself to comfort her. "Auntie, someone as kind as you will definitely find a suitable daughter-in-law. Things like this take time, no need to rush." Su Tsuelian couldn't help but worry. She was afraid that if she delayed, her preferred daughter-in-law might be taken by someone else. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she thought of a great idea. She quickly called her older son and younger son. "Since it's not safe for a girl to walk alone, you two will take her to the village entrance. Wait until you see her go into the village before coming back. Letting Daku go alone might cause misunderstandings if others saw, which could hurt her reputation." Xiao Kuei, being young and innocent, looked like he hadn't fully grown up yet. With him accompanying her, No one would think much. Zhang Zhaodi looked at the sky and thought it wasn't necessary to insist. She politely declined, saying, "No need, auntie. My home isn't far from the town, just a few steps away." "It's no trouble for Daku and Xiao Kuei," Su Tsuelian scolded gently. "You said it's just a few steps, so it's no trouble." Zhang Zhaodi couldn't refuse anymore and looked at Zhang Daku and his brother, hoping they would be stubborn and refuse their mother's request. However, Zhang Xiao Kuei loved his family and respected his sister-in-law, Sheng'an. Naturally, he was kind to her only friend and agreed without hesitation. "All right, Huasu village is close. It won't delay me and my older brother from going to buy pigs." Zhang Daku hesitated for a long time, under Su Tsuelian's stern glare, and with a red face nodded. "Okay," but because his skin was very dark, Su Tsuelian didn't notice that her eldest son's face had turned red. She turned and smiled warmly at Zhang Zhaodi, saying, "Annie doesn't have a daughter. She's always dreamed of having one. In the future, just come and visit Annie when you're free." Zhang Zhaodi thought it was just polite talk and nodded with a smile. "I'll come to visit when I have time." She didn't realize that after saying this, Zhang Daku, who had been looking down, had his eyes light up. That evening, after taking a bath, Sheng'an didn't go to bed right away. Instead, she opened the gift Zhang Zhaodi brought. The bundle was light and didn't weigh much, but it looked a bit big. Curious, Sheng'an untied it. A bamboo sculpture nearly as tall as a person appeared before her eyes. She stared closely and twitched her lips, almost wanting to rush to Huasu village and scold Zhang Zhaodi for giving such a large bamboo statue of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, which was so big it couldn't even fit in a cabinet. Su Jinyan, with her hair loose and still carrying the scent of her bath, walked in. Seeing her wife standing still in surprise, he went over in confusion and also saw the oversized Guanyin statue, causing his lips to twitch slightly. Anyway, she couldn't let the three elders at home see this, or they would definitely pray to the gods to make her pregnant soon. Su Jinyan couldn't help but smile and gently patted his wife's head. "There's a big cabinet in the study. Just hide it inside there. Grandma and Grandpa won't find it." Sheng'an nodded quickly. "Yes, your grandparents won't go into the study. It's the safest place." As she spoke, she picked up the Guanyin figure and was about to leave. After walking a few steps, Sheng'an paused and said, "This Guanyin's weaving technique is so delicate." She had visited a weaving museum in her past life and knew a bit about weaving. She immediately saw that this bamboo-woven Guanyin was different from ordinary woven crafts. Hearing this, Su Jinyan came over to look carefully. He was also amazed by the intricate weaving. "Did your friend make this herself?" Sheng'an was unsure. Zhao Di learned bamboo weaving from her grandfather, but her technique isn't as good as this. "I'm not sure if she made it." Then she placed the bamboo-woven Guanyin on the table and thought to herself, "If it's not Zhao Di, then someone she knows. I'll ask her about it later." A well-made bamboo craft is a piece of art. And if it's art, it can be sold for money. Sheng'an felt she might have found another way to make money, and it didn't require much effort. She was tired from the day, so she slept very soundly that night. The next morning, she went to the pawn shop feeling refreshed. When the pawn shop owner saw her, he immediately greeted her happily. "Miss Sheng, the people you selected last time have been trained. The contracts are ready, and you can take them anytime." Sheng'an was very pleased with the efficiency. "Let me see the people first. If everything's fine, I'll take them now." The owner nodded politely. Yes. I'll have them come over right away." After that, he hurried to the back. Soon, he returned with 8 young men and women behind him. The oldest was no more than 20, and the youngest only 12 or 13. The 8 of them had learned the rules well. Bowing politely to Sheng'an, "Greetings, Mississippi." Sheng'an looked them over carefully, confirming they were the ones she had chosen before. She then took out 2 10-tael silver notes from her purse and handed them to the owner. This was the remaining payment for buying the people. She had already paid 60 taels before. Seeing Sheng'an so straightforward, the servant's smile grew even warmer. He quickly handed over the sale contract and receipt to Sheng'an. "Please review these." Sheng'an carefully looked over the documents, confirmed there were no issues, and nodded. "If I need anything in the future, I will definitely come to you." The servant immediately beamed with a broad smile. Sheng-en returned to Sheng Garden with 8 people and arranged their accommodations. She pointed to 2 rooms on the left side and said to 4 male servants, 2 people per room. You can arrange yourselves. There are blankets and clothes on the beds, 1 set each. No fighting over them. The 4 men respectfully bowed, moving in neat unison. Yes, young lady. They were similar in height and had delicate features. Standing together, they looked very pleasing. Sheng-en nodded with satisfaction. Starting tomorrow, I will train you. The training lasts only 5 days. You must perform well. She didn't mention what would happen if they didn't perform well, but each of the 4 male servants tensed up, not daring to slack off. Sheng-en waved her hand, telling them to go back to their rooms and settle in. Then she led the remaining 4 girls further inside. When Sheng Garden was built, a special house was made for the servants, located in the northwest corner near the road. 2 of these rooms were converted into shops for Sheng's parents and Su Qinglin to sell wontons, and 6 rooms remained empty. Sheng-en pointed to 2 rooms on the side and said to the 4 girls, You 2 share a room. Each of you will have a set of blankets and clothes. The 4 girls, of different ages and appearances, all moved in neat unison and bowed respectfully. Yes, young lady. Sheng-en's gaze fell on each of their faces, her tone becoming serious. In the coming days, you will also receive training. Those who perform well, I will teach them everything I know. Without giving their full effort, how could they become great chefs? Without becoming great chefs, how could they earn money to support themselves? The 4 girls suddenly widened their eyes, instinctively looking at Sheng-en, doubting if they had heard correctly. Realizing what she meant, they hurriedly lowered their heads, hearts pounding with excitement. They didn't know Sheng-en's exact identity or what she did, but being able to afford such a large house meant she was a very capable person. If they were lucky enough to catch her attention and learn her skills, they would be very useful servants to her. This way, they wouldn't be easily sold off or forced into dirty places like brothels or hidden dens. Sheng-en noticed the expressions of the 4 girls changing and softened her tone a little. I have high hopes for you all. Please don't let me down. The 4 girls eagerly promised. Yes, young lady. We will do our best. Sheng-en nodded and turned to leave. As she watched her go, the 4 girls relaxed. They looked at each other and saw strong determination in their eyes. They all had one thought. They must outshine the other 3 girls. As Sheng-en stepped into the small building, she saw 3 elders sitting in the main hall, clearly waiting for her. Before she could ask, Grandma Sheng spoke first. We've moved in already. The shop is cleaned inside and out. We discussed it and plan to open tomorrow to sell wontons. Grandpa Sheng quickly agreed. Yes, opening a day late means missing out on money. That would be a shame. Su Qinglin nodded along. The cart and stove are ready. Your grandparents will sell inside the shop, and I'll push the cart outside to set up a stall. We can promote our shop and let the nearby residents know there were no familiar neighbors or friends nearby. They were all eager to start earning money as soon as possible and make their small family proud. Sheng-en didn't expect them to be so eager. She thought for a moment and asked, Should we pick a lucky day to open? Grandpa Sheng waved his hand. We 3 old folks were taught by you. It's fine to open without choosing an auspicious day. Sheng-en felt a bit embarrassed and quickly warned them, there aren't many residents here. It might take some time to build a good reputation. We probably won't make much money at first. Su Qinglin nodded. That's why I decided to set up a stall outside. There are many residents across Ming Lake, and there's a market nearby. Later, we can buy vegetables and meat there. Early that morning, the 3 of them went out for a walk to get a general idea of the area. Seeing that the elders were prepared, Sheng-en didn't say more. Cheng will open tomorrow. The next morning, the small wonton shop opened for business. It was right by the road, so passers-by could see it easily. Seeing such a large house, it surprisingly had a wonton shop. Passers-by couldn't help but feel curious, and some even suspected that the owner of the house was struggling financially to run such a small business. Some people, unable to resist their curiosity, thought that since a bowl of wonton didn't cost much, they would go inside and look around. They saw that the tables, chairs, and benches were all complete and very clean. This made the passers-by feel a bit friendly towards the place. They walked to the kitchen window to look inside. Inside the kitchen, it was also very tidy. 2 elderly men and women were busy cooking. The passers-by loudly asked, "How much for a bowl of wonton?" Since the shop just opened, there were already customers. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng were especially happy. Grandpa Sheng, who had no experience in serving customers, became nervous and didn't know how to reply, just staring at the customer. In contrast, Grandma Sheng, who had worked with Sheng and at a stall before, was more experienced. She smiled kindly and said, "Big bowl, 8 cents. Small bowl, 6 cents. As she spoke, she casually lifted the lid of the steaming pot, and a strong aroma of meat wafted out, hitting the passers-by's nose. The passerby hadn't eaten breakfast and was immediately tempted by the delicious smell. His stomach growled loudly. He swallowed hard and eagerly took out 8 cents. "I'll have a big bowl," Grandma Sheng replied. "All right, please wait a moment, it will be ready soon." The passerby looked at the steaming meat soup and couldn't help but swallow again. He then found a seat nearby and sat down, staring eagerly at the kitchen window. Soon, a bowl of fragrant, steaming wontons was served. Grandma Sheng pointed to the bottles and jars on the table and said, "These are vinegar and chili. You can add them to taste. It's free." The passerby was surprised. "Add whatever I want for free? Aren't you worried someone might steal?" He had eaten wontons elsewhere and never received such treatment. Usually the shop might add some scallions, but that was all. Grandma Sheng smiled and said, "Customers who are willing to pay for wontons don't care about these small extras." The passerby thought Grandma Sheng was too naive. There were many people in the world who knew how to live well. But since it wasn't his business, he didn't bother to interfere. Looking at the bowls filled with thin-skinned, large-filling, fragrant, plump wontons, he suddenly felt very hungry. He grabbed a spoon, scooped one up, blew on it a few times, and then put it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. He didn't care about anything else now. One after another, he kept eating the wontons. Soon, a big bowl of wontons, along with the broth, was all gone. The passerby, satisfied with his meal, let out a big burp and looked at the empty bowl with no soup left. He felt that the 8 coins he paid were worth it. This new wonton shop had an amazing taste. When Grandma Sheng came out to clear the dishes, the passerby gave her a thumbs up. "Madam, your wontons are really good. I'll come back next time." On the first day of opening, receiving such praise made Grandma Sheng very happy. The wrinkles around her eyes deepened a little. "Thank you for your support." After the customer left, Grandma Sheng quickly went back to the kitchen. She took out 8 coins from her apron pocket and happily showed them to Grandpa Sheng. "This is the first money we earned from selling wontons." Grandpa Sheng was so happy he rubbed his hands together. "Great! The customer just praised us, so we'll definitely make more money." The 2 elderly people were as happy as children, imagining their small shop thriving, selling 100 bowls a day. Unaware of this, the passerby who had just left didn't know that his casual compliment had filled the old couple with confidence. Halfway down the street, he suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. He suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh no, I forgot to ask the old lady how they got the shop." He looked back unwillingly, thought for a moment, but decided not to go back. Forget it. The wonton bowl was worth 8 coins. I'll ask about the house's story next time. More customers, curious, came into the shop. Throughout the morning, they sold over 10 bowls. Although it wasn't as busy as when Sheng'an was selling at the market stall, the 2 elders felt very content. As the busy morning passed, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng started cleaning the shop. Just after they finished, Su Chunglin pushed his cart back, his face beaming with a smile that couldn't be hidden. Seeing the empty broth and wonton containers, Grandma Sheng was surprised. All sold out. Su Chunglin placed his heavy money bag on the table, poured himself a big glass of water, drank it all in one gulp, and then excitedly said, "Yes." The place was crowded, business was good. At his age, this was Su Chunglin's first time selling at a stall. But he had traveled and worked outside for many years. He was outgoing and knew how to attract customers. In fact, the 300 or so wontons he brought out were sold out just like that, even better than selling in the shop. The three of them locked the shop door and happily returned to the small building, eager to share today's achievements with Sheng-en. However, Sheng-en was currently in the front yard training 4 male waiters, mainly teaching them proper manners, etiquette, and appropriate speech when serving guests. Always remember your role. No matter how friendly the guest is, you must never be rude in front of them. Similarly, no matter how difficult the guest is, you should not be disrespectful. If you encounter problems you cannot handle, report them immediately. The 4 listened very carefully, each silently remembering these instructions. Of course, when faced with rude requests from guests, you should refuse politely. If a guest tries to touch you inappropriately, you must speak up and stop them right away. Don't let them take advantage. This advice was very straightforward, and the 4 male waiters looked at each other with confusion. They were all around 17 or 18 years old. How could guests try to touch them? Sheng-en saw through their thoughts at a glance, cleared her throat, and continued. In Qingzhou City, there is a place called Nanfeng Pavilion. You can probably guess what kind of place it is without me telling you. In the Wei Dynasty, the customs were open and Nanfeng Pavilion was everywhere. Some men were not gay, but out of curiosity, desire to conquer, or influenced by current trends, they would go to Nanfeng Pavilion to find male companions for a night. At first, Sheng-en wanted to buy 2 men and 2 women as waiters, but later decided that male waiters would be safer, so she bought the 4 people in front of her. Running a business, you might encounter all kinds of strange and perverted customers. Even if the chances were small, Sheng-en wanted the 4 to be prepared and know what they might face. Now, the 4 waiters felt a bit nervous. Among them, Shuqi, who Sheng-en named, cautiously asked, "Master, what if we speak up to stop them and anger the guests?" Sheng-en replied softly, "People who can come to Xingyuan for meals are not ordinary folks. They care about their reputation. If they really met someone shameless, it wouldn't be hard to handle." Her reminder was partly to prevent them from getting into trouble and partly to stop them from having inappropriate thoughts that could damage Xingyuan's reputation. The 4, including Shuqi, naturally didn't know Sheng-en's concerns. They thought she was only looking out for them, and they were deeply touched, promising, "We will be careful and cautious." Sayan looked at the sky and nodded, saying, "That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow." When they returned to the small house, Grandma Sheng was cooking lunch in the kitchen, Grandpa Sheng was tending the fire at the stove, and Su Qinglin was standing at the door chatting with them. As soon as he saw Sayan, Su Qinglin pretended to be casual and asked, "Guess how much we sold this morning?" Hearing this, the 2 elders of the Sheng family also looked at Sayan. Sayan glanced at her father-in-law, noticing his uncontrollable smile, and guessed that business was good today, but she deliberately gave a low estimate. The shop's location isn't great, and it's only the first day. Selling around 100 coins would be good. Su Qinglin shook his head repeatedly. "That's too little," Sayan pretended to think and added a bit more, 150 coins. Su Qinglin felt that his daughter-in-law looked down on him. He widened his eyes and pointed at himself, then at Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng. "We 3 worked hard all morning. 150 coins isn't enough." Sayan also widened her eyes like him. "It actually exceeded 150 coins? You guys are amazing." While speaking, her face was full of admiration as if saying, "You were born to do business and make big money." Sure enough, Su Qinglin was so pleased he couldn't help but laugh. He blurted out the actual number. It was a total of 288 coins. After deducting costs, we probably earned about 180 coins. Sayan's expression became even more exaggerated. She clapped her hands excitedly. "Wow, that's amazing. Earning so much on the first day, at least 5 or 6 taels of silver in a month." Su Qinglin modestly waved his hand. "It's just the 3 of us working. Before, you earned more than this alone from your stall." Sayan smiled and said, "You can't count it like that. The market in Nanfang is crowded, and it's not comparable here." Grandpa Sheng chuckled happily. "We didn't think it was little. Earning 5 or 6 taels of silver a month. Back in the day, I wouldn't have dared to dream of it." Grandma Sheng sighed. "Selling wontons isn't tiring, but farming is exhausting. We work ourselves to death, and in a year, we barely get 6 taels of silver." Not to mention 6 taels, even 1 or 2 would be good. These 2 old folks had farmed their land for decades, but still couldn't provide Sayan with a proper dowry. She could only take a shabby bundle to her new home. Grandma Sheng felt worse the more she thought about it. She looked at her granddaughter with guilt and secretly decided to sell more wontons, save money, and give her a proper dowry. The kitchen was filled with laughter and happiness until Su Jinyan rode back on his little donkey. They were still dreaming about how to grow bigger and stronger. Su Qinglin proudly showed off his today's harvest to his son. Su Jinyan cheered him on, but not for his own father. All thanks to Anan. Dad, remember to buy something tasty for Anan when you earn money. Su Qinglin was speechless and scowled at him. You really have a big mouth. Su Jinyan smiled silently and took Xing'an inside the house. Not only did he not get praise from his son, but he also saw his son-in-law, who was good at complimenting others, leave with Xing'an. Su Qinglin was so angry, he scolded his unfilial son. Su Jinyan ignored him and softly asked Xing'an, "Can you take 2 days off at the end of the month? Brother Fong and Brother Yi are hosting a banquet at their homes. Would you like to come with me?" Fong Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua also scored high in their exams, so their families would naturally hold a celebration. Xing'an asked, "What day are Fong's and Ye's banquets?" "Today, I received a reply from old Master Ding saying their family will arrive on time." "I definitely won't be free that day." Su Jinyan nodded. "Fong's on the 28th, Ye's on the 30th. Perfect, they don't overlap." Xing'an smiled. "All right, you get the gifts ready and we'll go together." Su Jinyan cleared his throat and hesitated before saying, "Brother Fong and Brother Yi hope you can give them a few special seasoned roasted chicken legs. The day before yesterday, before Jiang and the others left, Xing'an packed each of them a special seasoned roasted chicken leg." Fong Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua took the chicken home to show respect to their elders, but it wasn't enough for everyone. The younger family members argued so much that they didn't dare go home, afraid of being asked if they had the special seasoned roasted chicken legs. They were so overwhelmed that they had no choice but to ask Su Jinyan for help. Xing'an listened and wasn't surprised at all. "Just a few? Their family is big, and they have so few friends and relatives," Su Jinyan firmly said. "Enough. Even if it wasn't enough, it had to be enough." Xing'an saw through his little plan and said with a smile, 20 for each family. When the time comes, let them send someone to pick them up. With the connections of Fong's and Ye's families, many people would attend the banquet. Just one special seasoned roasted chicken leg could bring a group of potential customers to Xingyuan. Maybe Fong Qingzhou and Yi Yanhua just wanted to use this chance to help her. Su Jinyan rubbed her head and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Xing'an glared at him and pinched his waist. "You never learn, do you?" Su Jinyan stayed calm and gently kissed her on the cheek. "It just means I care." Xing'an. She couldn't outmatch his teasing. Never could. That afternoon, Xing'an went to the main kitchen and asked the 4 young girls to each make their best dish. They were all from poor families just like Xing'an and had grown up working by the stove, so cooking a good dish was no problem for them. However, the best ingredients they had ever used were pork and chicken. Now, seeing the table full of fine ingredients, 2 of them carefully chose pork as their main ingredient. The other 2 chose fish and eggs with chives. Xing'an watched quietly from the doorway as they worked. The first dish brought to her was the simplest, stir-fried eggs with chives. The heat wasn't well controlled. Half the eggs were soft, the other half burnt. The salt was added too early, so the chives turned dark green and soggy, with water pooling at the bottom of the plate. Xing'an took a bite. The flavor was a bit bland, and the egg had a strong smell. Looking up at the nervous girl in front of her, Xing'an asked, "You're 16 this year, right?" Baolan answered in a trembling voice, "Yes, my lady, I just turned 16. Xing'an nodded and pointed to a chair nearby.
"Sit down."
Baolan sat carefully, only half on the chair, her head lowered, too afraid to speak. Xing'an sighed, remembering Baolan's story. Her home was not far from Qingzhou City. Because her eldest brother couldn't afford to marry, her parents sold her to a broker. They had hoped to sell her to a wealthier household for more money, but Baolan's looks were plain, and the broker wasn't foolish enough to pay too much. They bargained right in front of her, and in the end, The broker bought her for 6 taels of silver. Looking at the timid girl, Sheng softened her voice. Do you miss home? Baolon hesitated, twisting her hands in her lap, biting her lip, unsure how to answer. After a long pause, she whispered yes. Sheng continued, do you hate your parents? They were the ones who sold you, and almost to a terrible place. Baolon shook her head, then nodded slightly. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Sheng did not press further and changed the question. If one day you were free, would you return to your parents? Baolon's heart tightened, and she quickly showed her loyalty. Master, I belong to you in life and in death. I will never change my heart. When she was learning the rules at the broker's house, the old woman had warned them never to have thoughts they shouldn't, and even if they did, they must never let their master know. Otherwise, they would never gain trust or respect and would remain lowly servants forever. Sheng shook her head, her calm eyes seeming to see through people's hearts. I want the truth. Baolon panicked, bit her lip, and said firmly, Master, I don't want to go back. Sheng became curious.
Why?
Don't you miss your home? Baolon's eyes turned red. My parents sold me to help my older brother. If I ever went back, they might sell me again for the sake of my younger brothers. As she spoke, she knelt before Sheng and Master. I'm not clever, but I know that as long as I work hard for you, I will have a place to stay. During her 2 days at Sheng Garden, she had eaten well, slept peacefully, and no one had beaten or scolded her. She even had the chance to learn new skills. Why would she long for a home that had no place for her? The 6 taels of silver from her sale had already repaid her parents' kindness and ended her hope of returning. Even her name, Baolon, was given by her master. Now, she only wanted to do her job well. If she could always have enough to eat and avoid punishment, that would be enough. Get up, Sheng said. She personally helped the tearful girl to her feet. Seeing Baolon's thin face and calloused hands, Sheng felt a bit more respect for this thoughtful and determined girl. Work hard. As long as Sheng Garden stands, you will never go hungry. Baolon was deeply moved and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. Thank you. After that, the other 3 finished their signature dishes one after another, placing them before Sheng for her to taste. After tasting all the dishes, Sheng had a clear idea of each person's cooking skills. Bao Xiang had the best knife work, Bao Xiao controlled the heat best, while Baolon and Baoyan were average. They only managed to cook the food properly. In Sheng's eyes, none of the 4 had yet reached the required standard. Currently, not passing the test is not a big problem. They are all under 18 and have plenty of room to grow. Sheng looked at Bao Xiang, the oldest and most attractive girl. What are your plans for the future? The tooth seller had mentioned Bao Xiang's background. She married at 16 and has a son. Last year, her husband died of illness. Her in-laws couldn't accept her and sold her for 5 taels of silver. They said Bao Xiang was young and beautiful, and she would likely be unfaithful if left alone, causing trouble for the family. They believed that if she stayed, she would ruin the family's reputation and shame their son's memory. Before choosing people at the tooth shop, Sheng asked Bao Xiang this question. At that time, she was confused and didn't know how to answer. Sheng sensed that the tooth shop wanted to sell Bao Xiang to a brothel for a high price. Out of sympathy, she chose her. With Bao Xiang's looks and age, it wouldn't be hard for her to marry again. If she had such thoughts, she would find it hard to focus on learning cooking skills. Sheng couldn't spend her time and energy on someone who was divided in mind. When she heard the question again, Bao Xiang changed from confused to determined. She walked slowly to Sheng and knelt down. Her once shy and hesitant eyes now showed resolve. Madam, I want to learn skills from you. I will never marry again in this life. Sheng looked into Bao Xiang's eyes and said calmly, although you are bought by me, I won't stop you from marrying. You have many years ahead. Bao Xiang thought Sheng didn't believe her and looked worried. Madam, I am telling the truth. As long as you don't mind, I will serve you faithfully for the rest of my life. Her parents died when she was young. Her family's property was divided among her uncles and grandparents. She became a burden everyone disliked, suffering as a dependent. She grew up and was sold by her uncles and grandparents to a weak man to bring good luck. When that man died, her in-laws sold her to the tooth shop for 5 silver coins, ignoring her young son's need for care. If she hadn't met Shungin, she might have been trapped in a dirty brothel forever, unable to escape. Her life experiences told her she couldn't let others control her fate. Now, she is a servant, but she has a chance to learn skills and become someone useful. As long as she is valuable in her mistress's eyes, her mistress won't easily abandon her. Shungin calmly looked at Bao Xiang, seeing only determination and full dedication in her eyes. She said nothing else, only 3 simple words: study hard. Bao Xiang burst into tears with joy and gratefully bowed to Shungin. Thank you, mistress. Thank you, mistress. Besides Bao Lan and Bao Xiang, the 13-year-old Bao Xiao and the 14-year-old Bao Yun also have tragic backgrounds. One is a sibling who is sick and couldn't be treated because of lack of money, and was sold by their parents to pay for the brother's medical bills. The other was exchanged to her sister-in-law's family, so her family could arrange her brother's marriage. However, before she could marry into her sister-in-law's family, her sister-in-law's brother drowned while swimming. Her sister-in-law's parents felt they lost out and forcibly took her away, selling her to a pawn shop. Shung and went to the pawn shop to select people, and Bao Yun and Bao Xiao boldly volunteered themselves. Seeing a bit of her own past in them, Shungin spent money to buy both. Since they were still young and had a few years before they could marry, Shungin didn't ask much, only giving the same simple instruction: study hard. Bao Lan and Bao Xiao are more outgoing. They respect Shungin but are not afraid of her. They immediately knelt and bowed. Yes, mistress. Next, Shungin pointed out their cooking deficiencies one by one and personally demonstrated how to improve. The 4 girls always thought their cooking was decent, not comparable to professional chefs, but it was not bad. When they tasted Shung's dishes, they were all amazed and deeply shocked. Master is so amazing. They realized that the difference between people and even between dishes could be described as worlds apart. After the shock, they became excited again, their eyes shining with determination. Mistress, we will study with all our might and will not let you down. They must learn with all their strength. As long as they could master her cooking skills, a bright future awaited them. Shungin saw their reactions, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. I will give you only 2 years. If, after 2 years, you still don't satisfy me, Sheng Yuan will no longer have a place for you. Laziness is a common human flaw. No matter how sweet words are, they are not as effective as hanging a rope around their necks. Sure enough, the girls' faces slightly changed, and their voices became even more determined. Yes. All afternoon, Shang'an was teaching them about cooking theory. How much they remembered and how well they applied it depended on their own understanding. In the following days, Shang'an guided the 4 students in etiquette and quick thinking in the mornings and taught the 4 girls cooking skills in the afternoons. Every day was very busy and fulfilling. The older couple of the Sheng family and Su Chunlin also worked hard at the wonton shop. After a few days, they gained some regular customers and the business improved day by day. Every time Sheng and returned to the small building, Grandma Sheng would happily tell her how many bowls of wontons they sold that day and how much money they earned. Seeing the elders happy and energetic, Sheng'an also felt very happy. On the 26th day, the usually quiet Sheng Garden suddenly burst into lively firecracker sounds, announcing that Sheng Garden was open to welcome guests. However, no customers came to visit. Not having visitors didn't affect everyone's good mood. As the smoke from the firecrackers drifted away with the breeze, Sheng'an looked at the sign hanging above the door with a big red ribbon that read, Sheng Garden, and her heart filled with big dreams. She looked at the man standing beside her and gently shook his hand. Do you have any thoughts? Su Jinyan's gentle eyes and soft voice replied, What one feels and thinks is what I feel and think. Sheng'an playfully pinched his waist. Cheating, Su Jinyan slightly turned to the side, secretly holding her hand with his sleeves cover. It's because we have a special connection. Sheng'an, wanting to tease him, asked, Then tell me, what am I thinking right now? Su Jinyan smiled softly, rubbing her palm with his fingertips. The street is busy, and wealth is flowing in. Feeling that he guessed her thoughts correctly, Sheng'an was a bit annoyed. She poked his waist. "Are you a worm in my stomach, Su Jinyan?" Seeing him speechless, Sheng'an giggled happily. Having a special connection is the same as being in sync. Don't worry about these small details. Su Jinyan helplessly ignored the looks from others and pinched her face. "How could I argue with you?" Sheng'an rolled her eyes at him. "You make me sound so domineering." Although this guy always acted considerate in front of others, since that night when he opened the door to a new world, he had been playing tricks on her. Finally, the stubborn calluses on her palm disappeared, and he took all the credit. Watching the two affectionately close, the three elders nearby felt shy and quickly turned to go inside. However, Shikiki, Baolon, and the others were seeing Su Jinyan for the first time. They just learned that their master was already married. None of them dared to look too long, afraid of upsetting the male owner. After the couple left, everyone finally relaxed and couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Master's family name is Sheng. This place is called Sheng Garden. Could it be that the old master is a son-in-law? Nonsense. The old master is a talented scholar. How could he be a son-in-law? What? The old master is a talented scholar? Who told you that? Yesterday I delivered flour to the dumpling shop. The old lady told a guest casually that the old master was the top scorer in this year's provincial exam. That can't be wrong. Wow, the old master passed the exam at a young age. He will surely become a successful scholar in the future." Their discussion grew louder and more excited. The saying goes, when one person succeeds, even the dogs and chickens rise. Serving a family with fame is different from working for ordinary merchants. Sheng'an didn't know about their gossip. After seeing Su Jinyan off to class, she went to the second-floor study to prepare the menu for entertaining the Ding family's grandparents and grandchildren tomorrow. Ingredients like pork, chicken, duck, lamb, fish, shrimp, and other common foods are easy to buy at the market. Rare ingredients like soft-shelled turtles, eels, and snakes need special hunters. Forget about beef. The government strictly forbids slaughtering cattle. Only sick, old, or injured cattle can be slaughtered with official permission. Even if you're lucky enough to find a cow ready for slaughter, its meat is usually already reserved by well-informed families. Ordinary people can't buy it. Sheng'an has been here for several months. She hasn't even seen beef, let alone smelled its aroma. After careful consideration, she finally finalized the menu. Sheng'an handed the menu to Baoxiang, asking her to take the other three to the market to buy ingredients. Learning how to select good ingredients is an essential step to becoming a great chef. Being entrusted with this important task, Baoxiang felt both excited and nervous, worried she might not do well and upset her master. The youngest, Baoxiao, comforted her. "Master has already taught us how to choose ingredients. If the four of us go together, we will definitely find what the master wants." Baoxiang took a deep breath, her eyes becoming firm. "Yes, since the master entrusted us with such an important task, it shows trust in us and is also a test. We must not let the master down." The four of them didn't delay much. They carefully stored the silver they bought and hurried to the market. The next day, Sheng'an arrived early at the big kitchen. Baoxiang and the others had already arrived, wearing matching aprons, busy sorting ingredients. They worked quickly and efficiently, so Sheng'an didn't need to watch over them. The Ding family grandfather and grandson arrived earlier than Sheng'an expected. Before the ingredients were cooked, Shuqi hurried over to report, "Master, the distinguished guest's carriage has arrived at the door." "So early?" Sheng'an was a bit surprised. She wiped her hands and took off her apron to go to the door to greet them. Unexpectedly, besides the Ding family grandfather and grandson, there was also a middle-aged man she didn't know, but who looked very impressive. "Old Master Ding, young Master Ding, thank you for honoring us with your presence at Sheng Garden." Sheng'an suppressed her curiosity about the middle-aged man's identity. She stepped forward with a smile to greet the Ding family and nodded slightly to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also nodded in response, but his expression was serious, looking difficult to talk to. Old Master Ding was very polite to the middle-aged man. After exchanging a few words with Sheng-en, he formally introduced them. Madam Sheng, this is Lord Song from Jinling. Lord Song visited my residence yesterday. Hearing that Madam Sheng's cooking skills are amazing, he came with us to visit. He didn't inform Madam Sheng in advance, so please forgive this old man's rudeness. Indeed, Lord Song arrived yesterday, but he only proposed to come to Sheng Garden when they set out early this morning. Old Master Ding didn't have time to inform Sheng-en beforehand. You're too kind, Old Master Ding. Lord Song's presence is our honor at Sheng Garden. Sheng-en naturally didn't mind this small matter. When she looked at Lord Song, who had a serious face, her attitude was polite but not overly flattering. Lord Song is a guest of Old Master Ding, so he is also a guest of Sheng Garden. Seeing Sheng-en's demeanor, a flicker of surprise appeared in Lord Song's eyes, but his face remained serious. Madam Sheng, I hope you don't mind. Given his status, he didn't need to be so polite to Sheng-en. But since Old Master Ding treated Sheng-en with respect, his attitude toward her became more cautious. The door was not a place for conversation. The group followed Sheng-en inside and arrived at an elegant room by the lake. Just after sitting down, a male waiter named Shuhua brought in tea to serve. Sheng-en watched Shuhua's every move, noting that he behaved properly, without any mistakes. He nodded to himself in approval. After 5 days of training, the results were clear. Sheng-en sat for a little while, exchanged a few words with Ding's grandfather and grandson, then got up and went to the large kitchen. Soon after, Ding Tianxi arrived, guided by Shuqi. Previously, Sheng-en had cooked for Ding Tianxi for 2 months. Thanks to his excellent cooking skills, he used food to help Ding Tianxi's stomach work normally. During this time, Ding Tianxi ate meals prepared by his own cook, but the effect was not as good as Sheng-en's. In 2 months, he only gained about 10 pounds, and his energy was not very good. Luckily, he was getting closer to normal. He could walk without help. Seeing the busy scene in the large kitchen, Ding Tianxi felt he probably shouldn't have come. He stood at the door, not moving, with Jianing standing close behind him. Sheng-en found it amusing. He pointed to a chair and invited, "Young Master Ding, if you don't mind the busy scene here, please come in and sit for a while." Ding Tianxi didn't mind at all. He smiled and sat down in the chair. He didn't waste time and told Sheng-en about Old Master Song's identity. The Song family in Jinling is second only to the Jiang and Wei families. Old Master Song is the main branch of the Song family, managing the family business and has business dealings with my family. Seeing that Sheng-en didn't look surprised, Ding Tianxi felt he was the one who hadn't seen much of the world. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he continued, "Old Master Song heard that my condition improved overnight and hurried by boat to Qingzhou to ask my father." "My grandfather mentioned you," Sheng-en asked. "Old Master Song is so anxious? Does he have someone in his family with the same illness as you?" Ding Tianxi shook his head. "I don't know. He didn't say, and my grandfather didn't ask. Their relationship was just a business connection, not close friends." Naturally, Ding Tianxi didn't inquire about personal matters. Sheng-en understood this and thanked Ding Tianxi, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, young Master Ding." Ding Tianxi waved his hand. "It was us who brought the person here. It's good as long as it didn't cause trouble for Lady Sheng." Sheng-en smiled. "No trouble at all. I should thank you and Old Master Ding for possibly bringing more customers to Sheng Garden." Ding Tianxi sighed in relief, a genuine smile appearing on his face. "Since Xingyuan hasn't opened yet, I didn't want to bother you before. Now that it's open, I can't help but visit every day." This wasn't flattery. After 2 months without tasting Sheng-en's cooking, he was eager and restless. Although the food at home was good, it still couldn't compare to Sheng-en's dishes. He kept reminiscing about the meals he had enjoyed before. "You're always welcome to visit, young Master Ding. If there's anything you'd like to eat, just send someone to tell me in advance." Sheng-en was always very patient with high-quality customers like Ding Tianxi. She wished she had more customers like him. Xingyuan now had 8 more mouths to feed. Ding Tianxi was sensible and didn't stay long in the main kitchen. After saying what he needed, he left with Jianing. In the private room, Song Wanjun sipped his tea, frowning slightly before setting the cup down. The tea served at Xingyuan was a gift from Old Master Ding. To ordinary people, These teas were excellent. But for someone like Song Wanjun, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, they were just barely drinkable. Old Master Ding couldn't quite figure out what Song Wanjun was planning. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother Song, we've known each other for many years. Can you tell me what's really going on?" Even if the Song family in Jinling was just a small, unremarkable branch, with the backing of the big Song clan, he could do as he pleased in Qingzhou. If the Song family had some secret intentions toward Lady Sheng, wouldn't that harm her? Song Wanjun looked at old Master Ding and shook his head, speaking seriously. "It's not that I want to hide anything, but this is a serious matter. Please forgive me, Brother Ding." Hearing this, old Master Ding felt more anxious and regretted revealing his grandson's improvement too quickly yesterday. Although he didn't show it on his face, Song Wanjun's sharp eyes noticed his unease. He sneered inwardly, not wanting to scare the old man who was half buried in the ground, and offered some reassurance. "If Lady Sheng's cooking is truly as miraculous as you say, then I owe you a big favor, Brother Ding." Old Master Ding narrowed his eyes and carefully considered Song Wanjun's words. It seemed that the Song family was skeptical about Lady Sheng's skills, which was why he had come all the way to Qingzhou late at night to find out the truth. His caution suggests that the person needing Lady Sheng's help is quite important. "I haven't heard of any major figure in the Song family being ill, so either they are hiding something or this person has a past connection to the family and holds a high status." Thoughts raced through his mind. Old Master Ding said in a deep voice, "My grandson's illness was caused by bad food. Lady Sheng's excellent cooking made him willing to eat, and his health started to improve. It's not that her food can cure all diseases." This implied that the Song family shouldn't have high hopes for Lady Sheng's cooking to avoid disappointment. Song Wanjun's lips twitched, but he said nothing. Old Master Ding found it boring and sipped his tea quietly. It was still early, and after sitting for a while, they both grew restless. Old Master Ding suggested they go for a walk. Song Wanjun stood up and followed him out of the private room, wandering through the garden guided by the chess master. As they strolled, they approached the large kitchen. Today, a northwest wind blew gently, carrying the delicious aroma from the kitchen across half of Sheng Garden. Hearing this special scent, Song Wanjun's spirits lifted. He instinctively looked toward the direction of the smell. Old Master Ding also caught the scent, squinting and smiling broadly. "It's been a long time since I tasted Lady Sheng's cooking. Today, I am lucky." The powerful aroma was different from Lady Sheng's usual light flavors, so tempting it seemed to touch the heart. In the future, whenever hosting guests, Sheng Garden must be the first choice. No, even without hosting, he would come. He and his grandson could afford it. Smelling the unique fragrance that differed from ordinary food, Song Wanjun looked thoughtfully toward the kitchen. Could the ancient legends be true? Is there a chef so skilled that their food can act like medicine? Even if the legends aren't credible, Ding Tianxi's example seemed too coincidental. He narrowed his eyes in thought, and his peripheral vision caught a few cats on the garden wall. They sat neatly on the wall, squinting and sniffing the air, their heads raised in fascination. Their intoxicated expressions looked quite amusing. Even animals are attracted. This shows Lady Sheng's cooking must be extraordinary. Whether Ding Tianxi's health improvement was a coincidence or not, he had to find out the truth. As long as there was even a small chance, he couldn't let it go. 4 helpers assisted, and Sheng and worked quickly. In just an hour and a half, the final secret recipe roasted fragrant chicken was ready. She prepared all the dishes that were most popular during the banquet, 4 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, and 12 in total. Soon, all 12 dishes were served on the dining table in the private room. Each dish emitted a strong, tempting aroma. The most amazing thing was that, even when the flavors were mixed together, people could still clearly tell what ingredients were used. The happiest person was undoubtedly Ding Tianxi. Since receiving Sheng Yuan's message, he had been counting the days. Because of that, he only drank half a bowl of porridge this morning, and now his stomach was already hungry. At this moment, Sheng En, dressed in new clothes, entered with a smile and invited the 3 to sit down. She picked up a wine glass and said, "Today, our honored guests are visiting Sheng Yuan. I am very pleased. I toast all 3 of you." After saying that, she took a sip of the wine. Recently, Sheng-En had been drinking occasionally. Her alcohol tolerance had improved, and she no longer drank just one glass at a time. Lady Sheng is so straightforward. Old Master Ding laughed loudly and raised his glass to signal to Song Wanjun, then drank it all. Song Wanjun naturally didn't refuse and finished his wine as well. Ding Tianxi, who had a weak body, didn't drink. Sheng-En didn't stay long. She exchanged a few polite words, reminded the calligraphy and painting servants to serve carefully, and then left the private room. Ding Tianxi's eyes were only on the food. Under Jianying's service, he carefully tasted each dish. When he took a bite of the oil-fried eel, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious." The dishes Sheng-En had cooked before were already impressive, but today he realized what true gourmet food was. The tender, flavorful braised lamb, the crispy yet tender spicy dried shrimp, and the nourishing 8 Treasures black chicken soup. With such delicious food, old Master Ding couldn't care less about what Song Wanjun was planning. He eagerly picked up his chopsticks to enjoy the long-awaited feast. Like Ding Tianxi, old Master Ding was also a filial son. He personally served his grandfather a bowl of clear braised turtle soup. "Grandpa, this soup tastes excellent. It's very soothing to drink." Old Master Ding happily took the dish, picked up a spoon, and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, it is extremely delicious. This clear braised old turtle soup was only seasoned with a little salt. No other spices were added. It focused on the pure flavor, perfectly preserving the fresh taste of the turtle. "Grandpa, there's also this black chicken soup. It has some medicinal herbs that boost energy, giving off a light herbal aroma that balances the richness of the chicken broth." In recent years, Ding Tianxi had grown tired of the bitter medicinal soups. He was initially reluctant to try this 8 Treasures black chicken soup, but with a try-it attitude, he took a sip. To his surprise, the taste exceeded his expectations. If all medicinal herbs could be cooked with ingredients to make delicious food, he would eat medicine every day. Good. If you like it, drink a couple more bowls. It's good for your health, old Master Ding said with a smile. Seeing his grandson talking to him, he also helped himself to some spicy, crispy shrimp. Kindly, he reminded, your stomach is still weak, so avoid eating too much of such spicy dishes. Ding Tianxi felt a bit embarrassed. He turned his chopsticks and scooped some shrimp into his grandfather's bowl. "Grandpa, you eat more for me." Old Master Ding happily agreed and ate several pieces, his mouth red from the spiciness. Watching the grandfather and grandson enjoy their meal so happily, as if they hadn't eaten well in hundreds of years, Song Wanjun took a deep breath. Suddenly, he realized how unfamiliar old Master Ding had become. But seeing the two eating so happily, as if they had been deprived of good food for a long time, Song Wanjun temporarily set aside his worries. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating some fresh vegetables. As he ate, his pupils shrank slightly. He looked at the vegetables on his plate with doubt, chewed a few times unconsciously, and his eyes revealed an undeniable shock. A simple vegetable could taste so good. He quickly hid his surprise, then reached for another plate, bright red braised pork with a clear distinction between fat and lean. He usually avoided greasy food, so he wouldn't normally eat this dish. But hesitantly, Song Wanjun took a bite. It was tender, not greasy, melting in his mouth, with a lingering flavor. His pupils widened again in shock. Before he could fully react, his chopsticks reached out for the braised pork a 5th time. Old Master Ding saw this clearly, with a smiling, playful expression like a happy Buddha. "Brother Song, Sister Sheng's cooking skills are the best I've seen. Did I not teach you well today?" Song Wanjun quietly put down his chopsticks, still looking serious, but showing a bit of restraint. "Not bad," he said. Old Master Ding didn't mind his stubbornness, and happily added another bowl of 8 Treasures black chicken soup for his beloved grandson. Seeing the soup almost finished by the two of them, Song Wanjun's mouth twitched slightly. Calmly, he handed his bowl to Shuyan sitting nearby. Shuyan understood the guest's meaning immediately. He stepped forward and filled a bowl with chicken soup, secretly smiling to himself. No wonder rural families often raise 2 pigs at once. They find it more fun to compete for food. They ate for a long time. For the first time in his memory, Song Wanjun felt full, which even surprised himself. The same was true for the Ding family grandfather and grandson, especially Ding Tianxi. Seeing half a jar of special sauce roasted fragrant bones chicken and half a plate of salt and pepper ribs left on the table, he directly ordered Jianying to pack them up. Without these two delicious dishes, he couldn't eat his dinner. Old Master Ding smiled happily, not thinking there was anything wrong with that. Song Wanjun's eyes kept twitching. It wasn't because he thought the Ding family was good at managing money, but he felt a faint regret for being a step too slow. Realizing this, Song Wanjun's expression stiffened. He instinctively stood up and moved a little farther from the dining table, as if the leftover food on the table was a dangerous feast. Old Master Ding didn't notice Song Wanjun's unusual behavior. He casually said to Xu Yan, "Go check in the kitchen if there's still some chicken left, and see if it can be packed to take away." Xu Yan quickly replied, "Yes, Old Master Ding. I'll go check right now." Soon after, Sheng'an arrived. Xu Yan followed behind, holding a tray with two tightly wrapped paper packages. Ding Tianxi was also very casual. He handed the tray to Jianying and then happily suggested to Sheng'an, "Your roasted chicken is really good. In the future, you could sell it separately. A single one priced at 5 taels of silver would definitely sell." Hearing this, Sheng'an thought to herself that Ding Tianxi was truly a born businessman, naturally good at making deals. But she also had this idea herself. The special sauce roasted fragrant bones chicken was suitable for all ages. If sold as a single item at Xingyuan, there would surely be people willing to pay. Sheng'an thanked Ding Tianxi and regarded him as a major customer for the roasted chicken. "Thank you for your suggestion, young Master Ding. I will consider it carefully." At this moment, Song Wanjun approached with his usual serious expression. "Lady Sheng, may I speak with you alone?" Sheng Anqi nodded and showed a slight look of confusion. Then she politely said, "There is a tea house next door. If Lord Song doesn't mind, we can talk there." Old Lord Ding looked a bit worried but couldn't say anything. He could only watch as the two went to the tea house next door. Song Wanjun looked at the relaxed woman opposite him and couldn't help but admire her inwardly. She was young but had excellent cooking skills and good business talent. Most people wouldn't think that transforming a garden house into a restaurant that constantly earns money, mainly from wealthy customers, was possible. This woman is extraordinary. Thinking this, Song Wanjun took a sip of tea and spoke coldly. "Lady Sheng, your cooking skills are impressive. May I ask who your teacher was?" Sheng'an shook her head and honestly said, "I learned on my own without a teacher. In this time and space, she truly had no master." Song Wanjun's face remained unchanged, but his tone carried suspicion. "Lady Sheng, you're young but have cooking skills better than those of famous chefs with teachers. Even with exceptional talent, it's hard to believe." Sheng'an spread her hands and replied straightforwardly, "If Lord Song doesn't believe me, I can't do anything. Besides, I don't need your trust, do I? As a cook running her own business, she wouldn't harm society or threaten others. Whether she had a teacher or not didn't affect how good her cooking was. Only bored people would dig into her background. She didn't care about such people at all." Hearing Sheng'an's implied message, Song Wanjun's expression grew more serious, clearly feeling displeased. But Sheng'an didn't care whether he was happy or not. She smiled and said, "May I ask if Lord Song is satisfied with this meal? If you are, please help spread the word. When Lord Song visits Sheng Garden in the future, I will give you a special discount." Song Wanjun's mouth twitched, doubting whether this woman had poor eyesight. He was from the Song family in Jinling. Was he really short of money? Seeing Sheng'an's straightforwardness and that he couldn't detect any abnormality, Song Wanjun asked directly, "Lady Sheng, I heard that Ding Tianxi's health was improved by your dietary therapy. This involves medical knowledge. Did you also learn this on your own?" Without giving Sheng'an a chance to argue, Song Wanjun continued, "Your father-in-law was seriously ill and bedridden for months. Since you married into the Su family, he recovered unexpectedly. Isn't that a coincidence?" Sheng'an frowned and looked directly at Song Wanjun to correct him. "My father-in-law did not recover without medicine. To treat him, my husband spent all our savings. He recovered because his illness was not yet at a point where no medicine could help. If Lord Song doesn't believe me, he can ask the doctors at Rongchuntang. She paused and then spoke about Ding Tianxi's illness. Young Master Ding has a severe food disorder, which prevents him from eating normally for a long time. His body gradually weakened, and his stomach became extremely fragile, unable to digest the food he ate. This created a vicious cycle, making his health worse and worse. I'm not a doctor, but I know that as long as he can eat something, his health can improve. The food I initially prepared for him was light and easy to digest. Young Master Ding is still young, so his stomach isn't completely useless. The liquid food he ate didn't cause serious problems for his stomach, so he naturally didn't it back up like before. After speaking, Sheng'an looked at Song Wanjun. Food and medicine share the same source. I don't understand medical science. I only know how to cook. Some things she couldn't explain clearly. She couldn't say she had magic, after all. Song Wanjun couldn't find any flaws in Sheng'an's words and subconsciously felt she was hiding something. After a long silence, his face was no longer as serious as before. His tone grew heavier and more hopeful. If someone is born weak and has poor appetite, similar to Ding Tianxi's previous symptoms, does Lady Sheng have a way to solve it? Sheng'an shook her head honestly. I'm not a doctor. Based on Lord Song's vague description, I really can't give good advice. Born weak and with poor appetite, aren't those signs of congenital deficiency? Such a condition could be improved with proper nutrition, but it would take a long time. However, Sheng'an thought that the person Song Wanjun mentioned was not simply born weak. With the Song family's influence, it would be easy to find skilled doctors for health regulation. The fact that Song Wanjun rushed to Qingzhou City overnight and still hoped she, a minor person, could help shows that the situation was desperate. The person's health was probably at the point of exhaustion. She wouldn't foolishly take on such a risky problem. Furthermore, Song Wanjun's cautious attitude suggests that his identity is definitely not ordinary. If he takes over, he might easily become the scapegoat if things go wrong. Song Wanjun left. After a brief greeting with old Master Ding, he hurriedly walked away. Seeing Sheng'an's calm expression, not looking troubled by Song Wanjun, old Master Ding felt reassured. He thanked Sheng'an for his hospitality and then left with Ding Tianxi. Sheng'an didn't take what Song Wanjun said to heart. He let Shukabeo Blue and others go to lunch and took the prepared food back to the small building. When he learned that old Master Ding and his group had left, Grandma Sheng picked up a shrimp and ate while saying, I wonder if they liked the food. Our Sheng garden hasn't hosted guests officially before. Sheng'an smiled and said, No rush, more people will come. Then he mentioned the roasted chicken. Everyone likes it. If we sell it, people will buy. Suji's roast duck sells for 300 coins each, so our roast chicken can sell for 2 taels of silver. The 3 elders looked at each other, all forgetting to eat. 2 taels of silver for 1 chicken? Listen to that. Does that sound like normal talk? Grandpa Sheng politely said, And our roast chicken is delicious. Selling it separately, some people will like it. But isn't 2 taels of silver a bit too expensive for 1 chicken? A pig weighing 200 jin can only sell for a little over 2 taels of silver. 1 roast chicken is almost as valuable as a whole pig. Whoever buys it is the fool. It's not expensive. If I sell it too cheaply, more people will buy, but I don't have time to roast so many. Sheng'an spoke confidently, refusing to admit he had the potential to be a greedy capitalist. The menu at Sheng Garden is ready. The cheapest dish will not be priced below 200 coins. Suddenly, the sound of a chopstick dropping was heard. Grandma Sheng's eyes widened, doubting her ears. 200 coins. She pointed at the chicken greens on the table. You're going to sell this for 200 coins too? Sheng'an blinked, picked up a chopstick, and ate a bite. It was crispy, tender, and delicious. Such tasty vegetables. Only 200 coins can reflect their true value. Grandma Sheng clutched her chest tightly, as if she couldn't breathe. At this moment, she couldn't help but curse her granddaughter as greedy. Selling a plate of chicken greens for such an astronomical price, she really wasn't afraid that people would get angry and cause trouble. Grandpa Sheng was also stunned and couldn't understand why his granddaughter, who was not stupid, thought wealthy people were so foolish. Only Su Qinglin remained calm and patiently explained, Xingyuan earns money from wealthy people. If the prices are too low, it doesn't show how special Xingyuan is. Also, when we renovated Xingyuan, Anin spent over 300 taels. Maintaining such a big yard costs money, and the tea for guests isn't charged openly, but it's included in the meal costs. Nothing is free. Most importantly, Anin's cooking skills are worth this price. She only cooked for young Master Ding for 2 months, and she earned enough to buy this big house and 2,000 taels of silver. Hearing this, the elderly couple from the Sheng family suddenly felt that 200 won wasn't very expensive. Before they could fully accept the high prices, Su Qinglin eagerly asked, "What's the cheapest dish? 200 won? And the most expensive?" Sheng and raised one finger. 10 taels. Suddenly, there were 3 gasps and 3 pairs of eyes widened. A dish worth 10 taels of silver must use rare ingredients. Things like beef, venison, or even bear paws and tiger meat. People would pay 50 taels if they wanted. Sheng sighed, looking helpless. Unfortunately, these ingredients are too rare. I can't get them easily. But I can prepare dishes for guests and charge a fee for the effort. Her fee was quite high. If someone invited her to cook at a banquet, as long as the price was right, she was happy to work hard. Grandpa Sheng asked carefully, "How much do you plan to charge?" Sheng raised another finger. 10 taels for a main dish, 100 taels for up to 5 tables, and 200 taels for more than 5 but less than 10 tables, increasing with the number. The 3 elders looked at each other, feeling numb. Forget it. The whole yard belonged to Anin. She could do as she pleased. If she accidentally hit the jackpot, she might get some unwitting fools. The 3 elders comforted themselves and fully accepted that their granddaughter, or daughter-in-law, was a shrewd businesswoman. That night, Sheng lay in bed with one leg resting on Su Jinyan. She played with his abs with one hand and asked about the prices. Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad all think it's too expensive. Do you think so too? Su Jinyan's waist and stomach tensed, his voice hoarse, as if something was blocking him. Not expensive. Hee, you still understand me. Sheng turned over and lay on the man's body, hugging his neck and kissing his lips. This price is very high for ordinary people, but for the wealthy, it's nothing. Besides, Sheng Yuan is just me, the chef. I only serve 2 or 3 tables a day. More than that, I can't handle. Sheng never doubts her cooking skills. They are her greatest confidence. As for Sheng Yuan's pricing, she never worries about scaring away customers. Not to mention, the Ding family grandparents and grandchildren will definitely be regulars at Sheng Yuan. Even if she only does business with this family, Sheng Yuan can barely keep going. If needed, she can also focus on selling roasted chicken as her main business. She definitely won't go hungry. Everything at Sheng Yuan is your decision. I can't help much, and I won't interfere with any of your choices. Su Jin raised a few strands of hair that fell by Sheng En's ear, held her face, and deepened the kiss. As long as you're happy, I support whatever you do. Sheng En was immersed in the gentle kiss, her head gradually feeling dizzy, as if covered in glue. You've helped me. You have scholarly fame, and you're from the Jinling Zhang family. You also have several distinguished brothers. These are the reasons Sheng Yuan can stand firm. Anyone who tries to cause trouble will have to think twice. In this feudal society, where laws and regulations are weak and ordinary people are restricted, having strength alone isn't enough. You also need influence. Using influence is also a form of strength. So, does that mean I am very useful? Su Jin, young and tender, brushed her face, looking at the moisture in her eyes and the subtle flirtatious expression she showed. His eyes darkened, and his body tensed up even more. Of course. Without you, I would only dare to run a small restaurant to make a living. Sheng En didn't notice the danger in the man's eyes. She lay quietly on his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Running a small restaurant is also scary. I'm afraid officials might extort money, thugs might cause trouble, and someone might be jealous. When she was selling at the market, she saw officials collecting money from other stalls, and some thugs eating without paying. She hadn't experienced these problems herself at first, thought she was lucky. But after her grandmother injured her leg, and it only took 2 or 3 days to catch the culprit, she realized the real reason. Su Jinyan's lips curved into a slight smile, but the desire in his eyes gradually faded. And then, once I am nominated for the official list, and even when I am listed among the successful candidates, you won't need to be afraid anymore. Ultimately, his lack of strength prevented him from becoming a towering tree to shelter Anan from the wind and rain, to ease her hardships and worries. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. You're already very impressive. Sheng generously flattered him, her eyes shining with admiration. You're the most capable person I've ever seen among my peers. Su Jinyan loved his bright eyes that belonged to him alone. He couldn't help but gently kiss her, his voice deep and tempting. There are even more impressive things. And do you want to hear? Sheng'en. I suspect you're teasing me, and I have proof. Annoyed, she lightly tapped his chest, then turned to get off him. Go to bed quickly. We need to get up early tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day of Fong Qingzhou's family banquet, and she had to wake up early to prepare 20 roasted chickens to send over. It's still early, no rush. Su Jinyan didn't let Sheng'en go. He easily pressed her down, starting to kiss her from her forehead down to her neck. His breathing grew heavier. Hold it. You must hold back. Sheng'en trembled with fear, worried that the man might lose control. I'll go to the small courtyard later and ask the doctor from Rongchuan Hall to check me. Checking her health was one reason, but mainly she wanted to ask about more scientific methods of contraception. They shared a bed every day, and at their age, with strong energy, it was only a matter of time before something happened. She was fine herself, but she worried about his health. If he got sick, she wouldn't be able to use contraception when she needed. Why wait for a better day? Let's do it tomorrow. I'll go with you. Su Jinyan quickly agreed, holding Sheng'en's hand. His palm was damp, and his voice sounded a little pitiful. After dinner at Fong's tomorrow, we'll go back to the small courtyard. Sheng'en felt her palm burning hot, and her voice became hesitant. All right. Let's have the doctor check you too. Don't let anything go wrong. Su Jinyan smiled warmly and kissed her lips. Okay. The autumn air grew colder and the chill intensified. Before dawn, the large kitchen was busy. For children were busy killing chickens, boiling water, plucking feathers, and preparing the fire and charcoal for the oven. When Sheng'en arrived in a hurry, all the preparations were already done, just waiting for her to handle the next step. It took over 2 hours to finish, and all 20 roasted chickens were carefully wrapped in oil paper. Soon after, the people from the Fong family came to pick them up. Even though the paper was tightly wrapped, a strong aroma still escaped, attracting the attention of many passers-by. The 2 servants sent to retrieve the chickens were tempted by the smell and almost couldn't resist tearing open one of the packages. Meanwhile, Sheng'en was unaware of all this. She returned to her small building to wash and dress up. This was her first time attending an important event with Su Jinyan, so she wanted to look her best. The Ding family had sent her many fine clothes, and she had made herself several new outfits. Today, she wore a lotus-colored dress. After months of good food and care, her skin had become whiter and more delicate, and this color suited her well. She kept looking at herself in the mirror, feeling like something was missing. Just then, Su Jinyan approached, opened a drawer of the dressing table, and took out a small white porcelain box. What is this? Sheng'en asked curiously. She opened the lid and saw it was lip balm. She looked at the smiling man with surprise. You even buy this? She had always known that Su Jinyan was thoughtful, but she didn't expect him to buy her lip balm. Suddenly, Su Jinyan let out a surprised cry and gently lifted Sheng'en into his arms. He stepped onto a stool in front of the dressing table and sat down, making her sit on his lap facing him. What are you doing?
You almost scared me to death, she said.
Her heart was pounding, and she playfully hit his chest. I know you're strong, but you shouldn't scare me like that. She was over 1.50 meters tall and weighed about 70 or 80 jin, yet in his hands, she felt as light as a ball of cotton. You've gained a little weight, which is good, Su Jinyan said softly, kissing her cheek. He took the lip balm she was clutching tightly in her hand. I saw you didn't like to wear makeup before, so I didn't take it out earlier. Sheng'en really didn't like applying makeup. She found it troublesome and had to wash her face multiple times afterward. When she saw the man wanting to put lip balm on her, her face showed doubt. Can you do it? Don't make me look like a chicken's, that would be terrible. Su Jinyan dabbed some lip balm on his finger and gently lifted Sheng En's face. My boss taught me how to do it, so I won't make a mistake. Seeing his confidence, Sheng En suppressed her doubts and said, all right. As she watched the man's slender hand approach, her lips touched by lipstick, she felt a tingling sensation. Her big eyes sparkled with anticipation. Su Jinyan looked serious, as if he was doing something very important. After applying lipstick on her lips, he felt it wasn't enough and added more, continuing to apply. But as he kept applying, Su Jinyan's eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. This lipstick wasn't good. Sheng En sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around to grab the mirror on the dressing table. Seeing her reflection with a big red mouth, a fleeting thought of a beautiful face flashed through her mind. Her mouth twitched involuntarily, and she turned sharply, glaring at Su Jinyan. Are you doing this on purpose? Su Jinyan's handsome face showed a rare look of panic. He hurriedly wiped the lipstick off her lips. Anan, I'll reapply it for you. Sheng En was quite annoyed. Forget it, I don't want to go out looking like this. She stood up, took a cloth dipped in tea water, and quickly wiped off the lipstick. Then she looked in the mirror and reapplied it herself. Sheng En was also clumsy, but better than Su Jinyan. At least she didn't turn red like she had been bitten by a bug. She looked at herself in the mirror and saw her complexion had improved a lot. She nodded with satisfaction. That's better. Su Jinyan kept his eyes fixed on his wife's smiling face, his attention naturally drawn to her bright red lips. Anan is really beautiful. When Sheng En turned her head, she met the man's intense gaze. Feeling playful, she deliberately gave him a flirtatious look. Young master, why are you staring at me like that? Su Jinyan's eyes darkened. He reached out his long arm to hold her close, pressed his warm lips to hers, and whispered softly, my wife is so beautiful. Please forgive me for my feelings getting the better of me. Sheng En was kissed until she felt dizzy and short of breath, with only one thought in her mind. This guy has a talent for role-playing. After the couple finished dressing and went downstairs, the sun was almost at the top of the house. Shengyuan was a good half-hour walk from the Fong family. It wasn't suitable to ride a small donkey, so they stopped at the roadside to hire a bullock cart. Today, the Fong family was decorated festively and bustling with activity. Carriages came and went in front of the house, and the designated parking spots were full. The arriving carriages had to stop elsewhere. Among these luxurious carriages, there was an unremarkable ox cart. Seeing the heavy traffic ahead, Sheng En and Su Jinyan got out of the carriage directly. The gatekeeper recognized Su Jinyan and hurried forward to bow. Servant greets Master Su and Lady Su. Su Jinyan nodded lightly. No need for formalities. The gatekeeper stepped aside to make way, bowed to invite the couple inside, and immediately a maidservant stepped forward to lead the way. Sheng En stepped into the Fong family's courtyard, which was beautifully decorated. She could faintly hear lively voices and the pleasant sounds of strings and flutes from inside. She listened carefully and suddenly felt a bit excited. She quietly squeezed Su Jinyan's hand. Should we invite some musicians to play and sing at Sheng Garden? Su Jinyan shook his head. A quiet place suits Sheng Garden better. Sheng En looked around, unable to judge how big the Fong family was, but she noticed the maidservant leading them kept secretly looking at them. More precisely, she was looking at the man beside Sheng and seeing the blush on the maid's cheeks. Sheng En raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Su Jinyan's face, feeling a mix of emotions. Beauty can be quite captivating. When she lived in her small courtyard before, she often saw young women and wives passing by, and they would frequently steal glances. Sheng En didn't think much of it. Everyone loves beauty, and even she couldn't help but look a few more times at handsome men. Perhaps this man didn't realize how many women are captivated by his face, unable to sleep at night. Sheng En thought to herself, then looked up at the maid leading the way. Their eyes met, and she offered a friendly smile. The maid's pupils shrank in fear, and she stumbled forward, losing her balance and almost falling. Quickly, Sheng En grabbed her arm to steady her, then released her once she was stable. The maid, still shaken, blushed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Lady Su." Sheng'an waved her hand. "It's just a small favor. Keep going." The maid hurriedly stood up, feeling a bit more friendly toward Sheng'an and no longer dared to be distracted. Just as the couple reached the second gate, Fang Qingzhou, dressed in fine clothes, hurried over. Jinian, sister-in-law. Behind him were Yi Yinhua, Tan Jinlin, and a young girl who looked unfamiliar. Tan Jinlin patted Su Jinian's shoulder. "If you had come a little later, I was about to go to your house to pick you up myself." After saying that, he smiled and spoke to Sheng'an. "Sister-in-law, Brother Fang and Brother Yi haven't married yet. I'm worried you might be bored alone, so I brought my sister along." Then, Tan Jinlin pulled his shy sister over and said, "Xiao Rou, this is the sister-in-law I told you about from the Su family. Call her quickly." Tan Qingru is only 13 years old. Her features are very much like Tan Jinlin's, as if carved from the same mold. Unlike Tan Jinlin's baby face, she has a classic heart-shaped face with some baby fat still remaining, and her big features make her look very cute and lively. Tan Qingru is shy by nature. When her brother Tan Jinlin brought her in front of everyone, she blushed and quickly looked at Sheng'an, then lowered her head and softly said, "Hello, sister." Sheng'an was instantly charmed by the little girl's adorable look. To avoid startling her, she spoke very gently. "Hello, Xiao Rou. I like you as soon as I see you." Tan Qingrou's big, bright eyes lit up, and her face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. "Thank you, sister. This sister is so gentle." It seems she doesn't dislike her at all. Sheng'an tentatively reached out and touched the girl's hand. Seeing she only flinched slightly and didn't pull away, she boldly took the soft, delicate hand in hers. "Xiao Rou is so cute. The more I look at you, the more I like you. If only I had a sister as adorable as you." This was Sheng'an's true feeling. In her past and present lives, she had no resistance to gentle girls. Tan Qingrou's eyes widened as if she had heard something unbelievable. Sheng'an couldn't help but gently ruffle her fluffy hair. "Don't look at me like that, sister. If you keep staring, I might have to compete with your brother for you." As soon as she said that, a few men around chuckled. Tan Jinlin laughed the loudest and pushed his sister into Sheng'an's arms. "Since sister-in-law likes Xiao Rou, I'll give her to you for a few days. Just let me join you for a meal at Sheng Garden." Yi Yunhua smiled and patted his junior brother. "Look at you, wanting to give away your sister after just one meal. You should at least bring me along." Fang Qingzhou wasn't willing to be left out. "Me too, I want to go." Tan Jinlin firmly refused. "No, that's not possible. We don't want to tire sister-in-law." Sheng'an ignored the few people speaking nonsense and smiled at the shy Tan Qingru, who didn't dare lift her head. "It's your first time here, sister. You must let me show you around." Tan Qingru was also visiting the Fang family for the first time and felt unfamiliar with everything. But when she met Sheng'an's gentle smile, she didn't want to disappoint her. Gathering her courage, she nodded.
"All right."
With a new companion, Sheng'an happily left Su Jinian behind and followed Tan Qingru to the garden where the ladies were being entertained. Just then, Tan Qingru suddenly felt two gazes on her, making her slightly uneasy. She instinctively looked around but saw nothing unusual. Relaxing a little, she continued walking forward with her new friend. Not far behind, Tan Jinlin rested his arm on Su Jinian's shoulder. "Don't worry. With my sister there, no one will dare to trouble your wife." Su Jinian watched Sheng'an's figure disappear around the corner before calmly replying, "Thanks. Dan sending grind." "Wow, getting a thank you from you isn't easy." Su Jinian gave him a glance and brushed his arm off his shoulder. Tan Jinlin pouted and muttered to Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yinhua, "Look at that attitude. His wife should really see how he acts." Fang Qingzhou and Yi Yinhua just laughed, both thinking the same thing. No friend could ever compare to the charm of one's wife. In the garden, the ladies noticed Sheng'an, who was dressed simply and gracefully. None of them had seen her at other important gatherings before, so they began to wonder who she was. Still, no one dared to look down on her. Tan Qingrou's background was no secret. Her father was a prefect in Jinling, a position few present could surpass. Since Sheng'an was personally brought by the prefect's daughter, Even if her own background was modest, no one dared to treat her coldly. Knowing that Tan Qingru wasn't talkative and disliked being surrounded by chatter, the ladies didn't approach to ask about Sheng'an. They simply nodded politely in greeting. Sheng'an smiled and returned each gesture, then followed Tan Qingru to a quiet corner where they could enjoy the beautiful view of the courtyard. "This is honey tea I brought from home. Please try it, sister." Tan Qingru personally poured the tea for Sheng'an. Her slender, fair hands held the cup carefully as she placed it before Sheng'an, her bright eyes filled with quiet anticipation. "This tea has a scent of osmanthus honey, making people want to taste it. I am lucky to have it." Sheng'an picked up her teacup and took a sip. The aroma was pleasant and refreshing, and it made her mouth water. It was a tea suitable for girls. "If you like it, sister, I will give you some." Tan Qingru was very happy, like a child who just received praise. She pushed a plate of snacks toward Sheng'an. "I had someone make these. They go very well with osmanthus honey tea." Sheng'an followed her advice, took a piece of snack, and bit into it. There was a light green tea flavor that balanced the sweetness of the honey tea. Her eyes lit up. She asked the young girl in front of her, "Xiaoro, did you make these snacks and tea yourself?" Tan Qingru blinked and looked proud, as if saying, "Andy, am I amazing?" "Yes, do you like it?" Sheng'an gave her a thumbs up. She quickly ate a snack and took a big sip of tea, showing her love for this tea and snack pairing. Tan Qingru's eyes sparkled. She also took a big bite of snack and drank a large sip of tea, making the two maids watching them stare in surprise. Sheng'an couldn't help but smile and remind the girl, "Eat slowly, don't choke." Tan Qingru shyly covered her mouth but still smiled happily. Sheng'an felt her heart melt. She thought she was dreaming. This girl was like her ideal sister, but unfortunately, she wasn't hers. They sat in a quiet corner, enjoying tea and snacks. Despite the peaceful atmosphere, sounds from around them clearly reached their ears. Someone started talking, and a few ladies discussed the recent imperial exams, mentioning Su Jinyan. Master Zhang's 4 students are all outstanding. This time, all 4 won the scholar title, and the top one was the last to join his school, Scholar Su. Scholar Su started learning at age 12 and became top in just 6 years. His talent is comparable to Master Zhang's at that time.
That's still a bit behind.
Master Zhang was a top scholar at 17, and Scholar Su is only a year younger. That's truly remarkable. Great teachers produce great students. If Scholar Su had started his studies earlier, he might have been another Master Zhang. Hearing this, Sheng'an's face was full of admiration for Master Zhang. A 17-year-old top scholar was rare in the history of the imperial exams. What is even more impressive is that Master Zhang, in his early 20s, already held the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel, showing he was an outstanding official. Being able to study under such a teacher is not just lucky, it's like the ancestors' graves are bursting with flames of good fortune. However, the ancestral grave of the Su family is at Su Family Dam. Last time they went back to repair it, they even fought fiercely at the graveyard. I wonder if the ancestors of the Su family are angry. Probably not. Anyway, she, as a daughter-in-law of the Su family, hasn't fallen ill or had nightmares. Her mental state is excellent. TSK. The ancestors of the Su family are quite generous and don't bother with unfilial descendants in the mortal world. Sheng'an's mind drifted into wild thoughts, and when she refocused, she realized the topics the ladies were discussing had gone off track, and she had become their target. Su Xiaokai is good in every way, but unfortunately, he has poor eyesight and married a rustic girl from the countryside who offers him no help at all. Sheng'an. What's wrong with a girl from the countryside? Did she eat your rice or drink your well water? Tan Qingru looked at Sheng'an worriedly, feeling that those ladies' words were too harsh. Just as she was about to gather courage to interrupt, Sheng'an gently tickled her palm. "Little Ro, don't worry. Sister is not angry." Sheng'an patted the girl's hand, afraid she might influence her own mood while enjoying her gossip. "We are decent people." Speaking out now would only make things awkward for everyone. Tan Qingru's eyes welled with tears, and she tightly held Sheng'an's hand. "Sister is so kind." Shung-in didn't understand her thoughts and continued listening attentively, drinking tea and eavesdropping. Indeed, his eyesight was poor. I liked Su Xiao Kai very much at first. I asked Mrs. Fong to introduce me to him, and I even recommended my niece from my family, but he refused, saying he wanted to establish his career first before settling down. Refusing is one thing, and that reason is somewhat acceptable. But less than 2 months later, he was engaged to a rustic girl from the countryside. That made her so angry, she could hardly breathe. Oh, so you also liked Su Xiao Kai. My mother-in-law once fancied him too, hoping to match him with my younger sister-in-law. But unfortunately, my sister-in-law didn't want to, so the match didn't happen. The younger sister-in-law fell in love with Su Xiao Kai at first sight, but she was very willing. She refused to meet him face-to-face, and the mother-in-law, worried she might cause trouble, hurriedly married her off. On their wedding night, the younger sister-in-law still wanted to remain chaste and cried, refusing to let the groom into the bridal chamber. I don't know how that rustic girl from the countryside is so stunning that Scholar Su refuses to marry anyone else. I wonder if I will see her today. Probably. I think she's already on her way. When she arrives, let's take a good look at her. Why does a simple country girl have such talent? Hearing them call her a rustic girl, Shang-in felt very speechless. How is she rustic? She is clearly a beautiful girl from the countryside. The ladies were chatting happily. Nearby, some young ladies overheard their conversation and whispered among themselves. Scholar Su is such a perfect man, yet he was spoiled by a country girl. It must be because she admired his talent and looks and used some sneaky tricks to marry him. I think so too. Otherwise, why would Scholar Su refuse to marry a noble lady and insist on marrying a simple village girl? No, Scholar Su is too wronged. We must find a way to help him clear his name. We can't let a shameless woman ruin his future. Their words caused a storm of anger among the young ladies, as if they had seen Sheng and disrespecting Su Jinian with their own eyes. It was a trivial rumor, but they turned it into a shocking conspiracy. From harmless gossip, it escalated to personal attacks and false accusations. This was intolerable. Sheng ate half a piece of cake, brushed off the crumbs from her fingers, and then slowly walked over to Miss Li, who was spreading the rumor. She gently patted her shoulder. Miss Li was angry and turned her head impatiently when she felt the tap. Seeing Sheng-en, her expression stiffened. She quickly hid her impatience and forced a polite smile. "Madam, may I ask if you need something?" The other young ladies looked at each other, feeling a bad premonition. Sheng-en admired Miss Li's ability to change her face. She sat down on an empty stool nearby and smiled warmly at her. "Let me introduce myself properly. I am the country girl you called rustic, who spoiled Scholar Su and married him with sneaky tricks." As soon as she said this, the entire stone platform fell silent, and the air became eerily quiet. Miss Li's face was like a painter's palette, shifting from white to red to blue. Her eyes showed shock, fear, anger, and hidden jealousy. She asked, "WH, what do you want?" Sheng-en sighed deeply, glancing at Miss Li, and then at the other nervous young ladies who had been spreading rumors. Women are supposed to be virtuous. I thought noble young ladies were well-educated and knew right from wrong better than I do. But I was wrong. At this point, Shang-en looked disappointed. It turns out some noble young ladies, like uneducated commoners, spread false accusations without knowing the truth. The young ladies' faces turned pale, as if they had seen a ghost. No, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a mistake." Miss Li felt ashamed and humiliated but had to step forward to take responsibility. If she didn't, her reputation would be ruined once the rumor spread. Faced with Sheng-en's half-smiling expression, she couldn't find the words to defend herself. She wished she could disappear into the ground. Unable to bear the thought of her reputation being destroyed, she gathered her courage, bowed her head, and apologized. "Miss Sheng, it's my fault. I spoke nonsense. Please forgive me." The others quickly stood up, nervously apologizing to Sheng-en. "Miss Sheng, we're sorry. It's our fault. We shouldn't have falsely accused you. Please forgive us." What was happening soon drew the attention of others nearby, especially the mothers of the young ladies. Seeing their daughters bowing and admitting their mistake to a stranger, They hurried over to ask what was going on. Tan Qingru, who had been silent, stepped forward and stood beside Sheng'en, clearly showing her support. When they learned that their daughters had spread rumors and been caught in the act, the mothers' faces turned pale, like a painter's palette. After Sheng'en introduced herself, their expressions grew even more unpleasant as they glared angrily at their daughters. They had publicly accused someone else and even overheard their daughters making foolish remarks. How could they have raised such silly daughters? At this moment, the mothers forgot that earlier they had called Sheng'en names like country bumpkin. Now, they were the ones in trouble. Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, one of the ladies forced a nervous smile and said, "This is their fault. We hope Miss Sheng will forgive them, considering it their first mistake. A village girl is not a threat, and a talented scholar is also not enough to make them afraid." However, the village girl caught the eye of the young lady from the governor's household. The talented scholar, who studied under Master Jiang, has close ties with the Fong, Yi, and Tan families. They dare not show off or be arrogant at this moment. "Madam, you speak too highly. It's not a big deal. Since the young ladies have sincerely apologized, I won't argue over it." Sheng'en smiles sincerely and humbly accepts their apology. Business people value harmony and good relations. Now that Sheng Yuan is welcoming guests, these noble ladies and their families, husbands and fathers, are potential customers. It's not good to offend them completely. Feeling a bit annoyed, Sheng'en puts away her smile and speaks earnestly. "Actually, I also have some fault. If I had introduced myself earlier, the young ladies would see that I am beautiful and kind-hearted, not a scheming person. Then, there wouldn't have been the misunderstanding just now. The young ladies. Beautiful and kind-hearted? Just a thick face." After giving a lesson to the noble young ladies, Sheng'en and Tan Qingru sit back at the tea table. "Big sister, you're amazing." Tan Qingru's eyes sparkle as she looks at Sheng'en, her cute face full of admiration. "You made them speechless in just a few words, and they had to apologize to you." Sheng'en waves her hand, smiling modestly. "Those young ladies are decent people. If it were someone shameless and rude, I could talk until I'm blue in the face. But it wouldn't help." Tan Qingru shakes her head slightly, her voice soft and small. "If someone else slandered me like that, I wouldn't be able to argue back. I'd just start crying first. She's not good with words and doesn't get along well with her mother. Her mother has always been indifferent to her, not as close as to her younger sister. Before, when her younger sister cried, her mother misunderstood her as bullying her sister. She hurried to defend herself, but couldn't hold back her tears, crying and making her mother even less fond of her." Seeing this sad look on the little girl, Sheng'en, thinking of her personality, quietly guesses her situation at home. She changes the subject smoothly. "Earlier, I heard your brother say that your family is in Jinling. Do you know if there are any good places to visit in Jinling?" Tan Qingru gathered her spirits, her small face showing more confidence. "Would you like to go to Jinling, sister? Jinling has many fun places. During the temple fair, Jiaming Temple is especially lively. Many visitors come from other places to pray, and they all think the bodhisattva at Jiaming Temple is very powerful." Sheng'en was a good listener, encouraging her with her eyes, nodding now and then, or expressing exaggerated surprise.
Her actions greatly encouraged Tan Vingro.
Her face turned slightly red, her big eyes bright and lively, as if washed by water. "Sister, when are you going to Jinling? I can go with you." Sheng'en looked a bit regretful. "I don't have time right now. Maybe after the new year." Earlier, Su Jinian had discussed with her, saying he would have time to go out and play after the new year. They shouldn't waste too much time on the road, and Jinling is the best choice. Hearing this, Tan Qingru looked clearly disappointed. "My brother and I will go back to our hometown to celebrate the new year with our grandparents. We can only come back after the first month." Sheng'en asked her follow-up. "Where is your hometown? Are you and your brother the only ones going back?" Tan Qingru nodded. "Our hometown is Dongxing Prefecture. My father cannot leave Jinling, so my mother is staying behind with my sister to keep my father company." Her mother cared most about her father, worried that during her absence, the other aunts might try to win him over. Every year, only she and her brother go back. Actually, she didn't like going back to her hometown, but she liked being with her brother. So your hometown is so far away. Traveling back and forth isn't easy. Seeing her little face lacking enthusiasm, Shungin knew she didn't have much attachment to her hometown. Yes, it takes about 20 days on the road. My brother also needs to study during the trip, so he can't stay long at home before rushing back. Tan Qingruo's expression showed her concern for her brother. After glancing around to make sure no one was listening, she quietly whispered, "This year, when my brother goes back, my aunt will definitely try to arrange a marriage between him and my cousin." When she said this, her face rare with anger. "My brother has no interest in my cousin, but our grandparents and aunt are determined to have him marry her." Shungin didn't expect the little girl to trust her so much, to confide her family troubles on their first meeting. She was momentarily unsure whether to listen further or to interrupt. Seeing Shung An's expression, Tan Qingru guessed her thoughts and blushed slightly. Her gaze toward Shung An was very sincere. Sister isn't a talkative person, and even if she knows something, she wouldn't tell others. Shung An heard this and deliberately teased her. "What if you guess wrong?" Tan Qingru hesitated for a moment, then firmly said, "I won't guess wrong." Now Shung An was stunned. She didn't expect that this young girl, upon first meeting, would trust her so much. Tan Qingru covered her mouth and smiled softly, her eyes curved. "When I saw Sister for the first time, I felt close to her. Sister has a kind heart and wouldn't speak ill of others behind their back. Moreover, if she didn't trust her sister, she would trust her brother. Her brother always spoke highly of her sister, so her sister must have good character." Shung An was touched and really wanted to tell this innocent and lovely girl that she also had a fiery curiosity inside her. She warned herself not to tell her everything. Keeping secrets is hard, and sometimes, what you say might slip out unintentionally. Once a secret is known by a second person, it can quickly spread among friends and acquaintances. Thinking this, Shung An kept a serious face and said, "Yes, Sister isn't that kind of person." Then she listened to the girls share all the gossip about the Tan family. For example, Tan's father was born poor but discovered his talent and was helped by a kind scholar who loved talented people. He passed the imperial exam and gained a noble lady's favor, leading to a smooth career. For another example, Tan's father often worked outside as an official, leaving his parents at home. To show filial piety, he made his older children travel far each year to celebrate the new year with their family. There was also the story of Tan Jinlin, who was targeted by his aunt from his hometown. Since he was 6, she kept urging him to marry his younger cousin, which annoyed him a lot. Last year, during the New Year visit, she even tried to lock him and his cousin in a room to force them into marriage. Fortunately, Tan Jinlin was clever and saw through their plans, so he didn't let them succeed. Despite that, he was furious and left early with Tan Qingru to return to Jinling, informing their father of everything. Their father was very angry and immediately wrote a letter, sending a trusted person back home to scold Aunt Sue harshly. Hearing this, Shung An was surprised. "It's already like this, and your aunt hasn't given up?" Father Tan is a typical successful man from a humble background. Aunt Sue married before he became successful, so her family probably wasn't wealthy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried so hard to have Tan Jinlin marry her daughter. Tan Qingru sighed heavily, looking worried. As long as father doesn't cut ties with aunt, she won't give up. After being scolded, Aunt sent monthly letters asking for reconciliation, along with some local specialties. Over time, her father's attitude softened, thinking Aunt had realized her mistake and wouldn't try to interfere with her brother's marriage again. Only she and her brother knew how difficult Aunt was, and how unlikely she was to give up easily. There are 3 months until the new year. Her father mentioned going back to their hometown, but her brother hadn't agreed yet. She knew her brother would agree eventually, but she wondered if, after returning, Aunt's family, grandparents, and even her father could handle the consequences of his decision. Thinking of this, Tan Qingru felt a little excited inside. Shung An had eaten too many melons from the Su family and, looking at the delicate, cute girl in front of her, couldn't help but remind her, "Your brother is fighting with the people from your hometown." You must be very careful so you don't get caught in the middle. Tan Qingru held her hand, her face serious. Sister, I will be careful. Aunt Sue is good at climbing the social ladder. Seeing her father soften, she suggested making her the youngest daughter-in-law, and her father almost agreed. If her brother hadn't threatened her father, saying that if he nodded, he would give up the imperial exams and his future, her father might have already let her go back to marry. Sheng'an didn't know about this, thinking every family had its own problems, with all sorts of messy people and issues. But she believed that as long as she was brave enough, she could tear up that difficult book of troubles. They sat in a corner drinking tea and chatting, the atmosphere very peaceful. The women and young ladies watching the scene thought Sheng and was very clever. In her first appearance at such a gathering, she had already gained the favor of the magistrate's daughter, making everyone respect her. Mrs. Li saw this and poked her daughter's forehead, learn from Miss Sheng and build a good relationship with Miss Tan. Miss Li pouted and whispered, "She's the magistrate's daughter. She doesn't bother with me at all." She had tried to flatter Tan Qingru before, but she wasn't interested in her at all. What could she do? Mrs. Li was frustrated and said, "That's why you should study hard." Miss Sheng, a simple village girl, can chat happily with Miss Tan. As a noble young lady in Qingzhou City, you should be able to do the same. Miss Li heard this and couldn't help but look at Sheng'an, as if trying to see something from her. Mrs. Li continued to sigh. First, she married Scholar Su, and now she is connected with the daughter of the prefect. This shows her cleverness and skill. If you could learn even a little from her, I wouldn't have to worry about you. Mother, Miss Li felt upset inside and stomped her foot, then ran away. Mrs. Li shook her head, feeling very worried. As noon approached, the feast began. The men and women sat separately. Sheng'an and Tan Qingru sat at the same table, along with Miss Li and others from the garden. The atmosphere at the table was very awkward. Miss Li and the others didn't dare look at Sheng'an, afraid of meeting her faint smile. Sheng'an was not petty. When she saw the special roasted chicken with secret sauce in the middle of the table, she gently touched Tan Qingru's hand and said, "Try this roasted chicken later. Maybe you'll like it." It's not that she was boastful, but everyone who had tasted this roasted chicken liked it. Tan Qingru didn't have a big appetite and preferred light food without much meat. Now Sheng'an mentioned it on purpose, so she became more interested in the chicken. She said, "I'll listen to my sister." Seeing the girl behave so well, Sheng'an held back her eager hand and didn't pat her head or tease her. She said, "My cooking is pretty good. When you have free time, let your brother bring you to my house for a meal." Tan Qingru's eyes lit up. "Sister, can I go?" Sheng'an smiled and said, "Of course. With a cute girl like you, I welcome you anytime." Tan Qingru blushed shyly from the compliment, her face turning red. Food wasn't the most important thing. What mattered was that she gained a sister friend. Now she had someone to go to when her brother scolded her for being too shy and not going out. She could just visit her sister's house and see how her brother would complain. The dishes at the table were very rich, specially prepared by the head chef from the Zue Xianlu restaurant, invited by the Fong family. Sheng'an was very interested in the chef's skills. She picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a crab meat lion's head. Crab meat and pork are mixed to make lion's head meatballs, which are round like lion heads. This is a famous dish in Qingzhou City. Sheng'an took a gentle bite, carefully tasting the texture and flavor of the lion's head meatballs. The meat is soft, tender, and flavorful without being greasy. It tastes fresh and delicious, with a slightly chewy texture. The only small flaw is a faint fishy smell and some leftover blood foam. If I had to give a score out of 100, Sheng'an would rate it about 85. While she was quietly scoring, Miss Li from across the table praised, "No wonder she's a descendant of a royal chef. These lion's head meatballs taste really good." Someone immediately agreed, putting down their chopsticks. It's because the head chef is so talented. That's why Zue Xianlu's business is so good. Sometimes if you go late, you have to wait a while. Zue Xianlu's food isn't cheap. With my monthly salary of 10 taels of silver, I can only afford a few signature dishes. Yes, I heard that hiring the head chef to cook at your home costs no less than 30 taels of silver per table. That price isn't high. Wealthy families can afford to hire them. The head chef only makes 2 or 3 main dishes. The other ordinary dishes are prepared by assistants. Considering that 30 taels of silver isn't cheap, Miss Lee and others' words Sheng and heard clearly. Looking at the mostly finished crab meat lion's head in her bowl, she suddenly felt she was too kind. The cost of hiring a private chef at home is nothing compared to what Zue Xianlu's head chef charges. It's like comparing a small wave to a big wave. She really should let her 3 elders come see what a truly greedy business person looks like. Jealous, Sheng'an finished the remaining crab meat lion's head and reached for other dishes, mainly the main courses. Maybe because her mood changed or for some other reason, she found these main dishes to be quite ordinary, barely scoring 70 points. Seeing Miss Lee and others enjoying their food, Sheng'an felt more confident in Sheng Yuan. Suddenly, a small gasp came from across the table. She instinctively looked up and saw Miss Lee staring in disbelief at the roasted chicken pieces in her bowl, as if she had discovered something amazing. Others saw this and put down their chopsticks, asking, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the roasted chicken?" Miss Lee quickly shook her head, put down her chopsticks, swallowed her food, and excitedly gestured for them to taste the roasted chicken. "It tastes amazing, better than any roasted chicken or duck I've ever had. It's almost like it's not made by a person." Sheng'an. Where exactly does it not seem human-made? Listening to Miss Lee's exaggerated description, the other young ladies were doubtful. Is it really that delicious? I've tried the roasted chicken at Drunken Immortal Tower, and it tastes good, but it's not as extraordinary as you say. Seeing that her friends didn't believe her, Miss Lee was about to explain. Suddenly, she turned her eyes, picked up her chopsticks quickly, and scooped more into her bowl. "Since you don't like it, I'll eat a few more pieces." At this moment, Miss Lee was completely controlled by the delicious taste of the roasted chicken, acting in a way that was not very proper. The other young ladies watched in shock, not expecting their friend to behave like this. Sheng'an quickly took a shared chopstick, picked a chicken leg from the plate, and placed it into Tan Qingru's bowl. "Try it." Tan Qingru looked away from her previous focus and fixed her attention on the chicken leg in her bowl. Suddenly, she smelled a scent that words couldn't describe. This tempting aroma was coming from the roasted chicken leg. Without thinking, Tan Qingru picked up a piece of chicken and took a bite. In an instant, her eyes widened in surprise, showing the same expression as Miss Lee. "This is too delicious." Sheng'an didn't miss the look of shock in the girl's eyes. Before others could react, she quickly added 2 more pieces of roasted chicken to her bowl. "You're still growing, you should eat more meat." This girl didn't like meat, and her figure was normal, but her bones were too slender, as if they could break easily. Her hands and neck were barely covered with flesh. If this continued, she would likely suffer from malnutrition, and maybe her monthly cycle would become irregular like hers. Tan Qingru tasted the roasted chicken and realized for the first time how delicious meat could be, without that disgusting fishy smell. Seeing Tan Qingru enjoying it so much, the other young ladies finally understood. They picked up their chopsticks, took the remaining pieces of roasted chicken, and tasted them with some doubt. After trying, it felt like they had opened a new door to the world of delicious food. Not only this table, but other guests in the room also praised the roasted chicken, complimenting the chef at Drunken Immortal Tower for improving their skills. "Big sister, this roasted chicken is very tasty. I'll give you this piece." Seeing the plate of roasted chicken was finished, but Sheng'an's bowl still had none, she immediately picked a piece from her own bowl. "No need. I want to learn how to make it myself." Today, Sheng'an quickly stopped the young girl and gently pinched her little face. "The roast chicken at the banquet today was made by me. If you like it, your brother can come to my house tomorrow to pick it up." Tan Qingru looked surprised and opened her mouth, then looked at Sheng'an and the roast chicken.
Did
sister make this?" Sheng'an smiled and nodded, feeling a bit puzzled. "Last time your brother came to my house for dinner, I asked him to bring a chicken home. Didn't you eat it?" Tan Qingru looked confused, and then her face showed a little sadness. Brother is too much." That evening, she saw a roast chicken on the table, and it smelled very good. But she wasn't interested in meat, so she just looked at it without eating. Her brother asked if she wanted to eat, and when she shook her head, He immediately moved the plate closer and finished the whole chicken in one go. If her brother said the roast chicken was delicious or offered her a piece, she would never miss such a treat. The most annoying thing was that her brother would sometimes play little tricks just to get a bite of food. Seeing the sad little girl, Shengnan couldn't help but laugh and quickly comforted her. "I'll roast one just for you tomorrow, a whole chicken for you to eat alone." Tan Qingru nodded eagerly. "Okay." After a moment, she shook her head again. "Leave the chicken feet and head for my brother." Shengnan almost burst out laughing and gently ruffled her head. "All right, your roast chicken is up to you." Others at the table were focused on eating chicken and didn't notice their conversation, so they didn't know the roast chicken was made by Sheng and Sheng and didn't bother to advertise it now. When these people went to Drunken Immortal Tower to eat roast chicken and found the taste completely different from what they had, they would naturally ask where it came from. By then, Sheng Yuan's roast chicken would become famous. After the meal, Sheng En and Su Jinyan left the Fong family and took a carriage to Rongchuntang. They didn't take the alley behind the small courtyard and didn't encounter any neighbors nearby. However, the senior doctor at Rongchuntang recognized them. As Sheng'en entered, her gaze immediately fell on his face, and her eyes showed surprise. "It's been a while. You look much healthier now." She then took out a pulse pillow. "Come over, let me check your pulse." Sheng'en sat down as instructed, placing his wrist on the pulse pillow. He secretly admired the doctor's sharp eyesight. With his ability to observe, listen, ask, and examine, the senior doctor was truly skilled. The senior doctor closed his eyes to check the pulse, then signaled Sheng and to switch to the other hand. After examining both hands, his brows furrowed deeply, forming 2 deep lines on his forehead. Sheng'en felt nervous and wondered if she had a serious illness. She looked anxiously at Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan gently held her hand and said, "Don't worry, everything is fine." Feeling a bit calmer, Sheng'en couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, please tell me honestly, am I okay or not?" The senior doctor seemed annoyed by her fussing. His cloudy eyes widened as he snapped, "Stop rushing." He ignored her and muttered to himself, "Impossible. This can't be." He paced back and forth a few times but couldn't solve his confusion. Finally, he sat down and asked Sheng'en, "You haven't taken any medicine, yet your body recovered most of its strength in just 3 months. Did you use some special method?" Sheng'en was startled. If he could tell whether she had taken medicine just by looking, would he also know that her inner fire was very strong and that she was feeling restless every day? She felt weak and lacked confidence as she replied, "I just eat, sleep, and rest. Maybe I eat more meat, have no worries, and sleep well, so my energy and blood are slowly coming back." The senior doctor looked at her, but didn't expose her little secret. His brow furrowed even deeper. "Just these 2 reasons aren't enough to restore your energy and blood so quickly. Even with medicine, the effect wouldn't be so fast. Medicine can have side effects, and if there are better methods, they could help more people." Sheng'en naturally couldn't tell the truth. She showed a look of confusion and a bit of uncertainty, saying, "From what you said, I wonder if my body is different from others." The senior doctor rolled his eyes at her and waved her away. "No illness, no trouble. Stop talking nonsense here." Sheng'en chuckled and immediately pulled Su Jinyan aside. "You should check him, doctor." The senior doctor did glance at Su Jinyan and grew more impatient. He waved his hand dismissively. "He's strong enough to lift a cow. What's so interesting? Come on, this isn't a place for you 2 to hang out." Sheng'en felt helpless and had no choice but to pull Su Jinyan to leave. After a few steps, she heard the senior doctor's faint voice behind her. "It's better to relax than to force it. Balancing yin and yang is the natural way. Xiao Su, don't hurt yourself or others." Sheng'en staggered, almost pulling Su Jinyan down with her. Fortunately, Su Jinyan quickly stabilized her, preventing her from embarrassing herself in front of everyone. Sheng'en's blood was boiling with anger. She wanted to run away and leave this humiliating place, but suddenly remembered another important matter. She quickly let go of Su Jinyan and hurried to the old doctor. "Do you have any way to temporarily prevent pregnancy without harming the body?" Having already lost face once, she didn't mind losing it again. Anyway, once she stepped out of the store, who knew what she had asked? The old doctor's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Sheng-en with annoyance. No. If he had such a method, his wife wouldn't have secretly taken the poison and died from bleeding. Sheng-en felt upset and didn't want to speak. The small carriage was silent and still. Suddenly, a warm, large hand held her hand, and a deep, pleasant voice came from the man. Don't be afraid. Sheng-en snapped back to her senses and instinctively moved closer to him. I'm not afraid. Su Jin-mien embraced her shoulders and half-hugged her. Until your body is fully recovered, we should act like before. Anan was afraid of having children, and he was too. Didn't you hear what the doctor said? Sheng-en pinched his firm waist and abdomen, feeling the strong energy through his clothes. You refuse to have separate rooms, and you're not afraid of hurting yourself. Su Jin-mien held her hand, rubbed it in his palm, and said softly, with it in helping me, it will be fine. Sheng-en muttered, You're so handsome, no matter what happens to me. Su Jin-mien didn't hear clearly and asked softly, What did Anan say? Sheng-en seriously corrected herself. I said this isn't a long-term solution. Su Jin-mien instinctively felt that wasn't what she meant, but he didn't ask further. Anan is still young. There's no rush. Just as Anan had said before, she hadn't even grown up yet. How could she have children? I'm not in a hurry. I am not in a hurry at all. Sheng-en swore confidently, but inside she was grinding her teeth. Who says women must marry when they come of age? Will waiting a few more years kill me? At 15 or 16, she was still a high school student in her previous life, still just a child. The lonely graves by the roadside, without tombstones, buried women who couldn't have children and ultimately died tragically, their bodies lost. This woman, who died this way, was believed to carry a lot of resentment. Burying her in her husband's family ancestral grave would ruin the feng shui, so her family simply dug a hole and buried her there. There was no 7-day mourning period, no rituals, and no offerings during festivals. It was as if she had never existed in the world. In feudal society, population was the foundation of the economy, military, and society. Rulers saw a large population as a sign of a strong country and aimed to maintain long-lasting stability. They didn't care much about women who died early due to childbirth. Women in this era often started their menstrual cycles at 14 or 15. If not, they might be forced to marry as young as 11 or 12. The only thing Sheng-en was grateful for was that she traveled to the relatively peaceful period of the Great Wei dynasty. There was no war or famine, so she could sit peacefully in a cart and complain. Seeing her angry wife, Su Jin-mien first felt speechless. Any words of comfort at this moment seemed weak and useless. Sheng-en's anger came and went quickly. Noticing that the man beside her hadn't spoken, she looked up at his handsome face and asked, I didn't say anything to you, so why are you silent? Su Jin-mien smiled bitterly, holding her hand gently tighter. Anan is right. I don't know what to say except to stay silent. Sheng-en poked his face. Then tell me something happy to cheer me up. Su Jin-mien thought for a moment and mentioned what happened at the Fong family's banquet. The roast chicken I made was praised by the guests. Maybe soon, Xing Yuan's roast chicken will become famous in Qingzhou. Sheng-en raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit better. The same goes for the women's side. In about 3 days, someone will come to buy roast chicken from Xingyuan. I guess the people from Zui Xianlu will be the first. Su Jin-mien relaxed his tense mind and kissed her face. What are your plans, Anan? Sheng-en replied, Of course, I will refuse. I won't let middlemen make a profit. Xingyuan focuses on high-end products. Supplying roast chicken to Zui Xianlu would lower Xingyuan's status. Plus, each roast chicken costs 2 taels of silver. Zui Xianlu would definitely lower the price, possibly to 300 coins per chicken. Zui Xianlu can sell each for at least 1 tael of silver. If Xingyuan supplies them, Sheng-en would be working for Zui Xianlu. Such a loss-making deal. Sheng-en wouldn't do it even if she were foolish. Once Xingyuan roast chicken becomes famous in Qingzhou City, Xingyuan's private dishes will also spread. When that happens, there will be many people coming to eat, and maybe they will need to make reservations. Imagining Xingyuan's business thriving, Sheng-en saw many small coins in her mind. Excited, she kissed Su Jin-mien. Study hard, and I will work hard to earn money. One day, you will pass the exam, and we will have power and wealth. Together, we will be a strong team. At this point, Shangin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Jinyan also smiled, holding her on his lap. "And give me 3 years, and I promise not to let you down." Hearing this, Shangin started counting on her fingers. 3 years until the provincial exam, and the next year is the imperial exam. That's just over 3 years. Are you sure that's enough time? She didn't want to put too much pressure on him. What if he went bald from overthinking? Sheng and covered Su Jinyan's hairline with her hands, imagining what he would look like bald. She couldn't help but burst into laughter and leaned weakly into his arms. Su Jinyan didn't understand his wife's sense of humor, but held her steady. 3 years is enough. Sheng'en knew he wasn't someone who made empty promises. She gently held his face, jokingly and seriously saying, "I heard that in Beijing, there's a trend of catching husbands under the ranking list. You're only 21 now. Don't let others catch you." Lu Huaji was reborn. Previously, she cursed that she would become a abandoned wife, die with her body, and have a bad death. This man's behavior over the past few months didn't seem like he would abandon her or harm her and the child. Sheng'en suddenly had a strange thought. She would only get pregnant after 3 years? Before that, she hadn't been pregnant or given birth. Sheng'en carefully recalled Lu Huaji's words and couldn't be sure if she was thinking correctly. Seeing her face change unpredictably, Su Jinyan thought she took the catching husbands under the ranking list thing seriously. He couldn't help but laugh and hold her face, kissing her again and again. "The ranking list catches unmarried Jinshi scholars. I am already married to you. Who would be crazy enough to try to catch me?" Sheng'en snorted. "The mountains are high, and the emperor is far away. If you don't say you're married, how would others know?" What she didn't say was that, under the influence of power, getting married didn't matter. If Lu Huaji's curses were true, they might both be victims of powerful forces. Thinking about this, Sheng'en couldn't help shivering, and her face looked a bit unhappy. No, she had to find a chance to go back to Huai Tree Village and carefully tease Lu Huaji to make her speak more about what happened in their past lives. Without understanding the situation clearly and preparing in advance, she couldn't rest easy. "Since NN is so worried, how about I go to the capital for the spring exams and take you along?" Su Jinyan's face was full of smiles, and his gentle eyes reflected Sheng'en. "Just thinking about being apart from NN for several months makes me very anxious. I wish I could always have NN with me." Seeing the serious look on his face, Sheng'en leaned on his chest quietly, feeling his heartbeat. "Okay, I will go with you then." Su Jinyan tightly held her hand, his deep voice full of excitement. "Thank you, NN." Sheng'en was always quick to do things. The next day, she got up early and made a few roasted chickens to give to Jiang Zifu's family. She also took one for herself and hurried to Huai Tree Village. She didn't go straight to find Lu Huaji, but first went to Zhang's house to see Zhang Zhaodi. There was nothing urgent in the fields now, and Zhang's family and Zhaodi were all at home. Sheng'en was warmly welcomed by Zhang's family. Seeing the expensive-looking roasted chicken she brought, Zhaodi's mother kept refusing. "Child, you just came, why bring things?" Sheng'en smiled and said, "I drank my aunt's milk when I was little." I didn't treat her any differently. Zhaodi's mother had nothing to say and had to accept the roasted chicken, locking it in the cupboard to prevent the little ones at home from stealing it. Zhaodi took Sheng'en to her room and asked with concern, "Did you come today because of something?" Sheng'en didn't hide anything and directly explained her purpose. "The last time you gave me the bamboo-carved guanyin statue, did you make it yourself or have someone make it for you?" Zhaodi's eyes lit up, and she looked instinctively at Sheng'en's belly. "The guanyin statue brought good luck?" "Are you pregnant?" Sheng'en was speechless. Sure enough, as soon as women get married, everyone starts urging them to have children. "Hurry up, this is very important. It could determine whether we can get rich and become wealthy women." Sheng'en held Zhaodi's head and shook it back and forth, her expression serious. Not like she was discussing the bamboo-carved guanyin statue, but like she was sending the statue into battle. Zhang Zhaodi saw the situation and immediately corrected her attitude. "I made it up. Some parts one didn't understand, so I asked my grandfather for help." Her weaving skills were learned from her grandfather. Her grandfather also praised her talent, saying she could come up with unique weaving techniques on her own. During that time, rumors in the village were bothering everyone. She stayed at home feeling bored and restless, so she spent her days practicing weaving. She even created a few new patterns. If she had more time, she could have made the guanine figure more detailed. Seeing her best friend interested in her weaving, Zhang Zadie immediately stood up. "I'll bring the others over. You can see if you like any." She then went outside and soon returned with a bunch of small bamboo crafts. There were pretty little flower baskets, a majestic big yellow dog, a sneaky little mouse, a cute and clever kitten, and some tiny fish that seemed to be swimming. Seeing these lively little animals, Xiangnan thought they looked like gold ingots. Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly touched and admired them. "They're really nice, so pretty." Zhang Zadie waved her hand generously. "Since you like them, take them all. When you have a baby, I'll weave a basket for your little one." Xiang An's mouth twitched, pretending she didn't hear her. She picked up the majestic big yellow dog. "Have you ever thought about coloring the bamboo crafts to make them look more real?" Zhang Zadie paused, then waved her hand. "Paints are so expensive. Coloring these small items is too extravagant." These small crafts weren't rare. They were sold at the city market. A small dog could sell for 10 coins, but coloring them would cost more in paint than the profit. Xiang An patiently persuaded her. If coloring them can help sell for a high price, one could earn 100 times more than others. "Would you do it?" "What? One craft could sell for 100 times more?" Zhang Zadie looked at her best friend as if she were a fool, doubting she was losing her mind. "That's a conservative estimate. If your bamboo weaving becomes more detailed, closer to real objects and more lively, the price could go even higher." Xiang An looked like a salesperson from her past life, doing her best to persuade Zhang Zadie. "Have you heard of bamboo painting?" "Probably not. I heard that if made into a screen, it could sell for 100 taels of silver." Zhang Zadie was suddenly excited by the idea of 100 taels of silver. She grabbed Xiang An's hand and asked eagerly, "What is bamboo painting? How can bamboo be made into a painting?" Xiang An pointed at the large yellow dog made of bamboo and offered Zhang Zadie some ideas. "Your woven yellow dog is more detailed than others. Besides the different weaving techniques, you split the bamboo strips thinner, allowing you to add more fine details. That makes your dog better than others. Even bamboo weaving paintings are more delicate. The first step is splitting bamboo into thin strips, which you can think of as threads. These threads can be embroidered into beautiful patterns. Once split into thin strips, bamboo can also be used to make bamboo weaving paintings. Bamboo weaving paintings are very difficult and can't be learned quickly." Xiang An didn't want to make things hard for Zhang Zadie, so she shifted the topic back to the small bamboo dog. "Sheng Garden doesn't have many rare decorations. I can't afford to buy calligraphy, paintings, or antiques, but I can make bamboo crafts. If you make beautiful bamboo decorations, I can place them in the most visible spot in Sheng Garden. If a guest likes them, I can exchange them for money." Zhang Zadie's eyes sparkled with hope, but she wasn't very confident. "And then, do you think I can do it? There are many small items like this in the market, and they only cost a few coins. Sheng Garden is so big and beautiful. Putting rough bamboo crafts there seems out of place. I say it will work, so it will," Xiang An said firmly, pointing at the big yellow dog. You definitely have a way to make it more delicate. The biggest challenge for you is coloring. That's not something you can do in a day or two. You need to take your time and think carefully." Zhang Zadie's heart was pounding, but her eyes shone brighter. She looked at the big yellow dog, then at other bamboo crafts and nodded seriously. "And I understand. Whether or not it succeeds, she was determined to try her best. If she succeeds, she can be self-sufficient like Anan. She won't be a burden to her family, and she can help her family live a good life." Xiang An was very pleased. "Good, take your time. I'll wait for your good news." After discussing the main topic, they started chatting about everyday life. As they talked, the conversation turned to Lu Huaji. Zhang Zadie whispered mysteriously, "Someone said she has a secret admirer. I often see her dressed up and going out, only coming back at dusk." "I think it's probably true." Xiang An's expression changed slightly. "Do you know where she went?" Lu Huaji was reborn, and any man who liked her in her past life would have been quite successful. Zhang Jiadi shook her head. No, I just heard she was heading north. She ran all day, probably because her boyfriend's family lives some distance from us. Sheng'an thought for a moment. She wondered who would be foolish enough to fall for her. Zhang Jiadi spoke with a bit of glee, clearly not liking Lu Huaji very much. She's both stupid and mean, with nothing attractive about her. Her family has been arguing loudly these days. She and her brother are losing patience with Kong Dazhuang. Kong Dazhuang's leg injury hasn't healed, so he can't work outside or go to the city to earn money. To Peng Chunlan and the others, he's a big burden. Knowing that staying silent wouldn't lead to a good outcome, Kong Dazhuang has stopped pretending to be patient. Neighbors often hear him cursing loudly. Sheng'an didn't care about Lu's family. She changed the subject and asked, "Your younger sister-in-law likes you a lot. Last time, when you went out with her, did she invite you to visit her home? It's been several days, and with her personality, she should have taken action by now." "I was invited, but since we aren't close, it felt strange to visit her." Zhang Jiadi didn't know her good friend's thoughts, nor did she understand Su Tsuelian's feelings. She said, "Actually, 2 days ago, your cousin came to a nearby village to buy pigs and brought some pork ribs to my family." She felt a bit embarrassed as she added, "My mother gave your cousin some money, but he refused to take it. He ran off like he was chased by a ghost. I didn't even get a chance to thank him." Sheng'an was surprised to hear this and looked curious. "Which cousin? De Kuei?" Zhang Jiadi nodded, trying not to laugh. "He suddenly appeared at my house and scared my parents half to death. It wasn't just a scare. The couple almost grabbed their tools and went to fight him. It's understandable they were so surprised. De Kuei's appearance and build are very deceiving. Anyone who sees him would feel intimidated, suspecting he came to cause trouble." Sheng'an could imagine the scene perfectly. She wondered whether De Kuei was there to deliver the ribs, or if her younger sister-in-law had arranged for him. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "What do you think of De Kuei?" Zhang Jiadi gave an honest opinion. "He looks fierce, but he's actually quite simple and kind. His temper is good. Your sister-in-law complained all the way, but he didn't lose his patience with her. It is clear that my good sister has no other thoughts." Sheng'an silently shed a tear of sympathy for her younger sister-in-law. "I don't know if he will ever find a wife with his personality. My sister-in-law is already worried her hair will turn white." Zhang Jiadi smiled and said, "Your sister-in-law's family is quite good. There must be a girl willing to marry. For someone like your cousin, you need a clever and lively girl." Sheng'an blinked and said, "A clever and lively girl? I happen to know one." Zhang Jiadi casually said, "Then you can help introduce her. If it works out, your sister-in-law will be grateful to you forever." Sheng'an pinched her face and said, "Isn't it you?" Zhang Jiadi was stunned, unsure if Sheng'an was joking or serious. Seeing this, Sheng'an pinched her face again and said, "I was just talking. I don't mean to be a matchmaker, so don't feel pressured." Zhang Jiadi pushed away her mischievous hand and thoughtfully raised her chin. "Your sister-in-law's family is good. If I marry into that family, it would be a bit of a step up. But your cousin is a bit scary. Just thinking about marrying him and sharing a bed makes my skin crawl." She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, I don't like your cousin like that." Sheng'an guessed the outcome and sighed silently, sincerely encouraging her good sister. "If you don't like him, then don't. When your bamboo weaving business makes money, you can find a son-in-law who will take your last name and have children with you." Zhang Jiadi's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Not all sons-in-law are like Kong Dazhuang. Some nearby are very good, hardworking, honest, obedient, and dedicated to living with their wives' families." Sheng'an didn't stay for lunch at Zhang's house. After leaving, she went to Lu's house nearby, hoping to see if Lu Huaji was at home. Fortunately, Lu Huaji didn't go out today. Sheng'an saw her carrying a basin of dirty clothes heading toward the river. She didn't follow directly, but took another small path to the riverbank. Halfway there, she ran into Lu Huaji. Lu Huaji's face immediately fell, and without thinking, she spat at Sheng'an. The spit almost landed on her shoe. Sheng'an felt disgusted and, without hesitation, stepped forward and slapped her face. Spitting everywhere shows no manners. Lu Huaji staggered from the hit, and the basin fell to the ground, spilling dirty clothes everywhere.
Ah!
You wicked girl. Why did you hit me? Lu Huaji was so angry she shouted loudly, unable to believe Sheng and dared to hit her directly. If I hit you, I hit you. Do I need to ask for your permission first? Sheng and was so infuriating she smiled sweetly while watching Lu Huaji stomp and shout. Lu Huaji covered her swollen face, feeling that Sheng An's words sounded familiar. Suddenly, she remembered that on the day Sheng An returned home, she also slapped her and said the same thing. I'm going to fight you. Lu Huaji couldn't hold back anymore. She clawed at Sheng An and lunged forward. You bad luck charm. You miserable person. Who are you to hit me? Unfortunately, she was weak and unskilled. As soon as she reached Sheng An grabbed her hair and forcefully threw her to the ground, pressing her face down. Who told you to curse me with your words? Because you curse me, I have nightmares every night. Who else should I hit but you rude girl? Sheng An made up a reason for hitting her and watched Lu Huaji's expression closely. Sure enough, Lu Huaji froze for a moment, then burst into a gleeful, mocking laugh. Nightmares? Haha. Do you dream that Sue's family abandoned you, set fire to your house, and left your 2 old parents to burn? Do you dream that on your way to the capital, you were left to die alone in the wilderness? Serves you right. All your fault. Who told you to be so greedy? Being a successful candidate's wife isn't enough. You also wanted to be a noble lady. You blocked his way to marry a noble daughter, so he had to kill you, or someone else. Sheng An's heart sank, but she showed a proud smile. It was just a nightmare. My husband treats me so well, he would never do such things to me. You're just jealous of me. That's why you say these things. I tell you, don't try to stir trouble between me and my husband. He promised me a lifetime together, to be the noble lady on top, someone you can only envy and hate. This lifetime, you will just be under my foot, looking up at me forever. Sheng An became more arrogant, laughing like a villain, mocking Lu Huaji's innocence. Ah, you wish. You wish. Lu Huaji's eyes turned red with anger. She stared fiercely at Sheng An, as if she were looking at her 10 times enemy. Everyone who likes you will be unlucky. Your grandparents died in a fire because of you. Your good friends became widows because of you. Even your only child died before birth because of your greed. How can you be proud in front of me? This kind of unlucky star that can kill everyone around her. Why doesn't heaven take her away and leave her to harm others? Sheng An's heart pounded wildly. She knew Lu Huaji was provoking her, but anger still surged inside her. She grabbed Lu Huaji's hair and used a harsh tone. You're talking nonsense. Seeing Sheng An lose her temper, Lu Huaji's smile grew more sinister and twisted. Just admit it. You are a bad luck charm. As long as you're alive, everyone around you will become unhappy because of you. You should die. Only when you're gone can others live happily. Sheng An took a deep breath, pulled Lu Huaji's hair, and slapped her hard across the face. All of this is your nonsense. You're trying to provoke me into giving up. I won't let you succeed. Someone like you, wasting food by living and wasting land by dying, only deserves to be trampled under my feet forever. The words, trampled under my feet forever, sounded like a spell tightening around Lu Huaji's mind. She stared with wild, crazy eyes. You wicked girl. I won't let you get your way. I am heaven's favorite. In this lifetime, you can't surpass me. No way, no way. Yes, she was reborn. Heaven pitied her and gave her a second chance. She had seized the advantage and changed her fate from marrying a scumbag in her previous life. Sheng An, that wicked girl, had not. She still married Sue, heading further down a dangerous path. In this life, that wicked girl would never be able to trample her underfoot. Lu Huaji brainwashed herself, finally suppressing her fear and anxiety. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of mockery. You can be proud, but it won't last long. She would see with her own eyes how this wicked girl would die. Seeing Lu Huaji keep repeating only these few words, Sheng An decided to give her one last push. You keep saying I will die, and that I will drag my grandparents and sister-in-law down with me. But those things haven't even happened. How do you know about them? Lu Huaji's face changed drastically. Her eyes darted around as if she saw a ghost, refusing to meet Sheng An's gaze. It's over. If she revealed her secret in front of this wicked girl, would she guess that she was reborn? No, no way. Such supernatural things. She couldn't possibly guess that. If she were truly so clever, she wouldn't have ended up in such a situation in her past life. Lu Huaji steadied her mind and looked up at Sheng An's doubtful gaze. She stiffened her neck and cursed. Someone like you. A jinx. I guess that the person who cares for you wouldn't have a good ending. She only knew what she had heard from others. It's true that this jinx received a breakup letter, and it's also true that her grandparents were burned to death in a fire. Besides what others said, that Su Jinyan forced her to give up her position to climb higher, there probably aren't any other reasons. Sheng An smiled coldly and slapped her again. Since you're so good at guessing, did you guess you'd get hit today? Lu Huaji's face was swollen and unrecognizable. She looked at Sheng An with anger and frustration, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "What do you want?" Sheng An patted her face gently, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered as she looked at Lu Huaji's frightened expression, "My husband once read me a story about a woman who died unjustly and was reborn before the tragedy happened. Could it be that you're the same? Reborn?" The word, reborn, hit Lu Huaji like a thunderbolt, making her almost unable to breathe. Her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. You're talking nonsense." "I'm not." Lu Huaji couldn't hide her emotions. She instinctively denied it, but it was obvious she was lying. I is such a naive little fool." Sheng An released her hair and looked at her disheveled appearance, feeling extremely upset. "If you dare to curse me again, I will stay near your house every day and hit you every time I see you." Lu Huaji was so frightened she took 2 steps back, glaring at her warily. Sheng An didn't bother to argue further. She turned around and walked away without looking back. Lu Huaji couldn't believe she was letting herself go so easily. She froze for a moment, then quickly squatted down to pick up her dirty clothes, grabbed a basin, and ran away with it, afraid Sheng An would come back again. On her way back to the city, Sheng An recalled Lu Huaji's words and actions, gradually analyzing and extracting useful information. From what Lu Huaji said earlier and later, it was clear she would die a terrible death. The cause was Su Jinyan, who sought to climb higher by forcing her and her grandparents into a tragic end. Even her maidservant would be affected and lose her husband because of her. Lu Huaji never mentioned who Su Jinyan was pursuing. She probably didn't know who this noble lady was. Otherwise, she would have compared her carefully and looked down on her. One thing she couldn't be sure of was whether Sheng An in that lifetime was really her. If it was her, she would never cling to a changing lover, and she certainly wouldn't travel 1,000 miles to the capital while pregnant to find someone. Unless the divorce letter she received was suspicious, or if Su Jinyan encountered trouble, she might have taken such a risk out of worry. Now, she was sure that in this lifetime, she would most likely face the same situation. Thinking of this, Sheng An's eyes turned icy cold. No matter who this noble lady was, she would never let her life be easily trampled on. In the evening, Su Jinyan returned home and easily sensed that Sheng An's gaze on him was unusual. While the 3 elders went for a walk in the front yard to digest their food, there was no third person in the small building. Su Jinyan hugged her from behind and asked, "Did I do something wrong that made Nan dislike me so much?" Usually when he returned home, and had endless things to say. Tonight, she was unusually silent and didn't even look at him. Sheng An let go of his hand, turned to face him, and showed no expression on her face. "I'm a bit annoyed. Don't talk to me for now." Su Jinyan's eyes darkened, mostly feeling anxious and unable to control it. "And what exactly happened?" Sheng An shook her head, looking a little tired. "Some things haven't been thought through yet. I'll tell you when I figure them out." The man in front of her genuinely cared for her. Before anything happened, she didn't want to think badly of him, but a thorn was always lodged in her heart. Su Jinyan's lips pressed tightly, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Can't you tell me now?" Sheng An shook her head again. "No." Su Jinyan stepped forward, cupped her face with both hands, and looked into her eyes. "Did someone say something?" They had parted ways peacefully that morning, but in just one day, Anan's attitude had changed so noticeably. Someone must have interfered. Su Jinyan. Sheng-en rarely called his full name. When she did, it was usually out of shyness or excitement. This serious tone was the first time. Su Jinyan looked directly into Sheng-en's eyes, his expression becoming serious. "And you tell me." Sheng-en looked at the reflection in his eyes and sighed softly. "Can you give me a little time? When I've thought it through, I'll tell you everything." Su Jinyan frowned even more. "If you can't figure it out, does that mean you'll leave me?" Sheng-en widened her eyes. "Why would you think that?" Though, on the way back from Huai village, that thought had crossed her mind. Having regained her health and built a decent career, she only wanted a peaceful, steady life. If the man before her became an unpredictable part of that life, then even if she couldn't bear to let go, she would still have to end things before it was too late. "And don't lie to me." Su Jinyan stubbornly held her close, gently brushing her hair from her face. "We've already made our vows. We're husband and wife in this life. Even if you're unsure, you can't leave me." Sheng-en's heart trembled, and she didn't dare meet his eyes. "Then, what if you're the one who changes your mind?" By the end, she had regained her confidence and glared at him firmly. Su Jinyan suddenly smiled and leaned down to kiss her lightly. "If I ever change my heart, then you can punish me." Sheng-en's eyes widened. Her instincts told her he wasn't joking. "The man who betrays Anan would no longer be me. Such a person wouldn't deserve to live, nor to be your husband." Su Jinyan gently brushed her hair aside, his smile calm, yet carrying a strange intensity. If that day ever comes, you mustn't forgive me." A chill ran down Sheng-en's back, and fear crept into her heart. "Don't say such things." Su Jinyan only held her tighter, feeling her warmth. "I never speak carelessly to you." Sheng-en's heart softened, and she finally hugged him back. "Don't talk anymore." She just wanted some quiet. Su Jinyan smiled faintly, cupping her face and kissing her again. "Until you've made up your mind, don't ignore me." "I'm not ignoring you," Sheng-en protested. Su Jinyan clearly didn't believe her and deepened the kiss until she was breathless, then finally let her go. "You're being too much." Sheng-en took deep breaths of fresh air, then clenched her fist and gave her chest a firm punch. "It's just a few words I said. Why are you so petty about it?" Su Jinyan asked back. "Is it just a few words?" Sheng-en was speechless and glared at him more fiercely. "What a stingy man." Su Jinyan chuckled softly and gently kissed her eye in a comforting way. "I just got a new travel journal. I'll read it to you tonight." Sheng-en's anger eased a little, but she still retorted, "I don't care." When she stopped pretending to be ignorant, she could read whatever she wanted. Su Jinyan continued to coax his wife. "I care." Sheng-en, annoyed by his teasing, let go of his embrace and held his hand. "You're taking the imperial exam in 3 years and will participate in the spring exam afterward. You need to focus on studying and remember your promise to me." Su Jinyan said seriously, "I will never forget, even for a moment." Their relationship returned to its usual harmony, and the next morning, they went to the Yi family for a banquet. The guests from the Fong and Yi families overlapped. During the meal, they once again enjoyed Sheng Yuan's roasted chicken. Finally, a guest couldn't help but ask about the chicken's origin. They learned it came from a place called Sheng Yuan Private Kitchen. The guests were confused, having never heard of it. But being able to make ordinary chicken so delicious, the chef at Sheng Yuan Private Kitchen must be better than the chef at Drunken Immortal Tower. The guests started to compare secretly, asking each other about Sheng Yuan's details. When they found no one knew much, they became more curious and decided to investigate after the banquet. Sheng-en didn't know that the name Sheng Yuan had already quietly spread among the upper circles of Qingzhou City. The day after the Yi family banquet, someone came to seek cooperation. Chao, the shopkeeper of Drunken Immortal Tower. Chao arrived just at the right time. At the gate, he announced his identity and purpose, then was led by Shu Qi to a special guest reception hall. Through the half-open window, she could see the entire courtyard, which showed the owner's taste. Chao secretly took a deep breath. His confidence had been high, but now he felt uncertain about today's cooperation. When he received news of Chow's visit, Sheng-en continued to sweep the fallen leaves in the yard calmly. After tidying up every corner, she washed her hands and went to change clothes on the second floor. Sheng-en changed from her usual simple style and wore a new bright red, wide-sleeved, embroidered gold dress, making her look more noble. Shopkeeper Chow had already finished a pot of tea and was almost unable to hold back his expression to leave in frustration. Sheng-en arrived late. When he saw Sheng-en, shopkeeper Chow's face changed. He didn't expect the owner of Sheng Garden to be such a young woman, completely different from his guests. Sorry for not arriving earlier due to busy affairs. I hope shopkeeper Chow can forgive me. Sheng-en smiled politely. Seeing Chow's surprised expression, she ordered more tea and paintings to be brought. Shopkeeper Chow quickly recovered and forced a smile. It was I who suddenly came by and disturbed Lady Sheng. After exchanging a few polite words, Sheng-en, not wanting to waste time, asked directly, "May I ask what brings shopkeeper Chow here today?" Seeing her straightforwardness, Chow had to swallow his pleasantries and sat up straight, cautiously asking, "Recently, the Fong family and Yun family held a big banquet. There was a secret recipe for roasted fragrant chicken wings, said to be supplied by Lady Sheng. Is that true?" Sheng-en nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. Chow's spirit lifted, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Zui Xianlu wants to discuss a business deal with Lady Sheng. Would Lady Sheng be interested in cooperating? If he were an ordinary merchant, Chow wouldn't be so polite. But from the moment he stepped into Sheng Garden, he had set aside his disdain for Sheng Garden. Now, facing Sheng and strong presence, Chow felt immense pressure. He momentarily forgot that the person in front of him was a woman he secretly looked down on. Sheng-en picked up her teacup and took a sip, showing no emotion. Shopkeeper Chow, please go on. Chow was proud of being the manager of Zui Xianlu. Over the years, he had made many connections with officials and nobles. Now, as he discussed cooperation, he couldn't help but show a bit of arrogance. Lady Sheng, Zui Xianlu is one of the top restaurants in Qingzhou City. It handles countless guests daily, many of whom are prominent figures in the city. I'm sure Lady Sheng has heard of it. Sheng-en found this amusing. This man was just bragging about how great Zui Xianlu was, probably to take control of the situation and prepare for price negotiations. Huh, does he really think she can't see through his tricks? Looking at Chow's smug face, Sheng-en casually threw out one word. Oh, Master Chow's face turned pale. Boss Sheng, the Zui Xianlu has a 200-year tradition. It is an honor for Sheng Yuan to cooperate with us, even though you are just starting out. Sheng-en shook his head, looking disapproving. Are older people necessarily better than younger ones? If that's the case, I kindly ask your former employer to discuss this with me. Master Chow choked on his words, looking very displeased. I come here sincerely to work with Boss Sheng. Does Boss Sheng look down on me or my current employer? Sheng-en smiled lightly and replied casually, Don't worry about it, Master Chow. Master Chow felt a surge of anger inside. His gaze at Sheng-en grew more unfriendly. They say harmony brings wealth. I hope Sheng Yuan's private kitchen can last a long time, right? Seeing him talk on and on, full of boastful talk and preachy tone, Sheng-en grew impatient. Master Chow, you're here to seek cooperation. So, what exactly do you want to work on? Master Chow hesitated again but secretly felt pleased. Women are women short on experience and not understanding business rules. They are not suited for business. But that could be a good thing, as he could lead her around and help Zui Xianlu gain more profit. The more Master Chow thought about it, the more excited he became. He spoke in a condescending tone. Boss Sheng, Zui Xianlu wants to order roasted chickens from Sheng Yuan. 200 chickens daily, at 1.50 yuan each. How about that? Sheng-en's mouth twitched. 1.5 yuan per chicken? He really dares to ask. He coldly smiled. No, thank you. Buying a live chicken costs at least 0.80 yuan. The cost of ingredients and charcoal isn't small, not to mention labor and time. How dare he ask for such a price? Master Chow seemed to expect Sheng-en's refusal, showing a fake, sly smile. Boss Sheng, this price isn't low. Just so you know, Suji's roast duck sells for only 3 yuan each. After saying that, he looked at Sheng'an with a "you should be grateful" expression. Sheng'an stood up directly, about to retort, when suddenly a voice from the doorway interrupted. "Master, a guest just ordered 30 roasted chickens with a 50% deposit of 30 taels." Face slapped, brutally and openly. Sheng'an smiled directly, looking at Manager Chow with a face that seemed to have swallowed a fly. "Sorry, Manager Chow. Xingyuan roast chicken doesn't lack customers who love it. That 150 coins, you can keep it at Zui Xianlu to buy Suji roast duck. Come, send the guests away." At the door, the calligraphy and painting scholar immediately stepped in, coldly saying to the angry Manager Chow, "Please leave." Manager Chow gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Sheng'an with a sinister look. "Boss Sheng, if you refuse to cooperate, are you trying to oppose Zui Xianlu?" "Oppose?" Sheng'an sneered coldly, speaking firmly. "Zui Xianlu is not worthy." Manager Chow's face turned red, his eyes wide as if to eat someone. "How dare you look down on Zui Xianlu? You're just a small private restaurant. Zui Xianlu giving you a chance to cooperate is a great honor. Don't be ungrateful." Sheng'an smiled. "You can keep that face for someone else to slap. Goodbye." Manager Chow clenched his teeth, his face flushed and neck thick. Fine. I'll remember how Boss Sheng treats guests." With that, he angrily swung his sleeve and left. Sheng'an watched Manager Chow's back, feeling as sick as if she had eaten dog. This Zui Xianlu, she thought it could become the top restaurant in Qingzhou City, and had some skill. But unexpectedly, the big manager turned out to be such a person. She had overestimated Zui Xianlu before. She must teach her 4 treasures well and open a restaurant in the future, so she can crush Zui Xianlu. Sheng'an waved to the calligraphy scholar at the door, a faint smile on her face. "He's clever." That one sentence sharply slapped Manager Chow's face. Tonight, Chow probably wouldn't sleep well from anger. The calligraphy scholar happily said, "Master, there's real business coming in." He took out 3 small silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Sheng'an, along with an order sheet that clearly listed the customer, delivery address, quantity, and delivery time. Sheng'an carefully looked at it, confirming everything was correct, then her smile widened. Good. Xingyuan finally has its first order. Afterward, she generously praised the scholar. "Well done." The scholar, responsible for greeting guests and handling orders, was the only literate among the 4 young men. Proud of the praise from his master, he blushed with excitement. "It's all thanks to your teaching, Master." Sheng'an encouraged him, saying, "Work hard, and I will give you a bonus at the end of the month." Shu Qi became even happier and happily walked away. Xingyuan came with business, and Sheng'an was in a very good mood. She hummed a tune as she went to the big kitchen to teach the 4 children cooking skills. Among the 4 children, the youngest, Bao Xiao, was the most talented and made the fastest progress. She understood things almost immediately. The other 3 children also did well. They were diligent, eager to learn, and hardworking. Although they had less talent, Sheng'an was willing to spend time carefully teaching them. After the lesson, the 4 children practiced cooking on their own, while Sheng'an watched nearby. When they finished practicing, Sheng'an tasted each of their dishes and carefully pointed out what could be improved. The 4 children silently remembered her advice, like dry soil desperately absorbing water. She reminded them to go to the market early tomorrow to buy chickens, then took the food back to the small building. The 2 elders of the Sheng family and Su Qinglin were in the main hall. Sheng and directly showed them a silver note for 30 taels. "Our first customer at Xingyuan has ordered 30 roasted chickens. This is a deposit." Grandma Sheng was shocked and stared wide-eyed. She hurriedly took the silver note and looked at it carefully. 30 taels? Really 30 taels? Wow, 2 taels of silver for 1 roasted chicken. Who would buy that? But if someone bought it, that was fine. And they bought 30 chickens at once. Could it be that making money from rich city folks was so easy? Grandpa Sheng also had the same thought. He looked at the 3 silver notes with a rare smile that was even brighter than the day the snack shop opened. It was the granddaughter's cleverness that made her realize that money from wealthy people was better. One roasted chicken sold for 2 taels of silver. In the small building, the family was happily imagining earning a lot of money every day. However, shopkeeper Chow was feeling terrible. As soon as he returned to Drunken Immortal Inn, he went to find his brother-in-law, Chun Pei-sheng, who was also the owner and head chef of the inn. Brother-in-law, that Sheng boss isn't easy to deal with. He will definitely try to compete with Drunken Immortal Inn and fight for the important customers. We have to be careful. Chun Pei-sheng was in his early 30s, an ordinary-looking man with a somewhat cold demeanor. After hearing his brother-in-law's words, he frowned slightly. Drunken Immortal Inn is working sincerely with Sheng Yuan. Did you mention the conditions I gave? Master Chow felt a bit guilty but said aloud. Of course I told her. I said we order 200 chickens every day at 800 coins each and settle accounts every 10 days. The seasoning and charcoal are supplied by Drunken Immortal Inn. But she didn't listen and directly threw me out. Chun Pei-sheng didn't believe blindly and thought for a moment before standing up. I'll go personally to Sheng Garden to visit and talk with Boss Sheng. Just one secret recipe of roasted fragrant chicken shows that Boss Sheng is a skilled chef who loves his craft. Such a talented person would be proud and unlikely to argue over prices. It's probably that my brother-in-law said something rude, which made him angry and throw me out. The more Chun Pei-sheng thought about it, the more he believed that was the real reason. He couldn't sit still and decided to leave immediately. Master Chow was very scared and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Brother-in-law, you must not go. That woman looks down on Drunken Immortal Inn and wouldn't have a good attitude towards you. If she also throws you out, what will become of our inn's reputation? He couldn't let his brother-in-law go because it might reveal what he had done. Chun Pei-sheng listened and thought his brother-in-law's worries made sense. He decided to hold back his plan to visit Sheng Garden himself and told Master Chow, tomorrow bring some gifts and talk with Boss Sheng about cooperation. Be sure to show your sincerity. He also added, the price can still be negotiated. Working with Sheng Garden would be a win-win situation and more beneficial for Drunken Immortal Inn. Master Chow's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed. Yes, I'll go first thing tomorrow. Chun Pei-sheng trusted his brother-in-law somewhat, gave a few instructions, and let him go. But inside, he was thinking about finding a chance to learn cooking skills from Sheng Yin. It had been a long time since a top chef in Qingzhou City challenged him, and his passion for cooking was itching to be tested. The first order for roasted chicken was just the beginning. Before delivering 30 chickens, more orders came in the next day, 24 in total, ranging from as few as 5 to as many as 80. 80 chickens at once? Are they going to eat roasted chicken as their main food? Bao Xiao was trembling as she plucked feathers, but when she heard about the big order, her face showed a mix of pain and happiness. Shu Qi smiled and said, the person placing the order said that their master suddenly made a lot of money and, in his happiness, ordered 80 chickens to reward his loyal staff. Bao Xiao tilted his head, his young face full of confusion. A roasted chicken costing 2 taels of silver isn't worth it. It's better to give money to those people. As soon as he finished speaking, Bao Lan gently patted him. Our roasted chicken is so delicious. Why isn't 2 taels of silver worth it? Your food, clothing, and monthly silver depend on these chickens to earn you money. Bao Xiao realized this and carefully looked at Sheng Yin, who was busy at the oven. He immediately raised his voice to show loyalty. That's right. Our roasted chicken is the best in the world. I just think for ordinary folks, getting silver is the most practical. Plus, our roasted chicken is originally earning money from the wealthy. Bao Xiang and Bao Yun quickly agreed. Yes, rich people aren't fools. They're willing to buy a chicken for 2 taels of silver because they think it's worth the price. Sheng Yin found this amusing and explained to Bao Xiao, giving silver and giving roasted chicken mean different things. When that old master received a big sum of money, he didn't give anything in return, and no one said anything. But when they get a roasted chicken worth 2 taels of silver, they feel the master is kind and are grateful. Eating the fragrant roasted chicken leaves a good memory, and in the future, they will still feel thankful to the master. Also, a roasted chicken costing 2 taels of silver is only affordable for the wealthy. It's a sign of status. When they talk about it with friends and family, it makes them feel proud. If they only received silver directly, it would be gone quickly. They would hope the master earns another big sum and gives them more silver. But if that doesn't happen, some might feel unhappy, thinking the master is stingy and not worth serving. The four Bao and Shuchi looked at each other thoughtfully, then secretly glanced at Sheng'an. They all had the same idea in mind. The master really doesn't see them as outsiders. In 2 days, they received a total of 420 roasted chicken orders. Sheng Yuan's capacity is at most 50 chickens a day, so fulfilling these orders would take at least 8 to 9 days. Fortunately, Shuchi had informed them in advance. The customers who order don't mind waiting, and all orders are scheduled in sequence, so there's no risk of missing the deadline. Seeing the remaining live chickens, Sheng'an told Shuchi, the number of future orders won't decrease. Each order can't be more than 5 chickens, and the total must not exceed 20. Bukshi felt a bit sad and didn't dare to doubt Sheng'an at all. Yes, my lady. Sheng'an nodded and told him to go do his own work. Looking at the oven with half-cooked roast chickens and a big basin filled with raw chickens waiting to be roasted, Sheng'an couldn't help but sigh. The 4 treasures haven't yet learned the secret to making roast chicken. For now, she is the only one doing it. Now, from head to toe, she smells like roast chicken, as if she has turned into one herself. The 4 treasures chatter happily, unaware of how tiring it is for their owner. Suddenly, Sheng'an found herself annoyed with them and issued her first task after teaching them cooking skills. You are limited to 20 days to master all the techniques of making roast chicken. The 4 treasures looked at each other. The most lively one, Bao Xiao, asked, My lady, do we have to learn the most important techniques too? Sheng'an confirmed, Yes, you must learn everything, no step can be missed. Once they learn how to make roast chicken, she can relax. At most, she will use her special cooking skills when the chicken is about to be done. After all, that step is something she wants to teach them, but knows they can't learn easily. The 4 treasures were very excited and nodded eagerly. We will learn well, but Sheng'an wondered if she was trusting them too much, even willing to teach them the most important techniques. This boundless trust made them touched but also nervous, afraid that if they didn't learn well, they would disappoint her. After making roast chicken all afternoon, Sheng'an, smelling of roasted chicken, carried a heavy box back to the small building. Inside the box was today's deposit for the roast chicken, half in silver and half in banknotes, totaling 390 taels. As Sheng'an stepped into the yard, she heard the voice of her little cousin, Su Chuilian, coming from the main hall. Second brother, if those people find out Jin Yan passed the imperial exam, won't they shamelessly come after him? Su Qinglin snorted. Jin Yan is my son. As long as I don't acknowledge them as brothers, they can't come after Jin Yan. Su Chuilian sighed helplessly. It's just that I don't know what the head of the clan is thinking. This morning, he had his grandson come to our house to ask if Jin Yan passed the exam. That's when I found out Jin Yan hasn't even gone back home. Su Qinglin's face looked unhappy. Jin Yan has been busy lately and hasn't gone back to the village to pay respects to our ancestors. Now that the clan leader knows about his success, I will go back with him in the next couple of days. Su Tsuilian asked, and isn't going? Su Qinglin shook his head. Let's forget it this time. What if they start fighting again and hurt her? Hearing this, Sheng'an couldn't help but laugh and cry. She quickened her steps into the main hall, where she saw not only Su Tsuilian but also Zhang Dakue. Zhang Dakue hurried over, took the small box from her hand, and wore a simple, honest smile. You've worked hard all day, sister-in-law. Sheng'an raised an eyebrow slightly. This boy has changed. He can say such things now. Zhang Dakue felt embarrassed under her gaze, lowered his head to avoid her look of curiosity, and hurried back with the box, as if escaping. Sheng'an was very speechless. Was she a terrible monster? Su Tsuilian also looked uncomfortable. She slapped her eldest son's broad back. You're such a grown man, but you're still so unsteady. Zhang Dakue didn't like hearing that. His face turned red, and he grumbled, When I get married, I'll be more steady.
Su Kulian nodded that happily.
You're finally waking up. Sheng'an's eyes lit up with curiosity. Something was going on. Su Tsuilian couldn't hide her secret. Before Sheng'an could ask, she pulled her to sit nearby. I need to ask you for a favor. Sheng'an quickly said, Sister-in-law, Don't worry about asking. As long as I can help, I will do my best. Su Tsuelian smiled warmly. I'm sure you can help. Then she pointed at the red-faced and thick-necked Zhang Dakue. It's this boy. He has his eye on your younger sister Zhaodi. I want you to help find out what Zhaodi and her family are thinking. If Zhaodi and her family are willing, she will immediately invite a matchmaker to propose marriage. Shengen looked at Zhang Dakue eagerly waiting for her answer and felt the situation was a bit tricky. After thinking for a moment, she said politely, Zhaodi has turned down a marriage before. She doesn't want to talk about her future husband right now. Dakue might have to wait a bit. She couldn't tell her mother and brother that Zhaodi didn't like Dakue, and just thinking about marriage and sharing a bed might scare her. Zhang Dakue didn't doubt her. His face turned red as he said, I am willing to wait. Su Tsuelian didn't hesitate. Yes, as long as Zhaodi likes Dakue, a grown man like him can wait 3 or 5 years. Shengen nodded and kindly reminded the mother and son, Zhaodi is a strong-willed girl. Persistent efforts won't work on her. If Daku wants to win her heart, he should be honest with her and show that he's someone she can trust. Su Tsuelian was very happy and assured her proudly, I know my son best. Daku is straightforward and open. He doesn't have the complicated mind like his father. Shengen, little sister-in-law, do you realize what you're saying about brother-in-law? But it's true that Daku isn't sneaky. Shengen encouraged him with a smile. Zhaodi's feelings are a bit rough. You need to be more patient. Daku's face turned red and dark, but he looked very serious. I have patience. Seeing his honest, shy face, Shengen suddenly remembered the harsh words from Lu Huaji. Everyone who likes you will face misfortune. Your grandparents lost their lives in a fire because of you. Your good friends became widows because of you. Shengen gasped, and her heart pounded quickly. Could Daku be the husband from Zhaodi's past life? After sending Su Tsuelian and her son away, Shengen went back upstairs alone. She leaned against the window, staring at the darkening sky, lost in thought. Soon, she heard faint footsteps at the staircase. Shengen didn't turn around. In the next moment, a thin body was wrapped in a cool embrace. Enin, are you worried about something? Su Jinyan touched Shengen's exposed hand and noticed it was cold. He immediately closed the window and took her into the room. It's cold tonight. Your body is weak, so you should wear more clothes. While speaking, he opened the wardrobe and took out a thin jacket for Shengen to wear. Looking at his gentle face and calm tone, Shengen softly asked, Jinyan, do you believe in past lives and reincarnation? Su Jinyan was momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. Of course I believe. I believe that in a past life, Enin and I were a loving couple, and in this life, we are meant to be together again. The first time he saw Enin, that feeling of heart pounding wasn't fake. And he only has this feeling for Enin.
Then,
what were we in our past lives? If, as you say, we were a loving couple who grew old together, why do we need to be reborn to meet again? Se-ong was determined to find an answer, feeling that only by understanding could the lingering pain in her heart disappear. Does it mean that in our past lives, our ending wasn't good, and that's why our current fate is a continuation? Her ability to travel through time and Lu Huaji's rebirth proved that past and present are not just illusions. Enin, what exactly happened? Su Jinyan sensed Se-ong's confusion and worry, his face serious. Did you have a dream? Se-ong stiffened. Seeing her unusual behavior, Su Jinyan didn't need to ask more. Enin, dreams are not real. Everything in a dream, good or bad, shouldn't be taken seriously. He kept kissing her, trying to calm her down. I know some simple dream interpretation techniques. Can you tell me about your dream? Se-ong took a deep breath, looking at the concern and worry in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. As you said, dreams are not real. Whatever happens in them, I shouldn't take it seriously. She forced a small smile. Maybe I've been worried about Xingyuan's business lately, so I dreamt about it. Now that Xingyuan is making progress, I have nothing to worry about. Su Jinyan looked into her eyes quietly, then smiled gently. I see. I was too careless and didn't notice your worries. Se-ong shook her head lightly. It's none of your business. His eyes darkened, but he took her hand gently and said in a relaxed tone, Grandma has prepared dinner. There are your favorite shrimp. Let's go eat. Se-eng's face lit up with joy. Grandma's cooking is much better than yours. Your cooking hasn't improved in these months. Su Jinyan put his arm around her shoulders, and they went downstairs together, in sync. The winter days were long, and the night fell completely. The family sat together to eat. The elders talked about today's business and income, plans for tomorrow's store opening, how many new customers they had gained recently, and whether to close the shop for a couple of days. Se-ong listened quietly to these small talks, watching her grandparents' kind and gentle faces, her heart gradually calming down. Regardless of past lives, tragedies in this life have not yet happened, so everything can still change. After discussing closing the shop to rest, Su Qinglin looked at Su Jinyan and said, "The clan leader knows about your success as a scholar. When is a good time for us to go back?" Su Jinyan placed the peeled shrimp into a bowl and picked up another from the plate to peel. "The teacher doesn't teach the day after tomorrow, so let's go then." Su Qinglin had no objection. "All right, after breakfast, we'll go. The sooner, the better." Then he explained to Sheng En, "Go to the ancestral hall to burn some paper and offer incense. There's nothing urgent, so you can rest at home peacefully." Sheng En quickly said, "The journey is too far, I don't want to go."
Su Qinglin sờ mai.
"If you don't want to go, that's good. Besides holidays, we don't need to go back often. Now that Jinyan is a successful scholar, reputation is even more important. No matter how much he dislikes a few people in the village, he can't always be with them, so he can only meet less often. If they don't meet, there won't be any fights." On the day they returned to the village, the father and son hired an ox cart to go to Su's farm. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng couldn't bear to close the shop, so they went to the wonton shop as usual. Sheng and also went to the big kitchen, making roast chicken while explaining details and techniques to the 4 children. Soon, a batch of fresh roast chicken was ready. The aroma filled the entire Sheng garden. People lining up in the front yard to get the chicken couldn't help but stretch their necks and sniff eagerly. Sure enough, a chicken costing 2 taels of silver tastes amazing. The smell is great, and the taste is even better. My young master once gave me a chicken leg, and it was so delicious I dreamt about roast chicken that night. You're lucky. I only got to taste a few bites at the banquet with the master. I haven't had the chance to enjoy the full flavor. Today you can take more bites. Maybe your stomach will be full, and you won't be craving your lord's roast chicken. Bah, don't get too proud. When I get my monthly silver, I'll buy a whole chicken." The house was noisy, everyone bickering while constantly swallowing saliva, all overwhelmed by the tempting aroma. Before they finished taking their roast chickens and left, several carriages stopped at the door. Among them, a person who looked like an official was led inside, and Shu Qi immediately went forward to greet him. The steward looked over the book of dishes and the lively scene inside the house. He directly stated the purpose of Xingyuan. "I have reserved a table for my master for lunch the day after tomorrow." Shu Qi was very happy and immediately took out a carefully prepared menu, handing it to the steward with both hands. "Please take a look." The steward opened the menu and initially didn't pay much attention. However, when he saw the prices listed next to each dish, he gasped silently. Stewed old turtle soup, 5 taels of silver. 8 treasures black chicken soup, 5 taels of silver. Charcoal grilled lamb chops, 5 taels of silver. Even the simplest rice costs 50 coins per bowl. It seemed like they were just asking for money, yet Xingyuan wanted to give a full meal as a gift. The steward's mouth twitched as he looked at Shu Qi, who was smiling kindly. He nervously listed the dishes, feeling a sharp pain in his heart as if bleeding. Forget it. The money was from the master. His master's money wasn't his own. He was just an ordinary steward. Worrying about the money for the master was simply foolish. Doing his job well was what he should focus on. Thinking this way, after confirming the dishes and paying a deposit of 25 taels of silver, the steward still felt the pain and worried that when he returned, his master might blame him for embezzling the money. Sensing the steward's concern, Shu Qi immediately wrote a receipt, stamped with a bright red seal. The words, Xingyuan, were very clear. "Keep this receipt. You can enter the estate for lunch with it the day after tomorrow." Seeing this, the steward immediately relaxed and nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Xingyuan will handle things well. In the past, dining at other restaurants wasn't so formal. Xingyuan was truly extraordinary. No wonder Master Ding often praised it in front of his master. Politely seeing off the first customer who ordered, Shu Qi suppressed his excitement and began to have the people inside collect the freshly roasted chicken and settle the remaining payment according to the list. Meanwhile, Shengnan was busy with his work. On the other side, the Su father and son had just arrived at Zijiaba. At the village entrance, a lively firecracker sound rang out, and almost everyone in the village was waiting there, including the 3 brothers of old Su. The village chief's face was full of a smile like a chrysanthemum. Before Su Jinyan could get out of the carriage, he hurriedly approached with his grandson's help, tightly grasping Su Jinyan's hand. The top scorer in the county exam. You've brought great honor to the Su family. It is not an exaggeration to say this is a great honor. Su Jin, still young, is the top scorer in the provincial exam. Without surprise, he will soon become a successful scholar, earning the qualification to hold official office. For the remote and poor Su family village, having a successful scholar is a huge blessing. Producing a successful candidate is a dream they never dared to imagine. Su Jin smiles naturally, gently supporting the village elder on the other side, and calmly walks toward the ancestral hall. The road of the imperial exams is long and difficult. Being a scholar is not the ultimate goal. Seeing his calm and modest attitude, the village elder likes him even more. Yes, you're right. You still have a long way to go. Whether the Su family will thrive depends on you young ones. Everyone in the village knows that as long as Su Jin is from the Su family, the more he advances in the exams, the more benefits the family gains. They say one person's success can lift up everyone around them. The most obvious benefit is that if Su Jin passes the exam, the Su family will be exempt from taxes and forced labor. In the future, when villagers leave the village, no one will bother them out of envy. Moreover, in resource competitions between villages, Su family village will have a clear advantage, and no one dares to challenge them directly. Watching Su Jin surrounded by admirers and shining brightly, Su Lauda and others behind the crowd look grim. Su Lao San is most anxious. He grabs Su Lao Si's arm. See, whining has talent. He will definitely be more successful than that troublemaker, right? Su Lao Si sighs helplessly. Third brother, Jin is your son. Bones broken, tendons intact. Now he's a scholar. Why compare whining to him? Su Lao Sen stares at Su Jin's back, his face twisted with hatred. He's a cursed star. I don't have such a son. As if trying to convince himself, he keeps muttering, that's right, he's a cursed star. He's not my son. I will never acknowledge him in this life. Never let him harm the Su family. Su Lao Si hides a sneer in his eyes, then looks at Su Lauda with a worried expression. Big brother, third brother is too biased against Jin. We need to find a way to resolve their father-son conflict. Su Lauda waves his hand impatiently. That kid was adopted by second brother. He's his son. Besides, he doesn't see third brother as his father. How can I fix that? He's just wasting effort on a hopeless cause. Just as Su Jinyan was about to achieve great success, he wondered if he should ease the relationship between the two families and reconnect with second brother Su to restore their brotherly bond. Although Huining was also a good boy, he was not even a scholar. Even if he became a successful candidate someday, could he really be as prominent as a top scholar? Old Master Su felt more and more regretful. He hurried toward the ancestral hall, still reminding fourth brother Su, take care of the third brother. Don't let him ruin the important ancestral rites, or the clan leader won't forgive him. Fourth brother Su nodded in agreement, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Everyone knew he was just a fickle person. Under the clan leader's supervision, Su Jinyan completed the ancestral rites. The clan leader smiled warmly and said, "Good boy, the family has prepared food. After eating, you can return to the city." Su Jinyan apologized. "Thank you for your kindness, clan leader. However, Master has granted me half a day off, and I need to return before noon." The clan leader was disappointed but nodded. "Your studies are important. I won't keep you any longer." Next to him, Su Qinglin looked at his son but said nothing. As they left the ancestral hall, Huining hurried over. His face, resembling Su Jinyan's by about 70 or 80%, was covered in sweat. His hair was a bit messy, and his trousers were muddy, clearly having run all the way back from the town school. Seeing Su Jinyan, Huining looked a little nervous. He gathered his courage and stepped forward. Jinyan, congratulations. Su Jinyan glanced at him, his expression calm and unreadable. Thank you. Huining felt the coldness from his cousin and briefly looked down, trying to hide his disappointment. He forced a smile and spoke cautiously. Jinyan, I will be taking the exam next year. I wonder if I could come to your house to ask for guidance. Hearing Huining's request, Su Jinyan's calm eyes flickered slightly, and his gaze held a mysterious light. Faced with these seemingly all-seeing eyes, Huining couldn't help but lower his gaze. His voice trembled slightly as he said, as a member of the Su family, I also want to contribute to our family's glory. Hearing this, the clan leader felt very pleased. Having children like you who care for the family, I have no worries about the prosperity of the Su clan. Other villagers echoed, not forgetting to encourage their own children. Remember your identity. Learn from Jinyan and Huining. A few young children, confused and innocent, couldn't yet understand the expectations of the adults. Su Jinyan looked at the excited crowd, then turned his gaze back to Su Huining. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he spoke with regret. I need to prepare for the provincial exam in 3 years, so I might not have the energy or time to discuss studies with Brother Huining. However, Brother Huining's teacher is a scholar who values him greatly. I'm sure the teacher would be happy to help Huining with questions. Hearing this, the clan leader quickly said, yes, the provincial exam is important. I believe the teacher has higher expectations for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't only give you half a day off today. Su Huining looked disappointed and bowed to Su Jinyan. It was my excitement that made me forget my place. I didn't consider your difficulties. Su Jinyan returned the bow politely. It's nothing, Brother Huining. Don't worry about it. Su Huining sighed in relief, full of admiration for Su Jinyan. Seeing the harmonious relationship between the cousin brothers, the clan leader felt very pleased. He stroked his beard and sighed. When brothers work together, they can accomplish anything. The Su family is lucky to have you too. Our ancestors in the afterlife would be proud. Unlike their ancestors, who fought so fiercely they damaged the family's reputation. After saying goodbye to the clan leader and villagers, Su Jinyan and Su Qinglin got into a bullock cart to return to the city. As the cart left the Su family farm, the narrow road was empty. Su Qinglin chuckled. No wonder he's the 4th son of the Su family, just as clever as his father. Su Jinyan looked calm, with no change in his eyes. If he wasn't clever, why would he be willing to study? Su Qinglin fell silent, looking at his son with a hint of concern. The Su family farm was in a remote area with little and poor land. The villagers worked hard all year just to survive, and saving money for anything else was nearly impossible. The family of the 4th son, just the 2 of them, couldn't support Su Huining's studies. Not to mention the 2 silver coins of annual tuition, the daily expenses for paper and ink alone could crush them. So, Su's 3rd son and his wife, as well as their married daughters, all became blood donors for Su Huining. Just draining Su's 3rd family isn't enough. They even have their eyes on you. That's shameless. Su Qinglin was very angry and scolded the Su Laosi family. I used to think Su Huining was a good kid, but it turns out he's just like his parents, full of schemes. After saying that, he patted his son's shoulder happily. Luckily, you didn't fall for it. If he had gotten hold of you, it might have ruined your future. To Su Qinglin, wasting time on his son's studies was the same as wasting his son's future. But he didn't expect Su Jinyan to say the next thing, which almost made him swear. Dad, I underestimated him. His real goal isn't me. The villagers watching the ox cart leave slowly went back to their own homes. Su Huining also returned to his house with his parents. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw chickens flapping around wildly and the ground covered in droppings. His brows furrowed involuntarily. Su Laosi saw this and quickly pushed his wife. Hurry up and clean it. Don't dirty Huining's shoes. Susi's wife didn't dare delay and hurriedly grabbed a big broom to sweep. Dust flew everywhere, swirling around so much that visibility became blurry. Su Huining coughed a few times, covered his mouth and nose, and headed into the house. He accidentally stepped on a fresh chicken dropping and slipped, falling forward. If he hadn't reacted quickly and grabbed a nearby osmanthus tree, he might have fallen hard to the ground. Huining, are you okay? Su Laosi was terrified and hurried to help his precious son, looking up and down to make sure he wasn't hurt. I'm fine. Su Huining took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rising emotions. Dad, this noon, invite Uncle San and Aunt San to eat at our house. Tell Mom to cook 2 more dishes. Su Laosi didn't ask why and agreed immediately. Okay. But before he could go to Uncle San's house, Uncle San and his wife hurried over. They didn't even glance at Su Laosi and his wife, heading straight to Su Huining, who was sitting at the door reading. Huining, give Uncle San a clear answer. Will you be able to pass the imperial exam next year? Uncle San tightly grabbed Su Huining's arm, his eyes red with a mix of frustration and hope. Aunt San also looked at Su Huining eagerly, treating him like her own son. Huining, that unlucky star has already become a scholar. You're a few months older than him, so you must not fall behind. Just now, the neighbors deliberately came to their door to talk, secretly mocking them as fools for trusting a wandering priest and abandoning their promising son. These fickle people. When they were about to abandon the child, why didn't they step in to stop it? Now, each of them dares to come to the door and laugh at them for supporting that troublemaker. It's really too much. Huining must pass the imperial exam to become a scholar and have a brighter future than that troublemaker. Only then can they prove that their choice was right and that no one will say they are blind. Su Huining pulled back his hurt hand, suppressing his displeasure, and showed a gentle smile. Third uncle, third aunt, the provincial exam is held once every 2 years. I won't be able to take it until the year after next. Old third Su's face stiffened, and his eyes showed more frustration. If I had known it would be like this, I should have let you try this year. You're much better than that unlucky star. Maybe you'll be the top scorer. Third Aunt Su kept nodding in agreement. Yes, that's right. Huining is the smartest. The top spot should be his. She became more angry as she spoke, grinding her teeth. The priest was right. As long as that troublemaker is alive, our Su family will never rise. Su Huining's expression darkened. He interrupted her chatter. Third aunt Brother Jinyan is a scholar. He's favored by the clan elders and the head of the family. Please don't say such things anymore. Third Aunt Su's face changed slightly. She instinctively covered her mouth and looked outside the yard. After confirming no one overheard her, she relaxed and looked at Su Huining with more kindness. Third Aunt knows that Huining is the most filial. Old Third Su didn't dare to shout anymore, but his face still showed displeasure. Huining, you must work hard in your studies. You have to surpass that troublemaker. Su Huining's eyes showed a hint of impatience, but his gentle voice remained unchanged. Third uncle, don't worry. I won't let you and Third Aunt down. Old Third Su's expression softened, and he showed a faint smile. That's good. As long as you pass the imperial exam, your uncle and aunt will sell everything they have to support you in studying. A look of gratitude appeared on Su Huining's face, and his eyes slightly reddened. Thank you, Third Uncle and Third Aunt. Not far away, Old Fourth Su and Fourth Aunt Su watched the scene and exchanged glances, their eyes filled with pride. They are still more impressive than their son, who can easily confuse these fools with just a few words. Near noon, the ox cart arrived at the city gate. Su Jinyan jumped down from the cart and warned Su Qinglin on the carriage, you go back first. If anyone asks, just say I'm with the teacher. Su Qinglin hurriedly asked, where are you going? Su Jinyan pretended not to hear and turned to leave quickly. Su Qinglin glared. You little brat. You don't tell me where you're going. Be careful, or I'll tell your wife. But Su Jinyan didn't look back and walked even faster. Su Qinglin cursed under his breath and had to let the driver go into the city. If Su Qinglin had stayed a little longer, he would have realized Su Jinyan was heading toward Huai Tree Village. Sheng knew nothing about Su Jinyan's whereabouts. She finally had a moment to relax, sit down, and sip some tea. book and chess enthusiast, she sure came over happily. Master, an old master book to table. He will come to Shung Garden for lunch the day after tomorrow. These are the menu and deposit. Some ingredients need to be bought early tomorrow morning. Shung En was overjoyed. She quickly took the order and looked at it, her smile growing wider. The first order was for 50 taels of silver. It seemed the wealthy men of Qingzhou City had strong spending power. Calculating the net profit, she estimated she would get at least 35 taels of silver from this order. The return on investment was quite good. Shungen felt very pleased. For a moment, she felt no pain in her waist or legs. She told the 4 little ones who were still busy, "Tomorrow, go to the market to buy chickens. Also, buy the ingredients listed on the order. If you see any rare ingredients, buy some in moderation." The 4 little ones quickly agreed, but they kept plucking and cutting the chickens. After all the roasted chickens for the morning were finished and delivered to the right people, Shung En happily took the food back to the small building. She didn't see Su Jinyan's figure. She thought he was still at the teacher's house and wouldn't return until evening, so she didn't ask further. After a morning of roasting chickens and teaching the 4 little ones on the spot, Shung En was exhausted. She didn't care about her health after eating. She went upstairs and fell asleep immediately. In her daze, she felt a figure by the bed. She was so startled that she woke up instantly and sat up, crashing into Su Jinyan's focused eyes. "Do you know you scare people to death?" Shung En scolded him irritably and kicked him lightly, her brows showing her annoyance at being disturbed from a good dream. Perhaps because she is still growing, she has high sleep needs. If she wakes up in the middle of the night, she easily gets annoyed. Su Jinyan held her slightly cold foot and gently pulled the blanket over her, wrapping her completely. His handsome face showed some regret. "I saw you sleeping peacefully, so I thought sitting by the bed wouldn't disturb you." Shung En irritably scratched her hair, which instantly became messy, like a chicken coop. "Su Jinyan, you'd better have a reason." Su Jinyan silently took a comb, gently combing her hair. "I have nothing to do." Shung En, with her long hair loose, stared at him with dead fish eyes. "Since you have nothing to do, can't you go to the study and read a few pages? If you dare to sit by the bed and scare me again, don't come back to sleep." Su Jinyan immediately rejected this punishment. "No, Shung En." His confident and firm answer almost made her want to applaud. Under Shung En's resentful little gaze, Su Jinyan carefully combed her hair strand by strand. After putting down the comb, he asked, "Do you want to sleep more?" Shung En didn't want to bother with him. She climbed to the edge of the bed, sat down, and picked up her clothes draped at the foot of the bed to put them on. A trace of regret flashed in Su Jinyan's eyes. He could only stand and watch her get dressed, his gaze never leaving her. Shung En felt something was strange. After putting on her shoes, she looked at his face carefully. "Do you really have nothing to tell me?" Su Jinyan shook his head and lowered his head to kiss her. "I haven't seen An all morning. Now I just want to stay close to you." Shung En looked into his eyes, as if trying to see into his heart. "Su, did you do something wrong to me?" Su Jinyan couldn't continue the kiss and looked helpless. "No." Shung En scratched her face. "Then you were scolded by the teacher and want comfort from me." Su Jinyan. That back then he was beaten by the teacher until late at night, and he could only sleep lying down. He never cried out in pain, seeking comfort from his father. So, in Anin's heart, he was actually so fragile? No. He must change her opinion and let her see his strength. Shung En guessed and guessed but couldn't figure out the reason. Seeing Su Jinyan refuse to say anything, she also lost interest in guessing. "Forget it. I don't want to hear it anyway." After saying that, she was about to go downstairs, but her arm was suddenly pulled, and she was wrapped into a warm, broad embrace. Next, a deep, husky voice came from the man's side. "Anin has something she's hiding from me." Shung En thought her ears might be playing tricks on her, or maybe she was imagining the sadness in his voice. "Anin, how about we exchange secrets?" Su Jinyan's lips brushed against Shung En's ear, and his warm breath made her ears turn red. Shung En couldn't stand his teasing and, with a firm heart, pushed him away. "Say what you want, I don't care." It wasn't the right time to be honest now. Even if she told him, nothing could change. Speaking early might cause unpredictable problems. Seeing Sheng and still refusing to speak, Su Jinian sighed inwardly. He reached out his arm and gently held her again. Then, when you're ready to talk, just tell me first, okay? Sheng elbowed him lightly. Stop bothering me. There are 20 chickens in the kitchen waiting for me to roast. Su Jinian regretfully let her go, but then took her hand. I'll stay with you. Sheng didn't refuse. She casually grabbed a travel journal from the bedside table and read a few pages aloud. Here, take it. Read it to me later. Su Jinian chuckled softly and obediently took the journal, walking downstairs with her. Through the window, the three elders watched the couple holding hands, unbothered. When their figures disappeared from sight, Grandpa Sheng whispered to Grandma Sheng, "Anan and Jinian have a good relationship. I think it won't be long before I have a grandson or granddaughter to hold." Grandma Sheng smiled happily, her cloudy eyes full of hope. Jinian is handsome and is pretty. Their children, no matter if boys or girls, will be very good-looking. The old lady didn't lower her voice intentionally, and Su Qinglin listened happily. Of course. Our Su family doesn't have a single ugly person. Although the eldest Su brothers weren't very ambitious, all 6 siblings inherited their parents' good looks. Otherwise, with such a poor family, he wouldn't be the only bachelor. Well, that's not quite right. He's just indifferent now, and with a son to support him, he decided to stay single. It's not that no girl wanted him. Back in the day, he worked as a guard for a wealthy family. The young ladies and maids in the backyard often sent him vegetables. If he had really wanted to, he would have already had many children. Su Qinglin reminisced about the past, unable to resist sharing his youthful stories with the 2 elders of the Sheng family. Even though he had told these stories several times before, the elders still listened with great interest. For people who have never traveled far and have spent most of their lives working in the village fields, the outside world is full of mystery and seems unreachable. Su Qinglin's experience opened a small window to that mysterious world, allowing the elders to see a different view. The 4 treasures didn't take a nap. After eating, they stayed in the big kitchen practicing knife skills and cooking, recalling the details and tricks of making roasted chicken in the morning. When they saw the 2 masters coming hand in hand, the 4 treasures exchanged glances and winks. Su Jinian rarely came to the big kitchen. During the half-month stay at Xingyuan, they had seen him no more than 3 times. Although they admired Su Jinian's good looks and respected his scholarly status, the 4 treasures didn't dare to talk about him privately, fearing it might reach the masters and make them unhappy. Su Jinian nodded in greeting to the 4 treasures who came forward to bow, then stood aside watching Sheng and open the oven, add charcoal, check the temperature now and then, and place the marinated raw chickens inside to roast. After finishing, Sheng washed her hands and sat beside Su Jinian. Now Xingyuan's business is up and running. It's not a problem to support us. Su Jinian smiled gently and praised, and is the best. Sheng, hands on her hips, looked proud like a proud rooster. Of course. I always earn my living with real skills. In her past and present lives, she relied on her own hands to get everything she wanted. Of course, heaven favored her with a super lucky buff, an incredible skill that made her entrepreneurial journey smoother. The only regret was that her previous life was too short. She hadn't enjoyed many good days, and before she could spend her money, she closed her eyes and came here. In this life, if she doesn't find a way to avoid death, she might become a short-lived ghost again. Sometimes Xing'an wondered if this super lucky buff was something she traded her lifespan for. If that were true, she wouldn't want this buff anymore. Seeing her adorable face, Su Jinian's affection in his eyes was so deep it seemed to melt. Forgetting there were others around, he reached out and patted Sheng'an's head. And supports me with real skills. Sheng'an blurted out, I support you when you're young, you support me when you're old. Su Jinian. Where is he young?
Could it be?
There? Sheng'an felt embarrassed and tapped her toes on the ground. She glanced at Su Jinian's face and saw he didn't seem to notice her taking advantage of him. She immediately straightened up confidently and said, You promised to share both wealth and poverty with me. Now that I am sharing wealth with you, When you become successful in the future, you should also share your success with me. Su Jinyan looked serious and said without hesitation, "That's how it should be." Seeing his earnest expression, Sheng'an felt a mix of feelings. She believed that at this moment he was speaking sincerely. The four children were working while secretly watching the two masters. Seeing how affectionate and close they were, Bao Xiang's face showed a hint of envy. The relationship between the two masters is really good. She had also been married but never felt her husband's care or love. Bao Lan agreed. "Yes, my parents have been married for decades, but it feels like they just live together. I can't see much deep love between them. If one day her mother passed away, her father would probably not wait for the mourning period to end and would quickly marry a new wife." Not only her parents, but most couples she knew were like her parents, living together without much affection. Very few were like the two masters. The most loving couple she had seen was a pair whose families couldn't accept their relationship, forcing them to jump into a river together. Their families cried a lot, and in the end, they were buried together.
Sigh, 2 lives lost just like that.
She really didn't understand what they were after. Bao Xiao and Bao Yun were young and didn't understand what was happening. Seeing the affectionate scene between the two masters, they felt nothing. Both their minds were full of different ways to cook roast chicken. In the afternoon, it wasn't very busy. Probably because Su Jinyan was with her, Sheng'an didn't feel tired at all. At that moment, Shu Qi hurried over with a worried look. Sheng'an asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Su Jinyan also looked at Shu Qi. Feeling pressured, Shu Qi didn't dare lift her head. "My lady, a guest wants to order food. They said they need 3 tables for a large group, and the meal is scheduled for tomorrow noon." Sheng'an asked, "Can we prepare 3 tables? Is it because the ingredients are hard to get?" Shu Qi nodded, looking troubled. "Yes, the guest specifically asked for beef, but our Sheng garden can't get any." "I didn't dare to promise." Sheng'an sighed. "That's not good. Just tell the guest that Sheng garden doesn't have beef and refuse the order." Bok Chi did not move and looked increasingly unhappy. "Guests say Xingyuan can't get beef, so it's just a name. It should close down for good." Hearing this, he lowered his head even more.
Su Jinyan Flawen.
"They're here to cause trouble. I'll go see." Sheng'an stood up. "I'll go too." After saying that, she comforted Bok Chi. "It's not your fault. Go do your work." Bok Chi sighed in relief. Yes, the two of them walked toward the main hall in the evening sunlight, but before they reached it, they heard a man shouting inside. "Humph, a broken yard calling itself Xingyuan. I thought it was something special, but they can't even get beef. Such a useless restaurant. How can it compare to Drunken Immortal Tower?" Sheng'an raised an eyebrow slightly. Could it be that the troublemakers inside are sent by Drunken Immortal Tower? "Don't worry, I am here." Su Jinyan held Sheng'an's hand gently, speaking softly to comfort her.
"I'm not worried.
Just deal with these troublemakers." Sheng'an was not worried at all. She quickened her pace and entered the hall. Inside, she saw a man with a mustache and shifty eyes, sitting cross-legged, spitting insults at a person with calligraphy tools and inkstone, full of anger. When he saw Sheng'an, the man looked like a savior and hurried over. "Master, this person is talking nonsense and acting shamelessly. We can't get rid of him." The mustached man's eyes widened and flashed with lewd light. "Oh, so this beautiful young lady is the famous boss Sheng." Seeing the sneaky look of the mustached man, Sheng'an's eyes flashed with disgust. She directly ordered Bok Chi and the others, "Take him away." The 3 of them were stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward to hold the mustached man. The mustached man was startled and looked at Sheng'an in panic. "What are you doing? What do you want?" "Xingyuan is a den of bandits." Before he finished, Bok Yanjing, the one with the heaviest hand, slapped him twice across the ears. "Dare to disrespect the master. You deserve to be beaten." "Ow." The mustached man was beaten and screamed miserably. His face, already red and swollen, turned even more swollen. Sheng'an was still not satisfied. She stepped forward and kicked him in the stomach. "If you dare to look around again, I'll gouge out your eyes." 8-character Beard's body lost control, and he sat heavily on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know whether to hold his stomach or his badly injured backside. Shu Qi and the other two looked at Sheng with admiration. The master is truly a brave woman. When faced with someone looking for trouble, she didn't hesitate to act. Su Jinyan kept staring at the small but strong figure in front of him. How dare you hit me? Is this how Sheng Garden treats guests? 8-character Beard was unable to get up from the ground. He scolded Sheng loudly, showing bravado, but his eyes dared not look around. Sheng sat relaxed in the main seat, looking down at the embarrassed 8-character Beard. I never treat barking dogs kindly. Being called a dog made 8-character Beard furious, his face turning green. He wished he could shoot daggers with his eyes at Sheng and fine. I remember your warm welcome, Boss Sheng. He then struggled to stand up and was about to leave. Did I let you go? Sheng's cold voice sounded. The three from Shu Qi immediately stepped forward to block 8-character Beard from escaping, as if given a command. What are you trying to do? 8-character Beard finally became afraid. He had no strength to break through. His eyes showed deep fear as he looked at Sheng. With your little ability, you dare to cause trouble on my territory? Who gave you such guts? Sheng slammed the table loudly, making the quiet hall seem especially loud. 8-character Beard shivered and almost peed his pants. No, it's not me. It wasn't me. Faced with the three watching him closely and two more giving him deadly looks, 8-character Beard swallowed hard and stammered to defend himself. Isn't it you? Could it be the little boss at Drunken Immortal Tower? Sheng asked casually, and as expected, she saw 8-character Beard stiffen and look visibly panicked. 8-character Beard wanted to deny it, but Sheng didn't give him a chance and confirmed directly. It really is him. 8-character Beard. This woman is too scary. Seeing 8-character Beard's face change like a color palette, Sheng suddenly smiled, her expression gentle. Grudges have their own owners. Since you got kicked by me, that settles your offense. I won't continue to attack or retaliate against you. 8-character Beard trembled with fear, feeling even more scared inside. He trembled and shivered as he begged Sheng for mercy. Boss Sheng, please have mercy. Let me go, and I promise I won't dare to do it again. Seeing how quickly he admitted defeat, Sheng nodded with satisfaction. From now on, answer my questions honestly. If you do well, I will let you go. The man with a big mustache dared not refuse and nodded eagerly. I will answer. I dare not lie to Boss Sheng. A true friend in trouble does not die, and the benefits given by Chow are not as important as my own life. I'd rather let this fierce woman in front of me fight Chow. But as soon as Sheng asked the first question, the mustached man's face changed. You just now said that there was no beef at Sheng Yuan, mocking and insulting. Are you saying that Zui Xianlu is secretly selling beef? In the cold weather, the mustached man's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He knew Sheng's question was dangerous. And no, Zui Xianlu definitely doesn't sell beef illegally. The government strictly forbids private slaughter of cattle. Occasionally, old, sick, or disabled cattle are slaughtered, but there are officials supervising the process. These beef products could never appear on the market. Even if Zui Xianlu had connections to get beef, they wouldn't admit it openly and beef wouldn't be listed on the menu. Ordinarily, the people wouldn't report or investigate, but if someone took it seriously, the authorities wouldn't ignore it. Laws are not just for show. Covering up such a matter would cost a lot. A few years ago, a restaurant owner offended someone and was caught selling beef secretly. They were reported to the authorities and had to pay 2,000 taels of silver to settle the matter. The mustache man knew that if he admitted Zui Xianlu was selling beef illegally, Sheng would definitely take him to the officials, and Zui Xianlu would suffer. Sheng didn't let him go and sneered coldly. Since Zui Xianlu can't be secretly selling beef, why did you just now insult Sheng Yuan and praise Zui Xianlu? The mustached man's face turned pale, unable to justify himself. In desperation, he slapped his own face hard. I was talking nonsense. I was full and bored. I deserve to die. His sudden action startled the three people reading the book, who instinctively stepped back, thinking he had gone mad and was hurting himself. Sheng'en looked on coldly. not stopping him. The mustached man felt bitter inside, and his mouth tasted strongly of rust. He didn't dare to stop and kept hitting his face hard again and again until his skin was numb and his cheeks swollen. After many hits, Sheng'en finally stopped him and said, "That's enough." At this moment, the man with the mustache had swollen eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and a small patch of blood on his chest. He didn't dare to look up at Sheng'en, afraid that she would say something that would make him want to die. Second question, what was the purpose of Boss Chow sending you to cause trouble at Shenggarden? Sheng'en guessed the answer but worried she might miss something, so she wanted to hear how the man with the mustache would explain. He secretly sighed in relief and replied unclearly. He told me to step Shenggarden, claiming there was no beef, and then, using Shenggarden's inability to serve banquets as an excuse, he gathered a bunch of thugs to cause trouble every day, ruining Shenggarden's reputation. Shenggarden's reputation was already damaged, so the wealthy people wouldn't come to eat there. This way, the business at Drunken Immortal Tower wouldn't be affected, and Boss Chow also vented his anger after being driven out by Sheng'en earlier. Really clever planning. Sheng'en clapped her hands, smiling without showing her teeth. The man with the mustache was terrified, afraid Sheng'en would get angry and kill him. If he had known it would turn out like this, even if Chow sent his new concubine to his bed, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble at Shenggarden. That Chow Xingwan was truly a troublemaker. He cursed Chow in his heart, and Sheng'en waved her hand to let Shuki bring paper and ink. Soon the supplies arrived. Sheng'en looked coldly at the man with the mustache and said, "Write down everything about your conspiracy with Chow, and sign your name and stamp your thumb at the end." The man with the mustache didn't dare disobey. Since he couldn't read much, he couldn't write the confession himself. In the end, he dictated, and Shuki wrote 2 copies of the confession. As he pressed his thumbprint, he felt as if he had eaten bitter medicine, and his face looked even more miserable than during Qingming tomb sweeping. Shuki dried the ink and respectfully handed the papers to Sheng'en for review. She looked at them briefly, then put the confessions away and coldly stared at the anxious man with the mustache. "Go back and tell Chow to wash his neck and wait." The man with the mustache shrank back, hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. Yes, I will deliver the message." Sheng'en waved her hand impatiently. The man with the mustache staggered to his feet and ran away as if chased by ghosts. Shuqi and the other 2 looked at Sheng'en with admiration, having learned a lot from this incident. Sheng'en cleared her throat and took the opportunity to teach them. In the future, if someone comes to cause trouble, don't be afraid. Just chase them away. It's best not to fight so you don't get blamed. The 3 nodded and replied, "Yes, mistress." After they left, Sheng'en suddenly jumped up and rushed to Su Jinyan, holding out her right hand to urge him. "Hurry up and help me rub it. I can't let this hand get ruined." She had just hit the table hard and couldn't stop her force, making her palm numb and almost causing her to jump up from the pain. Now her palm had regained feeling, but her wrist was faintly sore, probably from twisting it too hard. Su Jinyan carefully held Sheng'en's hand and gently massaged it. "Next time, don't use so much force. If you want to hit someone, your husband can do it for you." Sheng'en felt a little embarrassed. I was inexperienced hitting the table for the first time. "I won't hurt it next time." Su Jinyan looked serious and said sternly, "You want to do it again?" Sheng'en sighed. "When trouble comes knocking, what can I do?" Su Jinyan didn't reply and focused on massaging her wrist. Sheng'en poked his chest and asked, "Are you angry?" Su Jinyan pursed his lips and shook his head. "No." Sheng'en poked his chest again. "Do you want to get a mirror so you can see your face?" Su Jinyan took a deep breath and looked at her with a serious gaze. "I'm not angry with you." Sheng'en nodded. "I know. You're angry at yourself." After saying that, she wrapped her left arm around Su Jinyan's slim waist and, quite boldly, gave it a quick squeeze. "I can handle these small problems myself. But if one day I encounter something I can't solve, I will definitely call on you. After all, you're my man." Perhaps pleased by the phrase, "you're my man," Su Jinyan's expression softened, and he kissed her delicate wrist. "What will Anan do next?" Sheng'en shook her sleeve, inside which was a confession letter with a mustache on it. "Send someone to deliver a gift to that old guy Qin Peisheng. If he refuses to clean up his act, I'll help them out generously. That day, after driving away Manager Chow, Sheng'an made a special effort to find out about Drunken Immortal Tower, gaining a rough understanding of Chen Peixing's character and dealings. A smile appeared in Su Jinyan's eyes. And is really impressive, hee, Sheng'an chuckled. That's right. Without some skill, how could I protect Shingarden? Su Jinyan loved her playful look. His eyes darkened as he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. After they finished, the sky outside had darkened. Sheng'an, with her lips slightly red and swollen, happily held Su Jinyan's hand as they returned to the small building. Unexpectedly, she saw Zhang Zhaodi. Coming to the door so late clearly meant something important. There were others in the main hall, so Sheng'an didn't ask directly. She took Zhang Zhaodi's hand and led her to the dining table. I've been thinking about you these days. I didn't expect you to come, Zhang Zhaodi playfully asked. Are you really thinking of me, or just my woven crafts? Sheng'an handed her chopsticks.
Both.
If you hadn't come today, I plan to find you sometime, Zhang Zhaodi smiled. We really are in sync. She pointed to a basket in the corner. I brought you some new little crafts I made. After dinner, help me see if they're good. Sheng'an nodded and scooped some food onto Zhang Zhaodi's bowl. Yes, you can sleep here tonight. We'll take our time. Zhang Zhaodi had no objections, but instinctively looked at Su Jinyan. He seemed unaware, helping Sheng'an with her favorite dishes. Zhang Zhaodi quietly relaxed and focused on eating. After dinner, Sheng'an took Zhang Zhaodi to the second-floor hall. She didn't look at the woven crafts in the basket. Holding Zhang Zhaodi's hand, she asked, You came so late. Is it about me? Zhang Zhaodi nodded, glanced toward the staircase, and lowered her voice. This noon, your scholar came to the village to ask me what you did at my house that day. A worried look appeared on Zhang Zhaodi's face. She held Sheng'an's hand again. Are you both okay? After Su Jinyan left, she spent the whole afternoon pondering at home. She was still worried, so she hurried to Shingarden under the pretext of showing Sheng'an her woven crafts. Sheng'an came back to her senses and shook her head with a smile. We're fine. Don't worry. Zhang Zhaodi carefully observed her face, making sure she didn't look troubled, then relaxed. That's good. I was just worried that the scholar might be suspicious, think you had another man outside and come to ask me. Sheng'an laughed. Nothing like that.
We didn't argue.
He's not that petty. Zhang Zhaodi shook her head and said earnestly, You're wrong. Any man with a wife is afraid of being cheated on. Her parents often argued when they were young. Every time her mother was so angry she ran back to her mother's house, her father would rush to her grandmother's to bring her back. But after a few words, they would start arguing again. Basically, her mother had a childhood sweetheart, but her grandfather thought he was unreliable and forced her mother to marry her father. So after they married, even though her mother had many children, her father couldn't stop being suspicious and jealous. It wasn't until they grew older that they gradually stopped fighting. In the end, men are often petty. Sheng'an wasn't interested in proving this point. She listened carefully, making sure there was no other noise at the staircase, then quietly asked Zhang Zhaodi, What did he ask? How did you reply? Zhang Zhaodi didn't think much and recounted everything Su Jinyan asked during her visit that noon in detail. Sheng'an listened carefully and didn't find anything wrong. At this moment, Zhang Zhaodi hesitated and asked, Anan, when you left my house that day, did you happen to meet Lu Huaji and even hit her? Sheng'an's heart tightened. Zhaodi, you didn't tell Jinyan about this, right? Zhang Zhaodi quickly shook her head. I wouldn't tell him about something I'm not sure of. Sheng'an let out a breath and said seriously, Zhaodi, just pretend you don't know about this. Don't mention it if anyone asks. Zhang Zhaodi didn't understand but still nodded firmly. Don't worry, I keep my mouth shut. Sheng'an felt uneasy inside, recalling Su Jinyan's strange behavior that noon, especially when he admitted he was hiding something from her and even wanted to exchange secrets. Now it seemed clear he was trying to deceive her. He said he would wait for her to think things through, but he couldn't wait that long. What about trust between people? Sheng'an silently gritted her teeth, feeling helpless about Su Jinyan's secretive actions. Seeing her friend's unhappy expression, Zhang Zhaodi quickly comforted her. Your scholar husband cares about you too much. Don't let this small matter bother you, or it might affect your marriage. Xiang'an rubbed her forehead, her voice full of helplessness. I know, I won't argue with him. Zhang Zhaodi sighed in relief, then picked up a nearby basket and took out some carefully crafted new toys. Look at these, do they work? Sayan carefully examined each item, a look of surprise on her face. Not bad, you've improved a lot. Her good friend was very talented in bamboo weaving. Zhang Zhaodi sighed in relief. I think I can still improve.
Give me some more time.
Once I make my best bamboo piece, I'll come back to show you. They started discussing how to improve their bamboo weaving, but they didn't notice a light figure quickly passing through the stairway. Su Jinyan looked at the dark night outside, thinking silently. It seems the problem lies with a woman named Lu. Sayan and Zhang Zhaodi talked for a long time until it was very late. There were no extra rooms on the second floor, but fortunately, Shenyuan had other empty houses nearby. They were just a few steps away, separated by a door. Sayan made the bed for Zhang Zhaodi, prepared foot soak water for her, and told her to lock the door before sleeping. On the way back to the second floor, she saw the study door slightly open, with the light on inside. She gently pushed the door open and went in. Su Jinyan was working at his desk. When he heard footsteps, he put down his pen and looked at Sayan. She saw a letter on the desk with the words, "From Qin Peisheng," written on it. So you finished writing it, she said. Sayan took the letter from the envelope and read it quickly. Then she gently kissed the man's face. Your handwriting is so nice. People with the surname Chun are lucky. She pointed at the end of the letter. You have a habit of finishing the last of your last character with a little flick. She pointed at the small hook at the end of the last character, finding this habit quite special. If someone copies your letter in the future, I can recognize it at a glance. Su Jinyan's eyes flickered as he looked steadily at Sayan. This habit of mine, even my classmates Xinlin and the others didn't notice, but Enin saw it right away. Sayan proudly said, Of course. I usually practice writing by copying your handwriting. How could I not recognize it? She then looked at Su Jinyan's handwriting and her own right hand, hitting herself lightly with frustration. This hand of mine is just not good enough. After practicing for several months, her writing still looked terrible. She wanted to write invitations or letters but could only ask Su Jinyan to write them, or she would be laughed at. Su Jinyan kissed and comforted her at the same time, saying, Enin has already done very well. In just a few months, she has learned all the common characters, and her calligraphy improves every day. I believe she will surpass me soon. Xiang'an was too weak to resist the kiss and could only lean on his chest, her eyes cloudy. Don't always say nice things. You should mock me harshly, so I will be motivated to practice calligraphy harder. She was always being spoiled, and she almost thought she was the modern-day Shiji. My words come from the heart, Su Jinyan said sincerely. He looked at his wife with deep pride in his eyes. If Enin were a man, she would definitely leave her mark on the imperial exams. Xiang'an played with his long, beautiful fingers and looked at him sideways. If I were a man, would you still marry me? Su Jinyan paused, thinking seriously for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Xiang'an was surprised. She sat up straight and stared at him. How can you not know? Men marrying men is against the law of Dai. You should firmly say you wouldn't. Although the Nanfeng Pavilion was everywhere, if someone actually married a man, not only would the family be in chaos, but the authorities would also imprison the couple for breaking the law. Su Jinyan held Xiang'an close and looked at her with deep affection. A gentle smile appeared on his face. But this person is Enin. Xiang'an stared at him blankly, trying to find a reason to make him change his mind, but no reason could shake that statement. Because she was Enin, she could only be Enin. Suddenly, Xiang'an felt her head itch, as if she was developing a crush. She shook her head hard, as if trying to hide or escape. Quickly, she took out a confession letter with a mustache drawing and a letter, stuffing them into an envelope. Tomorrow, Shuki must deliver this to Qin Peisheng. Su Jinyan didn't get a response and silently sighed in his heart. Okay. The next morning, Xiang'an handed the envelope to Shuki. Shuki immediately rushed to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Seeing no sign of shopkeeper Chow, He was led by the shop assistant to Chen Peicheng and immediately handed over the envelope. Chen Peicheng knew nothing about shopkeeper Chow's actions. He thought Sheng and was as passionate about cooking as he was, and that this letter was just about culinary exchange. Seeing the bold and powerful handwriting on the envelope, resembling a dragon, he secretly praised the writing. Eagerly, he tore open the envelope and read its contents. However, the more he read, the darker Chen Peicheng's face became. After finishing reading the confession letter from the man with a mustache, his face was covered with dark clouds, as if it might rain. Seeing Chen Peicheng's changing expression, Shuji no longer stayed and simply greeted him before leaving. Chen Peicheng put away the letter and the confession paper, his voice heavy with emotion as he ordered his attendant, "Go call Manager Chow." When the attendant arrived at the Chow family, Manager Chow was still busy with his new concubine, enjoying himself. Upon hearing that Chen Peicheng was looking for him and that his fun was interrupted, Manager Chow looked unhappy. He muttered while dressing, "What urgent matter could there be early in the morning? Could it be that the drunken immortal tower was broken into?" The concubine comforted him. "That's because the young master likes you. Otherwise, why wouldn't he come to you?" Manager Chow was indeed comforted. He pinched the beautiful face of his concubine with greasy fingers and said, "Rest well. I'll come back tonight. I'll make you cry and beg." The concubine blushed shyly. "You're so mean, sir." In his heart, she was thinking, under the big tree hangs a chili pepper, and her belly is so big she can't even touch it. Every time she wriggles like a fat maggot, he still wants her to cry and beg. He should just on himself and take a good look at himself. Maybe she's still a young girl with her innocence. Manager Chow, unaware of her disdain, happily climbed into the carriage heading to the drunken immortal tower. Manager Chow hummed a tune as he entered the room. He saw Chen Peicheng with a grim face and a trembling accountant who dared not lift his head. His heart sank. Suppressing his sudden unease, Manager Chow asked with concern, "Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Is there a big mistake with the restaurant's accounts?" He then sternly scolded the accountant. "Old Li, you've been with the drunken immortal tower for years. How could there be an error in the books?" But the accountant kept his head down, ignoring Manager Chow completely. This made Manager Chow even more anxious. Just as he was about to continue questioning loudly to hide his own guilt, a thick ledger was suddenly thrown at him. "Enough." Chen Peicheng looked at Manager Chow with disappointment, his face cold enough to scare anyone. "For your sister's sake, I let you be the manager of the drunken immortal tower. But in less than 10 years, you've embezzled a total of 5,200 silver coins. Master Chow's face changed dramatically. He instinctively denied, "Brother-in-law, you can eat food carelessly, but you can't speak recklessly. I am your elder brother-in-law. How could I do such a thing?" Seeing Chen Peicheng remain unmoved and continue to look at him coldly, Master Chow, in a panic, pointed at the accountant and shifted blame. "It was Old Li. He manages the restaurant's accounts. Framing me is so easy for him." The accountant was furious, glaring and shouting, "You, Chao Xingwang, it was you who threatened me before. I was confused and helped you make fake accounts. Now you dare to throw all the blame on me. You're not human." Master Chow refused to admit guilt, looking aggrieved as he shouted at Chen Peicheng, "Brother-in-law, we are relatives. You know exactly who I am. How could I do such a thing? Please believe me." Chen Peicheng closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with a cold look at Master Chow. His gaze was indifferent. "The evidence is clear. You still dare to deny? This drunken immortal cannot keep you anymore." The Chen family and the Chow family had a long-standing friendship. In Chen Peicheng's generation, they arranged a marriage between the two families. Later, the Chow family fell on hard times, living in a small, dilapidated courtyard. The Chen family still did not break off the engagement. When Chen Peicheng reached marriageable age, he married Chow's daughter in a grand ceremony. The couple was harmonious. Chen Peicheng, kind and generous, was willing to help the Yu family, so he agreed to let Chao Xingwang become the innkeeper of Drunken Immortal Inn. Chen Peicheng loved cooking, but was not naive. He had heard about what Chao Xingwang was secretly doing. However, out of respect for his wife and their past friendship, he turned a blind eye to Master Chao's actions. Unexpectedly, Chao Xingwang's greed grew bigger, and he became more arrogant. Not only did he embezzle 5,000 taels of silver, but he also dared to frame competitors using the inn's name, creating enemies everywhere. This crossed Chen Peisheng's bottom line. He could not tolerate it. Seeing Chen Peisheng was serious and no longer caring about their long-standing relationship, Master Chao, furious and ashamed, shouted, "Fine, I knew you looked down on me. My sister bore you children and was filial to her in-laws, yet you can't even accept her brother. You're really something." After saying this, he kicked over a chair blocking his way and turned to leave. At that moment, several strong men rushed in. In Master Chao's stunned eyes, they quickly overpowered him and threw him to the ground. Master Chao panicked immediately, struggling and looking at Chen Peisheng. "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Laws of the country apply to the nation, and family rules apply to each household. Your actions over the years naturally need to be clarified in front of both families." Shopkeeper Chao's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, his mouth was firmly covered, preventing him from begging for mercy. Chen Peisheng waved his hand, and several strong men dragged Shopkeeper Chao away. The room returned to silence. Chen Peisheng remained silent for a long time before instructing his attendant, "Prepare some valuable gifts. Tomorrow morning, come with me to Xingyuan to apologize." The attendant obeyed immediately. Sheng En was unaware of Chen Peisheng's swift actions. The next day, she woke very early. After baking 50 roasted chickens for the day, she didn't rest but instead handled ingredients with her 4 children. Today, the first customer of Xingyuan was coming for lunch. Even though she had hosted countless guests in her past life, Sheng En still took this first guest of this life very seriously, making sure nothing went wrong and her reputation was protected. Sheng En's careful preparation made her 4 children cautious too. They all tied their aprons, put on hats, and made sure no hair was showing. After half an hour of busy work, all ingredients were prepared, waiting to be cooked and served. At this moment, Shuki hurried in, saying, "Young lady, Boss Chen from Drunken Immortal Restaurant is here. He wants to apologize to you face to face." Sheng En raised an eyebrow. "He moves quickly," Shuki whispered. "I heard that he dealt with the Chao family yesterday morning. If it weren't for the elders of the Chao family kneeling and begging, Chao himself might be in jail now." Sheng En was surprised. "Did you specifically go to find out about Chen's situation?" Shuki chuckled, implying she confirmed it. Sheng En didn't say anything. Watching the drama was human nature. She took off her apron and hat, casually tidied her clothes, and went to the front hall. Seeing her overly young face, Chen Peisheng was first surprised, then deeply respectful. He immediately stood up and bowed solemnly. Chen, was not strict enough in managing my people, which almost damaged Xingyuan's reputation. Today, I come here to apologize to Sheng boss." Then 2 large boxes were brought in. Sheng En looked at Chen Peisheng and said neutrally, "I accept your apology. Let's consider this matter closed. I hope there won't be a next time. There is always a reason behind every grievance and debt." Manager Chao acted on his own to plan against Xingyuan, not at Chen Peisheng's instruction. Naturally, she wouldn't embarrass Chen Peisheng. Chen Peisheng didn't expect Sheng En to be so easy to talk to. He relaxed and earnestly promised, "There won't be a next time." Sheng En reluctantly believed him and didn't ask about Manager Chao's outcome. Instead, she said directly, "There are guests coming for lunch, and I need to prepare in the kitchen. I won't be able to entertain Boss Chen." Chen Peisheng's eyes lit up. He tentatively made a request, "Boss Sheng, may I have a look in the kitchen?" Fearing Sheng En might misunderstand, he quickly explained, "The roast chicken you make is excellent. I truly admire your cooking skills and have no intention of copying." Sheng En looked directly at Chen Peisheng. From his eager eyes, she saw he was eager to try. After a moment of thought, she decided to give Chen Peisheng a small surprise. "Sure." Chen Peisheng was already prepared for a rejection, but when he heard "sure," he was so surprised he didn't react immediately. Once he confirmed his wish was granted, he clasped his hands again, smiling wider and wider. "Thank you, Boss Sheng." Sheng'an found it a bit awkward but nodded politely and headed toward the large kitchen. Chun Pei-sheng hurried to follow, hoping to share some of his cooking tips, but he didn't get the chance to speak. The four pets, seeing the unfamiliar Chun Pei-sheng, exchanged glances, clearly guessing his identity. They were very curious why their owner brought someone into the big kitchen. For any restaurant or inn, the kitchen is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed in easily, especially not the famous boss of Zui Xianlu Sheng, and ignored the pets' curious looks and arranged their tasks before starting to heat the oil. Chun Pei-sheng casually looked around the large kitchen. Seeing everything was orderly and cleaner than the back kitchen of Zui Xianlu, he felt a bit embarrassed and decided to improve it after returning home. Knowing the kitchen was off-limits, Chun Pei-sheng stood at the door, watching Sheng and busy herself. When she grabbed a fish weighing about 3 jin, around 1.5 kilograms, and put it into the hot oil, Chun Pei-sheng was curious about what kind of fish she was cooking. Sheng and didn't bother explaining. She focused on the boiling oil, carefully watching the temperature and slowly turning the fish with a skimmer. Once the fish was golden on both sides, she quickly took it out and placed it into a rectangular iron rack. The iron stand pot was filled with various ingredients, including tofu pudding, bamboo shoots, kelp, and fresh mushrooms. Next, Sheng'an again took the pot to the stove, added oil, and poured in the boiling sauce. Immediately, the kitchen was filled with a rich, fish-fragrant aroma. Chun Pei-sheng stared in shock, deeply captivated by the smell. Just this aroma told him that Sheng An's cooking skills were not inferior to his own. Watching Bao Xiang carry the heavy iron stand pot to the table, Chun Pei-sheng couldn't help but ask curiously, "This way of eating seems to be from Ningxi Mansion." Sheng An looked confused. "Where is Ningxi Mansion?" Chun Pei-sheng paused, realizing he might have guessed wrong. "So, this way of eating was created by Boss Sheng himself." Sheng An seemed to notice Chun Pei-sheng's thoughts and casually said, "In winter, every family cooks at the stove. Cooking fish on the stove isn't anything special." She had custom-made several iron stand pots at the blacksmith shop, spending a lot of money to get the effect she wanted. It didn't matter if Chun Pei-sheng learned it secretly. He couldn't replicate the exact taste anyway. Chun Pei-sheng believed her wholeheartedly, his eyes shining brighter, eager to compete with Sheng An in cooking right now. Sheng An ignored him and continued preparing other dishes. Soon, the kitchen was filled with delicious smells. Nearby cats jumped onto the wall, stretching their necks and calling out to the humans, hoping for some tasty leftovers. Chun Pei-sheng's expression changed from initial shock to seriousness and then to doubt. Although Sheng Boss's cooking skills and control over heat weren't much better than his, these ordinary ingredients seemed to undergo some transformation, turning into extraordinary delicacies. His sense of smell wouldn't deceive him. Feeling even more discouraged, Sheng unintentionally let Bao Lan serve Chun Pei-sheng a bowl of the 8 Treasures black-bone chicken soup once it was ready. Bao Lan brought the steaming soup to Chun Pei-sheng. "It's almost noon. Boss Chun, have some soup to fill your stomach." Chun Pei-sheng eagerly took the bowl, looking at the clear, bright, and fragrant 8 Treasures black-bone chicken soup, with hints of medicinal aroma. Even before tasting it, he knew his cooking skills were no match for Sheng An. This realization made Chun Pei-sheng feel defeated, completely losing the desire to compete with Sheng An in cooking. After finishing the 8 Treasures black-bone chicken soup, Chun Pei-sheng left. Bao Lan was a bit worried and quietly asked Bao Xiang, "Since Xingyuan and Drunken Immortal Tower are considered semi-rivals, do you think Boss Chun might be jealous of our master and try to do something bad to Xingyuan?" Bao Xiang shook her head. "I don't think so." Bao Lan looked confused. "Why not?" Bao Xiang smiled. "The master letting him come to the kitchen shows he's not a bad person, and the master isn't afraid of him." Bao Lan suddenly understood. "Oh, only weak people are afraid of everything. Our master is so powerful. She's the strongest woman we've ever seen. Why would she be afraid of just Boss Chen?" The kitchen was small, and Bao Lan and Bao Xiang's conversation was loud enough for Sheng An to hear clearly. She suspected they were just flattering her as the boss. But she was happy to listen. When the last ingredient was added to the pot, the customers arrived. Their last name was Mu. They ran a timber business and had dealings with Boss Ding. Among the 7 people dining together, there were also the Ding family grandparents. Ding Tianxi was just here to eat for free. 12 carefully prepared dishes were served, with the most eye-catching being a grilled fish cooked on an iron rack. It immediately drew everyone's attention. In Qingzhou City, fish wasn't usually prepared this way. The delicious smell kept wafting into their noses, making everyone forget to ask how the grilled fish was made. After exchanging polite words, they all sat down. Seeing several dishes on the table that he had never tried before, Ding Tianxi was especially happy. He smiled and said to the satisfied-looking Mu boss, "Uncle Mu, isn't this a good place my grandpa recommended?" Mu boss laughed loudly and raised his glass to toast Ding Laoyi. "If it weren't for Boss Ding, I would have missed this treasure." They had initially decided to try this place just to see how it was and to give Ding Laoyi a good impression. Unexpectedly, this new private restaurant chef was just as skilled as Chun Peixing from Drunken Immortal Tower. Indeed, being expensive has its benefits. Tonight's meal was a chance for him to show off, and he knew he would get a generous tip when paying the bill later. After some drinks and toasts, everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. When they tasted the dishes for the first time, Mu boss and the others looked shocked at how delicious the food was. The most calm are the Ding family grandfather and grandson. Ding Tianxi was the first to serve himself and his grandfather 2 bowls of chicken soup. "Grandpa, drink more. Last time I had this soup, I slept very well that night, feeling warm all over, and the next day my mind was much clearer." Old Mr. Ding knew his grandson was speaking for others, so he took the chicken soup with a smile and agreed, "Yes, I also feel that way." After going back, I looked at the account book and didn't feel sleepy at all. When the others heard this, they immediately realized that this 8 treasures black chicken soup was good. They put down their chopsticks and asked someone to serve the soup. After drinking the soup, everyone's face showed surprise and delight. Boss Mu couldn't wait to ask Shuki, "This soup is good. Can you prepare another one for us to take away? Since this soup has calming and nourishing effects, it must be shared with the family." Shuki nodded quickly. "Yes, I will go to the kitchen and arrange it." Boss Mu nodded repeatedly, feeling even more impressed with Xingyuan. Old Mr. Ding and the others also quickly said, "I'll have one too." Shuki wrote it down happily. Sheng and didn't show up in the private room but stayed in the big kitchen chatting with the 4 children. Knowing the guests' requests, Sheng nodded. "This soup takes at least an hour to cook. Let someone stay with them, and when it's ready, have their people take it home." Sheng Yuan doesn't have the capacity to deliver food outside, nor does she plan to develop that business. Bao Xiu had an idea and suggested, "Master, Sheng Yuan can sell roasted chicken alone, and we can add this 8 treasures black chicken soup. That way, we can earn more money." Her idea was simple. Sheng Yuan's prices are high, so only a few can afford it, and there might not be daily orders. With roasted chicken and the soup, Sheng Yuan would have daily income, so she wouldn't worry about supporting so many people. Sheng shook her head. "Money isn't endless. One item is enough. If we add the soup, we might be too busy later." She liked counting money until her hands hurt, but she also enjoyed life. Spending every day in the kitchen stirring the big spoon made her tired too. Her suggestion was rejected, but Bao Xiu wasn't upset. She believed the master's decision was always right. The other 3 children also shared this view. Their admiration for Sheng had become almost blind. 12 dishes were completely finished, and Boss Mu and others were satisfied, smiling happily and feeling pleased. When they learned that Xingyuan had a tea room, chess room, and outdoor entertainment area, several people, including Boss Ding, became interested. They were led by the calligraphy and painting group to the card room. The cards were modified playing cards, with designs changed to match current tastes. The beautiful patterns avoided any taboo or trouble, and the rules and gameplay remained the same. Under the demonstration by the calligraphy and painting group, Boss Ding and others quickly learned how to play. The 3 of them happily started playing Do Diju. Ding Tianxi felt left out, wandering around the 2 card tables, hoping that these older men would take care of him and give him a place. However, the excited Boss Ding ignored his grandson, and the others paid even less attention. Feeling bored, Ding Tianxi used tricks and persuasion to get the calligraphy and painting group and the inkstone to play with him. They couldn't refuse and carefully played Do Diju with the young master. Shannon saw this and looked at the slightly envious calligraphy and chess player, asking, "Is this card game so fun?" She wasn't interested in Do Diju. The card room was set up on a whim, and she never expected guests to get so addicted. Social status and class didn't matter anymore. Calligraphy and chess nodded repeatedly. It's very fun. The sounds the old men make when playing are louder and louder. They didn't care about their image anymore. Shannon scratched her head and brightened her eyes, saying, "Tomorrow, go to the paper-making workshop and talk to them about a card collaboration." Do Diju would soon become popular in Qingzhou City. Before it spread, she wanted to make some pocket money from the cards. The calligraphy and painting group immediately understood her meaning and looked excited. "Mistress, how much profit should we negotiate?" Shannon thought for a moment and gave a reasonable range, 30% or 46%. Since the cards are handmade, producing so many takes time and effort. They should earn a little. She reminded the group, "Tell them that these cards will eventually spread elsewhere. When that happens, their workshop will be the only one and merchants from other places will come to buy from them." The group agreed and decided to negotiate a profit split of 30% for the workshop and 70% for her. As Shannon expected, Boss Ding and others quickly became addicted. They only realized it was late in the evening after playing all afternoon. Before leaving, they offered a large sum of money to buy the cards. The cards at Xingyuan are limited in number. Shuju said they would work overtime to make more, then deliver them to each government office. Only after officials like Ding Leioi are satisfied would they leave, and they would also take away the 8 treasures black chicken soup. Boss Mu enjoyed the food and had fun. Xingyuan also gave him a big boost in confidence, so he received a generous reward of 50 taels of silver. Xing is not a stingy person. The 4 treasures and Shuju shared the reward equally, each getting 3 taels, enough for their monthly salary. The 8 people held their silver happily, thanking Xing again and again. Xing encouraged them, "Work hard. The better Xingyuan's business gets, the more silver you will earn. In the future, getting married and having children won't be a problem." The 8 people felt a bit shy, and each found an excuse to leave. Xing shook his head with a smile, tidied up, and carried the heavy money box back to his small building. Today, the leftover money from the roasted chicken, the catering, Boss Mu's reward, and the sales of 8 treasures black chicken soup totaled over 120 taels. It's an exaggeration to say they make a fortune daily, but they definitely earn a lot every day. Xing hummed a little tune as he walked. On the way, he met Su Jinyan, who had come looking for him. She patted the money box, her face growing more proud. Today's earnings, if kept up, could make Xingyuan earn another Xingyuan in a year. Su Jinyan took the box, which was indeed heavy. "Are you planning to save up to buy a courtyard?" Xing shook her head. "Not buying a courtyard for now. But I can buy a few shops in good locations. Renting them out each year is a good income," Su Jinyan suggested. "You could also buy a farm with fields and woods." Xing agreed immediately. "The land near Qingzhou City is very good. When I find a suitable one, I'll buy it." Su Jinyan held her hand, noticing her fingertips were cold and her brow slightly furrowed. Xing also felt the difference in their body temperatures. She tiptoed mischievously and reached her hand into his neck. Su Jinyan slightly tensed and held her hand in his palm. "From today on, soak your feet in hot water every night." Xing still wasn't behaving. She tugged at his palm. "Holding you is way easier than soaking my feet." Su Jinyan smiled, a faint light in his eyes. "What if I'm not home one day? What will you do alone?" Xing pulled her hand away and suddenly jumped onto his back. She tightly hugged the man's neck, her soft face buried in his dimple, and her clear, sweet voice said, "Wherever you go, I go too." Su Jinyan felt his heart warm. He held her firmly and said, "Anin keeps her promises. Don't leave me." Xing tilted her head and kissed his cheek. Who might abandon whom? Who knows? Su Jinyan's face darkened. He gently patted her rounded hips and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Xing sighed silently. She leaned on his back and looked at the few scattered stars in the sky. Just pretend I'm talking nonsense. No one can say what will happen in the future. As long as that thorn in her heart remained, she couldn't find peace. The truth would be revealed in 3 years. Su Jinyan frowned, but said nothing. He carried her back to the small building. Tired from the day, Sheng'an slept very deeply that night, unaware that the person beside her had quietly left. The next morning, Sheng'an arrived at the main kitchen. Shu Qi came in with a bright smile. "Master, a guest named Li has ordered a meal. The dining time is tomorrow noon." The guest paid a deposit of 30 taels of silver. Sheng'an took the order and saw there were 16 dishes for 15 people. The ingredients needed weren't hard to find. They could be bought at the nearby market. Sheng'an handed the order to Baolan, feeling quite happy. Seeing that Shu Qi hadn't left and seemed to have something to say, Sheng'an asked with a smile, "Are you here to talk about Chao Xingwang?" Shu Qi hesitated and nodded. "Last night, I went to Chao's house. His family was raided by Boss Chen himself. They still want to sell the house to pay Boss Chen's debt. Chao Xingwang was greedy and dishonest. He embezzled 5,000 taels from the drunken immortal tower. He spent a lot on buying the house, and the rest was used for drinking, gambling, and keeping mistresses. Boss Chen came to demand money. He only got about 200 taels. Even if the house was sold, 2,000 taels couldn't be recovered. Out of respect for his wife and in-laws, Boss Chen didn't report him to the authorities. But the 2,000 taels debt was recorded against Chao Xingwang. Chao Xingwang's reputation was already ruined. No boss would hire him as a manager. He was considered finished. With 2,000 taels of debt hanging over him, without a big opportunity, Chao Xingwang's future was bleak. Sheng'an was surprised by Chen Peixing's actions. The Chen family is quite decisive. I thought he would just scold Chao Xingwang and then chase him out of drunken immortal tower. Shu Qi guessed maybe Chen boss was already unhappy with the Chao family. Because of their relationship before, he held back from exposing them. This time he saw a good chance. Sheng'an suddenly understood. "So, I actually helped him a lot, removing Chao Xingwang, a big troublemaker, from drunken immortal tower, and at the same time warning others, was a smart move." Shu Qi continued. "Chao is very unhappy and wants to force his parents to ask Chen for help. But his parents have been taken to Chen's house, so they probably won't interfere with him anymore." Shu Qi thought Chen Peixing was very kind. Even after this happened, he still forgave his in-laws and took care of them. Most people wouldn't do that. Sheng'an shook his head. He might not be appreciated for doing that. Chao Xingwang was dishonest. He stole a lot from drunken immortal tower, up to 500 taels of silver each year. The Chao family elders probably knew about it. Yet, they enjoyed the benefits of his theft without worry until the truth came out. Then, they had to face reality and still let their son-in-law take care of them. Since it didn't concern Sheng'an, she only told Shu Qi, "Make sure Shu Mo guards the door well. Be careful that Chao might come in and cause trouble." Shu Qi quickly agreed. Yes, today no guests came to Sheng Yuan for dinner. Sheng'an calmly roasted a chicken, ate lunch, and then went upstairs for a nap. While she was sleeping, Lu Huaji, who was dressed carefully, appeared in Yunxian town, 30 miles from Huai Tree Village. Lu Huaji was graceful and charming. Walking through the town, she attracted many people's attention. She knew what men liked and was proud of her mother's attractive figure and looks. Seeing so many eyes on her made her feel very pleased. Lu Huaji was not good at hiding her feelings, so she showed a bit of pride on her face. A second-rate troublemaker wandering the streets saw her and, laughing, approached. His hand reached out to her chest. "Little beauty, I see you often come to town lately. Are you here just to see me?" Lu Huaji did not expect to meet a troublemaker. She quickly stepped back to avoid his inappropriate touch and angrily scolded him. "You unlucky guy. How dare you try to take advantage of me?" The troublemaker's face darkened immediately. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Huaji, saying, "You little troublemaker, dressing like that to attract men? I thought you were pretending to be pure." Lu Huaji was knocked to the ground. Covering her swollen face, she looked at him with fear and shouted, "Don't come near me. Help! Help! Hearing her cry, passers-by looked over. Some tried to step in, but they were scared off by the troublemaker's fierce glare. In a nearby corner, two men, one tall and one short, watched what was happening clearly. The short man nudged the tall man and asked, "Actually, should we go over?" Actually looked confused. "Go over for what?" "That woman told us to follow her, but she didn't say we should protect her." The short man rolled his eyes. "You're just tall, not smart. She told us to follow her, so she must be important. Can we just watch her get bullied?" Actually scratched his head. "A2, do you think she likes this woman and wants to be with her?" A2 glared at him. "I never said that." Seeing he wouldn't admit it, Actually didn't dare say more. He kept watching the scene in front of him. When he saw the man grabbing the woman's hair and pushing her down, almost lying on top of her, Actually tugged A2's sleeve. "Should we help?" A2 thought for a moment and said through clenched teeth, "We'll help her after we stop him." As soon as he finished speaking, Actually shot out like an arrow and ran quickly. A2 saw this and cursed, then immediately chased after him. Despite being small, A2 was very fast. In just a moment, he caught up with Actually and knocked the troublemaker, who was taking advantage of Lu Huaji, to the ground. The tall man also rushed over and stepped on the troublemaker's chest to stop him from getting up. A2 stepped forward and kicked the troublemaker in the stomach. "A grown man bullying a woman? That's shameful for us men," Actually agreed. "Yes, shameful for us men." The troublemaker, in pain, rolled his eyes and looked terrified. "Brothers, I was blinded by greed. Please, brothers, forgive me." When A2 heard this, he slapped the second-rate guy 4 times. "You hit the girl twice. I'll pay her back twice. If you dare do this again, I won't forgive you." After saying that, he let Actually go. The second-rate guy, once free, clutched his stomach and ran away quickly, not daring to look back. A2 spat at his back, then turned to look at Lu Huaji sitting on the ground. "Little girl, are you okay?" Lu Huaji was still shaken, her face pale, trembling all over. A2's eyes flickered, and his tone became more careful. "Don't be afraid, little girl. The bad people have been chased away by us. Where is your home? We will you back." With his comforting words, Lu Huaji finally calmed down. Seeing A2 and Actually dressed in worn-out clothes and looking quite ordinary, Lu Huaji didn't even want to say thank you. She was worried the second-rate guy might come back, so she pitifully said, "My fiancé is a student at the school. I came to find him. Please, can you take me to the school gate?" A2 heard this and agreed immediately. "Sure, we'll take you there." Lu Huaji forced a thank you, then got up and led the way. A2 and Actually followed, curious about her fiancé. They wondered if the man knew she was engaged. If he didn't know and liked her, then there might be some interesting scenes ahead. A2 thought to himself, a sly smile appearing on his face. The school was not far away. After a short walk, they arrived. Lu Huaji didn't want a third person around, as it might affect her closeness with her fiancé. She said to A2 and Actually, "I've arrived." "Thank you, brothers." A2, not stupid, quickly replied, "All right, we're leaving." With that, he pulled Actually and left. Lu Huaji sighed in relief, eagerly watching the closed school gate. She didn't notice that 2 people were hiding around the corner of the alley, peeking out to watch. They waited until noon, when the school gate finally opened. A group of students of different ages came out one after another, among them a handsome, upright-looking student who caught the eye. Lu Huaji's eyes lit up. She immediately spread her arms and rushed forward. "Big Brother Sue." This call of "Big Brother Sue" was repeated many times, drawing the attention of nearby students, who looked at each other with teasing glances. Sue Huining looked a bit stiff and turned aside to avoid Lu Huaji's sudden embrace. "Miss Lu, please show some respect." Seeing his cold attitude, Lu Huaji felt happy inside. She slightly lifted her head, her eyes full of tears, and showed her red, swollen cheeks. "Brother Sue, my mother didn't want me to come, so she slapped me." At the corner, Actually was stunned. Clearly, she was beaten badly, so why does it look like her mother hit her here? This woman is such a good actress. A2, used to this, warned Ah Shui like an experienced person. Women like her are too clever. If you meet someone like you, a little fool, you should stay far away. Otherwise, you'll get tricked and end up paying for her schemes. Ah Shui nodded eagerly. I won't marry a woman like that. Ah Tu chuckled and slapped his head. You're so young and already thinking about marriage. You're hopeless. Ah Shui smiled foolishly and said nothing. He was sure he would get married someday. Suddenly, Ah Tu cursed loudly. Startled, Ah Shui shivered and wanted to ask what was wrong. But Ah Tu grabbed his face and pointed at the school gate. Look quickly. Does that guy look a lot like that person? Ah Shui hurriedly looked over and saw Su Huining's face. He was stunned. Ah Tu slapped his forehead. Coincidentally, his surname is Su too. Most likely, he's his brother. We need to go back quickly. Ah Shui asked foolishly. Should we stop following them? Ah Tu rolled his eyes. Let's go back first and explain the situation. We'll see what that person says. Ah Shui nodded. They didn't leave immediately. Instead, they listened carefully to Su Huining and Lu Huaji's conversation. Until Su Huining took Lu Huaji to a nearby noodle shop for dinner, and after they parted ways, Ah Tu and Ah Shui left Yunxian Town and returned to Qingzhou City. Winter days ended early, making the nights very long. After drinking too much soup at dinner, Sheng'an woke up in the middle of the night, feeling suffocated. She groggily got up to put on her shoes. Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Her eyes widened, and she searched the bed with her hands, confirming that the man who usually slept beside her is not there. Half the bed was cold, indicating he had left a long time ago. Sheng'an's sleepiness was gone. She wondered where Su Jinyan could be in the middle of the night. Such a situation had never happened before. A cold breeze slipped in through the door. She couldn't help but shiver, and the ache in her lower abdomen grew stronger. She forgot everything else and quickly put on her clothes and shoes, then ran downstairs. Originally, Grandma Sheng wanted to place a chamber pot in the couple's room, but Sheng'an thought the smell was too strong. Since she rarely got up at night, she didn't let it be. When she returned to her room, trembling from the cold, she still didn't see Su Jinyan's shadow. Feeling uneasy, she couldn't sleep and lay in bed, wide awake, waiting. After about half an hour, faint footsteps finally came from the staircase. If it hadn't been quiet at night, she probably wouldn't have heard them. For some reason, Sheng'an felt nervous. Since there were no lights in the room, she slowly adjusted her breathing and pretended to sleep, keeping her eyes fixed on the door. Soon, the footsteps approached, and the door was quietly pushed open. A tall, slender shadow entered the room, bringing the cold of the winter night. Su Jinyan didn't realize that the person by the bed was awake. He gently took off his coat, reached out to lift the quilt, and was about to get in when he heard a cold, distant voice. "Where did you go?" Even someone as brave as Su Jinyan was startled by the sudden sound. He quickly reacted, hugging the small figure who had pounced on him, pulling the quilt over both of them. "Did I wake you?" Sheng'an snorted and asked again. "Where did you go?" Hearing this, Su Jinyan knew his wife had noticed he was gone early on and couldn't use getting up at night as an excuse. He chose honesty over a kind lie and said, "I went to the old house to find someone." Sheng'an was pleased with his honesty and immediately asked, "Who?" Fearing she might misunderstand, Su Jinyan hurried to explain. "Two men." Sheng'an was speechless and deliberately teased him. "Just finding men proves you're innocent?" Su Jinyan. Anand's thinking was always different from others. He took a deep breath, cupped Sheng'an's face in the dark, and kissed her. "I've told you, just don't be angry." Hearing this, Sheng'an guessed it was about her and said vaguely, "It depends on what it's about." Su Jinyan kissed her again, his tone somewhat coaxing. "Yesterday, you want to talk to Zhang Zhaodi. I happened to overhear it when I passed by the staircase." Sheng'an was so angry that she grabbed the man's ear for the first time. "We speak so quietly, and you can still hear? Are you born with superhearing? Eavesdropping is eavesdropping. Don't make excuses." Su Jinyan didn't dare to struggle at all. He only tried to charm her with his looks. "And I know I was wrong. Since I offended you, please forgive me just this once, okay?" Unfortunately, in the dark, her beauty was less effective, but her voice attack worked even better. Sheng An unconsciously loosened her grip, but still spoke sternly. So, you followed someone late at night to find out why I hit Lu Huaji? Su Jinyan admitted quickly, without hesitation. Yes, after you fell asleep last night, I went to the old house and found 2 people. Should she praise his strong determination? He couldn't even wait one night. Sheng An rubbed her forehead and asked, what did they find out? Su Jinyan answered fast. They found out Lu Huaji went to Yunxian Town School, where Su Huining studies. Lu Huaji said Su Huining is her fiancé. Su Huining is Lu Huaji's fiancé? Sheng An was so surprised her jaw almost dropped. She didn't expect these 2 to be connected. Thinking about Lu Huaji's interest in Su Jinyan before marriage, Sheng An couldn't help but suspect her motives. Su Huining looks a lot like you. Maybe she's trying to find a substitute because she can't have you. After sharing her guess, Sheng An quickly dismissed it. No, that's unlikely. After marriage, she only saw you twice. Her look at you has no love in it. She wouldn't do something like find a substitute. Lu Huaji was reborn and must know things others didn't. For example, the talented young man who could help her rise. Looking at it this way, Su Huining might have a bright future. Thinking of this, Sheng An poked Su Jinyan's chest.
Liu Huzi Lai Su Huining.
She'll probably try to marry him. Do you think she'll succeed? Su Jinyan didn't care who Lu Huaji liked. He held Sheng An's hand softly and asked, Anan, are you not going to tell me now? Sheng An scratched her head, feeling helpless. After hesitating for a moment, she decided not to say anything. When the time comes, I'll tell you even if you don't ask. Right now, studying is the most important. Focus on your studies and don't forget, in 3 years, you'll take the county exam. Su Jinyan was silent for a moment, then finally agreed. Sheng An sensed the man's disappointment and gently leaned in to kiss her as a comfort. Su Jinyan deepened the kiss until Sheng An almost couldn't breathe, then released her, breathing heavily. We will always be like this, right? Sheng An gasped, feeling the man's intense gaze in the darkness. Although she knew he couldn't see her, she didn't dare hesitate. It was like speaking to him and herself at the same time. Yes, we will always be good. Her grandparents will be fine too. Su Jinyan relaxed his tense body, holding Sheng An close as they lay down together, wrapping her tightly in his arms. I believe and wouldn't lie to me. Sheng An listened quietly to his heartbeat, unable to help but shift closer. I won't lie to you. A faint smile appeared on Su Jinyan's lips, showing a sense of relief. Since Sheng An was a woman who had been reborn, she was naturally curious about the man who caught her eye, Su Huining. She wanted to know what kind of skills he had, so she didn't ask Su Jinyan to withdraw the people tracking Lu Huaji. She even gave Su Jinyan some pocket money as a thank you for Atu and Ashue's hard work. Atu and Ashue are cousins who grew up without parents or elders, relying on each other. When they were young, they often got bullied. Su Jinyan, who was full of a sense of justice, naturally couldn't stand it and helped the brothers deal with those bullies harshly. With Su Jinyan protecting them, their lives improved a lot. The brothers were very grateful and always wanted to find a way to repay him. This time, they finally got the chance. When Su Jinyan asked for their help, they agreed, without hesitation. That night, Sheng An woke up after losing an hour of sleep, still feeling a bit tired. But thinking of Xiao Qian, she yawned and got up to get dressed. Su Jinyan opened the window for some fresh air, and a strong cold wind blew in. Sheng An felt it too and shivered. It's getting colder again. You should put on a thick coat. She said this while opening the wardrobe and taking out 2 coats, one big, one small, then quickly put on the smaller one. Su Jinyan didn't refuse and also changed into his coat decisively. Sheng An's hands were a little cold, so she instinctively pushed them into his palms. This year seems colder than usual. Maybe it will snow heavily. The city of Qingzhou rarely experiences heavy snow. In her 16 years, the biggest snow she remembers was when she was about 8 or 9 years old. The snow was just over her ankles, and as soon as the sun came out, it melted away. Su Jinyan noticed his wife's hope for a big snow and gently smiled, holding her cold hand. I heard that it snows heavily in the capital every year. When that time comes, you can come with me to take the imperial exam. If we go before the new year, we will definitely see a snowy landscape. Sheng An's eyes lit up with hope. It's a promise. In her previous life, she lived in the south. Over 25 years, she rarely saw snowflakes, let alone experienced a world covered in ice and silver. Su Jin smiled warmly, playfully hooking her little finger. It's a promise. After breakfast, which was noodles with shredded meat cooked by Grandma Sheng early in the morning, the 5 family members each went about their own tasks. Sheng An had just finished roasting 2 batches of chicken. Before she could prepare lunch ingredients, she heard that a guest who had ordered food had arrived, and it was someone she knew. Miss Li? Seeing a young girl dressed in fine clothes, adorned with gold and silver jewelry, Sheng An was suspicious. She wondered if today's meal was a joke, but she was definitely ready to confront her. Miss Li was not an ordinary person. She was the woman who had spread rumors about her at the Fong family last time, along with some other wealthy young ladies. Li Xian, who had come with a group of friends. Seeing Sheng An's surprised expression, she raised her chin proudly. Lady Sheng, today is my 16th birthday. I specially invited my friends to celebrate at your Sheng garden. Please don't let me down. That day at the Fong family, she had tasted delicious roast chicken, thinking it was made by the chef from Drunken Immortal Tower. The next day, she bought a chicken from Drunken Immortal Tower to taste, only to find the flavor was completely different. That's when she realized she had been mistaken. Later, she ate the same kind of roast chicken at the Yi family's place. After some investigation, she finally learned that the delicious roast chicken came from Sheng Garden, whose owner was Lady Sheng, with whom she had some past dealings. That day at the Fong family, she lost face, and Li Xian Hui felt uncomfortable inside. She had no excuse to confront Sheng An and regain her dignity. On her friend's advice, she decided to use her 16th birthday as an excuse to invite some friends to Sheng Garden for a meal. If Sheng An's cooking didn't satisfy them, she could use that as a reason to make Sheng An apologize to her. Making good roast chicken didn't necessarily mean she could prepare dishes that everyone would like. The only thing that made Li Xinhui feel pain was that the food at Sheng Garden was too expensive. Even ordinary dishes cost more than the signature dishes at Drunken Immortal Tower, almost enough to prevent her from paying the deposit. Because of this, she endured her mother's nagging and borrowed half a year's allowance from the accounting office. Thinking about the next half year without her monthly allowance, Li Xinhui felt very upset. She glared at Sheng An and said irritably, I hope Boss Sheng's cooking is worth the money I paid. In the Manhwa residence, which mainly hosted female guests, Li Xinhui looked around at the decorations and started to have some doubts. Wasn't that woman from the countryside? Yet, the furnishings here suited a young lady's taste, elegant but not old-fashioned. A few simple green plants were placed perfectly, like the finishing touch in a painting. She probably paid a lot of money to have it decorated that way. Li Xinhui thought sourly, refusing to admit that her taste was inferior to that of a country woman. Her friend Miss Lu whispered, Xinhui, Sheng Garden doesn't look simple. If that Madame Sheng's cooking is really good, aren't we just giving her our money for nothing? It was Miss Lu's idea to come to Sheng Garden and confront Sheng An. After touring Sheng Garden and seeing the carefully maintained plants, Miss Lu felt it was not an ordinary small restaurant. It gave her a great sense of pressure. Whether the food is good or not depends on us. Today, she must apologize to me. Li Xinhui was confident. Even if this woman's cooking surpassed that of the chef at Drunken Immortal Tower, as long as their group said it wasn't tasty, she would have an excuse to regain her lost face. Another young lady hesitated and said, Xinhui, her husband is Scholar Su, and she's close to Miss Tan. If Miss Tan finds out we're making things difficult for her, it might not be good. At the Fong family, Miss Tan, who usually didn't meddle in others' affairs, had spoken up for Madame Sheng. Their families were well off, but compared to Miss Tan, who was the daughter of a prefect, they didn't measure up. What's there to be afraid of? No matter how noble Miss Tan Qingrou's status is, she can't stop us from speaking the truth. Li Xinhui was cautious, but showed no sign of it. She reminded her friends, "Today, you all need to cooperate with me. I can't let my half-year allowance go to waste." Seeing that Li Xinhui was determined, Miss Lu and the others nodded in agreement and didn't try to persuade her further. It was still early, and they couldn't sit still inside the house, so they went out into the yard for a walk. Soon, the wind grew stronger, and one by one, they couldn't stand it and returned inside. They heard that Sheng Garden had a chess room, a card room, and a billiard room they had never heard of before. The young ladies immediately became interested and asked Shu Qi to take them to see these places. Li Xian Hui and the others were not interested in the chess room, mainly because they wanted to see the card room and the so-called billiard room. Shu Qi demonstrated how to play with cards and billiards using calligraphy brushes, inkstones, and paper right there. 3 people explained the rules in detail, leaving the 16 young ladies surprised and confused. They picked up a heavy carved stone ball with numbers on it. Li Xian Hui looked at Shu Qi with wide eyes and asked, "Did your boss invent this game and these balls?" Shu Qi knew these women might not be friendly, but she still answered politely, "Yes, miss." The young lady herself created it. The young lady didn't admit to inventing it. She said she saw others play when she was young and just improved the rules and gameplay. But since no one else played it, it was her original idea. Hearing this, Li Xian Hui was so shocked her mouth almost stayed open. She didn't expect that woman to have such clever ideas. The others felt the same. If Sheng'an could come up with such a game, she was definitely smarter than most people. They didn't say anything but secretly admired her. Only Li Xian Hui kept arguing, "They're just tricks and gimmicks, not proper games. Who would want to play such things?" Miss Lu and the others looked at each other, feeling that was going too far. They really wanted to try, after all. But no one dared to speak up and embarrass Li Xian Hui. Shu Qi didn't spoil her mood. She smiled and said, "These tricks and gimmicks aren't to your taste. Just the day before yesterday, Lord Ding and Lord Mu liked them very much and wanted to buy a few sets of cards to play at home. But Sheng Garden doesn't have many cards, so the young lady didn't sell any." The sudden comeback made Li Xian Hui's face turn pale and red. She glared at Shu Qi angrily. "If you have nothing to say, don't act like you're mute." That woman from Sheng was so annoying, and her servants were just as bad. The master and servant pair were utterly hateful. Miss Lu and the others felt awkward. Seeing Li Xian Hui about to lose her temper, they quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "We haven't played before, so we just find it boring." Li Xian Hui suppressed her anger, snorted at Shu Qi, and turned to leave, throwing the stone ball behind her. Others looked at the billiard table and then at Li Xinhui's back, finally hesitating before chasing after her reluctantly. Shu Qi and the others fell behind. Shu Hua whispered, "Did we make the guest angry? Will the master blame us?" Shu Yan confidently replied, "No. A few days ago, the master told us to deal with troublemakers at the door. We didn't lay a hand on the guest just now." Shu Hua thought that made sense and felt relieved. She gave Shu Qi a big thumbs up. "You're braver." Shu Qi looked calm and said, "It's because the master taught us well." Li Xinhui, with a sad face, returned to Manhwa residence. When she looked at the decorations inside, she felt very annoyed. She grabbed a ceramic ornament and wanted to smash it on the ground. Miss Lu saw this and quickly stepped forward to stop her. "You don't want the monthly allowance for the second half of next year." Li Xinhui's hot head cooled instantly. She looked at the plain ceramic ornament with disdain and snorted, "Common stuff, worth at most a silver or 2. I deserve better." Even so, she put down the ornament, her face looking unhappy. Whether this ornament is valuable depends on where you put it. It's not worth much on the street, but here, its value depends on what people say. Miss Lu comforted her friend. After seeing Sheng'an's clever ideas, she didn't want her friend to keep arguing with Sheng'an. "People like us, born into wealth, enjoy riches from the moment we're born. We even have a scholar's wife cooking for us. Think about it. Doesn't that make you feel better?" Hearing this, Li Xinhui's mood improved a lot, but she also felt something was off. Before she could figure it out, Miss Lu continued, "We don't need to worry about a scholar's wife, but with Su Scholar's talent, Passing the imperial exam is just a matter of time. Even becoming a Jin Shi is easy. When that happens, Lady Sheng will be married to a powerful man, and we might have to bow and greet her. Qingzhou City was still too small. Even if they were born into wealth, they weren't true noble ladies. In the future, their marriage prospects would mostly match their family background. How could such a status compare to a successful candidate's wife, or even a government lady? Li Xinhui's face kept changing. She didn't argue with Miss Liu, seeming to listen carefully. Bored from waiting, a few young ladies, unable to resist, secretly slipped away while Li Xinhui wasn't paying attention to play at the card room and billiard room. Li Xinhui saw that they were taking a long time to return and guessed where they had gone. She couldn't sit still and took her maid to look for them. Before they got close, they heard noise coming from the card room. Good job, Sun Yu. You can't accept losing and hid your cards. Now you have to accept our punishment. Meow 3 times at the window. No, I don't want to. You guys were also being unfair earlier. I didn't punish you. That was just before, now is now. Forget it, playing cards is just for fun. Let's shuffle the cards quickly and play another round. These cards are so interesting. The card room was lively, and the neighboring billiard room was just as busy. Several young ladies, unfamiliar with the rules and skills, played happily. Their cheerful voices filled the small courtyard. Someone accidentally saw Li Xinhui and felt a bit embarrassed. Just as they were about to say something, a figure quickly rushed out and grabbed Li Xinhui, pulling her into the house. This billiard game is so fun. You'll definitely like it. Come on, let's play in pairs. The loser has to bark like a dog. Hee hee. Li Xinhui felt uncomfortable at first and refused to play. Soon, she changed her mind and ended up laughing the loudest in the room. In the big kitchen, steam rose and smoke curled around. Several brave cats jumped over the courtyard wall and sat at the kitchen door, desperately sniffing the delicious smell of meat. A few shiny drops slid down the corner of their mouths, and a small dark stain appeared under their furry paws. Seeing how eager the cats looked, Sheng'an felt both amused and annoyed. She took some meat from a clay pot and threw it to them. Before the meat hit the ground, 3 cats leapt up and caught it precisely, then happily carried it off to a corner to enjoy. Bao Yun smiled and said, "These animals are so lucky." Sheng'an told the 4 pets, "When you go in and out of the kitchen, make sure to close the door tightly. At night, store the ingredients properly. You can leave a small gap in the window so they can come in and catch mice. Where there is food, mice are likely to appear, and the big kitchen is no exception. Maybe Sheng'an's cooking smells too good, or perhaps there are just many mice here." A few days ago, she noticed mice lurking around. Fortunately, the leftover ingredients are stored in cabinets, so the mice can't get to them easily. But mice have sharp teeth and can chew through cabinets to steal food, so the cats need to help out. It's just a few pieces of meat, and Sheng'an can afford to pay for it. Bao Xiu loves cats and couldn't help but suggest, "Master, Xingyuan is so big. Why not catch a couple of kittens to raise?" Sheng'an shook his head while seasoning the meat soup and explained, "Cats shed too much fur and like to run around. If the fur flies into the food, how can the guests eat?" After saying that, he threw a few small fried fish to the cats, who seemed to understand and meowed twice before happily eating. Sheng'an smiled and told Bao Yun, "The food is ready." Bao Yun immediately ran to the front yard to serve the dishes. Li Xinhui and the others, lost in their game, didn't want to stop even when they learned the meal was ready. They hesitated to put down their cards and sticks. When they arrived at the dining room, they could already smell the tempting aroma before entering. They couldn't help but swallow and looked straight at the large dining table that could seat 20 people. This huge table had a rotating feature, which took a lot of effort for the carpenter to make. Li Xinhui and the others were once again amazed, realizing they felt like naive country girls visiting the city for the first time. Xingyuan, less than 10 days since opening, was truly impressive. A secret recipe roasted fragrant chicken could win over Li Xinhui's stomach, but now there were 16 delicious dishes, so tempting that she forgot her purpose for coming to Xingyuan today. Even she was affected, and Lu Jie and others felt the same. In front of such delicious food, everyone's only thought was, eat. Feeling that the food's aroma wasn't enough, Shu Qi brought a delicate wine jar and placed it in front of Li Xinhui. Today is Miss Li's birthday. My master specially sent a jar of sweet rice wine. I hope you and the other young ladies enjoy yourselves. He then uncorked the jar. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of wine filled the room, overpowering the smell of the dishes. Li Xinhui wanted to act modest, but her eyes couldn't help but look at the rice wine, with a strong urge to bury her head in the jar and drink. Lu Jie, sitting nearby, also couldn't hold back, more in disbelief than anything else. Your master can brew wine? Bukchi shook her head. This is glutinous rice wine, much simpler to make than brewing alcohol, and it's perfect for those with a light drinker's capacity. As she spoke, she didn't wait for Li Xinhui to respond. She poured a glass for each of the young ladies. The glutinous rice wine was a light, milky white color, mixed with some sticky rice and a few bright yellow osmanthus flowers. Now Lu and the others could clearly smell the faint scent of osmanthus, making them even more eager to taste it. Li Xinhui finally came back to her senses, but her hand under her sleeve was trembling slightly. Seeing her friends eagerly watching her, waiting for her to pick up her glass, Li Xinhui knew she might not only face embarrassment today, but also feel ashamed of herself. She took a deep breath and silently comforted herself. Forget it. That woman cooked for her and even brought her some glutinous rice wine. That's her way of making peace. If I still hold a grudge over what happened that day, I'd just be petty and be laughed at. With this mental preparation, Li Xinhui finally steadied her mind. Under her friend's subtle urging gazes, she picked up the fragrant glass of glutinous rice wine. Today is my birthday. Thank you all for coming to celebrate with me. Lu and the others raised their glasses and offered auspicious wishes. As they sipped the sweet rice wine, everyone's face showed a look of delight, as if they couldn't believe how delicious it was. After finishing the rice wine, a warm feeling rose from their stomachs. Very comfortable. Li Xinhui, who often had cold hands and feet, couldn't wait to take another few sips. Soon, the warmth spread from her stomach to her limbs, making her feel as if she was basking in sunlight. The others also realized how wonderful the rice wine was. For a moment, they forgot about proper manners and drank eagerly. Each person finished a full glass quickly. Bukchi watched this, her little plan ticking away happily. These young ladies weren't short of money. They would definitely buy some to share with their families. The lady boss said 1 jar of rice wine cost 10 taels of silver. There were 15 people here, so each could buy a jar for 150 taels. That was a big profit. Sure enough, Lu was the first to suggest buying some rice wine. My grandmother and mother would love it. I want to buy some for them. Next, other young ladies eagerly chimed in. Me too. I want some. Bukchi's smile was brighter than the sun outside. All right, everyone, please wait a moment. Someone will bring the jars to the carriage outside soon. Li Xinhui hesitated for a moment and was the last to speak, saying, I want some too. When she said these words, her expression stiffened, as if she didn't expect herself to speak. Just as she was about to say something to save face, Shu Qi apologized, saying, Sorry, Miss Li, my master didn't make much glutinous rice wine. There are only 15 jars in the first batch. Hearing this, Li Xinhui felt targeted and her face darkened. But the next moment, Shu Qi smiled and said, There will be a second batch of glutinous rice wine tomorrow. Miss Li can send someone to pick it up then. Li Xinhui, are they deliberately teasing me? Her bad mood was instantly cured after tasting the first dish. She no longer cared about the rice wine. Her eyes were only on the 16 delicious dishes on the table. This simple braised pork with preserved vegetables is so tasty. Oh, this plain stir-fried lotus root slices are so fresh and crunchy. Wow, this spicy and fragrant diced meat is so hot and exciting. The 16 people at the table ate without lifting their heads, forget about losing face or regaining dignity. In front of such exquisite food, friendship seemed insignificant. Finally, the 16 dishes were finished by these young ladies, who usually only ate half a bowl of rice, and their faces were full of satisfaction. At this moment, Sheng'an walked in with a gentle smile, looking at the main seat where Li Xinhui was sitting. "Miss Li, I wonder if you are satisfied with the meal?" Li Xinhui really wanted to loudly say the food was terrible and that she was not satisfied at all. As the chef, she felt she should apologize. But looking at the empty plates and bowls on the table, she couldn't bring herself to say such insincere words. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room became a bit tense. It was Loomis who broke the silence, trying to smooth things over. "Madam Sheng, your cooking skills are excellent, far surpassing the head chef at Drunken Immortal Pavilion. We are very satisfied." "Thank you." Li Xinhui really wanted to say that she paid for the meal and didn't need to thank her. After some thought, she swallowed her words and forced out a reluctant compliment. "It's okay, still needs improvement." Sheng An's eyes lit up, and she pretended to listen attentively. "I wonder if Miss Li has any valuable suggestions?" "I really need your honest opinion, Li Xinhui. This woman is as annoying as ever." After a satisfying meal, everyone didn't rush to leave. They gathered again in the card room and billiard room, playing until it was almost dark before leaving reluctantly. Sheng'an was holding silver notes and silver coins, and her smile never faded. "I didn't expect sticky rice wine to be so popular. We can make more." Today's business profit was over 180 taels of silver. Sheng'an announced that today, the best delivery boy at Shenggarden was none other than Li Xinhui. Many high-quality customers are always welcome. Sheng'an put away the money box and told Shuki, "Tomorrow, go order another batch of wine jars, both 5 jin and 10 jin sizes." Shuki quickly agreed and then asked, "Will Shenggarden start buying sticky rice wines separately in the future?" Sheng'an nodded. "Making this is easy, and the profit is much higher than roasting chickens. This sweet, fragrant flavor is loved by many women, and drinking a cup every day is good for health. Those ladies and young misses definitely know quality." The market for sticky rice wine is still very large. Compared to Sheng An's happiness, Li Xinhui felt uncomfortable. She had a strange feeling of losing out. She had gone to cause trouble, but not only did she spend half a month's allowance, she also helped Sheng'an earn a lot from her friends. Who could she complain to? Loomis, who was riding in the same carriage as her, guessed her mood and, after a secret smile, comforted her. "It's said that 1,000 gold can't buy a single day of happiness. You only spent half a month's allowance to get this, so don't say you didn't enjoy today." Li Xinhui pursed her lips and, after a moment, showed a bitter smile. "I used to laugh at her for being a country girl, but today I realize compared to her I am nothing. That woman makes a living with her skills, and we spent a lot of money but still felt like we got a bargain. If she hadn't been pregnant with a good child, what could she compare herself to?" Loomis, after hearing this, also admired Sheng and asked with a smile, "Will you go again next time?" Li Xinhui gritted her teeth. "Yes, half a year's allowance is just that. In a few months it will be New Year, and she will have a lot of lucky money. Even if she doesn't get lucky money, she can coax the old lady, and she will save quite a bit. Visiting Shenggarden once a month is not a problem." Loomis blinked. "Remember to invite me next time." Li Xinhui snorted. "It's your turn to invite me next time. There are 13 others. When their birthdays come, she will definitely invite them to Shenggarden and recover the 60 taels of silver she spent today. No one can be left out." Shenggarden smoothly hosted 2 groups of guests, and good word of mouth spread from there. Over the next few days, customers kept placing orders, which were scheduled to be delivered 10 days later. Sheng'an quickly became busy, rushing to finish baking the accumulated roasted chicken orders and finding more time and energy to cook delicious dishes. Everyone was so busy that they hardly had time to rest. This busy period brought very good profits, earning at least 100 taels of silver each day. Grandma Sheng was amazed and exclaimed, "So much money." Grandpa Sheng sighed, "Rich people are really too wealthy." A meal that costs half a lifetime of savings for poor people was unimaginable for him before. Even Su Qinglin, who had seen a lot, couldn't help but doubt his luck when he saw daily earnings of 100 taels of silver. He patted his son's back hard and said, "You really have good luck." Su Jinyan remained calm and said, "Yes, I have good judgment." Su Qinglin laughed loudly. You're quick to act. He had only met his daughter-in-law once, but quickly decided their marriage. If the young man had hesitated even a little, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy this good life today. Listening to the father and son's conversation, Sheng-en secretly pinched Su Jinyan to remind him to behave himself in front of the elders. Su Jinyan didn't think he was talking nonsense and seriously said, "Dad is telling the truth. No need to deny it." Sheng-en was speechless. "Aren't you afraid others will say the same?" Su Jinyan looked calm and said, "Other people's opinions don't matter. It's better for our family to live peacefully." Su Qinglin immediately agreed. Exactly. If anyone mocks Jinyan, it's probably because they're jealous that Jinyan can enjoy life. They wish they could too, but can't. Enjoying a good life is wonderful. If he had met a woman willing to let him enjoy life when he was young, he might have given in. Sheng-en was speechless. As expected from a father and son, their spirits were more than 99% above average. Sheng Yuan's business was growing better and better, heading in a good direction. The wonton shop was also becoming more popular. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng added a few more stoves and started selling buns, steamed bread, and dumplings along with wontons. Since adult men have big appetites, eating just one bowl of wontons can make them hungry again. It was perfect to eat buns, steamed bread, and dumplings together. Su Qinglin no longer went to the market to sell things. He stayed at the shop every day to help the elders, welcoming customers, collecting dishes, and cleaning tables. To make more money, the wonton shop operates during the day. As a result, each family member is busy with their own tasks, and no one does household chores. Sheng-en doesn't want her delicate little house to become dirty and messy. She directly sends Xu Hua to find the previous workers, hiring 2 quick and capable people to do the work. However, Xu Hua's judgment is poor. She picks people who are not honest, almost causing Sheng-en to be tricked. Today, Sheng Garden hosted 2 groups of guests. Sheng-en was busy until nightfall. After a quick meal in the large kitchen, she took the money box and, exhausted, returned to her small house. Her body still feels too weak. Even a little activity makes her feel like her soul is drained. As Sheng-en stepped into the hall, she was greeted by 2 unfamiliar women, one old and one middle-aged. Servant girl greets the master. She paused for a moment, then recognized who they were. She looked them over and asked casually, "Are you the ugly woman and Li Dia that Xu Hua bought?" Li Dia stepped forward first and replied eagerly, "Yes, I am Li Dia, master." After saying this, she gave Sheng-en a flattering smile. Li Dia is in her 30s. She has no proper name from childhood. Her family called her Dia, and after marriage, she became Li. She lost her husband early, and her only daughter died young. Her family sold her to a pawnshop. This morning, Xu Hua went to buy people from the pawnshop. Seeing Li Dia dressed in old but very clean clothes, with no dirt or grease under her nails or in her hair, the pawnshop workers praised her as diligent and capable, so they bought her. Sheng-en doesn't know much about Li Dia's character. Facing her eager, flattering smile, she simply nodded and said, "Since you are here in Sheng Garden, you must follow the rules. Work hard from now on." Li Dia quickly agreed. Yes. Sheng-en then looked at the ugly woman, her gaze lingering on her face, which looked as wrinkled as orange peels. The ugly woman sensed her gaze and moved nervously, her old, rough voice dry and hoarse. Reporting to the master, "I am ugly woman." Sheng-en nodded and softened her tone a little. "What skills do you have?" Looking at ugly woman's face, she appeared to be over 50, about the same age as a grandmother. At this age, she probably can't do much work unless she has a special skill that Xu Hua values. Otherwise, Sheng-en wouldn't have spent money to buy her. Seeing that Sheng-en's eyes showed no dislike or disgust, the ugly woman felt a little more at ease. Her voice was still rough and hoarse. "Old servant is good at sewing clothes and can do some simple embroidery." Sheng-en asked confusedly, "Since you have skills, why did you end up working in the pawn shop?" This question hit the ugly woman's sore spot, but her tears had already dried up. Her face, like dried orange peel, showed no emotion now. "Respectful master, I was driven out of my home by my stepson and had nowhere to go, so I had to sell myself to find a way to survive. When she was young, The ugly woman was not pretty and no one wanted to marry her. As she grew older, she could only marry a widower as a second wife. Using her sewing skills, she opened a small tailor shop and, with her husband, supported 6 stepchildren. Whether due to health reasons or overwork, she was unable to have children. Last year, her husband passed away, and her stepchildren drove her out. They also took her tailor shop by force. Too old to find another job easily, she was desperate and had no choice but to sell herself at the pawn shop. Since she was still able to work, the pawn shop reluctantly kept her to earn her meal, but she was not paid for her service. They spent only 2 taels of silver on calligraphy and painting to buy her. After hearing her story, Sheng An's expression remained unchanged. Ugly woman is not a nice name. From now on, I will call you Granny Sunday. The woman was stunned. Suddenly, her eyes reddened and she knelt on the ground. Old servant thanks the master for giving me a new name. Sun was her original surname, but the word, ugly, had followed her for most of her life. No one remembered her real surname anymore. The small building had no extra rooms, and Sheng An didn't want outsiders to live here. So she arranged Granny Sun and Li Dia next door in the 4 treasures, and they would go to the small building every morning to wash clothes and clean. The public area of Shengyuan was also cleaned by the 2 every 2 days. Sheng An returned to the small building and happened to meet Su Jinyan, who was coming back from school. She gently touched his red face from the cold wind, feeling a little cute, and couldn't help pinching his cheeks twice. You came back late today. Did you eat? Su Jinyan imitated her and pinched her face a few times. I ate at my teacher's house. Master Jiang was in a good mood today, so he stayed with a few students and had a couple of drinks in the evening. Sheng An held his hand and walked into the house. We shouldn't take advantage of the teacher. Tomorrow, you should bring 2 jars of sweet rice wine for him. It keeps warm in winter and won't make him drunk. Su Jinyan nodded. The last time I brought some, the teacher's wife liked it very much. This was the first time Sheng An heard Su Jinyan mention the teacher's wife. He became curious about her. What kind of person is she? When we moved last time, she didn't come to visit. Su Jinyan's face looked a bit sad, and his voice became dull. The teacher's wife is very gentle and kind. She treats us like her own children most of the time, but he hesitated for a moment before continuing. The teacher's wife and the teacher once had a child. Later, the child died young. She couldn't handle the loss. Sometimes she was clear-headed, sometimes confused. The teacher resigned from his official position and took her back to Qingzhou. Qingzhou was the hometown of Lady Zhang's family. Lady Zhang was very familiar with the place, and the teacher was willing to settle there, staying for more than 10 years. From the few words Su Jinyan shared, Sheng An guessed that the child's death might have involved something secret, possibly related to the royal family. Sheng An didn't expect that the teacher and his wife had experienced such a tragic loss.
He felt very sad.
So many years have passed. Has her condition improved? Su Jinyan shook his head. Every time she shows some improvement, she remembers that child. This cycle kept repeating. Lady Zhang kept recalling her grief, so she couldn't truly recover. Sheng An felt more and more uncomfortable inside. He couldn't imagine how painful it must be for Lady Jiang when she was awake. Su Jinyan gently rubbed her head and half-jokingly, half-seriously said, "The food you cook helps Dad recover and cures Ding Tianxi's stomach illness. Maybe the sweet rice wine can also help Lady Jiang feel less pain." Sheng An wasn't so confident. Lady Jiang has a mental illness, which is different from physical illness. But she wasn't sure if it would help. She had never seen such cases before in her previous life. Forget it. Drinking some sweet rice wine in moderation every day won't harm her. If she likes it, let her drink. At least she feels happy when she does. Soon after, Sheng's parents and Su Qinglin returned home. They learned that Sheng An bought 2 servants to help with cleaning and laundry. The 3 elders had no objections. If they had just arrived in the city, Sheng's parents might have thought it unnecessary. Now, Sheng An brings home a box of silver every day, and their dumpling shop also earns some income. Their thoughts naturally change a lot. Money is meant to be spent. If you spend it all, you can earn more. Keeping it at home won't cause any trouble. Today is the 1-month anniversary of the dumpling shop opening. Grandma Sheng pulls Sheng'en into the room and takes out a small wooden box from the cabinet. Curious, Sheng'en opens it, and a shiny silver appears, small pieces of broken silver. Grandma Sheng smiles kindly. Last night, your grandpa and I weighed these. They add up to about 10 taels of silver. That's all the money the shop made this month. You can go and spend it with Jean Yen. Sheng'en is surprised. So much. Grandma Sheng's smile is a bit proud. Your grandpa, your father-in-law, and I spend all day at the dumpling shop. If we only earned 3 or 5 taels, it wouldn't be worth staying at home working, saving money for you to buy things for your monthly allowance. When the dumpling shop first opened, business was not very good. Most of the income came from Su Qinglin's stall. Later, as word spread, more customers from nearby came, and the shop's business improved a lot, earning even more than Su Qinglin's stall. Recently, they added buns, steamed bread, and dumplings, and daily income has increased again, with monthly earnings exceeding 10 taels. Originally, the elders planned to split the shop's income into 3 parts, with 2 parts for them and 1 for Su Qinglin. But Su Qinglin refused, saying he didn't need money for food or clothes. He had no place to spend silver, so he told the elders to keep it and give it to Sheng, and seeing the elderly lady looking healthier than in the village, Sheng'en feels glad that she made space for the 3 elders to sell food. She pushes the wooden box back. Grandma, Jean Yen, and I don't lack money. The money from the shop is yours to keep. If you want to buy something in the future, just buy it yourself. Grandma Sheng teases. If I give it to you, just take it. No need to be polite. Then she looks at her granddaughter's belly, her kind face showing some worry. You and Jean Yen have been married for half a year, but there's no sign of pregnancy yet. Should you see a doctor? Sheng'en's face turns awkward. She quickly says, we went to see a doctor together last time. The doctor said my body is fine. Grandma Sheng hears this and looks more worried. If there's nothing wrong, why haven't you gotten pregnant after so long? Sayan cleared his throat and blushed slightly. Maybe it's just not the right time. Some couples take a year or 2 after marriage to have children. I've only been married for half a year, so don't worry too much. He couldn't say that, apart from the wedding night, his granddaughter and her husband hadn't really been intimate. Sayan didn't tell the truth, so Grandma Sheng naturally didn't know the real situation. Hearing her granddaughter speak like that, she didn't press further. Her dry hand gently stroked her granddaughter's hair. I'm not rushing you to have children. It's just that young couples having kids make a family feel complete. Sayan replied vaguely, I understand. When the time is right, I'll make sure you hold a precious grandson. This month, the monthly letter didn't arrive. Maybe it was just late or had stopped temporarily. Either way, it was bothersome either way. At Grandma Sheng's insistence, Sayan took a small bag of silver coins to the 2nd floor. She entered the study and dumped the coins onto Su Jinyan's desk. Grandpa and Dad gave me this. I don't want it all. You can use it as pocket money. Su Jinyan didn't look at the money. He wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. This is for raising our children, given by the elders. Sayan sat on his lap naturally, looking at his face. Do you want children? Su Jinyan shook his head and kissed her lips. His voice was full of charm. I want an in. Sayan was speechless. The season of renewal hadn't arrived yet. Why was this guy dreaming of spring? Humans are like that, there's always a desire, no matter the season. Xingyuan's business was booming. Every day, they served at least 2 groups of guests. The roasted chicken and sticky rice dishes sold very well. Besides, card games and billiards were very popular among the customers and received high praise. Some guests were willing to queue and spend a lot of money just to play cards and billiards at Xingyuan. By the end of the month, the workshop collaborating with Xingyuan brought in 200 sets of cards. In less than 3 days, all were bought by eager customers. These customers not only played themselves but also gave the cards as gifts to friends, family, or business partners. Suddenly, playing cards became the most popular pastime among the upper class in Qingzhou. Gambling houses were studying these cards, planning to add a new game to their venues. Fortunately, Sayan didn't know about this, or she would definitely scold it as a wicked act. As the cold winter months arrived, Sheng'en, busy beyond measure, decided to take a few days off. He ordered Shuqi to hang a sign at the gate of Sheng Garden, indicating the shop would be closed for 3 days. He also gave Shuqi and his friends a 3-day holiday to go out and have fun on their own. Sheng'an planned to visit Huai Shu village to see if Zhang Zhaodi's bamboo weaving skills had improved. When he heard his granddaughter was returning to the village, Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng also wanted to go back and visit. They have good friends in the village, and they miss seeing them after so long. At their age, they know life can end at any time. They don't want to leave any regrets, so they cherish every chance to meet loved ones. Su Chenglin couldn't stay alone, so he decided to visit his neighbors at the old house. Early that morning, the 4 of them left Su Jinyan in the cold wind, happily riding in a bullock cart heading out. Su Chenglin got off at the old house, while the grandson and granddaughter continued toward Huai Shu village. At the village entrance, they saw Lu Huaji walking alone out of the village. Lu Huaji didn't see Sheng and inside the cart. She just glanced casually at the cart and kept walking along the village road. Sheng'an poked his head out of the window and teasingly called to Lu Huaji's back, "It's so cold today. Are you rushing off to meet your secret lover?" Lu Huaji was startled. She turned around and saw Sheng'an's mischievous smile, which made her grit her teeth in anger. "You jinx. Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Sheng'an chuckled. "So you still have a reputation? Who was the one who tricked people into giving her silver bracelet and then had her mother come demanding it back?" Lu Huaji's face turned pale. She spat fiercely and snapped, "That's none of your business." Afraid Sheng'an would keep exposing her, she quickly ran away, disappearing 2 miles down the road in front of the grandson and granddaughter. Sheng'an sighed. She runs so fast. If she used that energy to farm, she'd harvest a lot of grain in the fall. Hearing her grandfather's teasing words, Grandma Sheng couldn't help but smile. "All right, it's cold outside. Let's go into the village quickly." Sheng'an obediently rolled down the window, and the cart swayed into the village. Not far away, Lu Huaji, panting, stopped to catch her breath. She looked back nervously, relieved when she saw the cart was gone from the village entrance. That jinx, meeting her never ends well. She spat again and turned to walk forward. But fate had other plans. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the dense dry grass by the roadside. Lu Huazi instinctively screamed. Upon closer look, it was Tong Baozhen, who was missing a leg. Lu Huaji was furious and shouted, "You terrible! Why did you run out and scare people instead of staying at home?" The words, "terrible," deeply hurt Tong Baozhen's sensitive heart. His normally normal face twisted in anger, and he staggered forward, grabbing Lu Huaji's neck. "You wicked person, it's all your fault that I ended up like this." Lu Huaji's face turned red from being choked, and her eyelids fluttered. "Let go of me. Killing people is against the law." "Don't you care about the law?" Tong Baozhen's expression was cruel. "I'm already useless, so what do I need this broken life for?" After saying that, he grabbed Lu Huaji's hair and dragged her forcefully into the nearby woods. Lu Huaji was terrified and immediately guessed what Tong Baozhen wanted to do. She grabbed her hair with one hand and tried to pull his hand away from her neck with the other. "Let's talk nicely. I'll apologize to you. I'll give you money." Before leaving, she had politely asked Peng Chunlan for a silver coin. She originally planned to go to the city to buy some good food for Su Huining from Yunxian town, but she didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Even though Lu Huaji was unwilling, there were no passers-by here. She could only pay money to calm down the crazy Tong Baozhen. When Tong Baozhen heard about money, he hesitated for a moment. Before Lu Huaji could breathe a sigh of relief, his dirty hand reached into her chest. Since before he became disabled, Tong Baozhen had always coveted Lu Huaji's beauty, but he had never had a chance to act. Now, with this perfect opportunity, how could he let it go? "Don't do this." Lu Huaji was terrified, her face pale. She trembled and softly begged Tong Baozhen, hoping he would have a conscience and not hurt her. But Tong Baozhen was not soft-hearted. His actions grew more reckless, and a disgusting, leering smile appeared on his face. "You caused me to become disabled, and now I can't marry. You should have been mine from the start." Without caring if anyone might pass by, He tore open Lu Huaji's clothes and was about to her right there. Lu Huaji's whole body stiffened, her face turning deathly pale. When Tong Baogan's rough, dirty hand reached toward her waistband, she finally snapped out of her panic. She quickly kicked him hard in the groin. A loud, pig-like scream echoed across the open fields, startling many white herons that were feeding by the river. Sheng'en, who had come to see Zhang Zhaodi at Zhang's house, didn't know that Lu Huaji had almost been scolded by Tong Baozhen. She was happily admiring Zhang Zhaodi's new rural-themed craft. That's right, Zhang Zhaodi had successfully improved her skills, blending bamboo weaving with real-life scenes. She spent several days and nights creating a nearly perfect piece. The rural scene was small, only about a foot square. In the center was a tiny thatched bamboo house, about the size of a palm. In front of it was a small yard where chickens and ducks were foraging. On one side of the yard, a small stream flowed slowly. Birds resting by the water were either flapping their wings, pecking at food, or looking at their reflection. Downstream, there were freshly harvested rice fields, with children picking rice grains. The children were tiny, about the size of a little finger, but their hair and expressions were very clear, and you could easily tell boys from girls. This was very impressive. Zhaodi, I want to take this one. It will definitely sell for a good price. Sheng'en liked it more and more, her eyes shining as she looked at her good friend. You've improved so much in such a short time. You're a real genius. Zhaodi smiled shyly from the praise but modestly said, Really? It can sell well? Sheng'en nodded confidently. Absolutely. If no one appreciated it, she would keep it herself and display it on the antique shelf in the second-floor living room. All right, you can take it. When I finish more, I'll send them to you. Zhaodi blushed with confidence and showed Sheng'en her half-finished work. I have limited experience, so I only based it on things and people around me. This piece, with 2 dogs fighting over bamboo, was inspired by seeing 2 dogs fight a few days ago. A group of people gathered around to watch, and I thought it was interesting, so I remembered it. Sheng'en gave high praise after hearing this. It feels very lively, and your bamboo weaving skills are excellent. Many people will like this. Most importantly, Zhaodi's coloring was very good, clearly showing she had put in a lot of effort. A girl with such talent, perseverance, and hard work just needs to find the right direction, and she will surely succeed. After discussing some unfinished bamboo crafts, Sheng'en also cared about Zhang Zhaodi and Zhang Dakue's relationship progress. Recently, my younger sister and them should be busy. They haven't come to visit. I wonder how Dakue feels about her. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaodi looked confused. Didn't you often ask Dakue to bring meat and bones to my house? You said I was busy with bamboo weaving and needed to eat more meat to improve. Sheng'en's face stiffened. The little rascal, using her name to send meat and get close to her. If you're going to send it, just do it. Why not say something first? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Sheng'en thought to herself, pretending to be annoyed and patting her head. Oh, my brain. I've been so busy lately I forgot about this. Zhaodi didn't doubt her and showed concern. So busy? Maybe you should find a few more helpers? Sheng'en shook her head. For now, I can manage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have time to visit you today. Then she changed the subject to Dakue. Did Dakue talk to you about his feelings? He's almost 18 now. If he doesn't find a wife, my younger sister's life will be hard. Zhaodi smiled. 18? What's the rush? I'm only 17 and my parents aren't worried. Sheng'en also smiled. Uncles and aunts may say they're not in a hurry, but I think they hope you find a good match, she sighed. Dakue is still too shy. No wonder he's having trouble finding a partner. Zhaodi comforted her. Dakue is doing well. My parents say he's steady and has a good personality. Sheng'en's eyes lit up. This was good news. Zhaodi, seeing her reaction, helplessly patted her. I really have no interest in your cousin Dakue. Please stop thinking about it. What she didn't say was that her own parents liked Dakue and wanted Sheng'en to be introduced to him. They just hadn't spoken about it yet. She knew Dakue was a good person, but the shock of meeting him for the first time made her unable to develop romantic feelings. Sheng'en didn't realize this and shook Zhaodi's hand. Honestly, if you're interested in Dakue, I would actually like to see you get closer. Zhaodi chuckled and pointed to the countryside scenery. Forget about whether we're related or not. Help me sell this, and no matter how much money you get, I'll give you half. Then she winked playfully. Don't forget your wealth and honor. Brotherly honesty is important. Zhang Zhaodi clearly understands that no matter how skillful her bamboo weaving is, she still needs Xing Yuan's help to raise her status. She is willing to share half of the profits. She does not want money issues to cause disagreements and harm their long-standing friendship with Sheng and understands Zhang Zhaodi's meaning and happily agrees. Then I won't hold back. At noon, Sheng finished lunch at Zhang's house and then took a walk around the village to gather weaving ideas for Zhang Zhaodi. Afterward, he and Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng left Huai Tree Village. Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng had lunch at their old neighbor's house. They also received a red envelope because the neighbor's grandson was about to turn 1 month old. The neighbor felt a bit embarrassed and specially slaughtered a small chicken to treat them. On the way back, since they didn't have a cart, the three of them walked and chatted, so they didn't feel tired. As they approached the village gate, Sheng spotted a tall, strong figure coming toward them. It was Zhang Dakue. Who else could it be? Zhang Dakue didn't expect to meet the trio of grandparents and grandson. When he saw Sheng's half-smile, he looked guilty and quickly hid the piece of meat he was holding behind his back. Realizing this was silly, Zhang Dakue's dark face showed a shy smile. He scratched his head awkwardly. Cousin-in-law, hee-hee. After the hee-hee, he hurried to greet Grandpa Sheng and Grandma Sheng. Grandpa Sheng, noticing the meat in Zhang Dakue's hand, asked curiously, "Is this for guests or relatives?" Zhang Dakue didn't dare tell the truth and didn't want to lie to deceive the elders. He kept scratching his head and smiling foolishly. Seeing this, Grandpa Sheng didn't ask further and urged him kindly, "Hurry up and go. Finish your visit early and head home before dark. It's not safe at night." Zhang Dakue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "I will." Sheng didn't expose Zhang Dakue. He casually said, "Zhaodi likes to eat pig ears and pigtails." This morning, Aunt Zhang went to the market late and couldn't buy them. Though Zhang Dakue was simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. He remembered this and showed a grateful smile to Sheng. "Cousin-in-law, my mother makes very tasty cured sausages. In a few days, I'll bring some for you to try." Su Tsuelian is quite skilled at making cured goods, and she earns a good amount of money every winter. Sheng has never tried Su Tsuelian's cured sausages. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel hungry. "Great. Remember to bring some later. I'll add a new dish to Sheng Yuan's menu." Zhang Dakue nodded repeatedly. "The sausage still needs a few more days to dry. As soon as it's ready, I'll send it over." Watching Gao Zhuang walk away, Sheng smiled and shook her head. She said to Grandma Sheng, who was looking over, "This meat is for Zhaodi's family, but Zhaodi isn't interested in him." When Grandma Sheng heard that, her face showed some regret. These two kids are quite a good match. Grandpa Sheng glanced at Zhang Dakue's figure, then turned around with his hands behind his back and walked forward. "This kid is stubborn. Maybe if he keeps at it, Zhaodi will finally give in." Grandma Sheng shook her head. "Zhaodi is different from other girls. Relying on persistence alone won't work." Sheng listened to their conversation but didn't speak. She felt a bit regretful that she didn't ask Lu Huaji more that day. If she had, she might have known whether Zhao Di married Zhang Dakue. Su Qinglin arrived first. Seeing what Sheng was holding, he casually asked. Sheng immediately lifted the cloth cover and placed the item on the tea table for her father-in-law to see. "You're experienced, sir. Take a look. How much do you think this bamboo craft is worth?" Su Qinglin's eyes fell on the words, "pastoral charm," and he looked surprised. "This is made of bamboo." Sheng nodded with a smile. "Yes, Zhaodi spent a lot of effort making it. Many guests come to Sheng Garden for meals. Maybe someone will like it and buy it." Su Qinglin eagerly touched the bamboo craft, confidently saying, "It can be sold. If someone likes it, selling it for 10 or 20 taels isn't a problem." Years ago, a high-ranking official he served loved bamboo crafts. Once, during a tour, he brought back a woven piece about the same size, which reportedly cost half a year's salary. Sheng was confident now. She set the price for this pastoral charm at 20 taels. When Zhaodi's bamboo crafts become famous, the price can go even higher, but wealthy people aren't fools. They need to be convinced that Zhao Di is a unique bamboo weaving master's only disciple. This isn't just talk. Zhao Di's grandfather was a well-known bamboo craftsman in the area. Many people sought him out to make bamboo furniture, and calling him a bamboo weaving master isn't an exaggeration. Sheng En quietly crafted a new image for Zhao Di, making sure to elevate her status as much as possible, more high-end, more mysterious. She wanted potential buyers to feel they were getting something truly valuable. In the evening, Su Jinian returned to the small building. Sheng En immediately pulled him over to admire the bamboo craft and shared her plans with him in detail. Finally, she asked, "Do you think it's good?" Su Jin, young and smooth-skinned, with a bamboo weaving that has no rough edges, looked at Sheng En with endless admiration. "And Anne's plan is very thorough." Sheng En smiled brightly, her candlelight making her look dazzling. "Tomorrow, I'll bring it to the front yard and place it in the most visible spot. I'll also give Shuqi a good lesson so that the guests who like weaving can understand it carefully." Su Jin shook her head. "My teacher's birthday is coming soon, and I'm worried about what gift to give. This bamboo weaving is perfect. I think he will like it." Sheng En didn't expect that the first bamboo weaving she made would be appreciated by her own family before even being displayed. She thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, we'll buy this bamboo weaving. Tomorrow, I'll give Shou Di 10 taels of silver." Having just one bamboo weaving on display in Sheng Yuan was too plain. Sheng En planned to talk to Zhang Shou Di, asking her to make more pieces quickly. Then they could display them together. This would show off their excellent weaving skills and give customers more choices, increasing the chance of selling. The next morning, Sheng En happily brought the silver to Zhang's house. The shiny 10 taels of silver lay in front of Zhang Shou Di. She was stunned, unable to believe her bamboo weaving could sell for so much money. She looked at Sheng En suspiciously. "Tell me the truth. Did you just take my bamboo weaving to encourage me? Otherwise, she had just brought it back yesterday, and today it was sold. No one could be that quick." Sheng En blinked and stubbornly denied it. "How is that possible? If you don't believe me, go search my house now." She definitely couldn't admit that Su Jin liked it, or Zhang Shouji wouldn't have accepted the 10 taels of silver. Seeing her good sister's firm words, and even mentioning searching her house, Zhang Shouji believed her. She immediately grabbed the silver ingot and bit down hard. Seeing the faint teeth marks on the silver, Zhang Shouji jumped up like a frog, bouncing around the room, with a silly, obsessed smile on her face. 10 taels of silver. I actually earned 10 taels of silver. I'm rich. I'm rich. Gag gag, Sheng En. Sisters, even Fan Jin's success isn't this exaggerated. Understanding her friend's excitement, Sheng En felt the same way and happily joined in her silly joy. Zhang Zhaodi jumped around several times. After she expressed her joy, she suddenly turned and hugged Sheng En tightly, pouting as she kissed her on the cheek. "And thank you. I feel so lucky." As she spoke, her eyes started to turn red. "If it weren't for your encouragement and advice, I wouldn't have known that bamboo weaving could be so valuable. You showed me a path I never thought of." Zhang Zhaodi truly appreciated Sheng En from her heart and felt very lucky to have such a caring friend in her life. Sheng En's eyes also welled up with tears. She gently wiped her best friend's tears. "You worked hard and seized the chance. Otherwise, no matter what I said, it wouldn't matter." Zhang Zhaodi hugged her tightly, tears flowing more fiercely. "No matter what, thank you. You gave me the chance to choose a different path." She had thought that after being rejected by the Liu family, she would either stay at home as a single woman, depending on her younger siblings' faces to get by, or she wouldn't be able to endure marrying an old man or a widower and would live a numb life forever. But unexpectedly, things turned around. She could now earn her living with her skills, standing tall without relying on anyone. The months of sadness, helplessness, and confusion, which had clouded her heart like dark clouds, completely disappeared the moment she held the 10 taels of silver tightly in her hands. Sheng En was very touched. She smiled and gently patted Zhang Zhaodi's trembling back. "Things will get better and better." Zhang Zhaodi wiped her tears and nodded strongly. "Yes, we will all get better and better." The two held hands, sharing intimate words, then discussed how to improve their bamboo weaving sales. In the end, Zhang Zhaodi agreed to all of Sheng En's plans, focusing on making better bamboo art pieces. This time, Sheng En didn't stay for dinner. After giving some instructions, she hurriedly left. Zhang Zhaodi's parents stood at the door, watching Sheng En's figure disappear. They looked worried as they went to their daughter's room. Seeing her daughter's bright smile, the couple was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, she had cried so loudly that they thought something bad had happened. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. "Dad, Mom, look. My daughter earned some silver." Zhang Zhaodi held up the 10 taels of silver to show her parents, looking very proud. "And it helped me sell a set of bamboo weaving, and I made 10 taels of silver."
What?
10 taels of silver? Father and Mother Zhang were stunned. The price was completely beyond their understanding. They never imagined that something made from just a few bamboo sticks could sell for so much money. Their land is quite large, and the harvest has been good these years thanks to favorable weather. But the money they get in a year is only about 3 or 5 taels, which is not much. Their daughter's income from bamboo weaving alone could cover what the family works hard to earn in 2 years. Seeing the silver in her daughter's hands, Father and Mother Zhang, though still surprised, had to believe it. At this moment, their aging faces showed happy and proud smiles. "Our daughter is really amazing." Without hesitation, Zhang Zhaodi handed 10 taels of silver to Mother Zhang. "Mom, the new year is coming soon. Let's buy new clothes for everyone, including Grandpa and Grandma." Mother Zhang quickly refused. "You earn this money. Keep it for yourself. If you want new clothes, I'll make them for you." In the past few months, their daughter had been focused on bamboo weaving, saying it could sell for a good price. At first, they didn't believe her. They just thought that bamboo weaving would keep her from paying attention to gossip, so they let her do it. Now that the bamboo products are selling for a high price, they are very glad they didn't stop her from trying. They definitely wouldn't want her to work hard to earn money and then have it taken away. Money the parents earn should be spent on the daughter. The money she earns, why can't you spend it? Zhaodi refused to let Mother Zhang decline. She stubbornly pushed the silver into her arms. "This is just the first batch of bamboo weaving. There will be many more in the future. Just keep it safe." Seeing how sensible their daughter was, Father and Mother Zhang's eyes turned red. Finally, Mother Zhang accepted the 10 taels of silver, but handed over 5 taels of broken silver saved at home to Zhaodi. "And it helped you a lot. You should show some gratitude and not let her work for nothing." Zhaodi hesitated for a moment before accepting the 5 taels. "All right, I'll go to the city later and buy some good food for Anan." She didn't tell her parents about splitting the money equally. It wasn't because she was afraid they would object, but because there were others in the family. She wasn't sure if everyone shared her thoughts. Since that's the case, it's better to keep things simple. She knew her own mind and didn't need everyone else to know. Seeing her daughter accept the silver, Mother Zhang's face showed a kind smile as she gently touched Zhang Zhaodi's hands, which were covered in calluses. "Anan has helped you so much. Giving her good food isn't enough. Next time she visits our home, I will prepare a nice meal for her." Zhaodi hurriedly replied. "Her restaurant is very busy, especially before the new year. When she comes to visit us after the new year, we'll host her properly." Mother Zhang nodded. "That's fine. After the new year, we should remember Anan's kindness." The other members of the Zhang family also loved Zhaodi very much. Over the past few months, they had been worried about her future marriage. Zhang's father and mother didn't hide the fact that they earned money from bamboo weaving. They only said they made 10 taels of silver, but in reality, it was 5 taels. Even so, Zhaodi's grandparents and uncles were shocked and genuinely happy for her. Having such a skill to make money meant that even if her granddaughter or niece stayed at home her whole life, she wouldn't need to worry about pleasing others. Because of this, the grandparents and uncles of the Zhang family were very grateful to Sheng En. If Sheng En hadn't run away quickly, they would have forced her to stay for lunch. A few days later, on Master Zhang's birthday, Su Jinian sent over a bamboo weaving covered with red silk. Master Zhang liked it very much and placed it in the most prominent spot in his study. Manhwa was also interested in bamboo weaving, especially loving a piece called Pastoral Wilderness. When he learned that such exquisite bamboo craftsmanship was made by Sheng En's close friend, he specially came to Sheng Garden to ask Sheng En to help connect him with the artist. He wanted a piece similar to Spring Mountains in the countryside. When business came knocking, Sheng En naturally didn't refuse. After learning Yi Yunhua's request, she asked Xian to go to Huai Tree Village to deliver a message to Zhang Zhaodi. Zhaodi was worried that Xian might not deliver the message properly, so she hurried to Sheng Garden that same day. After noting down Yi Yunhua's request, she rushed back home to start working. That evening, Sheng En lay on her bed with her eyes gently closed. Su Jinian was giving her a gentle massage on her shoulders and back. Today they had 3 tables of guests, each with more than 10 people. Sheng En had been busy all day, flipping pots and stirring the wok until she was almost exhausted. Her arms were so tired, she couldn't lift them. Now, enjoying Su Jinian's massage, Sheng En felt very comfortable and sighed happily. She patted his thigh as a reward, saying, "Your skills are really good." Looking at my wife's lazy, cat-like appearance, I leaned down and kissed her on the neck. I said, "The only thing I can do for you is this. If my skills aren't good enough, then I am truly useless." Sheng En slowly turned to face me. Her half-open eyes made her look more charming than usual. She said, "If you are useless, then there are very few talented people in the world." After saying that, she wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed my warm lips. Recently, Sheng En has been very busy. She goes to bed right after washing up, and we haven't been close for a while. Now, Sheng En took the initiative to kiss me. I didn't need to tease her. I was already feeling excited. I put one arm around her shoulders and used my other hand to deepen the kiss by holding the back of her head. The room's temperature rose higher and higher. Soft sounds of pleasure and heavy breathing filled the air. Just as things were about to get out of control, I suddenly stopped. My handsome face showed restraint as I said, "And it's getting late. You should rest early." Then I tried to get out of bed. Sheng En suddenly hugged me from behind, her hands wandering over my chest. Her usually clear voice was a little husky as she said, "It's so cold outside, and you're taking cold showers. Aren't you afraid you'll overdo it?" Without waiting for my stiff body to respond, she pushed me down into the bedding and pressed her whole body against me. Her cheeks were flushed, and she looked at me pitifully. I can't hold back anymore. Desire and passion are natural. I've never hidden my liking for Sheng En's body. Otherwise, on our wedding night, if I had found her appearance ordinary, I wouldn't have been so drunk that I would throw myself at her. I've been holding back for several months. Sheng En feels like she's about to turn into a ninja turtle from all the restraint. Especially these days, with the moon approaching, her hormones are affecting her, and she can't help but daydream every day. Your lost energy is slowly recovering. Let's hold on a little longer, okay? I'm also struggling to control myself. I gently stroked Sheng En's back, and my eyes were full of care for her. Sheng En fiercely kissed my lips, biting lightly from time to time. She was a little annoyed by my restraint and patience. She felt like a hungry ghost in desire. She couldn't stand it. I let Sheng En do as she pleased, but the redness in my eyes deepened. "How about I tell you a story, Inan?" Sheng En mumbled. "You tell your story, I do my thing. We won't interfere with each other." Su Jinian. He simply couldn't continue. Finally, Su Jinian, unable to bear it any longer, wrapped his limbs around Sheng En and held her tightly before starting to tell a story. Yes, a ghost story. Sheng En was speechless and quickly pulled her hand away to cover his mouth. "Stop talking. Can I just go to sleep now?" A hint of a smile appeared in Su Jinian's eyes. He grabbed her hand and kissed it again and again. "Sleep well. Your husband will hold you and sleep." Sheng En glared at him and muttered, "You're such a clueless guy." Though she complained, her body was honest. She found a comfortable position, curled up in Su Jinian's arms, and closed her eyes. Su Jinian quietly watched the person in his arms, listening to her steady breathing. His love for her grew stronger in his eyes. As Sheng En expected, a few days later, she experienced her second monthly cycle. Compared to the first time, the pain was much less. Only her lower back felt a bit sore, and her temper was not as bad. Sheng'an didn't have time to rest and was still busy in the big kitchen. Fortunately, the 4 little ones were quick and diligent, so she didn't have to do washing or chopping herself. After her period ended, Sheng'an brewed nourishing soup for 7 days straight. It made her face rosy, and her hands and feet were no longer so cold at night. Time quickly passed to the end of winter, and Qingzhou City experienced its first snowfall. The snow was heavy, falling all night. The next day, the entire Sheng garden was covered in white, with snow piled so high it reached Sheng'an's ankles. Today, Sheng garden had no guests. Sheng'an was very happy, pulling the 4 little ones outside to build snowmen. The yard was filled with their laughter and joy. Seeing this scene, Li Daya, who was sweeping the snow, stopped and nudged Granny's son with her elbow. Sigh, different fates for different people. Look at how well the master treats those 4 girls. She's not acting like a lady at all. Granny's son ignored her and continued shoveling snow. Lydia pouted and muttered softly, "You're just diligent." A little further away, the 4 from Shuqi were also shoveling snow. Seeing Li Daya standing still, Shuqi couldn't help but say, "There's still a lot of snow to clear. Don't dawdle. Because of the cold temperature, if the snow wasn't cleared promptly and froze, it could be very slippery and dangerous." Tomorrow, Sheng garden was expecting 2 groups of guests, and they couldn't afford any accidents. Lydia felt a bit nervous around Shuqi and quickly waved her broom to sweep away the remaining snow. The snowman wasn't finished yet when Su Chunglin came over and called Sheng'an, "Your little aunt has arrived. She wants to see you." Hearing this, Sheng'an dropped a big snowball and headed to the small building. Her little aunt came through the snow to visit, and Sheng'an wondered what important matters she had. Could it be that De Kuei and Zhao Di are getting married? Is her little aunt planning to have a happy event before the new year? Is that too rushed? Sheng'an was full of questions. As soon as she entered the main hall, she saw Su Chuilian's happy face. "Anan, the sausage recipe you taught me last time is very good. The sweet-flavored sausage is especially popular. Several restaurants and hotels come to buy from me. I set up a small workshop and hired a few people to make sausages." Su Chuilian took Sheng'an's hand and led her to the dining table. "These were just dried yesterday. They're sweet, 5-spice, and spicy flavors. I brought some for you to try. If you think they sell well, I can ask De Kuei to send you more." Su Chuilian is very skilled at making sausages. At the end of each year, many people come to Zhang's house to buy meat and pay a little extra to have her make sausages. Before, Zhang De Kuei brought some to Sheng Yuan. Sheng'an tried them and thought the taste was good, but could be improved. She wrote down 4 different recipes using her own handwriting and gave them to Su Chuilian. Su Chuilian had long been impressed by Sheng'an's cooking skills and didn't hesitate to follow her recipes to make sausages. The first batch, 50 jin of each flavor, sold out in just 2 days. Many old and new customers didn't buy enough and kept urging Su Chuilian to make more. Restaurants and hotels were even more eager. They were willing to pay for the recipes, with the highest offer reaching 400 taels of silver. One recipe cost 100 taels. "The recipes are yours, so I definitely can't sell them. But the money I make from selling sausages I will share with you." After showing Sheng'an the sausages, Su Chuilian explained her real reason for visiting today. "I've carefully calculated. There's about a month until the new year. We can produce at least 3,000 jin of sausages, which could bring in a profit of 50 or 60 taels of silver. I must split half with you." Sheng'an quickly said, "No need, little aunt. The recipes are a gift to you, so you don't have to give me any money." Su Chuilian replied seriously, "No, I can't split it with you. I want to keep all the money myself, but I feel uncomfortable doing that." Sheng'an was speechless. Su Chuilian immediately changed to a smiling face. "I know you don't need these few dozen taels of silver, but making sausages isn't a one-time thing. We will do it every winter from now on. You have to accept this money." Sheng'an had no choice but to nod in agreement. After finishing her main task, Su Chuilian spoke mysteriously, saying, "Whining is about to get engaged. She's a girl from your Huaishu village. What's her name again?" "I think it's Lu Huahua or Lu Jiji." Sheng'an was surprised. Are they really going to get engaged? Since the fight at the graveyard, Su Tzuelian hasn't returned to Su's family estate. Su Lauda and others know that this sister is copying their ways and wants to cut ties with her brothers. They are reluctant to accept the support Su Tzuelian gives them every year, but they are too proud to go to the city and ask her to reconcile. The three families discussed it and decided to use Su Huining's engagement as a chance. They asked a woman from the village to find out what Su Tzuelian thought, hoping she would step down gently. In front of Sheng An, Su Tzuelian sneered, "A good horse doesn't eat the grass it left behind. I won't recognize those cold and selfish people. They can't expect to get anything from me again." Su Chenglin doubted. "Didn't you care a lot about Su Huining before? Now that he's getting engaged, are you going to visit him?" Su Tzuelian shook her head. "No, I won't go. Seeing those people makes me angry. When Huining's engagement day comes, I'll send him a gift as a small gesture of my love for my nephew." At this, a hint of sadness appeared on Su Tzuelian's face. When Su Huining was a child, he was very weak. Seeing how pitiful he was, Su Tzuelian took him in and cared for him for a long time, doing his laundry, cooking, telling stories to make him sleep. She truly loved her nephew. She withdrew her thoughts and turned to ask Su Chenglin, "Second brother, are you coming back?" Su Chenglin waved his hand. "No time, I won't go back and I won't send any gifts. Whoever dares to cause trouble, let them." He didn't even want a brother, let alone a nephew he didn't feel close to. Even if this nephew was clever and might have a bright future, he had no intention of building a relationship with him. A successful child? He already has one of his own, he doesn't need someone else's. Su Tzuelian wasn't surprised. "If you're not coming back, then fine. Anyway, they probably don't want to see you." Su Chenglin. Why does that sound like he's disliked by everyone? Su Tzuelian didn't notice her second brother's strange expression. She asked Sheng An about Lu Huaji. "That girl is from your village and she's about your age. You should know her well." Sheng An nodded. "I didn't get along with her since we were kids. We almost fought every time we met." When Su Tzuelian heard this, she frowned. "A girl with a bad relationship with you probably has poor character. Why would Huining marry someone like that?" Sheng An fake smiled. "Who knows? Maybe he's just smitten and can't see clearly." Based on the reports from brothers Atu and Ashui, Su Huining had never explicitly rejected Lu Huaji's persistent attention. Perhaps he simply liked women like her. After hearing this, Su Tzuelian couldn't help but complain. Huining seems smart, but his judgment is so poor. Next to her, Su Chenglin sneered. "Don't underestimate your good nephew," Su Tzuelian sighed. "Forget it. Whether his judgment is good or bad, it's their family matter. I shouldn't interfere." Seeing the elders in a bad mood, Sheng An quickly changed the subject. "Little aunt, how are De Kuei and Zhaodi doing?" When talking about her eldest son's future, Su Tzuelian immediately perked up. "This boy has really woken up. Yesterday, he even asked me for money, saying he saw a hairpin he wanted to buy for Zhaodi. A son buying gifts to please a girl. She never would have dared to imagine that before." Sheng An was quite moved. When you truly like someone, you naturally know how to make them happy. Even if you don't know at first, you'll ask someone who does for advice.
Xuquilian smiled happily.
Exactly. With his enthusiasm, maybe he can make Zhaodi like him. As for Zhaodi not yet liking her son, Su Tzuelian didn't think she was ungrateful. She believed Zhaodi was a sincere and sensible girl who wouldn't be easily swayed by superficial things. She didn't stay long. She told Sheng An to hang up the dried sausage to dry, then stepped carefully on the snow, walking with shallow steps. That evening, Sheng An and Su Jinyan lay in bed, talking about Su Huining's engagement to Lu Huaji. Su Jinyan knew the inside story and showed no surprise. Lu Huaji used some tricks to make Su Huining agree to marry her. But it's just an engagement. Sheng An sensed something big and eagerly asked, "What tricks? Did she drug Su Huining or catch her mother in bed with someone?" Su Jinyan was slightly surprised. "How do you know that?" And Sheng An was even more surprised. "Is it hard to guess?" Su Jinyan cleared her throat and kissed her face. "I thought such mean tricks wouldn't occur to someone as kind and beautiful as you." Sheng An burst out laughing. "Then you're mistaken. I have plenty of mischievous ideas in my heart." Su Jinyan caught her hand and gently rubbed it. I'm not mistaken. I love every side of you, Enon. Sheng'en snorted. You just know how to say sweet things to please me. Su Jinyan tightened his arm around her waist and leaned close to her ear. I don't just talk, I take action too. Sheng'en. Was that supposed to be teasing? Feeling a bit flustered, Sheng'en pushed against his chest. Stop joking. Tell me, did those two really end up together? Su Huining is such a smart man. How could he fall for Lu Huaji's tricks? Su Jinyan moved back a little, though his arms still rested around her waist. A few days ago, Lu Huaji went to Yunxian town in the rain to find Su Huining. She caught a cold and couldn't return home alone, so she stayed at the only inn in town. When Su Huining brought her some food, she secretly put sleeping medicine in his drink. After Su Huining fainted, Lu Huaji made it look as if something improper had happened between them. When Peng Chunlan and her son arrived, they found the two together and spread the rumor. A scholar values his reputation. Even though Su Huining knew it was a trap set by Lu Huaji's family, he could only swallow his anger. After days of arguing between the two families, they finally reached a compromise. They would get engaged first, and once Su Huining passed the scholar's exam, he would marry Lu Huaji properly. Sheng'en frowned. Lu Huaji seemed patient and wanted Su Huining's true affection. Why would she suddenly use such a scheme to force him into marriage? Isn't she afraid he'll take revenge later? In this era, with limited ways to investigate, it was far too easy for someone to disappear quietly. Recently, Tong Baogan's family has been causing trouble for the Lius. It seems Lu Huaji injured Tong Baogen badly. Ahem, perhaps the Tong family's pressure pushed her to take desperate measures against Su Huining. Su Jinyan explained to his curious wife, a faint awkwardness showing on his handsome face. Sheng'en was shocked. Tong Baogen was hurt that badly? Then she glanced downward, before quickly looking back up at him. If someone gets kicked there, would it really stop working? Seeing the bright curiosity in his wife's eyes, Su Jinyan suddenly felt a chill and tightened his throat. Maybe, Sheng'en said angrily. It must be that Tong Baogen tried to force himself on Lu Huaji, so she kicked him in defense. Serves him right. Lu Huaji was quite unpleasant, but Tong Baogen was truly a terrible person. Even if he hadn't tried to harm Lu Huaji, he might have hurt another girl. People like him deserve to be punished. Su Jinyan didn't want to talk about such things late at night. He wrapped his arms around his wife and said, "Let's not talk about those unrelated people. Our teacher will be away for a few days, so how about we go out for a walk?" Sheng'en sighed regretfully. Guests who want to eat at Shenggarden have already booked half a month in advance. I won't have any free time for now. Su Jinyan sighed quietly and suggested, "You've been busy for so long. Why don't we take a longer break during the new year? After that, we can travel to Jinling." Sheng'en thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll tell Shuqi tomorrow. We'll take orders only until the 20th day of the 12th month and start again on the 20th day of the first month." Su Jinyan smiled with satisfaction. Good. The couple didn't care about Su Huining and Lu Huaji's upcoming engagement and never thought of going back to Zijiaba to congratulate them. Unexpectedly, the next day Su Huining came to the Jiang family, sincerely inviting Su Jinyan and Sheng'en to his engagement banquet 5 days later. Su Jinyan refused without hesitation, not even bothering to make an excuse. Even more surprising, Lu Huaji came to Shenggarden herself, acting as if nothing had happened, and invited Sheng'en to her engagement banquet. In a quiet, empty alley, Sheng'en stared coldly at Lu Huaji's fake smile. "How did you find this place?" Lu Huaji ignored her question and looked up at the large house before her, disbelief and jealousy filling her eyes. Seeing this, Sheng'en grabbed her collar. "Tell me, how did you find this place?" Lu Huaji came back to her senses and struggled, but couldn't break free. Unwillingly, she asked, "Did you rent this house or buy it?" Sheng'en sneered. "That's none of your business." Lu Huaji couldn't hide her jealousy. "I didn't expect you to be so capable running a restaurant in such a big house. You must have made quite a lot of money." Sheng'en, growing impatient, raised her hand and slapped her. "You talk too much." Lu Huaji cried out in pain, covering her face and glaring at Sheng'an with hatred, but this time she didn't ask why she had been hit. Sheng'an shook off her numb hand and looked at her with a blank expression. Lu Huaji felt a shiver run down her spine from being watched and hurriedly said, "It's Zhang Daku. I asked my brother to follow Zhang Daku, and that's how we found this place." Sheng'an slightly frowned. "Why do you know Zhang Daku?" Lu Huaji instinctively replied, "He's Zhang Zhaodi's man." "Of course I know him." As soon as she spoke, she suddenly covered her mouth and looked at Sheng'an with a frightened face. In her past life, Zhang Zhaodi married Zhang Daku. The villagers said she had fallen into a lucky trap and often compared her to Zhang Zhaodi. But she was not only worse than the unlucky star in front of her, but also less attractive than Zhang Zhaodi, who was just an ordinary woman. The villagers mocked her for being blind, saying her looks were not worse than theirs, yet she married a man and family she couldn't be proud of. She had always hated Zhang Zhaodi secretly. Later, when Zhang Daku escorted the unlucky star to Beijing to find someone, he was killed by bandits along the way. She was secretly very happy. On the day of Zhang Daku's funeral, she deliberately went in front of Zhang Zhaodi to provoke her. Seeing Zhang Zhaodi heartbroken, she finally vented her long-held anger. Hearing Lu Huaji's careless words, Sheng'an's heart trembled fiercely. She had guessed before that in her past life, Zhang Daku and Zhang Zhaodi would end up together. Now that her guess was confirmed, she felt a deep sadness. Seeing Sheng'an's face turn pale, Lu Huaji was terrified and quickly tried to explain herself. I mean, Zhang Daku always goes to Zhang's house. He must be involved with Zhang Zhaodi. Sooner or later, he will become Zhang Zhaodi's man. Rebirth was her biggest secret. She absolutely couldn't let anyone find out, or bad people might interfere, and she wouldn't be able to live the good life she wanted. Sheng'an took a deep breath and looked at Lu Huaji with an even colder gaze. "Get out." Lu Huaji was so scared she turned around and ran. After a few steps, she stopped, stiffly turned back, and asked Sheng'an, "Even if you dislike me, I am your sister in name. I am about to get engaged. As your sister, how can you not come?" Sheng'an didn't expect this woman to still dare to bother her. She raised her hand, ready to slap this shameless person. Lu Huaji's face turned pale with fear. She ran away without looking back. Watching her figure disappear into the distance, Sheng'an still felt angry. She unconsciously slapped the wall, grimacing in pain. "Next time I see that woman, I will definitely slap her to get revenge," Sheng'an muttered angrily, rubbing her hand as she walked into the yard. She reminded Shimo not to let unrelated people come in, especially people like Lu Huaji, who clearly weren't guests. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Huaji hadn't gone far and was secretly hiding in another corner. Not long after, two young men, looking like servants, carried a heavy big box out of Sheng's estate and carefully placed it on the carriage at the gate. One of the young men sighed. "Sheng's sticky rice wine is very popular. Madam bought several jars this month, always 3 big jars each time. It costs over 100 taels." The other replied, "Madam and the young ladies all like to drink it. I heard other households' madams and young ladies are the same. Rich people can afford it, and 10 taels of silver per jar isn't a big deal for them." Hearing their conversation, Lu Huaji opened her mouth in disbelief. 1 jar of sticky rice wine costs 10 taels of silver? No, that couldn't be right. In her previous life, the so-called Lucky Star only ran a small shop, earning a little from selling wontons, buns, and steamed bread. She had never sold a jar of rice wine for 10 taels. Could it be that the Lucky Star was also reborn?
Impossible.
She had died so tragically in her previous life. If she was reborn, how could she marry the man who caused her death? What exactly was going on? Lu Huaji's mind was in chaos, unable to understand or make sense of it. A wave of deep fear grew in her heart. The Lucky Star didn't follow the same path as before. Could her fate change this time? Could she avoid the deadly disaster that would kill her? If the Lucky Star avoided that, might she become even more powerful, favored by Su Jinyan and rising high as a noble lady? No, that couldn't be. In her previous life, Su Jinyan had tried to kill the lucky star to climb higher. Even if she learned to make money this time, she wouldn't be as noble as the young ladies from the capital's high families. This time, the lucky star would still block Su Jinyan from climbing higher. Su Jinyan would definitely kill her again, just like before. Lu Huaji comforted herself, finally suppressing her rising panic. Looking at the tall, imposing gate of Sheng's estate, a deep jealousy appeared on her face. If Su Lang hadn't insisted she build a good relationship with a lucky star, she wouldn't have come to invite her back to the village for her betrothal feast. Fortunately, the lucky star had good judgment, or she would have a hard time explaining herself to Su Lang. She wondered if Su Lang would look down on her for being incapable. Sang-en was in a bad mood. She returned to the big kitchen and thought about Lu Huaji's purpose in inviting her to the engagement banquet. The 4 children immediately noticed her bad mood and quickly held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Sang-en didn't notice the quietness in the kitchen. She was seasoning the chicken soup on the stove while recalling every word Lu Huaji had said. Gradually, she found a new idea. Lu Huaji had always seen her as a jinx. Even if she wanted to show off her good husband, she wouldn't invite her, a jinx, to come and bring bad luck on such a happy day. Peng Chunlan and Qiu Dezhuang wouldn't do that either. The only person driving Lu Huaji was her fiancé, Su Huining. Nothing happens without a reason. Su Huining probably wanted to get something from her to ease their relationship. More precisely, Su Jingnian had something he was interested in. Could it be that he thought Su Jingnian was very talented and would become successful in the future? Su Huining might want to get close early to make his path in the imperial exams and career smoother. The more Sang-en thought about it, the more she believed her guess was right. When Su Jingnian came back in the evening, she couldn't wait to tell him about it. Su Jingnian's face darkened a little, and he gave a sarcastic smile. His teacher is just a scholar, and can't help him much in the imperial exams. He's probably eyeing my teacher. Last time they went back to the village to worship ancestors, he refused Su Huining's request to visit him. Unexpectedly, this person didn't give up and set his sights on Anan. Thinking of this, Su Jingnian's eyes turned cold. When he looked at Sang-en again, his expression softened. He wants to use you to get close to me. Thinking I will help him ask my teacher for advice because of your face, Sang-en rolled her eyes. He's dreaming. Su Huining's face looked a lot like Su Jingnian's. For some reason, her first impression of him was very dislikable, almost wanting to tear off that face. Su Jingnian couldn't help but chuckle. He whispered in her ear, I really want to hear how Anan whispers sweet nothings to me. Sang-en looked at him sideways. All right, what do you want to hear? I'll tell you right now. Su Jingnian sat up straight, looking serious. Whatever Anan whispers, I like it. Hearing this, Sang-en suddenly jumped into his arms, her strong arms holding her firmly. She hooked her hands around his neck and puffed out her cheeks, blowing into his ear. Is it comfortable? Do you like it? Su Jingnian was splattered with spit and temporarily deaf in one ear. Ha ha ha, Sheng-en laughed uncontrollably, leaning into his embrace and trembling with laughter. Su Jingnian helplessly patted her on the buttocks. You naughty girl. Sheng-en stopped laughing and leaned against his chest, reminding him. Su Huining may seem harmless now, but he is really a scheming person. Even if you don't see much of him, he might be secretly causing trouble. Lu Huaji thought highly of Su Huining, probably because Su Huining had risen to a high position in his past life. She and Su Jingnian had to be careful. Yes, I will be careful. Feeling his wife's unease, Su Jingnian lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. He hasn't taken the imperial exams yet, so he isn't a threat to me for now. He never underestimated anyone. Su Huining had some talent in studying, and he was likely to succeed in the next provincial exam. Sheng-en looked at the handsome face of the man and gently stroked his face. It's good that you know your place. Anyway, don't get involved with those two. Meanwhile, Lu Huaji returned to Huaishu village from Yunxian town before nightfall. Seeing Kong Dazhuang limping into the house, she felt a malicious thought and walked up to him, provoking him. Dad, your own daughter bought a very luxurious big house and opened a restaurant inside. It's very popular with wealthy people. A jar of sticky rice brew can sell for 10 taels of silver. At this, Lu Huaji secretly cursed Sheng and as a dishonest merchant.
What?
Is what you said true? Kong Dazhuang trembled with excitement, staring at Lu Huaji in disbelief. That unfilial daughter actually has money to buy a big house and open a restaurant. At this moment, Peng Chunlan and her son came out of the kitchen, both attracted by the 10-tael jar of sticky rice brew. Yes, Dad. If you don't believe it, you can go to the city tomorrow and see for yourself. My brother knows the place. Lu Huaji gave her older brother Lu Zhuji a look, signaling him to help persuade Kong Dazhuang. Lu Zhuji, looking confident, immediately said, Yes, Dad. I've seen it myself. That house is 10 times bigger than ours. Just think about how much it's worth. That day, he followed Zhang Dakue to Xingyuan. He only wandered outside a few times and couldn't get in. He didn't know Xingyuan was much bigger than Lu's house, at least 10 times larger. Hearing what the older brother and sister said, the youngest Lu Shirtu couldn't hold back. He excitedly grabbed Kong Dazhuang's arm and said, Dad, that lucky star is so rich. You're her real father. Hurry up and ask her for some respectful money. Kong Dazhuang trembled with excitement, his eyes full of enthusiasm. That's right, that's right. I am her father. Since she's so rich, I should get some respectful money from her. Lu Shirtu urged Lu Zhizi, Big brother, tomorrow take Dad over there. Make sure that lucky star gives us money. At least 5 taels, no, 100 taels. A jar of sticky rice wine can sell for 10 taels of silver. Asking for 100 taels isn't too much, right? Peng Chunlan also felt moved. She softly persuaded Kong Dazhuang. Our family didn't have money before, so we couldn't properly treat your leg. Now your daughter is so rich. Ask her for more. We can hire a good doctor. Maybe your leg can be cured. Her words touched Kong Dazhuang deeply. He looked down at his disabled leg, feeling more eager. Good. I'll go tomorrow. I must get the silver. He didn't care about that unfilial daughter. He's her real father. Without him, she wouldn't have been born. No matter what, that unfilial girl should give him money. Peng Chunlan and her son exchanged glances, both full of greed. The next morning, Sheng En went to the front yard and handed a thick stick to Shimu. Someone might come to cause trouble these days. If anyone forces their way in, beat them out. Shimu immediately became alert. Yes, young master. Worried that Shimu couldn't handle it alone, Sheng En also called over Shuang, who was strong. They had to guard the gate carefully. Last night, Sheng En thought that Kong Dazhuang, with his temper, would definitely listen to Lu Huaji's instigation and come to ask for money. People like that don't need words, just use force to send them away. If Kong Dazhuang dares to ruin her reputation and disturb Xingyuan's business, she wouldn't mind exposing the family shame. Let him make a fool of himself in front of everyone again.
No, wait.
Kong Dazhuang isn't part of the Sheng family. His disgusting deeds are shameful enough. The Sheng family wouldn't tolerate such. In the morning, most of the people coming in and out of Xingyuan were servants from wealthy families, picking up roasted chicken or sticky rice wine. Those guests who came to eat usually arrived close to noon. At this moment, a few plain carriages are parked at the gate. The people coming and going are either holding wine jars marked with Xingyuan or carrying food boxes filled with roasted chicken. Not far away, in a corner, 3 sneaky men are hiding, Kong Dazhuang, Lu Ziji, and Lu Shirtu. Father, we've been here for less than half an hour, and 7 or 8 carriages have already come. How much money do you think we'll make today? Lu Shirtu, with jealous eyes, watches the Xingyuan gate. Seeing 2 more people carrying jars onto a carriage, he almost can't hold back and rushes inside. Ji really didn't lie. Only rich people come here. We could make a lot of silver coins in a day. Lu Ziji can't help but swallow nervously, his eyes full of greed. Father, 100 silver coins are too little. We should get 300 coins from the lucky star. With 300 coins, he could afford to build a big house with blue bricks, marry a beautiful city girl, and have children. The women in the kiln are also willing to sleep with him. However, Kong Dazhuang feels a bit nervous, no longer as confident as before. Is this house really from an unfilial daughter? Where did she get so much money? Maybe Ji made a mistake. Seeing that his father doesn't want to go over, Lu Shitu gets anxious. Father, my second sister saw it with her own eyes. There can't be a mistake. Maybe she's involved with a rich man, and the house was a gift from him. Kong Dazhuang is skeptical. Her husband is a scholar. How could he allow her to be unfaithful? Lu Ziji also gets anxious. Father, it doesn't matter how the house came about. The fact is, she earns a lot every day. Do you really want to watch her enjoy a luxurious life while you drag your crippled self through the rest of your life? These words hit Kong Dazhuang's sore spot hard. No, my leg can still be cured. I will find the best doctor to treat it. Kong Dazhuang, with red eyes, stares fiercely at the gate of Xingyuan. Before Lu Ziji and Lu Shitu can persuade him further, he hobbles toward the gate. Lu Ziji and Lu Shitu exchange glances and follow him quickly. Xu Mo and Xu Yan, following Sheng An's instructions, stay inside, alert and watching outside the gate. Almost as soon as Kong Dazhuang and his sons appear, they realize these men are here to cause trouble. What's going on here? Xu Mo steps forward immediately, loudly stopping Kong Dazhuang and his group from rushing in. He is tall and broad, and when he frowns, he looks especially intimidating. Kong Dazhuang was startled and staggered back 2 steps, stepping on Lu Shita's foot. Lu Shitu felt pain and instinctively pushed Kong Dazhuang away. Kong Dazhuang, who already had a limp, lost his balance after stepping on Lu Shita's foot and immediately fell to the ground, hitting his head on the doorframe. The sudden change surprised not only Lu Shitu and Lu Ziji, but also the calligraphy and ink set inside the door. They hadn't even started fighting, yet these 3 were already fighting among themselves? Lu Shitu realized what was happening and hurriedly helped Kong Dazhuang up. Dad, are you okay? Kong Dazhuang's forehead was not bleeding, only a small bump the size of a quail egg. He didn't want to scold his son and tremblingly pointed at the calligraphy and ink set, shouting angrily, "You 2 clueless fools, do you know who I am?" Xu Mo, hearing this, looked angrier than his name suggested. Who are you sneaking in here and pretending to be a big shot? If you know what's good for you, get out of here, or don't blame me for fighting you. He then grabbed a stick and pointed it at the 3 of them. Xu Yan didn't just stand there. He immediately picked up a big broom and blocked the door from the other side. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is Xingyuan, not a place for you to cause trouble. Lu Shitu, young and impatient, stepped forward, pointing at Xu Mo and shouting, "How dare you insult us? When I see my sister later, I'll make her beat you to death." Xu Mo and Xu Yan exchanged glances, unsure who Lu Shitu meant by his sister. Lu Shitu thought they were scared. He crossed his arms and boasted loudly, "Sheng An is my real sister. If you dare to block her brother and father, you're tired of living." In the past, Sheng An was just Sheng An from Huai Tree Village. Without her mother's protection and with her father rejecting her, Lu Shitu never called her sister. Instead, he called her a troublemaker. Now Sheng An was the owner of Xingyuan, earning lots of money every day. Lu Shitu seemed to have forgotten everything and shamelessly came to claim kinship. Everyone knows Xingyuan's owner is an orphan raised by the old master and madam. How dare you pretend to be the owner's father and brother? Xu Yan, beat these troublemakers out. Xu Mo gave Xu Yan a look, then loudly raised a stick and charged at Lu Shitu, who was shouting the loudest. Book Yan understood immediately and angrily scolded, "Begging for food is fine, but I don't see why you had to pretend to be my young lady and cheat money. That's too much. I should hit you." After saying that, he raised a big broom and started hitting Kong Dazhuang and Lu Ziji, who had no time to react. Inside and outside the door, several servants who came to deliver goods saw what was happening. At first, they didn't understand the situation, but after hearing Book Mo and Book Yan, they looked at Kong Dazhuang and the others with disdain. Can you believe it? Pretending to be the owner's relatives in broad daylight to cheat money. Are scammers this brazen these days? No, I'm not a scammer. I really am your boss's father. Oh, Kong Dazhuang didn't expect things to turn out like this. He tried to dodge and explain loudly, but because his leg was lame and he was slow, his face and head were hit several times, making him grimace in pain. Stop hitting. Don't hit anymore. Help. Mother. Help. You're killing me. Lu Ziji and Lu Shirtu wanted to fight back, but they had no weapons. Facing the strong and healthy Book Mo and Book Yen, they could only be passive and take the beating. They cried out loudly and ran away, covering their heads. No one watching felt sorry for them. Instead, they cheered for Book Mo and Book Yen. Hit them, beat them hard, make them afraid to come back and cheat again. Book Mo and Book Yen didn't dare to really hurt them, or they might cause trouble with the authorities. Not only would they be punished, but the whole Shengyuan estate could get into trouble. Kong Dazhuang and the others, unarmed, were driven into a small alley by sticks and brooms, crying painfully as if they had lost their parents. Seeing their fear, Book Mo and Book Yen stopped hitting at the same time, and they spat at the three of them. Since this is your first mistake, I won't beat you to death or seriously hurt you. But if you dare to come again and cause trouble, you won't know how you died. Of course, this was just a threat. They weren't brave enough to think they could ignore human life. Kong Dazhuang and the others believed it and looked terrified, their faces swollen and purple. Book Mo and Book Yen were satisfied with their reaction. After spitting again, they turned and left. Ugh, I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come. I didn't get a single coin and I got beaten. Ugh. Lu Shirtu was in terrible pain. It was the first time in his life he had been beaten so badly. Tears and snot covered his face as he cried loudly. Willow Pillar also felt very upset. When he heard his brother crying, he raised his hand to slap him, but his arm hurt too much. He took a deep breath and cursed loudly. That unlucky star is too cruel. Kong Dazhuang hugged himself and curled up, his face more purple and blue than his two sons, looking very frightening. Unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. Why doesn't heaven strike her down with lightning? If the unfilial daughter died, maybe the house and money she left behind would belong to him. Even if he couldn't get everything, he could at least get half. Half of the money would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't have to suffer from that old woman Ping Chunlan anymore. No matter how much the three of them were unwilling or angry, they couldn't change the fact that they couldn't even enter Xingyuan's gate. They could only stay in the corner, furious and helpless. Xu Mo left to open the door, and Xu Yan went to the big kitchen to explain the situation to Sheng, and Kong Dazhuang's visit was expected by Xing'an. He showed surprise and anger at the right moments, praised Xu Mo and Xu Yan for how they handled it, and offered a reasonable guess. Most likely, someone is jealous of Xingyuan's business and ordered these three to cause trouble and ruin Xingyuan's reputation. Xu Yan suddenly realized and believed this was the truth. But the person behind the scenes was too stupid. They didn't even understand the background of the owner, yet they sent people pretending to be the owner's father and brothers. It was laughable. If the boss was this stupid, Xingyuan would have no rivals. Actually, Xingyuan had no rivals now. Many wealthy customers from other big restaurants had become regulars at Xingyuan. They would come back every now and then to make reservations. If Xingyuan only had one chef, and the daily number of guests was limited, they would have already taken all the customers. Kong Dazhuang and the others were beaten up, but Sheng and still felt very angry inside. That night, lying in bed, she asked Su Jinyan for help. Find me some reliable people to go to Huai Tree Village and break the legs of Kong Dazhuang and his sons. After saying that, she thought about Lu Huaji and her daughter, who were also not innocent. Her eyes showed even more coldness. That mother and daughter can't be spared either. I want their whole family to attend the engagement banquet with broken legs. The family must be united and orderly. Su Jinyan hugged her tightly without hesitation and agreed. Okay. Seeing how quickly he agreed, Sheng'an felt a little worried. Make sure to find trustworthy people who keep their mouths shut. We can't let that family find any clues. Su Jin gently patted his wife's back and said, Don't worry, I won't make any mistakes. Sheng'an trusted his ability and comfortably leaned into his arms, complaining, Isn't it better to live a peaceful life? Why do you all have to go looking for trouble? Su Jin nodded and said, It's just greed. Sheng'an looked into his eyes and asked, Is Kong Dazhuang really my biological father? If I treat him like this, do you think I am cruel? Su Jin kissed her lips and replied, No, not at all, and it was still too soft-hearted. If he had to act, it wouldn't just be to disable one leg. Shung-in didn't understand men's thoughts but was happy and wrapped her arms around his waist. This way, we are truly a harmonious couple. Recently, a big event happened in Huai Tree Village. Kong Dazhuang and his 2 sons did something bad and ended up being beaten so badly, they came back with bruised faces. A villager passing by the Lu family heard Peng Chunlan loudly cursing inside the house, saying very harsh words. That was bad enough, but something even more shocking happened. The night before Lu Huaji's engagement banquet, some villains sneaked into the Lu family's house and broke both of the 5 family members' left legs silently. The government sent people to investigate, but they found nothing. This incident caused great panic in Huai Tree Village. Many villagers were afraid they might be the next to have their legs broken by the villains. Some villagers who knew the truth comforted others, saying, "The officials said it wasn't bandits causing trouble. Otherwise, Lu's belongings would have been looted. We should just go on with our lives." That's right. If you haven't done anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. We are honest farmers and haven't offended anyone, so there's no need to fear revenge. So, does that mean Lu's family offended someone and was retaliated against? The villagers murmured, believing that the people who broke their legs weren't after money or love, but were acting out of revenge. For a long time afterward, the villagers deliberately avoided the Lu family to prevent being caught up in their trouble. The Lu family, lying in bed with broken legs, also thought this way. It must be bad luck. It must be her who hired someone to do this, just to get revenge on us. Lu Huaji clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in anger. That wretched woman has such a cruel heart. She made our whole family crippled. She just can't stand to see me happy and did this on purpose to take revenge, making me get engaged to Su Lang while injured. Peng Chunlan's face turned pale with pain as she glared at Kong Dazhuang. Look at the daughter you raised. Kong Dazhuang's expression was blank. I never raised her. Peng Chunlan choked with fury, her anger burning even stronger. You useless man. Not only did you fail to get the money, but you also caused all 4 of us to be hurt. Now we don't have a single coin left, and the whole family will starve. Thinking of this, she burst into tears. Why is my life so miserable? She had lost her first husband at a young age, and the man she later married was no better. He couldn't give her a good life and even dragged her down, leaving her injured. To save her leg, she had spent all her savings. How could the family survive now? Kong Dazhuang let Peng Chunlan cry and curse, his eyes full of regret and anger. He regretted going to Sheng Garden to ask for money and was furious that Sheng and ignoring family ties had treated him so harshly. He couldn't even find any fault to use against her. He also hated his stepdaughter Lu Huaji for encouraging him. She knew Sheng and had no affection for him, yet she still pushed him to ask for money, and now he had lost his only good leg. If his leg didn't heal, he would be completely disabled and never stand again. Mother, Huaji, we can't let that woman go unpunished. Once our legs heal, we'll make her pay. Lu Zhuzi's face was dark and fierce, his usually shifty eyes filled with anger. If I had known she was this cruel, I would have stopped her long ago. Peng Chunlan and Lu Huaji said nothing, but their hatred for Sheng was clear. They wished her gone. Only Lu Shirtu, terrified by the family's injuries, stayed silent. He didn't dare think of revenge against Sheng, the one responsible for their suffering. Sheng didn't see the Lu family's misery herself, but she heard the whole story from Su Jinyan. Hearing it, Sheng finally felt her anger fade. That night, she rested against Su Jinyan's chest and praised him warmly. My husband, you're amazing. You said you'd help me vent my anger, and you did it so quickly. You're truly the most capable man I've ever met. I'm so lucky to have found you. Su Jinyan smiled softly and asked, "Isn't it praising her husband or herself?" Sheng chuckled and playfully kissed his handsome face repeatedly. If I praise you, I praise myself. If I praise myself, I praise you. We are inseparable. Su Jinyan loved hearing this and took the initiative instead of being passive. They flirted for a while until Sheng was breathless and her cheeks were red. She covered the man's mouth to stop him from continuing. Our family will definitely guess we did this. I wonder how Su Huining will react if he finds out. Su Jinyan moved her hand away and held it in his palm. Su Huining will only be happy and won't stand up for them. Sheng'an thought for a moment and nodded. Falling for a fool who isn't very clever, that person might be full of hatred inside. Anyone would hate such a thing, especially someone like Su Huining who is full of schemes. The person who did it was quick and didn't give the Liu family a chance to catch them. Otherwise, Su Huining might use this to cling to you. Sheng An's feet rubbed against Su Jinyan's calf, feeling a prickly sensation that made her a little excited. By the way, you and he were born in the same year, only 3 months apart. Yet, you got a bad reputation as a loner, while he became the family's darling. I suspect it was the work of old Fourth's wife and husband. Sheng An kept thinking her guess was reasonable. She remembered many similar plots from online stories she had read before. Next time, we should catch old Fourth and his wife and ask them. We can't keep losing out like this. A warm feeling arose in Su Jinyan's heart as he tightly wrapped his arms around Sheng'an. Whether it's true or not, it's all in the past. Back then, he was still a baby and didn't remember the harm caused by the bad reputation of being a loner. Later, with memories, he felt the love from his father, the care from his aunt and uncle, and the kindness of neighbors. Occasionally, someone mentioned the loner reputation in the village, but it never hurt him. He even felt grateful to the wandering Taoist priest who once read his fortune. Without that, Su Old Third and his wife wouldn't have abandoned him, and his father wouldn't have been able to adopt him. He would have been raised by 2 unpleasant people, trapped in Su's village forever. If he had been stuck in Su's village, even if he met Anan and married her, with in-laws like Old Third, Anan would have suffered endless hardships. And as someone with nothing, he might not have been able to protect Anan or give her the happiness she wanted. Thinking of this, Su Jinyan looked into Sheng An's eyes and asked softly, "An, do you regret marrying me?" Sheng An was confused and punched his chest lightly. "If I regretted it, would you still be lying here?" The words Lu Huaji said earlier made her doubt Su Jinyan, suspecting he might become like a scheming man from the Wei dynasty, who would do anything to climb the social ladder, even hurt her. But it was only a suspicion. Seeing isn't always the truth, especially when it comes from others' words. Sheng'an preferred to listen to her own heart. No matter if her view of this man was too idealized, in the few months they had been married, he had behaved perfectly, and she had no regrets. If she had to find a flaw, it was that the time was too long, and her hands often got tired, which affected her cooking the next day. Sheng An quickly shook off these negative thoughts and kissed the corner of his mouth when he smiled. "As long as you treat me well, I will definitely spend my life with you. If one day you change your mind and like someone else, just give me a divorce paper. I won't cling to you." Su Jinyan's face slightly changed, mostly with a sense of helplessness. "I am more afraid of you changing your mind." Sheng'an shot him a sidelong look. "I'm not a flirt. It's lucky to meet an outstanding man, and it's unlikely to meet another one. Even if she did, she would only glance at him. A woman should keep her virtue, or she might get sick. And isn't it? I am your husband." Su Jinyan pinched Sheng An's face in frustration and lightly bit her lips as a playful revenge. "I never assumed that An would change her mind. If he couldn't even keep his wife, it only proved he was useless. Sheng An was just being normal." Sheng An felt guilty and didn't say anything when he bit her. A hint of a smile appeared in Su Jinyan's eyes as he gently rubbed her head. "Go to sleep. I won't bother you tonight." Sheng An glared at him. "Do I still need to say thank you?" After tossing and turning all night, she wondered if he still wanted to come today. Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to be so reckless, risking overuse and aging prematurely. Su Jinyan looked serious. Husband and wife shouldn't need to thank each other. Sheng An. She really wanted to slap that annoying face. Time has flown to the 12th lunar month. No one comes to Xingyuan to cause trouble anymore. Sheng An counts her small savings every night, feeling very happy. The young couple has no time to buy New Year goods. The 3 elders at home are very active and have bought a lot of preserved fish, dried meat, and various dried foods. Grandma's son's sewing skills are also useful. At Grandma Sheng's strong request, she made 8 new outfits for Sheng'en, 4 of which are for spring wear. Sheng'en thinks this is too much and quickly hugs Grandma's arm to comfort her. I have many clothes already. There are a few new ones in the closet. You should focus on making clothes for yourselves first. The new year is the busy season for tailors. People have to queue to get clothes made. Only Grandma Sun can make beautiful clothes in Xingyuan, so she will prioritize those who have no new clothes. Your grandpa and I are both old. The clothes we usually wear are enough. Grandma Sheng is reluctant to make new clothes. She picks bright fabric and compares it on Sheng'en. After the new year, you and Jin Yan are going to Jinling to play. You should make a few pretty outfits. Don't let outsiders look down on you. While talking about making new clothes, Su Tsuelian and her husband, Zhang Dakue, arrive. The family of 3 looks very happy, especially Zhang Dakue, whose face is red and black, with a rare confident smile. Sheng and has a bold guess in her mind. Sure enough, Su Tsuelian's cheerful voice rings out. Second brother, we're here to bring good news. Zhaodi agreed to marry Dakwai. Yesterday, our 2 families discussed it and decided to hold the engagement on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. The wedding will be on March 18th next year. The sudden good news makes Su Chunglin clap his thighs happily, but Sheng'en is stunned. What's going on? 5 days ago, her little sister-in-law was complaining that Dakwai was not good enough, and Zhaodi still seemed the same. No hope of marriage. Yet today they come to share the good news? Zhaodi, her own cousin-in-law, looks at her with a curious gaze. Zhang Dakue, scratching his head with a silly smile, explains why Zhaodi suddenly agreed. 2 days ago, Zhaodi went to her grandfather's house. On the way back, she met some troublemakers. Coincidentally, I was nearby in a village collecting pigs. Recently, Su Tsuelian's homemade sausages sold very well. She set up a temporary workshop to make more sausages, which increased the demand for pork day by day. Zhang Dakue had to step out to negotiate pig purchases in the countryside, traveling to several villages every day. On the day Zhang Zhaodi was blocked by the troublemakers, he happened to pass by and saved her when she was calling for help. Zhang Dakue was very glad he was there to help. When he told others about it, his face still showed fear and worry. Those troublemakers are really bad. A few times, I saw Zhaodi walking alone on that road, and they would sit there on purpose, trying to cause her trouble. If she hadn't stopped them that day, I'm sure they would have hurt her. By the end, Zhang Dakue's face was full of anger and frustration. Sheng'en heard this and immediately felt cold all over. Zhaodi kept looking for her grandfather, probably about the bamboo weaving project. Luckily, it was Dakue who saved her. If something had happened to Zhaodi, she would have felt guilty for a long time. Su Tsuelian noticed Sheng'en's face looked upset and thought she was worried about Zhaodi. She quickly comforted her. Zhaodi is a brave girl. When I visited her yesterday, she seemed fine and wasn't scared by those troublemakers. Sheng'en took a deep breath and forced a small smile. That's good, as long as she's not scared. Next to them, Su Chunglin patted his nephew's shoulder happily. Hero saving a beauty. You did a good job, kid. You didn't embarrass me as your uncle. Zhang Dakue shyly chuckled, feeling happy about being able to be with the girl he liked. Suelian looked at him with affection and teased her eldest son. With that silly look, only Zhaodi would like you. Zhang Dakue seriously corrected his mother. Zhaodi has good judgment. She sees me as a pearl, not a silly dog. He learned the phrase good judgment from Su Jinyan. Everyone laughed loudly. Su Chunglin pinched his nephew's face. That's right. A man needs to be thick-skinned to find a wife. Hearing this, Zhang Dakue suddenly understood. Uncle, if you can't find a wife, it's because you're not thick-skinned enough. Su Chunglin was speechless. This nephew was hopeless. Knowing that the family was busy, Suelian and her family didn't stay long. They reminded Sheng En and the others to remember to come to their house for dinner on the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month before leaving. They watched the 3 walk away, and Sheng En closed the courtyard door and went back to her small building. She was hiding something in her heart, but her face didn't show much happiness. Grandma Sheng saw right through her. Are you feeling unwell? Sheng En suddenly remembered and quickly made an excuse. I have a good relationship with Zhaodi. Since her matter with Dakue is settled, I was thinking of helping her with her wedding clothes. Grandma Sheng sensed it wasn't just about that. Since her granddaughter wouldn't tell the truth, she didn't press further. Instead, she said, there are a few good red fabrics at home. Why not give Zhao a piece to make her wedding dress? In the countryside, it was rare to spend much on red cloth for a bride's dress. The Zhang family loved Zhao, so they might buy a piece of red fabric, but it probably wouldn't be very good material. Good fabric was expensive. Hearing this, Shang'an remembered and agreed immediately. All right, I'll find time tomorrow to send it to Zhao. They still had plenty of fabric from the Ding family, and Shang'an wasn't very interested in bright red. She usually ignored that color when making clothes. Giving Zhao a piece for her wedding dress was just right. Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Zhao happily came to Xing Yuan to share her good news. She was accompanied by her younger brother, Zhang Baobei. After the Zhang family had 8 daughters, Zhang Baobei was the first boy born. Naturally, he was the family's little treasure, which is why he was given that name. Oh, Baobei, you've grown taller again. Grandma will get you some snacks. Grandma Sheng liked Zhang Baobei's sturdy build and cheerful face. She brought out sunflower seeds, peanuts, and candies, placing them on the table for Baobei to choose what he liked. Thank you, Grandma. I love all these. Baobei was only 14, at the age when boys start to eat a lot and wear out their parents. Seeing all these delicious treats, he relaxed from his initial shyness and happily thanked Grandma Sheng. Seeing Baobei eat happily, Grandma Sheng smiled and chatted with him. Meanwhile, Sheng and took Zhang Zhao to the second-floor hall. And then Dakue and I are getting engaged. You're my best friend, so I had to come personally to tell you. Zhao, talking about her engagement, rarely showed such shy, girl-like feelings. On the way here, I met Aunt Sue and the others. They're also here to share good news with you, right? Sheng nodded. The 22nd of this month is the lucky day for your engagement with Dakue. My little aunt and her husband invited our family to dinner. After that, she gently held her good friend's hand. I didn't expect you and Dakue to get engaged so quickly. When my little aunt mentioned it, I thought I was hearing things. Zhang Zhao's cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes shone with light. And you don't know. That day I met a few little troublemakers. I almost thought I was going to be finished. He suddenly appeared like a hero and stood in front of me. I immediately stopped being afraid. Zhang Dakue was tall and strong. He fought 3 people at once and didn't lose. He beat the troublemakers so badly they cried for their mothers, and they would be in bed for at least half a month. In the end, Zhang Dakue even took on the troublemakers' families by himself, making them apologize to Zhang Zhao. Each family also paid 5 chickens as compensation. And I tell you, if you want to find a man, you should look for someone like Dakue who can stand up for you. If he had been a little weaker that day, neither of us could have left that village. Zhang Zhao held Sheng An's hand tightly, very emotional. I was blind before. I didn't see how good Dakue was. I almost missed him for nothing. Sheng An couldn't help but laugh and teased her. When he was beating those troublemakers, weren't you a little scared? Zhang Zhao shook her head. No, I even kicked the troublemakers a few times myself. Don't worry about Dakue losing his temper and hitting me. Even tigers nap sometimes. I'll find a chance to hit back and make him remember. Sheng An gave her a thumbs up. Women who are bullied in this world should learn from you. Zhang Zhao raised her chin proudly. I have cooking skills. When I finish offending my in-laws, I won't go hungry. After saying that, she realized her good sister was also related to her future in-laws and smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I promise to marry Dakue. I will definitely live a good life with him. Sheng An chuckled. I feel relieved. Seeing her sister's bright smile, she secretly vowed in her heart. No matter what happened in her past life, she would never let tragedy happen again. Zhang Zhao didn't stay for lunch at Sheng Yuan. Before leaving, Sheng An handed her a bright red silk cloth. This fabric I can't use at home. It's just right for making your wedding dress. Feeling the smooth texture of the fabric, Zhang Zhao knew it was very expensive. Without hesitation, she declined. My mother already made me a red wedding dress from a piece of cloth. Keep this for yourself, to store away or make clothes for your children later. Sheng'an pretended to be angry. If you don't take it, you'll think I look down on you. Zhang Zhaodi was touched. And this is too precious. Sheng'an waved her hand. No matter how precious it is, it's meant to be worn. You're my best friend. Giving you some fabric for your wedding dress is nothing. If you feel bad about it, just give me a couple of the little animal figures you make. There's still space on the display shelf upstairs. Zhang Zhaodi agreed happily. After the siblings left, Grandma Sheng sighed. Zhaodi is a lucky girl. De Kuei is much better than her former fiancé. Sheng'an nodded. De Kuei is honest and kind. He'll treat her well. Besides, his mother was a good person, not the kind who would make life hard for a daughter-in-law. Zhaodi would have a good life in the Zhang family. That afternoon, they were expecting 2 tables of guests, so Sheng'an went to the kitchen to help. Before long, Shuqi hurried in to report, "Miss, a young lady named Tan is here. She says she's your friend." Sheng'an immediately guessed it was Tan Qingru. She took off her apron and went to the front yard. Tan Qingru was drinking tea. When she saw Sheng'an, she put down her cup, smiled, and came forward to hold her hand. "Sister, it's been so long. I'm so happy to see you." The last time they met was at the Yi family's banquet. After that, Madame Tan in Jinling fell ill, and Tan Qingru went home to take care of her mother. They hadn't had a chance to meet again since then. Seeing the tired look on her friend's face, Sheng'an asked with concern, "You must be exhausted. Is your mother feeling better now?" Tan Qingru quickly replied, "I'm fine, and my mother has recovered." Her mother had fallen ill from anger. The reason was that her father wanted to send his younger son, born to a concubine, to study under Master Jiang in Qingzhou because the boy showed great talent in his studies. Years ago, her older brother had been accepted as Master Jiang's student thanks to their grandfather's influence. Her mother didn't want to use that favor again for a child who wasn't her own. But her father didn't understand her feelings. He thought the 2 boys were brothers and should support each other, which would help the Tan family rise even higher. Tan Qingru had stayed in Jinling to prevent her parents from arguing again. If her mother's health worsened, her brother would surely resent their father, which could harm his future. Sheng'an didn't know much about the Tan family's troubles. She took Tan Qingru's hand and said, "I'm cooking a lot of good food today. You must try my dishes." Tan Qingru's eyes lit up. "Then, I'm in for a treat. I've been missing your roast chicken." Last time, she left Jinling in a hurry and didn't have time to bring any with her, which she still regretted. As they walked and talked, Tan Qingru remembered the gossip she heard from her trusted maid in Qingzhou yesterday. "I heard that Li Xinhui and her group came to Xingyuan to cause trouble, but they failed and spent half a month's allowance. Now she spends every day at home flattering the elders, just as sisters cooking." "Is that true?" Sheng'an was surprised. "You know about this too?" Tan Qingru shyly smiled. "I've had someone watch Li Xinhui. She understood Li Xinhui's personality. If she lost face with her sister, she would try everything to get it back." Before leaving, she told her trusted maid to quickly ask her brother for help if Li Xinhui really caused trouble at Xingyuan and her sister couldn't handle it. Fortunately, her sister was even more capable than she thought. Not only did she not let Li Xinhui get any advantage, but she also earned a lot of money from her. Everyone who came with her to Xingyuan praised it highly. The card games and billiards at Xingyuan became very popular among the young ladies and gentlemen of Qingzhou. In short, Shenyuan became famous quickly, thanks a lot to Li Xinhui. Seeing the cute and innocent look on the girl's face, Sheng'an couldn't resist and gently pinched her soft cheek. Xiao Rou is so good to her sister. Tan Qingru froze for a moment, her face turning bright red. "Sister is also very good to me and brother. Last night, her brother came home and teased her on purpose, counting how many delicious things he had eaten at Sheng's sister's place, making her dream of a table full of tasty food she couldn't reach." They arrived at the big kitchen, where 4 maids were busy working. Seeing the unfamiliar Tan Qingru, they didn't have time to exchange glances, but secretly wondered about her identity. Sheng'an led Tan Qingru into the kitchen and personally served her a bowl of freshly cooked mutton soup. "Eat this to warm yourself on a cold day. Tan Qingru didn't like meat much, but she especially liked Sheng An's cooking. The fragrant mutton soup had no fishy smell, only rich aroma. She eagerly took the chopsticks and spoon. "Thank you, sister." Worried she might get tired of meat, Sheng An specially prepared a small dish of refreshing vegetables for her. Tan Qingru ate happily, her face full of joy from satisfying her appetite. Sheng An was busy cooking but still kept chatting about gossip with her. Tan Qingru suddenly remembered another matter and said excitedly, "Older sister, my grandfather and grandmother have decided to come to Jinling for the new year. My brother and I don't need to go back to our hometown. You and brother Jinian should come to Jinling to play. Remember to come find me." Sheng An was surprised. "It's so cold, and the journey is so long. Can your grandparents handle the travel?" Tan Qingru explained. "My aunt's family is traveling with us and we left early, so it shouldn't be too difficult." She then looked a little worried. "Grandpa and Grandma don't like my mother. When everyone gathers this year, it might be quite lively, especially since Aunt is thinking about having my brother marry his cousin, and my mother probably won't agree. Because of this, Grandpa and Grandma might be even more unhappy with my mother, and my father might also be upset with her." Sheng An could imagine the chaos at the Tan family and didn't want to join in, so he said politely, "My wife and I won't stay long in Jinling. If we have time, we will visit." Tan Qingru was a clever girl and immediately understood Sheng An's meaning. She felt a bit regretful but very understanding. Everything depends on sister and brother Jinian's arrangements. They changed the subject smoothly. Not long after, Shuqi hurriedly came to the main kitchen to report. "Master, the old Lord Song, who came with Master Ding and young Master Ding when Xingyuan first opened, has come again and specifically wants to see you. He is waiting for you at Fengmian residence." Sheng An had a good memory and immediately remembered who old Lord Song was. Jinling's Song family, Song Wanjun. Inside Fengmian residence, Song Wanjun appeared calm while drinking tea, but his eyes betrayed his true feelings of anxiety. A nearby servant, Ping'an, noticed this and kept glancing toward the door. Seeing that the owner of Xingyuan was still not showing up, he frowned in displeasure. "Master, this Xing boss is really quite proud." His master was from the main branch of the Jinling Song family, managing all of the Song family's business. He worked so hard every day that he rarely rested past midnight. Today, he took the time to come here personally, which was already showing respect. Yet he was being ignored. Song Wanjun looked serious and scolded Ping'an sternly. "Be careful with your words." Ping'an felt a chill and quickly lowered his head to keep quiet. As the tea cooled and a cold feeling spread to his fingertips, Song Wanjun put down his teacup and looked out the window. A bare plum branch swayed back and forth, and it turned out to be two chubby sparrows hopping up and down, occasionally opening their small beaks to chirp happily. Song Wanjun watched intently without realizing it, and the restless feeling that had been bothering him eased a little. At this moment, Shuqi walked in alone and bowed to Song Wanjun. "Old Master Song, my master is currently busy and cannot come to see you personally. He asked me to apologize on his behalf." Ping'an heard this and frowned in anger. However, Song Wanjun remained calm and friendly. "It's okay. I will wait here." Since he needed help from others, he showed respect and patience. Being the main heir of the Song family was helpful, but it shouldn't be a restriction. Having spent decades in business, Song Wanjun understood this simple truth well. Shuqi was surprised and couldn't help but look at Song Wanjun a few more times. On the way to Wumin residence, he thought that this grumpy old Master Song would be furious and scold his master for being arrogant and not respecting the Jinling Song family. But unexpectedly, he was mistaken. Old Master Song was not angry at all. Could this be the broader perspective his master mentioned before? Old Master Song truly had a big outlook. Thinking this, Shuqi poured a pot of hot tea and brought it over. In the large kitchen, fragrant dishes were ready. Sheng An served a small bowl of food to Tan Qingru separately.
"Eat slowly."
"There are more delicious dishes coming later." Tan Qingru eagerly took the bowl, looking at the thin, almost transparent fish slices inside. She quietly swallowed and said, "Sister, this braised fish smells so good." Sheng An smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Tan Qingru nodded vigorously. I like it. Wow. Sheng sister's cooking is amazing. Even though she just finished a bowl of lamb soup and wasn't hungry at all, she couldn't resist the temptation and eagerly accepted Sheng's feeding. Fortunately, her home was a good distance from Sheng Garden, or she might not have been able to control herself and come every day, eventually turning into a little chubby girl. Thinking this, Tan Qingru didn't hesitate at all. She picked up the trembling fish slices and gobbled them down, her big round eyes squinting happily. Sheng En, busy at the stove, watched this scene and suddenly thought of the cats she had fed before. The expressions of the cats after eating the delicious food were almost identical, as if they were the same. Tan Qingru slowly finished eating the delicious and tender fish stew. She took a handkerchief from the maid and elegantly wiped her mouth. Then she stood up and walked to the stove, softly beginning to talk about the Song family of Jinling. Over 20 years ago, the Song family in Jinling had fallen into decline. There were very few Song officials in the court, and their business was heavily suppressed by other families. Later, a young lady from the Song family married into the prosperous Annan Marquis' residence in the capital. She became the wife of the heir of the Marquis. She also died defending the Empress Dowager, who was then a noble consort and is now the Empress Dowager. After that, the Song family gradually became the third largest family in Jinling. Sheng En paused her stirring with the spatula. This story was full of important details. Tan Qingru continued. At that time, the young lady from the Song family was 8 months pregnant. After she was wounded defending herself, she knew her life was in danger. She begged the imperial doctors to deliver her baby by surgery. Hearing this, the girl took a deep breath, her hand clenched tightly under her sleeve. She was both frightened by the idea of her child being cut out and admiring the decisive action of the Song family lady. Sheng En was also stunned. No, she was deeply shocked. If she were the Song family lady, she might not have had the courage to do the same. For this brave woman she had never met, Sheng En felt great admiration. The baby was born prematurely. The knife that wounded his mother was highly toxic, and when he was cut out, he was silent. The doctors worked hard to save him, but they said he probably wouldn't live past 25. Tan Qingru sighed and showed sympathy for the mother and child. Although the young man was granted the title of heir of the Annan Marquis' residence and was cared for by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, he has been ill most of the time and has never married or had children. Eventually, the heir position will pass to the second son of the current Marquis, born to his second wife. After hearing this, Sheng En guessed the purpose of Song Wanjuan's second visit. Elder sister, everyone outside is saying that young Master Ding Tianxi from the Ding family is recovering well. It's said that the meals you prepared helped improve his stomach and appetite. They also say that the ladies and young misses who drank your glutinous rice wine have better sleep and a healthier complexion. Tan Qingru's eyes shone brightly as she looked at Sheng En, but her face carried a worry that didn't match her age. Elder sister's cooking is delicious, and the rice wine is good too. But claiming they can cure illnesses is an exaggeration. Sheng En was surprised by the girl's cleverness and quick thinking. Seeing her worried little face, she felt a warm feeling inside. Xiao Rou is right. The rumors are probably exaggerated. Tan Qingru quietly let out a breath and couldn't help but speak more softly. The Song family's foundation is quite shallow. For over 20 years, they've relied on the legacy of that noble lady to get where they are today. If that Annan Marquis' heir, the Song family might lose their support and fall back to their old state. Similarly, the presence of the Annan Marquis' heir and the Song family also blocked some people's paths. If Sister Sheng intervened rashly, it could cause big trouble that even the Tan family couldn't handle. Xiao Rou, I know what to do. Sheng En gave the girl a comforting smile. If her hands weren't greasy, she might have ruffled her head. Don't think so much at your age. You'll stunt your growth. Qingru believed her completely, showing a frightened look on her face. Sister, really? No wonder she hadn't grown taller. Now that she's returning to Jinling, her younger sister might catch up with her. Was it because she was overthinking? Seeing her adorable expression, Sheng En couldn't help but smile. I won't lie to you. If you think too much, you'll sleep poorly. Poor sleep makes it harder to grow. That's why there's the saying about being a big, silly kid. Chingru was convinced and decided to sleep well from today on, no longer overthinking and affecting her growth. Sheng-en prepared 2 tables of dishes, her arms sore from the effort. Qingruo's belly was rounded from her feeding, and if it weren't for her thick winter clothes, it might have been noticed and laughed at. Knowing Sheng-en was going to meet Song Wanjun, she didn't stay long at Sheng Garden. She took a full box of delicious food and left reluctantly. Sheng-en dealt with a few bites in the big kitchen, then changed into a different outfit in the small building before calmly heading to Fingmian residence. Song Wanjun waited 2 hours for her. When he saw Sheng-en arriving late, his face showed no displeasure. Instead, he stood up to greet her. "It's been a while. Lady Sheng, you still look as elegant as ever." Sheng-en was surprised but kept a polite smile. "I've been busy today. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord Song." Wanjun smiled slightly. "It's my fault for coming uninvited and disturbing Lady Sheng." Seeing his polite manner, Sheng-en guessed that his nephew, the heir of the Yan'an Marquis, was probably at the end of his rope, unable to recover even with the best doctors. Now he came to see her, probably as a last-ditch effort. Thinking this, Sheng-en remained calm. "Guests are welcome. Lord Song, please don't be so polite." Looking at the woman in front of him, who clearly comes from a farming family but carries herself with a noble air, Song Wanjun became more cautious. "Boss Sheng is a straightforward person, so I won't say much. Today, I have an urgent matter to ask for your help." Seeing his directness, Sheng-en realized the situation was more urgent than she had thought. She pretended not to understand Song Wanjun's purpose. First, she showed a look of surprise. Then her expression became serious. "Old Master Song, you can speak freely. Asking for help sounds too serious." Song Wanjun couldn't see through Sheng-en's thoughts. He waved to Ping'an, signaling him to stand at the door and not let anyone approach the Wind Sleep residence. When there was no one else in the room, Song Wanjun opened the door and said directly, "Boss Sheng is a skilled cook. I want to invite you to Jinling to prepare meals for someone, for at least 3 months. The conditions are open for you to decide." Sheng-en raised an eyebrow slightly. She would set the conditions? That was very sincere. Compared to the life of the Song family's backing, everything else was secondary. Using these external things to gain the future decades of prosperity for the Song family was very worthwhile. Sheng-en remained calm and asked cautiously, "Jinling is not short of talented chefs. Why do you want me to go so far away?" Song Wanjun looked directly into Sheng-en's eyes, as if trying to see something. After a long pause, he explained a reason for his invitation. "Boss Sheng's cooking is excellent and has health benefits. I believe that only you have such talent." Since leaving Sheng Garden last time, Song Wanjun had secretly kept an eye on Sheng Garden's movements. Over 2 months, news about Sheng Garden kept reaching the Song family in Jinling. Song Wanjun increasingly felt that Sheng was not an ordinary person. This time, he came to invite Sheng to Jinling, mainly as a last resort. Even if the outcome was not ideal, letting his nephew taste the delicious food of the human world would not be a wasted trip. Seeing Song Wanjun's honesty, Sheng didn't beat around the bush. "Sorry, Sheng Garden cannot leave me. Please forgive me, I cannot agree to Lord Song's request." Having been in the business world for many years, Song Wanjun immediately understood Sheng-en's implied meaning. His usually serious face showed hesitation. "Boss Sheng, I keep my promises. As long as you agree to go to Jinling, I will accept any conditions you set." Sheng-en remained unmoved. "Sorry." Song Wanjun saw that she had made up her mind. After thinking for a moment, he suggested a compromise. "I will send someone to Qingzhou. How about Mr. Sheng prepares 3 meals a day?" Mr. Sheng happily agreed. "Yes, that works."